While pondering the fate of a certain young lady, Tang Ping unexpectedly found himself transported into the body of an outer disciple within a mystical sect, awakening a fortune-telling system that allowed him to view life panels. Out of curiosity, he glanced at a newly initiated junior sister. Name, Lin Xi. Cultivation level, second stage of origin gathering. Fortune, favored by heaven gold. Talent, celestial grace gold. Fate, achieves the pinnacle of the void, revered as the Jade Balance Fairy, and perishes in the battle against demons, slaying 1,000,000 foes before her demise. Upcoming twists. In 3 months, her physique will awaken, restoring her fortune, leading to her acceptance as a cherished disciple by the Sect Master of Tianyuan, favored by heaven, gold, blessed by the cosmos, comparable to a child of destiny. Enough said. I have determined to embrace those slender, fair legs, and not even Jesus could dissuade me. Casting a last glance at his nemesis. Chapter 1. The beginning and the brotherhood of the great master at the Tianyuan sect in the outer sect's miscellaneous hall. Tang Ping sat behind counter, his expression somewhat dazed as he gazed at the surrounding sights that felt both familiar and foreign. He could hardly believe that he had traversed realms. While most people find themselves transported due to unforeseen calamities, his experience was different. He had been in the midst of reading fortunes for a young lady when darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he found himself here. Tang Shi Xiao. I have come to collect this month's stipend. At that moment, a disciple clad in a gray robe approached, presenting a token to Tang Ping. Instinctively, he accepted the token, took up an iron pen beside him, and with a swift motion, retrieved 10 spirit stones and a vial of fasting elixirs to hand over. Thank you, Tang Shi Xiao. After collecting his stipend, the gray-robed disciple hurriedly departed. It was only then that Tang Ping fully regained his senses. He had truly crossed over. Moreover, he had assumed the identity of an outer sect disciple of the Tianyuan sect, responsible for distributing monthly stipends in the miscellaneous hall. Ding! Fortune reading system binding successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the fortune reading system. Upon hearing this, Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with overwhelming joy. This was precisely what he had felt was missing. Now it all fell into place. Upon examining the system's capabilities, he discovered it mirrored his previous life's profession, focusing on fortune reading. He could ascertain a person's name, cultivation level, fortune, and aptitude. Most importantly, he could glimpse the ultimate fate of an individual. With the fortune reader combined with the fortune reading system, it was akin to taking flight right from the ground. Out of curiosity, Tang Ping drew forth a bronze mirror to examine his own fortune. Name, Tang Ping. Cultivation, 7th layer of nascent origin. Fortune, 1 in 100 gray. Aptitude, below average white. Fate, cultivation peaks at the 8th layer of nascent origin, ultimately suffering a treacherous assault resulting in severe injury and death. Recent turning point. 1 month later, while contending for a position as an intersect disciple, he is secretly attacked and left grievously wounded, leading to death 3 days. After that 1 in 100 gray, among 100 individuals, it will be challenging to find someone with worse luck than yours. A fortune reader cannot read their own fortune. The ancestral master does not deceive me. This must be a fabrication. Director, come here. This script is off. Tang Ping pondered deeply upon seeing his gray fortune and white aptitude. The rankings of aptitude and fortune ascend from low to high. Gray, white, yellow, green, blue, purple, gold. How was he to navigate this gray and white beginning? And who was it that would conspire against him to his demise? Tang Ping scoured his memories, and several names surfaced in his mind. These were individuals he had offended in his past life. Just as he began to doubt the reliability of his system, a disheveled figure, reeking of alcohol, stumbled into the hall. Without needing to raise his head, Tang Ping could identify the visitor by scent alone. It was his uncle Bien, known in the sect as a wastrel by the elders. He spent his days either drinking or on the way to procure more. Bien Chiron leaned against the counter, his once handsome face now obscured by stubble, emanating an aura of despondency. Little Tang, got any wine? Tang Ping looked up at Bien Chiron, initially intending to send him away, but he froze in place upon seeing. Name, Bien Chiron. Cultivation, Eighth layer of transcendence, self-sealed. Fortune, purple chi rising from the east, purple. Aptitude, innate soar body, purple. Fate, cultivation reaches the early stage of void deity, assassinated by the demonic clan outside the 100 Herbs Valley. Recent turning point. 3 months later, he awakens from despair, achieving breakthrough in the sword path to the harmonization of man and heaven, stepping into the concentration realm with a perfected sword heart. Purple chi rising from the east, purple. Strong fortune. Various challenges will only serve to enhance his strength. Innate sword body, purple. A naturally gifted sword body, one of the rarest spirit bodies most suited for sword cultivation. So this is the script I was meant to follow. And who was it that labeled my esteemed uncle as a wastrel? I shall ensure they face consequences. This fortuitous encounter must be seized. He is a master on the brink of entering the concentration realm. Uncle Bien, I anticipated your taste. I have prepared exquisite Qingzhou wine just for you. Do give it a try. Tang Ping hurriedly retrieved 2 jars of fine wine from the storeroom and placed them on the counter. Bien Shuran wasted no time, uncorking a jar and drinking heartily. Seeing this, Tang Ping swallowed hard. But contemplating his future path, he steeled himself and opened the other jar, joining Bien Shuran in a hearty drink. Thus, the two of them consumed 4 to 5 jars in one go. Only then did a tipsy Bien Shuran point to Tang Ping and exclaim, "You're not half bad. You have a bright future. I have high hopes for you. Master, uncle, let us drink. Cheers." Nearby, several disciples who had come to collect their stipend were left dumbfounded at the sight. When did Tang Shixiang become so chummy with Uncle Bien? Who knows? What about our stipends? Look at them. Do we stand a chance of collecting? This is such bad luck. Let's come back tomorrow. Tang Ping cast a glance at the departing disciples, scoffing. They were merely of mediocre aptitude. How could they compare to the joy of seizing the opportunity with Uncle Bien? Before long, the two had been drinking for 3 whole hours, with the counter piled high, with empty jars. At this point, Bien Shuran had begun to call Tang Ping brother affectionately. Uncle Bien, should I come across any fine wine in the future, I shall reserve it for you. Indeed, you know my taste well. No need for formalities, just call me Old Bien. Tang Ping's heart stirred at this, raising his wine jar and declaring, "No, you should be called Brother Bien." Bien Shuran drained the last of his jar and smashed it on the ground, proclaiming, "Then I shall call you Tang Little Brother." Tang Little Brother sounds odd. At this, Bien Shuran paused, then pounded the table. "Today, let us swear brotherhood as sworn brothers of different surnames. Henceforth, we shall address one another as Big Brother and Second Brother." How much more pleasing that sounds. Agreed. The younger brother humbly accepts. The two split the last half jar of wine and knelt toward the east, speaking in unison. By the heavens above, with the thick earth as witness, the mountains and rivers as our pact, and the seas as our vow, today I, Bien Shuran, Tang Ping, wish to forge a brotherhood. With Tang Ping, Bien Shuran, we do not seek to be born on the same day, month, or year, but desire to die on the same day, month, and year. Should we betray this oath, may the heavens and earth enact their wrath. Boom! A thunderclap echoed through the heavens, bearing witness to their bond. Big brother, second brother, cheers. As dusk descended, Tang Ping reluctantly sent Bien Shuran off from the miscellaneous hall. After Bien Shuran departed, Tang Ping's initially hazy eyes gradually regained clarity. He had not anticipated that the so-called wastrel would once have been the youngest elder of the sect and a direct disciple of the former sect master. No, he should not refer to him as Uncle Bien anymore. He ought to call him Big Brother. Tang Ping chuckled to himself. With a protector of the concentration realm in his corner, as long as he could endure until his brother's recovery, he feared no treachery after. Tidying up the somewhat chaotic affairs hall, Tang Ping gazed at the dimming sky outside and decided to close the door and return to his cultivation. "Excuse me, senior brother, is this where the monthly stipend is collected?" Suddenly, a somewhat delicate voice emanated from outside the affairs hall. Turning around, Tang Ping discovered it was a junior sister who had only joined the sect last month. What puzzled Tang Ping was that this junior sister appeared significantly more beautiful than before. Her ethereal elegance and skin like congealed fat surpassed that of any Internet celebrity from his past life. Indeed, this is the place. Tang Ping widened his eyes once more. Name, Lin Xi. Cultivation level, second stage of nascent yuan. Fortune, blessed by heaven gold. Talent, celestial beauty gold. Fate, achieves perfection in the void realm. Known as the Jade Balance Fairy, perishes in the battle against demons, slaying 1,000,000. Before her death, recent turning point, awakens her physique after 3 months. Her fortune aligns, and is accepted as a closed-door disciple by the ancestral master of Tianyuan sect, blessed by heaven gold. Favored by the heavens, comparable to a child of destiny. If memory serves, isn't Tianyuan's sect merely a modest establishment? How is it that every disciple and elder seems more extraordinary than the last? Even a person blessed by the heavens has emerged. Wait, could it be that this is truly a once great sect that faced the calamity of annihilation and now hides in obscurity? Regrettably, one cannot discern the fate of a sect. Chapter 2. The Millennium Blood Jade Vine? Bring it forth. Are you Lin Xi? Do you recognize me, Shi Xiang? Lin Xi blushed slightly as she spoke. It is only natural. A maiden as exquisite as Lin Xi is indeed a rarity within the outer sect. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words, Shi Xiang. Lin Xi lowered her head, a flush spreading from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. This was the first time someone had praised her since she entered the sect. Her bashful and enchanting demeanor caused Tang Ping to swallow hard. No wonder she appeared so much more beautiful than before. It seemed her physique was awakening. All right, I shall not tease you further. Where's your disciple's token? Observing Lin Xi's bashful demeanor, Tang Ping understood the importance of moderation and shifted to the matter at hand. Here it is. Lin Xi handed over the token, and after a light tap with an iron pen, Tang Ping retrieved a bulging cloth bag from behind and handed it to her. Within this bag are 110 spirit stones, along with a vial of fasting pills. After a month in the sect, you should know how to use them. Lin Xi looked at Tang Ping in astonishment. Wasn't the monthly stipend only 10 spirit stones? Noticing her surprise, Tang Ping explained, Shimmy, since you have just joined the sect, the spirit stones will surely be insufficient for your cultivation. Consider these as my support for you. As he spoke, Tang Ping continued to produce more items, saying, This is a storage bag. You'll be able to use it once you reach the mid-stage of nascent soul. The white bottle contains Yandan, which can accelerate your cultivation. And this jade bottle holds Ju Sundan, which will aid you in meditative practice. And here is a spirit sword. Lin Xi's mouth fell agape at the sight of the pile of items before her. Why is Shi Xiang being so generous to me? Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? But I am not particularly beautiful. Surely, a remarkable person like Shi Xiang has many lovely Shiji who admire him. Enough. That should suffice. I will pack all these items into your storage bag. Without waiting for Lin Xi to refuse, Tang Ping continued, Just accept them with peace of mind. They are not worth much, and you can repay me once your cultivation improves. Glimpsing Lin Xi, who had just returned from her astonishment, Tang Ping couldn't help but smile. In 3 months, these items would likely seem trivial to her. Presenting them now is far more valuable than offering any rare treasures in the future. Very well, thank you. Shi Xiao. Lin Xi nodded obediently, secretly vowing to work hard in her cultivation, determined not to disappoint her Shi Xiang's expectations. Tang Ping glanced at the sky outside, then rose from the counter, saying, Given the time, I believe no one else will arrive, so let me share some cultivation tips with you. While they may not be of great significance, they can save you some time. Having been at Tianyuan sect for over a month, Lin Xi understood the benefits of guidance and cultivation. Though somewhat shy, she blushed and replied, Thank you for your trouble, Shi Xiao. Haha, it is no trouble at all. You are currently at the second level of the nascent yuan stage, in the early phase of your cultivation. Your primary focus should be on your practice. And once you ascend to the 4th level of nascent yuan, you'll be able to study some basic techniques. As the moonlight dimmed and the stars became sparse, Tang Ping concluded his words, glancing at the sky. With a smile, he remarked, It is getting late. You should return to your cultivation, junior sister Lin. Should you have any uncertainties in the future, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Xi nodded eagerly and began her descent down the mountain. After taking a few steps, She suddenly turned to Tang Ping and bowed, saying, "I am truly grateful for your guidance, Tang's senior brother. I will be sure to repay your kindness." Without waiting for Tang Ping's response, she swiftly ran down the mountain, observing her retreating figure. A smile crept onto Tang Ping's lips. He turned back towards the miscellaneous hall, where his residence was located just behind it. Upon returning home, Tang Ping commenced his daily practice. The following morning, after concluding a night of cultivation, he gazed at the modest increase in his spiritual energy and could not help but sigh, murmuring to himself, "With my aptitude, it seems I shall require another 3 to 5 years to reach the completion of the nascent Yuan stage, let alone successfully break through to the body refinement realm." Alas! After calming his thoughts, Tang Ping freshened up and made his way to the miscellaneous hall to begin his daily task of distributing spirit stones, a duty he had acquired at considerable expense. Seated behind the counter, Tang Ping pondered who might be plotting against him. Regardless of how many influential figures he aligned himself with, no one could assist him in the face of a month-long conspiracy. Just as he was contemplating strategies, a burly man accompanied by several others abruptly stormed in. "Li Hu, what do you want now?" Tang Ping immediately recognized his nemesis, who had previously harbored resentment after failing to outcompete him for this lucrative position, and now seemed to enjoy stirring trouble. Was this man truly intent on scheming against him? What do I want? Are you unaware of your own actions? Outer disciples receive 10 spirit stones as their monthly stipend. Why have you only given Wang Shidi and the others 9? Yes, why have you only allocated 9 spirit stones to us? If you seek a quarrel, just say so. I could accuse you of mobbing together to seize the sect's cultivation resources. Tang Ping cast a fleeting glance at the group. He knew he could not embezzle the outer disciples' monthly spirit stones. These individuals were evidently here to provoke him. However, as his gaze fell upon one of the disciples, it lingered for a moment. Name: Kaitong cultivation level. 6th level of nascent Yuan fortune. Exceptional, yellow, talent. Below average, white, outcome. Achieved the pinnacle of transcending the mundane and became an elder of Tianyuan sect. Later executed for embezzling sect resources. Recent turning point: 5 days later, while on a sect mission, fell from a cliff 100 miles south of Tianyuan sect, grasping a millennium-old blood jade vine. Despite a mishap that caused a loss of 90% of the medicinal liquid, his aptitude significantly increased after consumption. Millennium-old blood jade vine? In legends, there exists a treasure capable of refining one's essence and marrow, a rarity that, after a century, is already exceedingly precious, and after a millennium, becomes a global curiosity. Indeed, as fate would have it, had you not sought trouble today, this millennium blood jade vine would have been yours. Now, however, your fortune belongs to me. While he would not typically seize the fortunes of ordinary disciples, he would not let slip even a single opportunity that belonged to his enemies. Tang Ping suppressed his inner excitement, maintaining an indifferent expression as he addressed Li Hu. Today marks the arrival of the law enforcement team to deliver next month's spirit stones. Are you certain you wish to cause a disturbance at this moment? Upon hearing the words law enforcement team, Li Hu's expression faltered, and he shot Tang Ping a fierce glare, declaring, "Just wait. I will not let you off so easily next time." With that, he waved his hand and departed the miscellaneous hall, leaving Tang Ping to mutter sarcastically under his breath. How easily deceived, with such a mind, can one truly scheme against others? Meanwhile, on a smooth slab of green stone, Bien Xiuran groggily awakened from his slumber, instinctively reaching for the wine gourd at his waist. Why is there no wine? After shaking the gourd a few times, he continued to murmur, "What to do without wine? I shall seek my second brother. He is wine surely. Wait, where did I get a second brother from?" With a sudden jolt, Bien Xiuran sat up on the slab, rubbing his still-dazed head as he began to recollect the events of the previous day. Moments later, having pieced everything together, he sat there in a state of dismay, realizing he had forged a brotherhood with an outer sect disciple at the nascent realm. He had even sworn an oath, with heaven and earth as witnesses. More absurdly, they had pledged to die on the same day. Though I may be older, my lifespan far exceeds that of that young man. What a calamity I have wrought. If you were to find out, she would surely laugh at my expense. Suddenly, Bien Xiron's spirits sank. He had willingly renounced his cultivation, relegating himself to the status of a mere mortal, all because his soulmate had perished before him, leaving him powerless to intervene. If you were to learn of my current state, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Unbeknownst to Tang Ping, Bien Xiron, who was meant to come to terms with everything in 3 months' time, had been catalyzed into clarity by his provocations. In ancient times, there were mighty beings who could reverse time and resurrect the dead. Since such feats are possible, so too can I. Wait for me. I will bring you back. Chapter 3. Perfected Nascent Realm. Buzz. With a soft chime, the sword hanging at Bien Xiron's waist suddenly unsheathed, unleashing a piercing sword energy that soared towards the heavens, scattering even the clouds above. Who is it? Such formidable sword energy. Who in the sect possesses such prowess? On the back mountain of Tianyuan's sect, an elder with white eyebrows abruptly looked up at the distant sword energy, and then his figure gradually dissipated into the air. Elder Bien Xiron, he has recovered? Before the eyes of all, Bien Xiron stood cleansed of all filth, garbed in white robes, wielding his sword with poise. His cultivation soaring as he ascended effortlessly to the 9th stage of the Transcendence Realm. The 9th stage of the Transcendence Realm. Bien Xiron's prowess has grown stronger than ever before. The heart of the sword, shrouded in dust for many years, has finally been unveiled. And at this moment, Bien Xiron's sword heart has reached fruition, stepping further along the path of swordsmanship to achieve the sublime state of unity between man and heaven. Just as the assembly of cultivators presumed Bien Xiron would sheath his sword and descend, an eruption of sword energy surged forth from within him. A torrent of sword aura soaring towards the heavens, with the heart of the sword fully formed. The realm of concentration now feels as effortless as plucking an item from a pocket for him. Suddenly, an elder with white eyebrows appeared before the gathered cultivators, and the elders and stewards bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." Ancestor? Is it true that junior brother Bien aims to break through to the concentration realm in one go? Inquired Yi Fengchun, the head of Tianyuan's sect, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, our sect gains another member in the concentration realm. This is a cause for celebration. The ancestor of Tianyuan sect nodded slowly. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the cultivators shifted towards Bien Xiron, filled with awe. The distinction between the 9th layer of the Transcendence and the concentration realm could only be described as worlds apart. It is known that within the entire Tianyuan sect, fewer than 5 individuals have achieved the concentration realm, and today, yet another swordsman joins their ranks. Sword Soul, concentrate, using his own sword heart as a foundation. Bien Xiron swiftly conjured a long sword within his sea of consciousness, and in the blink of an eye, the sword took shape. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within Bien Xiron surged, breaking through the final barriers and reaching the concentration realm. Buzz. Disciples within 100 miles were astonished to find that the long swords hanging at their waists began to hum, seemingly bowing towards Bien Xiron, who hovered in the sky. Unity of man and heaven. To their surprise, Bien's mastery of swordsmanship had reached such an exalted level. Sheathing his spiritual sword, Bien Xiron descended before the ancestor of Tianyuan and respectfully bowed. Master Ancestor. The ancestor of Tianyuan turned out to be Bien Xiron's master, the former head of Tianyuan's sect. The ancestor smiled and nodded good, as a sword cultivator of the concentration realm. Even I must temporarily retreat from the limelight. Master Ancestor, you jest. Bien Xiron responded. The amiable elder before him was the true cornerstone of Tianyuan's sect, an existence surpassing the concentration realm. Why did you suddenly decide to break free from your self-imposed limitations? The ancestor inquired. At this, Bien Xiron's expression stiffened, and a faint twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth as he replied. It was due to a little fellow. I must thank him, or I might still be confined to the past. A little fellow? Ashu. Inside the miscellaneous hall, Tang Ping rubbed his nose, looking around in confusion. Having reached the 7th layer of the nascent realm, why was he suddenly sneezing? Glancing at the overcast sky outside, Tang Ping promptly closed the door of the miscellaneous hall and soared towards the Tianyuan sect's library. Within the library, Tang Ping swiftly perused the compendium of spiritual herbs in his hands until he halted at the sight of an unremarkable vine. Blood jade vine. Externally, it bears almost no difference from an ordinary green vine, save for a red at its apex. Upon consumption, it can refine the physical body, enhance the cultivator's aptitude, and slightly elevate their cultivation level. Method of consumption: use a silver needle to pierce the red dot, then suck the juice from the puncture. If consumed by tearing it directly, the efficacy will significantly diminish. After returning the book, Tang Ping hurriedly made his way to the miscellaneous hall. Upon locating a silver needle in the storeroom, he changed into a new outfit and soared towards the entrance of the sect. The cliff, situated 100 miles south of the sect, came into view as Tang Ping rode on his gray cloud, flying southward for approximately an hour before spotting a small hill. Circling the hill, he soon discovered a cliff, which he believed to be the one he sought. Observing the dense vines covering the cliff, Tang Ping realized why the blood jade vine could thrive here for a millennium without being noticed, even with knowledge of its existence. One could only search for bit by bit. However, Tang Ping did not naively begin his search. Instead, he ascended above the cliff, identifying several precarious spots before commencing his search along those areas. At last, he found it. After 2 hours of meticulous searching, Tang Ping held in his hand a vine tip adorned with a hint of red, his heart brimming with excitement. His enhancement of talent and breakthrough in cultivation depended solely on this blood jade vine. With a swift motion, he produced a silver needle and, following the ancient texts, pierced the red dot, then began to suck the essence from the opening. Gulp, gulp. Although the blood jade vine bore a striking resemblance to green vines on the outside, its interior was filled with a jelly-like substance. The moment the red dot was pierced by the silver needle, this jelly-like essence instantly transformed into a vibrant red liquid. It was somewhat spicy. As Tang Ping continuously absorbed the blood jade vine, he mused that its flavor was akin to sea buckthorn juice from his previous life, albeit with a slight spiciness and rather delightful. Thus, after nearly half an hour of sucking, Tang Ping completely drained the blood jade vine, which now resembled nothing more than a thin layer of skin. Before he could even reflect on it, he felt a surge of heat within his body. The warmth rapidly escalated to a burning sensation, as if flames were scorching and refining him from within. Despite his unwavering will, Tang Ping could not suppress a cry of anguish. Just when he thought he would be consumed by the flames, the burning sensation swiftly subsided, replaced by a cool, soothing feeling circulating through his veins and marrow. However, before he could relish the comfort, an intense itch began to spread throughout his bones, growing increasingly unbearable. Tang Ping could not help but roll on the ground, yet the ant-like sensation within him showed no signs of abating. Finally, after enduring what felt like an eternity, all discomfort faded away, giving rise to a profound sense of clarity and ease. Crack, crack. A layer of black membrane shed from Tang Ping's body, and he propped himself up to sit cross-legged on the ground, commencing his cultivation. The once obscure meridians now flowed smoothly, and in a brief moment, his spiritual energy completed a small cycle. With a long exhale of turbid air, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tang Ping's eyes, as a breath belonging to the 9th layer of nascent yuan surged forth from within him. The legendary blood jade vine has indeed proven its worth. Although Tang Ping is currently unable to access his own information, he is confident that his innate talents are at least above average, potentially even bordering on exceptional. After cleansing himself in a nearby stream, Tang Ping soared towards the sect, eager to apply for entry into the Yuanling Hall, to break through the nascent origin stage and ascend to the body refinement realm. With this newfound prowess, he would merely await the outer sect competition to gain entry into the inner sect and become an esteemed disciple. Chapter 4. Yuanling Tower, Hu Biao Hu Fei. Lin Jr.'s sister. All you need to do is spend a few days with your senior brother, and you will receive ample cultivation resources. The entire outer sect would dare not to bully you, Why would you not seize such an opportunity? Hu Biao smirked lewdly, eyeing Lin Xi before him. Today, as he passed with his minions, he had discovered a delicate beauty among the new disciples. Step aside. I wish to return to my training. Lin Xi glared at Hu Biao with fury, only to find him unmoving, instead urging his companions to encircle her. Watching Lin Xi's growing panic, Hu Biao felt an insatiable desire. He had never had the pleasure of such a refined beauty, and today seemed perfect for a change of taste. Want to train? Very well. You will soon be training alongside me. You, scoundrel. Lin Xi's eyes glistened with tears, yet she found herself at a loss for a solution. Since you insist on calling me that, how could I not indulge in a little debauchery? He replied, inching closer to her. Lin Xi quickly retreated, only to find her path blocked by his companions. Just as Hu Biao's hand neared Lin Xi, a chilling voice echoed from above. If you do not wish to keep your hand, I can assist in severing it. Who dares? Hu Biao fumed, anger surging within him as he looked up to see Tang Ping descending gracefully beside Lin Xi. Tang Ping, do you presume to meddle in my affairs? Have you a death wish? Upon recognizing Tang Ping, Hu Biao was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly darkening. Do you dare provoke me? Who? Tang Ping. You truly seek your demise. Li Hu, witnessing Tang Ping's audacity in thwarting Hu Biao's intentions, felt a surge of delight and hastily spoke up. Tang Ping appeared unfazed by their words, turning to Lin Xi to inquire, are you unharmed? And no, I am fine. There are always some miscreants in the sect. To deal with them, you merely need to inflict a bit of pain. As Hu Biao felt his authority being disregarded, he could not tolerate the affront. He unleashed a palm strike aimed at the back of Tang Ping's head. Like this. Tang Ping responded in kind with his own palm strike. Hu Biao's eyes flashed with malice. With his cultivation at the 9th level of nascent origin, he believed he could easily shatter Tang Ping's bones with this blow. Crack! The sound of a bone fracturing echoed as Tang Ping expressionlessly withdrew his right hand. He gazed coldly at Hu Biao, who was clutching his forearm, drenched in cold sweat, and said, Leave. You will regret this. My cousin is an inner sect disciple. He will avenge me. After uttering these threatening words, Hu Biao hurriedly departed. With a broken arm, he needed swift treatment to avoid potential complications. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in breaking through to the body refinement stage, he would still be at a disadvantage. Did I grant you permission to leave? Li Hu, witnessing Hu Biao's broken arm at the hands of Tang Ping, quickly attempted to retreat. However, before he could back away, Tang Ping's icy voice drifted towards him. Tang Ping, do not take this too far. Take it too far? Was it not you who sought me out? Tang Ping the Dole. You severed your own arm. I shall spare you this time. You, Liungria. His face a deep shade of gray, glared at Tang Ping. Upon meeting the chilling gaze in Tang Ping's eyes, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he struck his own forearm with a punch. Crack! His forearm broke in response, and after casting a resentful glance at Tang Ping, he turned and left, while the other disciples had already vanished without a trace. Thank you, Senior Brother Tang, for your timely assistance. Lin Xi blushed, grateful that it was Tang Ping who stood up for her when she needed help the most. It was merely a trivial matter. I have long found those fellows displeasing, and today was an opportune moment to teach them a lesson. But Hu Biao's cousin is an inner sect disciple. Tang Ping chuckled lightly. His cousin is an inner sect disciple. Does that not mean I could also become one? Now, you should return to your cultivation. The sooner you reach the mid-stage of a nascent soul, the sooner you can undertake sect missions. Yes. Lin Xi watched Tang Ping's retreating figure, her heart brimming with a sense of security. Orphaned since childhood, she had never experienced such a feeling of being protected before. It was a warmth unlike any other. As Tang Ping walked along the path back to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, a slight smile graced his lips. From his perspective, it seemed that he was close to winning over this junior sister. Upon returning to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, Tang Ping noticed no disciples had come to collect their monthly stipends, so he hung a sign indicating he was out on business. After changing into a disciple's robe, he headed swiftly towards the outer sect disciplinary hall. Disciplinary Officer M.O. As soon as Tang Ping entered the hall, he skillfully approached a middle-aged man clad in a white robe. The man was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tang Ping, then inquired with confusion. It is not yet time to distribute next month's stipends. What brings you here? I have successfully broken through to the peak of the nascent soul. You truly have reached the peak of a nascent soul. You are fortunate indeed. Disciplinary Officer Mo's eyes sparkled with interest as he looked at Tang Ping, astonished by the news. It was a fortunate breakthrough. Then you intend to visit the Yuanling Tower? Precisely. The Yuanling Tower is divided into 5 levels. The first level is designated for disciples in the nascent Yuan stage to break through. The second level serves the disciples refining their bodies. And the third is for these disciples to achieve breakthroughs. The fourth and fifth levels serve a similar purpose for transcending mortals. All outer disciples are granted but a single opportunity to enter the Yuanling Tower. They must reach the completion of the nascent Yuan stage within 10 years of joining the sect to qualify for this breakthrough. Follow me. Thank you, Elder Mo. As the two exited the Elder's Hall, Elder Mo deftly produced a jade ruler, tossing it into the air, where it expanded with the wind. He leaped onto the jade ruler, and without hesitation, Tang Ping followed suit, positioning himself behind Elder Mo. Upon noticing Tang Ping's arrival, Elder Mo's heart stirred, and he guided the jade ruler deeper into the sect. As Tang Ping observed the rapidly passing hills below, astonishment crept across his face. The speed achieved through this object manipulation was astonishing. One could only wonder what the legendary sword flight must be like. Amidst his reverie, Elder Mo spoke. Once we arrive at the Yuanling Tower, you must maintain your decorum and refrain from speaking out of turn. Understood? Understand, Master. After a flight lasting a full half-hour, they alighted before a grand, ancient tower, observing the inner disciples continuously entering and exiting. Tang Ping's gaze swept across their faces. Most bore above-average appearances, and their fortunes seemed notably higher than the average individual. Most importantly, their cultivation levels were impressive. The least among them was at the second level of body refinement. It is known that body refinement consists of 4 levels. The first is copper skin. The second is iron bone. The third is refining the 5 organs. And the fourth is refining the marrow. Here, the majority of inner disciples were at least second-level iron bone cultivators, with several having already reached the stage of refining the 5 organs. Just as Tang Ping prepared to enter the Yuanling Tower with Elder Mo, a disciple resembling Hu Biao emerged from within. Edel Montak, Hu Fei. Oh, you have already begun refining your marrow? Truly impressive. Unlike the nascent Yuan stage, the cultivation levels of body refinement are easily discernible, even without deliberate scrutiny. Elder Mo could effortlessly perceive Hu Fei's advancement. Chapter 5. The Cave Abode of the Infant Transformation Stage. Hu's senior brother has broken through to the marrow refining stage? Congratulations! Who would have thought that within less than 3 years of entering the inner sect, Hu's senior brother has reached such a level? Truly worthy of being Elder Wang's disciple. Surrounding disciples of the Tianyuan sect gathered, offering their compliments upon hearing of Hu Fei's advancement to marrow refining. Beyond marrow refining lies transcendence, and once one steps into transcendence, they become a core disciple. Tang Ping stood aside, watching as Hu Fei was encircled by admirers. He was indeed Hu Biao's cousin. To think his cultivation had already reached the marrow refining stage. This posed a dilemma. Hu Biao would undoubtedly seek out Hu Fei to lament his troubles. If Hu Fei were to take action against him, Tang Ping, even upon breaking through to body refinement, would stand no chance against Hu Fei. As Tang Ping pondered how to respond, he was momentarily stunned upon catching sight of Hu Fei. Name, Hu Fei, cultivation level, body refinement realm, essence refinement stage, fortune, exceptional, yellow, talent, outstanding, yellow, outcome, achieved the pinnacle of transcending mortality, but fled in fear of an external sect invasion, ultimately slain by a powerful member of his own sect. Recent turning point. 1 month later, he undertook a mission to the City of Suffering, where he discovered a cave dwelling left by a transformation realm expert in a nearby gorge. From this, he acquired the Jade Balance sword technique and the Jade Balance celestial decision, enabling him to secure first place among the inner disciples in the inner sect competition. A cave dwelling of a transformation realm expert It is worth noting that the Tianyuan sect dominates a vast territory, with only one such expert within its ranks. Thus, they continue to suppress the surrounding sects, which dare not provoke them. What are you still standing there for? Let us go. By the time Tang Ping regained his senses, Hu Fei had already been surrounded by a throng of inner disciples, departing from the scene. Oh, Tang Ping hurriedly followed Elder Mo, his face alight with anticipation, and inquired, Elder Mo, that senior brother who must be among the elite in the inner sect, correct? Him? He has just recently reached the essence refinement stage. He still has a long way to go. There are no fewer than 20 disciples at the essence refinement stage in the inner sect. Although Hu Fei possesses commendable strength, he cannot compete with those who have already broken through. Tang Ping couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. With less than a year until the inner sect competition and Hu Fei obtaining that inheritance just a month later, he had ascended directly to the pinnacle position among the inner disciples in less than a year. The benefits from that transformation realm expert's cave dwelling must exceed his expectations. As they followed Elder Mo into the Yuanling Tower, Tang Ping was astonished to discover that the interior of the tower was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, and the almost palpable spiritual energy ignited an immediate urge within him to sit down and cultivate. Elder Mo approached an elderly man reclining nearby and respectfully bowed. The elder opened one eye and glanced at Elder Mo, saying, it's you, little Mo. Have you brought another outer sect disciple? Yes. This disciple has already reached the perfection of the natal essence stage and has come to break through to the body refinement realm. Upon hearing this, the elder cast a glance at Tang Ping and remarked, this physique is quite remarkable. It seems your body has already undergone refinement once. Cultivating in the body refinement realm should be effortless for you. Proceed to the second level for your breakthrough. You might even complete the copper skin in one go. Thank you, Elder. Tang Ping was overjoyed upon hearing this. The difference between the first and second levels of the Yuanling Tower is akin to heaven and earth. Moreover, it appears from the Elder's words that he has indeed refined his body before. The 1,000-year blood jade vine is truly as remarkable as its reputation suggests. Elder Mo, standing beside him, also regarded Tang Ping with surprise, his expression softening. The elder casually tossed a pale silver token, saying, go to the second level and find an unoccupied room. Understood. Tang Ping respectfully accepted the token and discreetly glanced at the elder's countenance. Name, Yuan Long Cultivation level. Transformation into infancy, severely injured. Fortune, unique among thousands, green. Mentoring the junior disciples, yellow. Aptitude, above average, green. Fate, after sustaining severe injuries, he retreated to the Yuanling Tower of Tianyuan and subsequently perished due to an exacerbation of his wounds after forcibly intervening during an attack on the sect. Mentoring the junior disciples, yellow, he enjoyed guiding the younger members of the sect, aspiring for its flourishing future. Thus, it was no wonder that a venerable elder of the sect would extend his mentorship to him, and moreover, this elder was also a formidable transformation into infancy expert. Was it not said that the sect had but one ancestor at this level? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Tang Ping made his way towards the second level of the Yuanling Tower. Upon entering the second level, he was astonished to find it considerably larger than the first. He sought out an unoccupied stone chamber and stepped inside, discovering only a meditation cushion within, positioned opposite a recess designed to accommodate the token. Sitting upon the cushion, he placed the token into the recess, and at that moment, the stone door of the chamber descended, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged into the room. Realizing this, Tang Ping promptly entered a meditative state. The dense and pure spiritual energy flowed effortlessly into his dantian. The foundation of the nascent realm lies in absorbing the essence of the universe, enabling the physical body to acclimate to the flow of energy. To transcend this realm, one must cultivate a vast sea of energy within the dantian to store and nurture spiritual power. The reason outer disciples are required to come to the Yuanling Tower for their breakthroughs is due to the tower's abundant and refined spiritual energy, allowing them to condense an entire sea of energy in one breath. further stabilizing it to a degree. Within the second level of the Yuanling Tower, the spiritual energy was naturally more potent and refined than that of the first, significantly accelerating the condensation of Tang Ping's energy C. In just an hour, he successfully formed his energy C. Shortly thereafter, he noticed peculiar strands of spiritual energy entering his body from the meditation cushion. Unlike ordinary spiritual energy, these strands did not flow into his meridians, but instead gathered upon his skin. Suddenly, a cry of agony escaped Tang Ping's lips as these unique energies began to mercilessly tear at his skin, only to continuously heal it afterward. This process was known as copper skin, wherein one refines and replaces their skin until it reaches a level impervious to ordinary blades. Simultaneously, an unknown crimson energy emerged, assisting Tang Ping in accelerating the refinement of his skin. 3 hours later, Tang Ping had transformed into a figure drenched in blood, his entire body covered in the crimson liquid, yet beneath it lay skin more resilient than that of an ox. A flash of ancient bronze brilliance coursed across Tang Ping's skin. The refinement of the body, copper skin completed, Tang Ping slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise illuminating his gaze. He had not anticipated that remnants of the blood jade vine's medicinal power still resided within him. With its assistance, he had remarkably completed the body tempering process, bypassing the copper skin stage and advancing directly to the iron bone stage. Having effortlessly broken through the nascent yuan and copper skin stages, Tang Ping chose to remain resolutely dedicated to furthering his progress. Beyond copper skin lies iron bone. As long as the medicinal potency of the blood jade vine persists, achieving iron bone within a day is certainly not an unattainable aspiration. Chapter 6. Eldest Brother. Second. Younger Brother. In the second layer of the Yuanling Tower, Tang Ping sat cross-legged in a tranquil chamber. Though motionless, the sound of bones cracking echoed from his right arm. The second level of body tempering, iron bone, involves continuously refining the entire skeletal structure with spiritual energy, enhancing the bones to a hardness akin to fine iron, thereby significantly augmenting the practitioner's strength. With the residual medicinal power of the millennium-old blood jade vine and the might of the Yuanling Tower, Tang Ping commenced his rapid bone refining process. In a mere hour, his entire right arm, along with the bones of his hand, was completely tempered. Under normal circumstances, refining an arm would require at least a month's time. Next, he began to refine his left arm, legs, and chest. The millennium-old blood jade vine not only elevated Tang Ping's innate abilities, but also facilitated a prior refinement of his physical body, explaining his extraordinarily swift bone tempering speed. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed since Tang Ping entered the Yuanling Tower. His bone refining reached its final and most perilous stage, the cranial refinement. This stage, the most dangerous and arduous aspect of iron bone tempering, posed a grave risk to his life with the slightest miscalculation. In his 2 lifetimes, Tang Ping's soul had surpassed that of ordinary beings. Exercising meticulous control over the medicinal and spiritual energies, he cautiously refined his skull, frontal bone, sphenoid bone, occipital bone, clang. At last, accompanied by a sound of metal striking stone from within, all of Tang Ping's bones reached the iron bone level. Body tempering, copper skin, iron bone, achieved. Tang Ping opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance coursing through them. Breaking through 3 stages in a single day filled him with immense joy. Rising from his mat, he unleashed a powerful punch to the side, producing a resounding explosion of air. Following that, he practiced several strikes, familiarizing himself with his newfound strength. Then, drawing a steel dagger from his waist, he struck it against his arm, and the dagger shattered upon impact. Yet, only a faint white mark remained on his arm. After assessing his recent gains, a smile graced Tang Ping's face. Just 2 days prior, he had been apprehensive about when he might break through the nascent Yuan stage. Yet, in a mere span of 2 days, he had advanced from the 7th level of nascent Yuan to the 3rd level of body tempering. This transformation could only be described as earth-shattering. With copper skin and iron bone fully refined, he needed only to await the outer sect competition to secure his entry into the inner sect. However, despite his increased cultivation. He still lacks sufficient techniques and means to confront adversaries. It seems he must prepare for a journey to that hidden cave, the abode of the formidable being of the infant realm he had not forgotten. At this moment, with his cultivation having greatly increased, it was indeed an opportune time for him to venture forth and seek experience. This way, he could also momentarily evade the spotlight, as he was still not a match for Hu Fei. With a resolute determination in his heart, Tang Ping directly pushed open the door of the quiet chamber and stepped outside. On the first floor of the Yuanling Tower, Tang Ping respectfully returned the token to the elder. Upon receiving the token, the elder's gaze toward Tang Ping shifted slightly. Have you successfully tempered your copper skin and iron bones in one go? Wise elder, I have fortuitously succeeded. Indeed, you possess quite the fortune. However, remember, do not rush the tempering of your internal organs, for if you injure them, it will take considerable time to recover. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall bear it in mind. A flicker of gratitude crossed Tang Ping's eyes as he bowed deeply to the elder before departing from the Yuanling Tower. As he exited the tower, Tang Ping immediately noticed Mo Zhi, who had been waiting outside. He hastened forward, clasping his hands and greeting Mo Zhi. I'm ashamed to have kept you waiting for so long. Initially, Mo Zhi bore a hint of displeasure, but upon observing the copper-hued sheen of Tang Ping's skin, astonishment flickered in his heart, and a smile graced his face. No matter. It is our duty as stewards. Have you truly perfected your copper skin? Fortuitously succeeded. Congratulations. Congratulations. With those words, Mo Zhi's enthusiasm grew. Given Tang Ping's displayed talent, his entry into the inner sect was almost assured, and the prospect of him becoming a core disciple in the future was not without possibility. Half an hour later, the two arrived outside the miscellaneous hall. After exchanging pleasantries and bidding farewell to Mo Zhi, Tang Ping leisurely opened the grand door of the hall. Big brother. As the door swung open, Tang Ping beheld Bian Xiran, who was seated at the counter, indulging in drink. Unlike his previous disheveled appearance, Bian Xiran now donned a white robe, and with his handsome visage and the long sword at his waist, he resembled a sword immortal from a painting. Hiss! Upon hearing this address, Bian Xiran felt a pang of discomfort in his teeth, yet having made a vow to the heavens, he could not deny it. Second, brother. Tang Ping trembled within. There was an almost gritting sensation to the way it was uttered. What brings you here today, big brother? Come to share a drink with your little brother? Noticing Bian Xiran's silence, Tang Ping cautiously probed. Name, Bian Xiran. Cultivation. First level of spirit concentration. Fortune path. Purple chi arrives from the east. Purple, talent. Innate sore body. Purple, outcome. Achieved initial stage of void spirit. Assassinated by the demon clan outside the 100 Herbs Valley. Hiss. Upon examining Bian Xiran's profile, Tang Ping could not help but gasp in astonishment. Big brother, how have you recovered so soon? Was it not said that the breakthrough would occur after 3 months? Originally, he had intended to take these 3 months to slowly cultivate a bond with Bian Xiran. Who would have thought that just 2 days later, Bian Xiran had already made a full recovery? Alas, to be honest, I previously witnessed Bian Xiran explaining to Tang Ping, who appeared utterly perplexed with a gentle sigh. Tang Ping nodded repeatedly, filled with astonishment. Although he was well aware that Bian Xiran would recover and significantly enhance his strength, he felt it necessary to afford his elder brother some respect. When Bian Xiran spoke of his breakthrough to the concentration realm, admiration radiated from Tang Ping's eyes, leaving Bian Xiran feeling somewhat bashful. Ahem, I share this with you to inspire your cultivation, so you may soon reach my level. Do you understand? I understand. Tang Ping responde easily, nodding in sets then. Should you encounter any troubles or have uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to reach out to me through this talisman. As he spoke, Bian Xiran produced a jade talisman and a set of light silver inner armor, handing them to Tang Ping. This silver dragon armor was used in my mortal departure realm. It is now of no use to me, but is quite suitable for you. Donning this armor, you will be able to withstand even an attack from someone in the mortal departure realm. Tang Ping gazed at the exquisite silver dragon armor, its scales shimmering like waves. Even without his brother's words, he could discern that this inner armor was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Receiving such a valuable gift made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Hey, thank you, elder brother, for this armor. Your younger brother humbly accepts it. Bien Chiron's expression softened as he replied, All right, I must now enter seclusion for a period to stabilize my cultivation. Unless there is an urgent matter, do not seek me out. Simply take my token to the disciplinary hall. Understood. I shall wear this armor now. After leaving the miscellaneous hall, Bien Chiron floated in the air, unable to suppress a deep sigh. What have I done? I do not seek to live together, but to die together. If Tang Ping dies, my foundation will be shattered. Had it not been for this, he would have long retreated into seclusion, unconcerned with a mere nascent Yuan disciple. Wait, is this lad not an outer sect, nascent Yuan disciple? A wave of surprise washed over Bien Chiron as he recalled Tang Ping's gleaming copper skin and iron bones. Could it be that this younger brother, whom he had mistakenly recognized, was an extraordinary genius? Chapter 7. Outside the city of suffering, Tang Ping contemplated the jade talisman and silver dragon armor before him, pondering the sudden recovery of Bien Chiron. Was it perhaps due to my influence? Was it because of that drink we shared? At that moment, Tang Ping felt a surge of relief. Grateful that he had formed a brotherhood with his elder brother that day. Otherwise, this invaluable ally would have slipped away. After playing with the jade talisman for a while, Tang Ping stored away. He had seen such talismans on an elder before. Each jade talisman corresponded to a specific elder. Seeing the talisman was akin to meeting the person. Dropping a drop of his blood onto the light silver inner armor, he observed as the blood was swiftly absorbed, establishing a faint connection in his heart. A look of astonishment flashed in Tang Ping's eyes. This inner armor was indeed a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasures are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, and further divided into top grade, superior, mid-grade, and inferior. The yellow grade spiritual treasures correspond to the nascent Yuan and body refinement cultivators, while the profound grade spiritual treasures can only be fully utilized by transcendent cultivators. Among these treasures, defensive spiritual artifacts are the most coveted. This mid-grade profound inner armor is valued comparably to a top-grade or even a superior-grade item. Tang Ping swiftly shed his inner garment and donned the armor. With this protective gear, he could withstand the assaults of transcendent realm experts for a considerable duration. This is the merit of investing in a strong ally. The returns have already begun to manifest shortly after the initial investment. As he relished the first fruits of his investment, Tang Ping envisioned a future abundant with countless allies and treasures. Just consider this silver dragon armor. As a mere outer sect disciple, where could he possibly acquire such formidable inner armor? A mid-grade profound inner armor. Even the elders of the sect would likely covet it upon sight. With no further delays, Tang Ping packed his belongings the next morning and headed straight for the Deacon Hall. The recovery of Bien Chiron could be accelerated, and Hu Fei might also be able to advance to his cave abode sooner than expected. If Hu Fei were to truly inherit the legacy of a transformation realm expert, even if Tang Ping were to break through to the refinement stage, he would still not stand a chance against him. Arriving at the Deacon Hall, Tang Ping ascended directly to the 2nd floor, where all outer sect disciples gathered to accept tasks and acquire cultivation resources. The daily distribution of monthly stipends, which he managed, was one of those tasks. Though it was already the end of the month, the 2nd floor of the Deacon Hall remained bustling with activity, as many outer sect disciples congregated to discuss which tasks to undertake. Prepared in advance, Tang Ping's gaze swiftly darted across the massive stone tablet in the center of the 2nd floor. Moments later, he identified the task he wished to accept. Approaching a middle-aged deacon, he offered a slight bow and spoke. "Esteemed deacon, I wish to undertake the mission to address the rampant beasts outside Ku City." The middle-aged deacon regarded Tang Ping for a moment. Perhaps due to his commendable demeanor, he cautioned, "This task offers a decent reward, but there may be genuine demonic beasts among those creatures, posing considerable danger. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Indeed, I appreciate your assistance, esteemed deacon. The middle-aged deacon did not elaborate further. He accepted the token from Tang Ping's hand, tapped it lightly with an iron pen, and stated, Ku City is quite distant. You have 10 days to complete this mission. Understood. After retrieving his token, Tang Ping proceeded to a grand hall located at the rear of the deacon hall, where a constant flow of individuals was evident, and enforcement disciples patrolled back and forth, clearly guarding the area. Upon entering the hall, he beheld numerous massive stone platforms arranged neatly within. Each platform had a deacon seated beside it, awaiting patrons. This was the Outer Sect's teleportation array, capable of reaching various markets within a radius of 10,000 miles. To Lishan Market, after exchanging a dozen spirit stones, Tang Ping sat cross-legged on one of the stone platforms. After a brief wait of about half an hour, Tang Ping found himself surrounded by more than 10 individuals. Noticing this, the steward below called out and retrieved a colorless crystal, inserting it into a slot before him. The spirit patterns on the stone platform illuminated rapidly, followed by a whirlwind of motion. When Tang Ping regained his vision, he had already arrived in a bustling marketplace. Descending from the stone platform, he took out a map from his pocket, realizing that he was still a full 1,000 miles away from the city of Ku City. Without further delay, he exited the marketplace and soared towards Ku City, riding on the gray clouds. A day later, a weary figure entered Ku City. Upon stepping into the city, Tang Ping observed that the surrounding citizens were hurrying about, and even the guards of the city gate frequently glanced towards the distance. It seemed that the beast disturbances were indeed quite serious, he thought to himself. Following the main road, he found an old inn and stepped inside. Perhaps due to the unrest in the city, there were few patrons at the inn. A waiter promptly approached Tang Ping, exclaiming, Esteemed guest, please come in. Tang Ping chose a corner table and casually placed a piece of silver on the table, saying, Bring me several signature dishes, and if you have good wine, fetch that as well. Afterward, he produced another piece of silver and held it in his hand, stating, I have a few questions for you. If you answer correctly, you may keep this. Ask away, sir, replied the waiter eagerly. Are there any mountains or forests in the vicinity of Ku City? Indeed, there is a small mountain 20 miles to the west of the city, and 50 or 60 miles to the east, there is a mountain range. The recent rampaging beasts seem to have emerged from there. Tang Ping nodded thoughtfully, deducing that the cave of the powerful being must be located in one of those two areas. He tossed both pieces of silver to the waiter and, after enjoying a meal of food and wine, finally rose to leave. To the west of Ku City, Tang Ping circled the small mountain on the gray clouds, but soon departed. The small mountain was not large and lacked ravines. It was evident that the cave of the transformation realm expert was not here. Thus, it seemed that the cave resided within that mountain range. Perfectly. He could complete his sect's mission along the way. With this thought, Tang Ping swiftly flew eastward on his cloud. While soaring through the air, he noticed wild beasts fleeing in panic below, evidently trying to escape from something. When he saw even grizzly bears and wolves in flight, he immediately halted. The sight of such apex predators fleeing indicated the presence of formidable beasts in the mountain range. He wondered what level of cultivation these beasts possessed. Beasts have a cultivation system akin to that of cultivators, albeit with a greater emphasis on physical training. Some powerful beasts even possess their own innate divine abilities. Suddenly, amidst Tang Ping's contemplation, a fierce tiger roar echoed from a distance. Tang Ping's heart stirred. This sound was not that of an ordinary creature. Could it be a tiger demon? A formidable presence among the demon beasts. Tang Ping quietly descended from the skies, subsequently concealing his aura as he moved toward the direction from whence the roar of the tiger emanated. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. Even an ordinary tiger demon can unleash blades of wind from its mouth, utilizing the gentle breeze to enhance its speed. Should he choose to traverse the skies directly, it would render him a mere target for the tiger demon. After a while, Tang Ping crouched atop a grand tree, cautiously surveying the imposing black tiger drinking from the stream in the distance. To his astonishment, the black tiger's body was marred with numerous scars. Among them, the deepest wound nearly severed its spine. Chapter 8. The Black Tiger and the Essence Fruit. The bone marrow shimmered with a faint silver hue. This tiger demon had astonishingly cultivated to the marrow refining stage. Fortunately, it had not completed the refining process. Otherwise, the mission assigned by the sect would surely have ended in failure. He observed that within the black tiger's significantly damaged spine flowed a delicate silver marrow. The marrow refining stage represents the final and most crucial level of the body refining realm. It entails transforming the marrow from white to silver, and then from silver to faint gold, ultimately achieving a state where the marrow pulsates like a pump, thus completing the refining process. Yet, it was evident that this black tiger had not fully refined its marrow. Once the marrow was completely refined, the tiger's strength would multiply exponentially. At that point, even if Tang Ping possessed several lifetimes' worth of courage, he would not dare to confront this black tiger. As Tang Ping pondered how to deal with the black tiger, he suddenly noticed the wounds on the tiger's body were gradually healing. He could not afford to wait any longer. If this tiger demon recovered, he would be no match for it. Go! A talisman slipped from Tang Ping's sleeve, and upon being infused with spiritual energy, transformed into arcs of lightning that struck towards the distant black tiger. Boom! Boom! The sound of thunder erupted, stones flew, and dust swirled. Caught off guard, the black tiger was struck by several bolts of lightning, one of which landed directly upon its wounded back. Roar! Roar! The intense pain and sudden assault elicited furious howls from the black tiger. Tang Ping's expression turned grave as he beheld the still vibrant black tiger. The 5 Thunder Talisman had been his strongest means of attack. After all, he had only just broken through, and his various spells and combat techniques still lingered at the nascent realm. Roar! The black tiger, with its blood-red eyes, suddenly fixed its gaze upon Tang Ping, then unleashed a flurry of wind blades toward him. Sensing the danger, Tang Ping swiftly sidestepped, but was still grazed by one of the wind blades, leaving a slender wound upon his arm. Drip, drip! Blood trickled from his fingertips down his arm, and Tang Ping's expression darkened. Had he not already refined his body to a state of resilience, his right arm would likely have been severed. Since the nascent realm's spells could not vanquish you, I shall resort to the means of the body, refining realm. In the next moment, Tang Ping stomped his foot upon the ground, propelling himself toward the black tiger like a cannonball. A flicker of bloodthirst flashed in the black tiger's eyes, and the moment Tang Ping approached, it lunged forward to bite. I've been waiting for you. Rather than being startled, Tang Ping felt exhilarated. He swiftly darted around to the rear of the black tiger. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the exposed spine of the beast. Roaring in pain, the black tiger attempted to turn and continue its assault on Tang Ping, but he effortlessly evaded its advance. The injury to its spine severely hampered its speed. Even a swift wind could not match its former agility. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Ping circled the black tiger, relentlessly attacking. No matter how it twisted and turned, the severity of its spinal injury rendered its movements sluggish, failing to land a single blow on Tang Ping. Clang! 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 The crisp sounds of impact echoed as Tang Ping struck the tiger's spine repeatedly. Shaking his slightly numb hand, he mused to himself, indeed, a tiger demon that has undergone extensive marrow tempering is remarkably resilient. Suddenly, a rush of wind whipped past Tang Ping's head. Reacting swiftly, he turned to evade, but crack! A powerful tiger tail struck his shoulder. The force of the blow sent him staggering, nearly pinning him to the ground. Tang Ping bellowed, his internal spiritual energy surging wildly, coalescing into his iron fists. With a fierce blow, he struck down upon the black tiger's already injured spine. Snap! The already grievously wounded spine shattered under the force, and the black tiger collapsed, utterly weakened, its once formidable tail now motionless. Seeing this, Tang Ping finally exhaled a sigh of relief, instinctively checking his shoulder. Thankfully, he had been prudent enough to wear the silver dragon armor gifted by his elder brother. Otherwise, his arm would surely have been broken by that strike. He had long heard tales of the formidable physicality of demon beasts, and today he witnessed their prowess firsthand. The sheer strength of the black tiger's body was truly fearsome. as it had taken him considerable effort to break just one of its already injured bones, letting out a roar of defiance. The black tiger's spirit began to fade as Tang Ping continued to rain down blows upon its heart. With the heart's destruction, the brilliance in the tiger's eyes gradually dimmed. Exhausted, Tang Ping sank to the ground, gazing at the massive tiger carcass before him, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. His reckless venture to slay the tiger was driven by a more significant motive. The tiger demon, particularly one that had undergone body tempering, possessed exquisite tiger bones and tiger gallbladder, which were treasures of the highest order. Consuming the tiger gallbladder could directly refine one's internal organs. Soaking the tiger bones and gallbladder in spiritual liquor would further enhance marrow refinement and fortify one's bones and sinews. For a cultivator preparing to refine their internal organs and marrow, these treasures were truly unparalleled. Drawing forth a short sword, Tang Ping began the dissection of the black tiger by the stream. After considerable effort, he managed to separate the tiger's bones, gallbladder, and a bisected heart. He rolled up the enormous tiger's skin and placed it, along with the tiger's fangs, into the storage pouch at his waist. Once he had finished with the carcass, Tang Ping commenced his search in the vicinity. This place was undoubtedly the only ravine within 100 miles of Bitter City, and the cave of the nascent soul expert must be located here. Moments later, Tang Ping discovered a vast cavern, emanating an unbearable stench. Gritting his teeth against the foul odor, he ventured into the cave to investigate. The interior was somewhat dim, and as he gazed down at the multitude of shattered bones, he mused that this must be the lair of the tiger demon. No wonder the beasts in the mountains had fled in a frenzy. It seemed the tiger demon had quite the appetite. Delving deeper into the cave, Tang Ping searched but found little of interest. Just as disappointment began to set in and he contemplated leaving, he suddenly noticed a small patch of dark purple vines on the rocky wall in a corner. Upon these vines hung over a dozen thumb-sized purple fruits. What is this? Tang Ping's heart stirred. These fruits appeared strikingly familiar. The cleansing fruit. As he faced the imminent refinement of his organs and marrow, Tang Ping was well acquainted with the spiritual herbs that could aid in the enhancement of the physical body, and the cleansing fruit was among the most esteemed. No wonder Hu Fei had rapidly refined all the marrow in his body. It was because he had discovered this. The tiger demon likely guarded this place for the same reason. Tang Ping's face was alight with joy. Even if he failed to find the cave of the nascent soul expert, this excursion would not be in vain. He retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch and carefully plucked all the cleansing fruits, placing them within a box. Satisfied, he secured the jade box and exited the tiger's lair, resuming his quest along the stream for the nascent soul cave. Chapter 9. Entering the cave and gaining the legacy. 10 days later, Tang Ping stood by the stream, a hint of anxiety flickering in his eyes. Over the past 10 days, he had scoured the entire ravine and even searched the surrounding mountains, yet he had still found no trace of the nascent soul cave. Must he truly wait another 20 days for the cave to open? Tang Ping pondered. Having perused numerous biographies, he understood that some caves only revealed themselves at specific times, rendering them elusive at ordinary intervals. However, with the outer set competition approaching, missing this opportunity would mean waiting another year, and he did not have that much time to squander. He resolved to wait for another 10 days. If nothing materialized, he would return at once. As for whether the nascent soul cave would fall into Hu Fei's hands, Tang Ping felt no concern. Hu Fei's presence was likely prompted by the discovery of the tiger demon by Bitter City citizens, who then reported it to the sect, prompting the sect to dispatch Hu Fei. Now that the tiger demon had been slain by him, Hu Fei would naturally not come. Contemplating this, Tang Ping settled himself by the stream, retrieving the tiger gall from his possession. After rinsing it briefly in the water, he gazed at the gall in his hand. With a determined bite, Tang Ping swiftly consumed the substantial gall in 3 decisive motions. He then began to circulate his internal energy, and as the gall entered his abdomen, it transformed into a warm current that flowed through his vital organs. Tang Ping felt as though his insides were enveloped by this warmth, continuously cleansing him. The impurities nestled deep within his organs were expelled in mere moments, exiting his body through his pores. It took him half a day to fully digest the tiger gall. By that time, a faint sheen had enveloped his internal organs, setting them apart from the mundane. The effects of the gall proved to be remarkable. He pondered the potential benefits of the tiger bones and heart, but lamented the absence of spiritual liquor nearby. Rather than rising, Tang Ping continued to refine his internal organs with spiritual energy. Following the tempering from the tiger gall, the resilience of his organs had significantly enhanced, allowing him to confidently utilize his spiritual energy without fear of self-harm. Thus, 9 days passed, and just as Tang Ping believed he was destined to remain apart from the transformation cave, a sudden cry of a monkey echoed in the distance. Startled, he sprang to his feet, directing his gaze toward the source of the call. The piercing sound revealed that the creature was indeed a genuine demonic beast. However, he had thoroughly searched this mountain range, and not only had he not encountered any demonic monkeys, but even regular ones had eluded him. With a vigorous leap, Tang Ping ascended to the treetops, swiftly making his way toward the origin of the cry. After a while, he came upon a colossal demonic ape. This beast stood over 3 meters tall, its body marred with bite and claw marks, and it clutched a blood-stained iron rod in its powerful hand. Connecting the dots with the injured black tiger, Tang Ping swiftly grasped the situation. The black tiger had likely been gravely wounded by this very ape, perhaps even on the brink of having its spine shattered. For reasons unknown, he sensed a profound stillness and despair emanating from the ape. It swung the iron rod tirelessly until exhaustion forced it to the ground. Only then did Tang Ping notice that the ape's eyes were a ghostly white, clearly indicating blindness. A mournful cry escaped from the ape's lips. In that moment, Tang Ping realized that the grayish-white fur of the ape was not its natural hue. It had taken on this appearance as its lifespan drew to a close. Just as he contemplated this, the iron rod slipped from the ape's grasp, crashing to the ground and creating a significant crater. The creature's life force dwindled to a mere whisper, and as a solitary tear rolled down its cheek, its essence faded entirely. Tang Ping stepped cautiously from a forest, puzzled by the ape's sudden appearance and its demise in this spot. After circling the area where the ape had perished, an idea sparked within him, and he retrieved a stack of wind blade talismans from his possession. Subsequently, with a surge of spiritual energy, a multitude of wind blades surged towards the surrounding rock walls, the ground, and the brook, causing debris to scatter and dust to rise. However, Tang Ping suddenly found himself before a rock wall, having just witnessed the wind blade strike its surface, yet the wall remained utterly unscathed. Reaching out to caress the wall, Tang Ping unexpectedly delivered a powerful punch, only to see his arm plunge directly into the rock. So this is how it is. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Tang Ping's eyes as he channeled his spiritual energy, causing his entire being to meld into the rock. Upon entering the wall, Tang Ping's eyes suddenly brightened. He beheld several wooden cottages nestled in the midst of a 2-acre field, presenting a scene reminiscent of a rustic farmstead. Could this be the abode of that formidable practitioner? The pastoral imagery was so incongruous with the notion of a transcendent being that Tang Ping found it hard to reconcile. Following the narrow path through the fields, he arrived at the central wooden cottage. With a creak, he pushed the door open, revealing a simple interior with only a mat laid out, atop which sat an elderly man who appeared to have just drifted into slumber. It was said that a practitioner at the Transcendence realm could remain uncorrupted for a century after death. Surely, such a powerful cultivator could have their physical form endure for a millennium. Upon seeing the old man, Tang Ping was not taken aback. Instead, he respectfully bowed before him. Then his gaze fell upon a jade slip resting before the elder. Bending down to retrieve the jade slip, Tang Ping probed it with his spiritual energy, discovering it contained the elder's final instructions. I am Qing Daozi. After struggling to reach the later stages of the transformation realm, I have been unable to progress further, and thus I have chosen to seclude myself here. Before my retreat, I bestowed various treasures upon the disciples of my sect, and now, as my time draws near, there is little left to bequeath. However, having cultivated for a myriad of years, though my accomplishments are but modest, I am unwilling to let my life's learnings vanish into oblivion. In the adjacent wooden cottage lies my legacy. I beseech any fellow cultivator, even if they do not practice this method, to pass my teachings to a worthy successor. The spiritual fields outside are abundant with spiritual flora, which shall serve as compensation for your kindness. As for Ching, the gentle monkey, I kindly request that you do not harm it. Allow it to depart freely. Should it choose to remain, let it continue to keep me company here. Tang Ping carefully stored the jade slip, again bowing respectfully to the elder, before rising and entering the adjacent wooden cottage. There, on a shelf, lay 2 more jade slips in serene repose. Tang Ping picked them up and examined them. One contained a technique sufficient to cultivate to the void god realm, known as the Jade Balance Immortal Decision. The other recorded a corresponding sword technique, entitled the Jade Balance Sword Art. After placing the 2 jade slips into his storage pouch, Tang Ping turned and exited the wooden cottage. He beheld the 2 acres of spiritual fields, now in utter disarray. Observing the claw marks scattered throughout the fields, Tang Ping finally comprehended why the old monkey had clashed so fiercely with the tiger demon. The old monkey could have long since returned to the mountains, yet it had chosen to remain out of loyalty to its master. The tiger demon recklessly intruded, devastating the spiritual fields left by the elder. Regardless of who it was, the old ape would fight to the death. Chapter 10. Qingha Chamber of Commerce. Emerging from the cave, Tang Ping hesitated for a moment as he gazed upon the massive figure of the old ape, then began to dig a deep pit in front of the rock wall, burying the giant ape within. Let it remain here, forever accompanying its master. With a leap, Tang Ping soared into the air, and beneath his feet, a gray cloud quickly formed, carrying him towards the Lishan market. Seated atop the gray cloud, Tang Ping began to contemplate his recent acquisitions. He decided to keep the tiger bones and heart for himself, while the enormous tiger skin and fangs could be sold directly in the market. Furthermore, the marrow cleansing fruits should aid in his cultivation, allowing him to achieve the pinnacle of the marrow refining stage. At that point, he could seek the foundation treasures to break through the transcendent realm. However, the most precious treasure from this expedition was undoubtedly the legacy left by the elder. Tang Ping produced a jade slip and began to peruse its contents. The Jade Balance Immortal Technique consists of 7 levels, a fragmentary method acquired by the elder during his years, with only the first 4 levels obtained, corresponding to the body refining, transcendent, spirit condensation, and infant transformation stages. The elder had devoted his entire life to deducing the 5th layer, yet lacked the ability to continue his practice. This technique is the most unique he has encountered in his millennia of cultivation. It serves only 2 purposes: to enhance the purity of a cultivator's spiritual power and to expand their spiritual sea. After a cursory read, Tang Ping retrieved the Jade Balance Sword Technique. This technique was created by the elder to maximize the effectiveness of the Jade Balance Immortal Technique. Although named a sword technique, it is fundamentally a sword formation. It is divided into 3 swords, 9 swords, 36 swords, 81 swords, and 256 swords. It allows numerous spiritual swords to form a sword array, capable of defeating opponents of a higher tier. Gasp! To manipulate such a multitude of spiritual swords requires a considerable level of mental acuity. Yet, from this brief description, Tang Ping could envision the terrifying power that would be unleashed when controlling a rain of swords to form a sword array. It seems he must procure some ordinary spiritual swords. A smile crept onto Tang Ping's face. This journey had not only yielded the tiger bones and heart to assist in refining his organs, but also the marrow cleansing fruits. Moreover, he had inherited the legacy left by the elder Qing Tai. This undertaking could only be described as a bountiful return. The following day, after an entire day of flight, Tang Ping finally returned to the Lishan market. Observing the gray cloud beneath him, he mused that it was time to purchase a suitable spiritual treasure for transportation. Relying solely on the gray cloud was simply too slow. Entering the market, Tang Ping made a beeline for the Qingha Chamber of Commerce located at the center of the marketplace. Following the flow of people, he soon beheld an opulent and imposing pavilion standing majestically in the heart of the market. The Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. The four grand characters carved from exquisite spiritual stones exuded the immense financial power of the Qinghe Chamber. Having met the elder, did the elder wish to purchase something, or was there something to sell? Upon entering the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, a beautiful maid with the cultivation of the nascent origin realm approached him. Please show me what you have. Very well. Esteemed senior, please follow me. As he observed the graceful figure and striking features of the maid ahead, Tang Ping couldn't help but admire the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce for its discerning eye. It was no small feat to gather so many women with spiritual roots and exceptional appearances, not to mention recruiting them as attendants. Following the maid into a tranquil chamber, she bowed respectfully to the middle-aged cultivator and Tang Ping before gracefully exiting the room. What can this fellow cultivator offer? Tang Ping quickly discerned that this middle-aged cultivator was merely a nascent origin practitioner. However, being an appraiser for the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce clearly indicated his true expertise. He retrieved the tiger's skin and fangs from his storage pouch, instantly filling the room with a sanguine aura, rather than showing disdain. The middle-aged cultivator appeared pleasantly surprised as he stroked the tiger skin before him. This black tiger likely possessed the cultivation of the refinement of marrow stage. Alas, it fell short of perfection. Otherwise, the quality of this hide could have been elevated further. After caressing the tiger skin for a moment, the middle-aged cultivator spoke with a hint of regret. If it had truly achieved the pinnacle of the refinement of marrow stage, you might not have the opportunity to meet me. At these words, the middle-aged cultivator paused in surprise, then raised his head to offer Tang Ping an apologetic smile. I spoke too freely. While this tiger skin is indeed precious, it has several damaged areas, which will significantly affect its value. As for these fangs, they can only be used to forge a few yellow-gray daggers at best. At that moment, however, Tang Ping's attention was no longer on the tiger skin. For as the middle-aged cultivator lifted his gaze, he caught sight of the cultivator's profile. Name, Zheng Yi Cultivation, nascent origin 8th layer, fortune, fluctuating, yellow, talent, unremarkable, white, with a discerning eye, green, destiny, perished unexpectedly while refining his skull at the refinement of body stage. Recent turnaround, received a top-tier foundational treasure from a nascent origin cultivator 3 hours later, presented to the chamber's higher-ups, and consequently gained significant favor and promotion. Fluctuating, yellow, greatly unstable fortune, beyond one's control. A top-tier foundational treasure. Tang Ping couldn't help but widen his eyes. The transcendence realm transcends the mundane. At the moment of breakthrough, a foundational treasure is required to establish the path of immortality. The foundational treasure used for the breakthrough can profoundly influence a cultivator's posture, root, and future cultivation. Cultivators begin with a nascent origin realm, allowing their meridians to adapt to the flow of spiritual energy, followed by the refinement of body to enable their physical form to endure vast amounts of spiritual power. These are the foundational stages, and only after the refinement of body can one transcend into the true realm of cultivation, distinctly separating oneself from the ordinary. Subsequently, the realms of concentration, transformation of infants, illusory spirit, and great void each possess their own mysteries. The treasure of the foundation lies in the cultivation achieved after transcending the ordinary realm. It allows cultivators to rely on this foundational treasure and embark on the true path of immortality. Altogether, these items are valued at over 3,900 spirit stones. If you, my friend, were to sell them to the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, I could personally raise the price to 4,000 spirit stones. What do you think? Sold. Tang Ping replied directly, and then inquired, do you have standard spirit sword in your chamber? Yes. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing the mention of standard spirit swords, the middle-aged man's face lit up with joy. A lucrative deal was at hand. In less than half a tea time, he returned with 3 wooden boxes, which he opened to introduce. These are crafted by the instrument masters of our Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, categorized as low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. What are the prices? Tang Ping asked. The low-grade swords are 200 spirit stones each, The mid-grade swords are 500 spirit stones, and the high-grade swords cost 2,000 spirit stones. Tang Ping's expression shifted. To execute the Yu Hung sword formation, he would need at least 3 spirit swords, while the low-grade and mid-grade swords were considerably cheaper. The disparity in power compared to high-grade swords was significant. "Do you purchase cleansing marrow fruits?" he inquired. "Yes. Do you have cleansing marrow fruits on you?" "As long as the year is sufficient. Our Qinghe Chamber of Commerce typically offers 3,000 spirit stones per fruit." The middle-aged man responded eagerly. "I was fortunate enough to obtain a few." Tang Ping produced a jade box, opened it, and revealed 3 dark purple cleansing marrow fruits lying quietly inside. Cleansing marrow fruits of this vintage are rare. If you can part with all of them, our Qinghe Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay 10,000 spirit stones for them. "Very well, I will sell them all. Additionally, I want 3 high-grade yellow spirit swords and 1 high-grade yellow spirit treasure for transportation." "Understood. Please wait a moment." When the middle-aged man returned, he held 4 wooden boxes and a golden silk pouch. "Here are the 3 high-grade yellow spirit swords and the 5-colored lotus. The total for the 3 spirit swords is 6,000 spirit stones, and the 5-colored lotus is 4,000 spirit stones. Here are 4,000 spirit stones. Please accept them." "Excellent." Tang Ping collected everything into his storage pouch and smiled at the middle-aged man, saying, "I will enjoy some tea here. Do you mind?" "Not at all. Not at all. Please make yourself comfortable." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded. The commission from just Tang Ping alone exceeded what he typically earned in 5 days. Naturally, he had no objections. Chapter 11. The Supreme Foundation Treasure. The Heavenly Spirit Pearl. After sitting in a quiet room for over 2 hours, Tang Ping calculated the time and concluded that the cultivator carrying the foundational treasure should be arriving soon. He then stood up and said, "I apologize for delaying your appraisal." The middle-aged cultivator showed no resentment. Instead, he expressed gratitude, saying, "I owe you my thanks, my friend. If it weren't for your guidance, I would have remained unaware of the perilous nature of cultivating in the body refinement realm. It was merely idle chatter. However, it is indeed extremely dangerous when refining the skull. You must exercise utmost caution during the process." "Absolutely. I will be vigilant." The middle-aged monk personally escorted Tang Ping out of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, drawing the attention of several wandering cultivators nearby. Among them, a man clad in the robes of an outer disciple of the Tianyuan sect, upon witnessing this scene, first froze in surprise, then hurriedly lowered his head and departed. Tang Ping, who was meandering near the entrance of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, was oblivious to this occurrence. His focus was entirely on the nascent soul cultivators frequenting the establishment. It was known that there were few nascent soul cultivators at the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. Tang Ping calculated the timing and, after waiting for only the brief duration of a tea ceremony, spotted a pale-faced man hesitating outside the chamber. "This must be the one," Tang Ping mused, and as he passed by, he feigned a casual complaint, saying, "This Qinghe Chamber of Commerce is truly extortionate. They charge 100 spirit stones just for appraisal fees. Isn't that outright robbery? My family has been appraising treasures for 3 generations, and I only charge 20 spirit stones for my services. Yet this fellow dares to ask for 100. The nascent soul cultivator, who had been wavering on whether to enter for an appraisal, felt a jolt at these words and quickly grasped Tang Ping's arm, exclaiming, "Are you, my friend, someone who can appraise treasures?" Tang Ping glanced at him and replied, "Have you heard of my golden eye reputation?" The pale-faced man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded, saying, "Indeed, it is your golden eye's reputation that has led me to seek you for an appraisal. Ha ha ha, you're not too shabby. What treasure do you wish for me to appraise? Let's see it." Tang Ping laughed heartily, patting the man, appearing quite pleased with him. Encouraged, the man promptly produced a dull black stone and said, "Please, appraise this item for me." Tang Ping took the stone, feeling a sense of surprise. It bore no resemblance to any top-tier foundational treasures. The man beside him eagerly explained, "This item has descended with heavenly thunder, impervious to blade or flame. I have exerted considerable effort without leaving a scratch." Seeing Tang Ping's expression falter, the pale-faced man quickly added, "Are you certain?" This is merely an ordinary piece of thunderstruck wood. Impossible. I witnessed its descent with my own eyes. And I assure you, with my eyes, I have never erred. Tang Ping retorted. Then, gripping the black stone tightly, he suddenly exerted force, and the stone split in two. The pale-faced man hastily seized the pieces, examining them closely. Look at the fracture's texture. What else could it be but thunderstruck wood? Ah, what a disappointment. As Tang Ping prepared to leave, the white-faced cultivator's eyes darted, and he clutched Tang Ping's sleeve, crying out, "You owe me for my treasure. Everyone, come and see. This appraiser has ruined my treasure and still intends to leave." Tang Ping was initially taken aback, but a strange glint flashed in his eyes. "If you proceed in this manner, I shall feel no guilt whatsoever." A crowd of cultivators had gathered nearby, drawn by the commotion, and within moments, over 10 cultivators were pointing and discussing the unfolding scene, with the backing of others. The pale-faced monk wailed unabashedly, "You owe me a treasure. It was a family heirloom passed down through 8 generations. Even if you deem it worthless, you should not have destroyed it." Tang Ping shot a glare at the monk, and, noticing the growing crowd, spoke with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Isn't it merely a piece of ordinary thunderstruck wood? I'll compensate you. 100 spirit stones." "You!" the monk exclaimed. "Is there no justice left in this world?" Tang Ping's face flushed with anger as he pulled a mid-grade spirit stone from his pocket and hurled it at the monk, declaring, "Now get out of here." "Very well. Safe travels, senior." The pale-faced monk swiftly snatched the spirit stone and vanished without a trace. Exasperated, Tang Ping picked up the thunderstruck wood and muttered as he exited the market, "What bad luck to encounter such a person." As he walked out of the market, Tang Ping commanded the multicolored lotus to soar into the sky. Moments later, he arrived at a desolate hill, where he retrieved the remaining piece of thunderstruck wood. He discarded half of it and crushed the other with great force. To his astonishment, a pale, golden spirit pearl was revealed within the remaining piece of wood. The instant the pearl emerged, a golden radiance shot into the heavens, illuminating the sky. Countless Tao runes and spiritual patterns swirled around the pearl, and the profound sounds of nature resonated nearby. Layers of auspicious light enveloped the pearl, presenting an extraordinary spectacle. After a brief moment, the wondrous phenomena dissipated, and the pearl's brilliance subdued, transforming into a pale, golden jade orb resting in Tang Ping's palm. "Ha ha ha!" Tang Ping couldn't contain his joy as he gazed at the extraordinary foundational treasure in his hand, laughing heartily at the monk's ignorance. He knew of a supreme treasure that descended with heavenly thunder, known as the celestial spirit pearl. It was a true innate creation born of heaven and earth, regarded as the pinnacle of foundational treasures. Had it not been mentioned in the Jade Balance immortal technique, which stated that this item was the most suitable foundational treasure for cultivating the technique, he might have remained unaware of its origins. Calming his excitement, Tang Ping carefully placed the celestial spirit pearl into a jade box and stored it in his spatial pouch. After changing out of his robes, he donned the attire of a disciple from the Tianyuan sect, adorned a white fox mask, and took to the skies towards the market once more. After exchanging more than a dozen spirit stones, Tang Ping utilized the teleportation array to return to the sect. Removing the mask, he made his way to the deacon's hall. Moments later, he exited the hall with a small pouch of spirit stones. For such a task, the sect had granted him a mere 5 contribution points and 150 spirit stones, rewards he valued greatly given his current circumstances. First, go cultivate a relationship with Lin Xi. If she awakens her physique suddenly like brother, wouldn't I suffer a great loss? Tang Ping thought to himself as he hastened towards Lin Xi's residence. The activities of outer disciples were confined to the 10 peaks of the outer sect, and Tang Ping was only responsible for distributing the monthly stipend of his own peak. Thus, Lin Xi's dwelling was not far, nestled in a courtyard halfway up the mountain. Lin Xi. As Tang Ping arrived at the courtyard, he noticed Lin Xi descending the mountain with a somewhat dejected expression. "Brother Tang." Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Xi quickly looked up, and upon seeing Tang Ping, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. "Where have you been, Lin Xi?" You seem quite down just now. Tang Ping inquired. Lin Xi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, I went to the miscellaneous hall to look for you, Brother Tang, but I found out you hadn't returned yet. Seeing Lin Xi's delicate demeanor, Tang Ping felt a jolt in his heart and explained, I forgot to tell you. I took on a sect mission recently and just returned. Oh, right. Brother Tang, what brings you here? Gazing into Lin Xi's expectant eyes, Tang Ping smiled broadly and said, I came to find you, of course. I discovered a hairpin in the market that I thought would suit you quite well, so I bought it to present to you. A hairpin? For me? Lin Xi's fair complexion turned crimson to her ears. Here, try it on and see how it looks, Tang Ping said, retrieving a beautiful jade hairpin and gently placing it in her hair. This hairpin was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also a low-grade spiritual treasure with the ability to condense chi and sharpen focus. This is too precious. Not all, shimmy. Just wear it and look beautiful. Chapter 12. The law enforcement team arrives. Well, I wondered where that alluring scent was coming from. Turns out it's you little vixen, flaunting your charms here. Just as the two were enjoying a tender moment, an unpleasant voice interrupted from the side. Tang Ping turned to see a rather sharp-featured female disciple speaking. Yang Chun, what have I done to offend you that you would insult me so? Oh, poor you. A mere newly admitted disciple, lacking nothing in spirit stones or elixirs. What did you exchange for them, if not your body? Shameless. Lin Xi's face turned pale with anger, ready to retort, but Tang Ping stepped in front of her, gently ruffling her hair, and said, She's merely a wild dog, unable to tolerate others' excellence. Remember, not being hated is the mark of mediocrity. The fact that someone is beginning to envy and resent you only proves you are becoming more exceptional. Really? Is that true? Have I ever lied to you? As Tang Ping's gentle smile met her gaze, Lin Xi's previously pale face flushed a vibrant red once more. Who are you calling a wild dog? Be quiet. Tang Ping suddenly turned around and shouted at Yang Chun. The formidable aura belonging to the third level of the body refinement realm erupted in an instant. The overwhelming might surged forth like a crashing wave, sweeping towards Yang Chun. The immense pressure rendered the sharp-tongued woman, who was merely at the fifth level of the gathering essence stage, utterly speechless. With a glacial expression, Tang Ping declared, If I ever see you making a ruckus in front of junior sister Lin again, I will break your legs. Leave. After Yang Chun departed in a flustered state, Tang Ping's icy demeanor dissipated, and he looked at Lin Xi with a gentle warmth. To deal with such individuals, one must inflict pain and instill fear. Only then will they refrain from provoking you. At that moment, Lin Xi's eyes sparkled with admiration. No one had ever protected her in such a manner. The sensation was as if she were being entirely enveloped in warmth. Is it possible that Brother Tang truly has feelings for me? She pondered. Yet, what if Brother Tang treats all his peers this way? What if he merely takes pity on me and offers care? All right, I must return to prepare for the outer sect competition. You can come to see me then. Yes, you. Lin Xi nodded earnestly. Observing her reaction, Tang Ping could not help but smile slightly before gracefully departing the courtyard. As she watched him leave, Lin Xi suddenly touched her flushed cheeks, pondering. What has come over me? Have I truly developed feelings for Brother Tang? But does he feel the same way about me? Having lost her parents at a young age, she had never experienced the warmth of family and had struggled alone in this world. She had once thought that entering the legendary sect of Cultivation would allow her to live the life she had always imagined. However, after just a month within the sect, she discovered that this world was even more ruthless than the outside. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, she experienced, for the first time, what it felt like to be cared for and protected. A figure had quietly entered her heart, gently pulling her back from the brink of hopelessness. With only a few days left until the outer sect competition, it was imperative to first transition her cultivation technique. Upon returning to the miscellaneous affairs hall, Tang Ping opened the door that had been sealed for days and sat cross-legged behind the counter, beginning to comprehend the first layer of the Yuheng immortal decision. This was the place where Tang Ping had unknowingly embezzled countless spirit stones, prompting the Qinghe Merchant Association to send someone personally. While Tang Ping was engrossed in his meditation, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Moments later, an outer sect disciple burst in, accompanied by several members of the law enforcement team. Upon seeing the leader, Tang Ping's brow furrowed slightly. Wang Ming, he thought. This fellow was one of his few adversaries. Their enmity had begun the moment they entered the outer sect together. Name, Wang Ming, cultivation level. Gathering essence 8th level, fortune, exceptional, yellow, talent, above average, white, outcome. His cultivation stagnated at the peak of the body refinement realm, ultimately meeting a tragic end in a dispute with others. Turning point of the host. Initially intending to plot against the host during the outer sect competition, I discovered outside the Qinghe Commerce Association that the host was being escorted away by members of the association, and that his cultivation had already reached the body refinement stage. I altered my course of action and directly slandered the host, accusing him of embezzling spirit stones, thereby prompting the law enforcement team to strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect. Note, this is a critical turning point in the host's fate. Please handle it with care. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Tang Ping's eyes as he realized who had been plotting against him. It was indeed this scoundrel. Several senior brothers from the law enforcement team approached him, inquiring about their business. We have received reports from a disciple stating that you have abused your position to embezzle spirit stones allocated to disciples. Please accompany us. Tang Ping cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ming and began to explain, Brothers, you may not be aware, but I have long-standing grievances with this person. This matter is merely his slander against me. I implore you to discern wisely. Upon hearing this, some members of the law enforcement team looked towards Wang Ming, evidently swayed by Tang Ping's words. However, the leader of the law enforcement team waved his hand dismissively, declaring, Regardless of your grievances, since there has been a report, you must come with us to the law enforcement hall for judgment by the elders. At this, a subtle expression crossed Tang Ping's face. No wonder Wang Ming dared to bring people here. It seems he had conspired with this fellow to tightly secure the blame on me. Very well, I shall accompany you, Tang Ping replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stepped out from behind the counter and followed the law enforcement disciples towards the law enforcement hall. With the outer sect competition imminent, many disciples returning from their missions were preparing for the contest. Consequently, when Tang Ping was escorted out by the law enforcement disciples from the miscellaneous hall, numerous disciples witnessed the scene and began to murmur among themselves. Before the law enforcement disciples could explain, Wang Ming activated his spiritual power and loudly proclaimed, Tang Ping from the miscellaneous hall has embezzled spirit stones under the pretext of distributing the monthly salaries to disciples. Members of the law enforcement team have personally come to escort him back to the law enforcement hall. Upon hearing this, Tang Ping's expression turned peculiar. However, he refrained from explaining. Since Wang Ming wished to escalate the matter, let it be so. Brother Chiu, might this be somewhat inappropriate? A disciple from the law enforcement team quietly addressed the leader, Chiu Shi. Is there a problem with escorting him back to the law enforcement hall? Chiu Shi retorted, No, none at all. In a matter of moments, a significant number of outer sect disciples were drawn in, and seeing that the crowd had gathered sufficiently, Chiu Shi gestured grandly, leading Tang Ping towards the law enforcement hall. Let us go. Follow along to witness. Embezzling spirit stones from the sect. Even inner sect disciples found guilty of this crime cannot escape punishment. Among the crowd was the sharp-tongued female disciple Yang Chun, whom Tang Ping had reprimanded earlier. Seeing the once imposing Tang Ping now being escorted away by the law enforcement team, a twisted smile crept across Yang Chun's face as she remarked to the disciples nearby, This is the very person. As an outer sect disciple, not only do I lack for resources for self-cultivation, but I also squander vast amounts of spirit stones on other paramours. Such shamelessness. Is it truly so? Upon witnessing many disciples turn their gazes, the sharp-tongued woman felt a surge of delight and promptly spoke. I saw it with my own eyes. Just a moment ago, I wondered where this person acquired so many spirit stones. It turns out they were embezzled from the sect's distribution to us. Yang Chun suddenly shifted her gaze and darted out of the crowd, heading straight for Lin Xi's courtyard. Little Vixen, upon hearing Yang Chun's voice outside, Lin Xi, who had just entered a meditative state, felt a flicker of anger in her eyes and immediately rose to confront her. If you come again, I shall report you to the enforcement team. As Lin Xi stepped out, her delicate face was suffused with anger. Seeing Lin Xi's exquisite appearance only deepened Yang Chun's jealousy. Go ahead. It's just the right time to witness how your paramour is stripped of all cultivation by the enforcement team. No wonder you possess so many spirit stones. I never imagined they were the sect's ill-gotten gains. Senior Brother Tang would never embezzle the sect's spirit stones. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for wrongfully accusing an innocent? Your senior brother Tang has already been escorted back to the enforcement hall by the enforcement team. Are you claiming the enforcement team wrongfully targets the innocent? Ha ha ha. At these words, Lin Xi's expression shifted dramatically. Without further ado, she ascended in a cloud towards the enforcement hall, disregarding Yang Chun. Yang Chun, seeing this, hastily followed, eager to witness the downfall of this pair of scoundrels. Chapter 13. My Brother Bien Shiran. In the outer sect enforcement hall, the elder presiding over the hall sat sternly at the forefront, gazing at Tang Ping with a serious countenance. Tang Ping, do you acknowledge your crimes? The disciple is unaware of any crimes committed. Tang Ping replied respectfully to the elder at the head of the hall. Regarding the embezzled sect spirit stones, our enforcement team has already gathered witnesses and evidence following a disciple's report. Autumn Stone, who had escorted Tang Ping back, shouted at him, "Oh, I am quite curious to know where this so-called evidence and testimony lies. I, Tang Ping, would never have such audacity." Autumn Stone scoffed. "You imply that our enforcement team slanders you? Bring them forth." At that, several outer sect disciples, led by Wang Ming, entered. As soon as they stepped in, they knelt within the hall, beseeching the elders seated at the forefront. "We implore the elder to uphold justice. Please, elder, we are outer sect disciples, and our cultivation resources are already scarce. Our monthly stipend is vital for our practice. Yet, this Tang Ping has withheld our stipends for his own use. Such behavior is utterly unworthy of a human being." Tang Ping cast a sidelong glance at the tearful Wang Ming, inwardly remarking that this individual would have surely been a leading actor in his past life. "Tang Ping, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Elder Fong turned his gaze towards Tang Ping, his voice cold and commanding. "The disciple has not embezzled any sect spirit stones. I have distributed the spirit stones to these individuals as per the regulations. I beseech the elder to see the truth." Is this the bag used by the miscellaneous hall to distribute spirit stones? I have yet to open it." At that moment, Wang Ming unexpectedly produced a bag from somewhere, handing it to a disciple of the law enforcement hall. The disciple promptly delivered the bag to Elder Fong. Upon receiving the bag, Elder Fong opened it and emptied its contents. 5 spirit stones tumbled out, landing on the table. It is well known that outer disciples receive 10 spirit stones as their monthly stipend. Why then have you given me only 5? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Tang Ping burst into laughter. "Tang Ping, why do you laugh?" Elder Fong inquired, frowning slightly. The disciple, though dim-witted, understands that such items as evidence only serve to bring ridicule. Randomly selecting a few disciples and using the bag I previously employed to distribute spirit stones to contain a few as material evidence. If this is all there is, then the disciple has no retort. I report to the elder. I request a thorough investigation of Tang Ping's storage bag and a search of his residence. I personally witnessed Tang Ping being escorted out by members of the Qingham Merchant Association. If he had not purchased a vast amount of treasures, how could this be? Tang Ping's expression changed. The other items in his storage bag could be explained, but if the celestial spirit pearl and the transformation of infant's inheritance were exposed, even if the sect did not forcibly seize them, he would certainly attract unwanted attention. A supreme foundational treasure and an inheritance of the transformation of infants would tempt even those of the same realm. What? Are you afraid? If you wish to search my storage bag, then you must submit your own bags and lay your belongings bare for all disciples to see. Are you willing? Upon hearing this, the disciples' expressions shifted. Who among them did not harbor secrets of their own, willing to expose them for public scrutiny? Just then, Lin Xi hurried over, anxiously watching Tang Ping from outside the law enforcement hall. Yang Chun followed closely behind, and upon seeing Elder Fong's hesitant expression, he called out boldly, "I have evidence too. Let me in. Let her in." Elder Fong, seeing another witness, permitted her entry. Disciple Yang Chun, greetings to the elder. Greetings to the senior brothers. Yang Chun, you claim to have evidence. What is it? The disciple replied, "I know that Tang Ping has a paramour within the sect, who is just outside the hall. Not only has Tang Ping embezzled spirit stones for personal use, but he has also gifted a substantial amount to his paramour, bestowing numerous treasures. Even hairpins, they're spirit artifacts. Mind your words." Tang Ping shot a glare at Yang Chun, a glint of menace in his eyes, causing Yang Chun to involuntarily retreat a few steps. He then turned to Elder Fong, looking aggrieved. "Please, Elder, discern the truth. That person is named Lin Xi, just outside the hall. The elder may allow her to enter for questioning." "Where is Lin Xi?" Elder Fong inquired, turning to the entrance. Lin Xi emerged slowly from the crowd, her skin as smooth as cream, resembling a celestial being stepped out from a painting. Even Elder Fong, upon first sight, felt momentarily entranced. "Are you Lin Xi?" "Yes. Tang Ping has provided you with a plethora of spirit stones and treasures for your cultivation?" "No. Senior Brother Tang merely offered guidance in my practice. He has not bestowed any treasures upon me." "Umph. No treasures? What about the hairpin adorning your head?" Suddenly, Tang Ping turned to Yang Chun and spoke. "That was a gift I presented to Sister Lin." "What of it?" Upon saying this, Tang Ping leaned closer to Lin Xi and whispered, "Fear not. It is nothing. Leave it to me." Bold Tang Ping, in the hallowed halls of the law enforcement hall. "How dare you behave so brazenly?" Wang Ming, observing the scene, was instantly invigorated and quickly reprimanded him. "Tang Ping, as an outer disciple, from whence do you acquire such abundant spirit stones, if not by embezzling from the sect?" Elder Fong also furrowed his brow, questioning Tang Ping. "Where did your spirit stones originate?" "Some were gifted by my elder brother, while others were obtained through fortunate encounters during my travels." "Absurd. Who does not know that you, Tang Ping, have no relatives within the sect?" "An elder brother, indeed." "Tang Ping, should you continue with your nonsensical claims, do not blame this elder for imposing penalties." Just as Elder Fong prepared to pass judgment upon Tang Ping, he suddenly found a jade talisman in Tang Ping's hand. The moment he beheld the talisman, Elder Fong's expression shifted to one of sheer disbelief, his voice faltering. "You, where did you steal the elder's command talisman?" Beside him, Qiushi instantly recognized the talisman in Tang Ping's grasp and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Wang Ming hastily shouted, "Even if he possesses an elder's command talisman, it cannot absolve him of his misdeeds. Is the elder Bien you speak of your so-called brother?" Yet Elder Fong disregarded the two, instead swiftly moving to stand before Tang Ping, scrutinizing the talisman in his hand. Indeed, upon hearing the name Elder Bien, many disciples gasped in shock. Recently, news had spread throughout the sect of the addition of a new elder at the spirit concentration stage. Bien Shuran, a disciple of the previous Sect Master, had once been ensnared by emotional ties, but subsequently transcended such attachments to enter the spirit concentration stage. He had become the sole sword cultivator of his kind within a radius of thousands of miles. Sword cultivators are among the most elite of their peers. And a sword cultivator at the spirit concentration stage, within the entirety of Tianyuan's sect, could likely have no rival save for the ancestor. Moreover, Elder Bien was even hailed by the sect's ancestor as the one most likely to reach the transformation stage. Should Elder Bien break through to that realm, it would elevate Tianyuan's sect to new heights. Such a formidable figure is indeed Tang Ping's elder brother, even though many were reluctant to believe it. The talisman in Tang Ping's hand was irrefutable evidence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Ming's lips trembled as he exclaimed, Tang Ping had no relatives within the sect. How could Elder Bien be his brother? It is inconceivable. My brother, as a formidable spirit concentration expert, has gifted me some spirit stones, which I then presented to Sister Lin. May I inquire, Elder, do my brother and I bear any guilt? No, absolutely not. At this moment, Elder Fong's heart was filled with ire towards Qiushi and the others. although both he and Bien Shiran held the esteemed title of sect elder. He was merely an outer elder. His cultivation stagnated at the second level of the transcendence realm, while Bien Shiran was recognized by the ancestor as a potential candidate for reaching the transformation stage. Should Bien Shiran discover that he had caused trouble for his junior, his life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Tang Ping's source of spirit stones was legitimate. Thus, this elder proclaimed Tang Ping innocent. "Thank you for your astute judgment, elder." Just as Elder Fong released a sigh of relief, he noticed that Tang Ping had not departed, but instead pointed towards Wang Ming and his companions, saying, "Respected elder, I accuse Wang Ming and others of slandering me. Please, elder, lend your discerning eye." Chapter 14. Strip him of his powers and expel him from the sect. Elder Fong was momentarily taken aback by these words, his expression revealing a hint of hesitation. Today, Tang Ping had nearly faced humiliation under his watch, and failing to provide an explanation for him would not sit well with Bien Shiran. With this thought, Elder Fong's resolve solidified. Observing this, Qiushi felt a jolt of anxiety and hastily knelt in the grand hall, exclaiming, "Elder Fong, we were merely acting impartially, with no ulterior motives." Acting impartially? No ulterior motives? Before Elder Fong could respond, Tang Ping suddenly let out a cold snort, saying, "Are you not clear in your own heart whether you have ulterior motives? Upon learning from Wang Ming that I was sent away by members of the Qingham Merchant Association, you presumed that my transaction was substantial and that I must possess valuable treasures. Hence, you and Wang Ming were overcome by greed, attempting to slander me and devise a scheme to seize my treasures. Speak, is this not the truth? According to the sect's fourth rule, plotting against fellow disciples and seizing their treasures shall result in the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect." Thud! Wang Ming, already trembling, collapsed to the ground in terror, his body shaking uncontrollably. Seeing Wang Ming's state, Elder Fong quickly grasped the veracity of Tang Ping's claims. It was indeed Wang Ming and his accomplice Qiushi who conspired to harm Tang Ping. The thought that Tang Ping nearly perished under his watch filled Elder Fong with fury. With a wave of his sleeve, he bellowed at the two, "Summon the enforcers." Yes, the disciples of the law enforcement hall had long been eager and ready. Qiushi, trembling like a leaf, glanced at his supposed confidants among the enforcers, only to find those he considered allies now standing behind his adversary. Ha! Ha ha ha! Wang Ming betrayed me. Wang Ming betrayed me. Wang Ming, may you suffer a terrible fate. The immense psychological blow sent Qiushi spiraling into madness. Elder Fong, seated at the head of the hall, struck down upon Qiushi from a distance, severing his meridians, and commanded, "Take him away." Yes. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, witnessing this, repeatedly bowed and pleaded for mercy. "Elder, spare me. Elder, spare me. I shall never dare again. I acknowledge my wrongdoing." Elder Fong remained unmoved, while Wang Ming hastily turned to Tang Ping, crawling to his feet and weeping profusely. "Tang Ping, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. I beg you spare me, please. I assure you I will never appear before you again. I will do whatever you ask of me. I implore you, I implore you." As he looked at Wang Ming, who was kneeling before him and incessantly bowing his head in supplication, an inexplicable chill coursed through Tang Ping's heart. Is this truly the world of cultivation? Harsh and indifferent. Yet, it is precisely this cruelty that renders it all the more captivating. "Take him away." As Wang Ming was escorted away, Elder Fong, noticing that Tang Ping had no intention of leaving, shifted his gaze to Yang Chun. Yang Chun, harboring jealousy and maliciously defaming a fellow disciple, I hereby impose upon you a 10-year salary reduction, a minor punishment for a significant lesson. Yang Chun, already paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, a visage of deep regret etched upon his face. "I never anticipated this. I have long asserted that Qiushi is unscrupulous, frequently taking advantage of his position to extort spirit stones. Indeed, and this Yang Chun is notorious for his jealousy among the outer disciples. Now, he has surely encountered a formidable opponent." The disciples gathered outside the hall began to murmur amongst themselves. Their eyes filled with awe and astonishment as they regarded Tang Ping. There exists an unspoken truth that none dared voice outside the hall. A mere disciple compelling an elder from the law enforcement hall to punish fellow disciples. Even if Wang Ming and the others were indeed deserving of punishment, it was an unimaginable scenario for them. When Elder Fang's gaze fell upon him once more, Tang Ping bowed respectfully to the elder presiding over the hall. "Thank you, Elder, for administering justice. I take my leave." With that, Tang Ping exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xi, who finally grasped the situation and followed him out of the law enforcement hall. Upon their exit, the disciples who had been gathered quickly parted to create a path, allowing the two to pass through, then watched as they departed. Once Tang Ping had left, a disciple sighed. "When will I be able to achieve such a level, living without regrets?" "Well, you must first have an elder brother at the condensing spirit realm." Tang Ping and Lin Xi strolled along the mountain path towards the courtyard nestled halfway up the mountain. Noticing the absence of others, Lin Xi could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Senior brother, is Elder Bien truly your elder brother?" "Indeed, but there is quite an age difference between you and Elder Bien." Seeing Lin Xi hesitate to voice her thoughts, Tang Ping gently ruffled her hair and explained, "My bond with my elder brother was forged in a drunken oath. We share no blood relation. However, due to the nature of our vow, the heavens have taken notice. Thus, my elder brother and I are as true brothers, sharing life and death together. But you, earlier in the law enforcement hall, why were you showing off? What would you have done if they had resorted to punishment?" Upon hearing Tang Ping's somewhat stern tone, Lin Xi, for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt not fear, but a growing warmth within her heart. "Is this concern for my senior brother? From now on, do not recklessly display your abilities, do you understand?" "I understand." As the two conversed, they arrived outside the courtyard where Lin Xi resided. Noticing their arrival, Tang Ping chuckled lightly and remarked, "In a few days, the outer sect competition will take place. Do not forget to come and witness how your senior brother vanquishes all adversaries." "Indeed, I trust you, senior brother. By the way, what level of cultivation have you attained? Are you at the 9th layer of nascent origin, or have you achieved the completion of nascent origin?" "I am no longer in the nascent origin realm. I have now reached the 3rd layer of body refinement." "Huh?" Lin Xi exclaimed in astonishment. Although she held Tang Ping in high regard as one of the strongest in the outer sect, she had never anticipated him to be this formidable. The 3rd layer of body refinement. She recalled that many inner sect disciples had not reached such a level of cultivation as her senior brother. "Now, I must take my leave. The bond established with my elder brother is bound by the heavenly Tao's oath, so you must keep this secret. Do not speak of it to anyone, even if your elder brother inquires about you. Otherwise, both of us may face peril. Do you understand?" "Understood. Heaven knows, earth knows. You know and I know." A shiver ran through Lin Xi's heart as she contemplated the gravity of the confidential information Tang Ping had entrusted to her. Did he not fear that she would divulge it to others? Or perhaps he had faith in her discretion, believing she would remain silent. Certainly. Did she now share a secret with Tang Ping? A sweetness, a sensation she had never experienced before, flickered in Lin Xi's heart. She vowed to keep her senior brother's secrets safe, never revealing it to anyone. However, her senior brother had already reached the 3rd layer of body refinement, while she was merely at the 4th layer of nascent origin. Given his excellence, would she be deemed unworthy of him? The youthful anxieties and uncertainties manifested vividly within Lin Xi. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her thoughts had shifted from questioning her feelings for Tang Ping to pondering her worthiness to be with him. Meanwhile, back at the miscellaneous affairs hall, Tang Ping wore a broad smile upon his face, for he had once again consulted his fortune, and the outcome was far more favorable than before. Name: Tang Ping. Cultivation: 3rd layer of body refinement. Fortune: 1 in 100 gray. Talent: above average, yellow. Outcome: unknown. The host has successfully navigated their fateful turning point. Past tribulations shall no longer influence the host's future. 1 in 100 gray. Among 100 individuals, it would be challenging to find one with worse luck than yours. Aside from the somewhat disheartening fortune, Tang Ping felt his status more enchanting than ever before. With merely 3 days remaining until the outer sect competition, He pondered whether he could successfully transition his cultivation technique in the time left. Chapter 15. The Outer Sect Competition. Ding. 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 The resonant chimes echoed throughout the Outer Sect, rousing Tang Ping from his meditative practice. The tolling of the Outer Sect bell signified the imminent commencement of the competition. Tang Ping sprang from his mat, his inner spiritual energy surging like tempestuous waves within him. Moreover, a comparison with Tang Ping's previous spiritual energy would reveal a newfound density and potency. If previously Tang Ping's spiritual energy resembled clear water, now it has transformed into a rich emulsion. This significant enhancement in the purity of his spiritual energy is evident, even though he has not yet fully converted it to the Jade Balance immortal technique within 3 days. Nevertheless, it has substantially elevated the purity of Tang Ping's spiritual essence. Stepping out of his chamber, Tang Ping gracefully ascended on a 5-colored lotus, soaring towards the pinnacle of the outer gate peak at the heart of the Outer Sect. Upon reaching the expansive plaza atop the peak, he beheld 20 combat platforms, forged from fine steel, prominently displayed. Numerous disciples sat cross-legged in the plaza, meditating in serene anticipation of the grand competition's commencement. Observing this, Tang Ping settled into a corner, silently awaiting the event. After approximately half an hour, with the competition still not underway, he felt a stirring in his heart and glanced into the distance. There, he saw Lin Xi descending from the sky on a cloud, her gaze scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. "Junior sister Lin, behind you," Tang Ping called out telepathically. Lin Xi quickly turned, her face lighting up upon spotting Tang Ping, and she approached him eagerly. "Oh, which peak does this charming junior sister hail from?" As Lin Xi navigated through the crowd, a man with a face marred by numerous acne scars suddenly obstructed her path, unabashedly flaunting his cultivation in the body refinement stage. "Are you here to witness my prowess in battle, junior sister?" "Step aside," Lin Xi retorted angrily. "If you sweet-talk me, I might just let you pass." The scarred man persisted, becoming increasingly brazen. "Get lost." This time, the voice came from behind the scar man. He waved dismissively. "Can't you see I'm flirting with this junior sister?" Just then, a hand landed firmly on the scar man's shoulder and exerted force. Crack! Hiss! The man clutched his injured arm, gasping in pain, and glared at Tang Ping with fury. "Who are you to dare harm me?" "Outer Gates, Tang Ping." "Tang Ping." Upon hearing the name, the scarred man's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. After scrutinizing Tang Ping deeply, he abruptly turned and walked away. "Who was that? How strange," Lin Xi inquired, puzzled after the man had departed. "I don't know, but it possessed the first level of the body refinement stage, while still in the outer gate, is quite impressive," Tang Ping remarked with feigned seriousness. Lin Xi stole a glance at Tang Ping, seemingly taken aback by his audacity. Yet, this bold side of him appeared to enhance his allure. "The outer gate grand competition is about to commence." A commanding voice echoed through the ears of the disciples, announcing the rules remain unchanged from previous years. All outer gate disciples are welcome to participate, as long as you stand on the platform until the very last moment. You shall gain entry into the inner gate and become an inner gate disciple. The disciples raised their heads in unison, witnessing a number of elders descending from the heavens, landing gracefully upon the foremost viewing platform of the square. Among them was Elder Mu from the Inner Sect's Pill Pavilion. Could it be that he too intended to take on disciples? Additionally, Elder Wei from the Inner Sect's Artifact Refinery, one of the few renowned Xian-level artisans in the sect, had also arrived. In an instant, the previously tranquil square erupted into a cacophony of excitement. For the elders present at the grand competition were primarily there to select favored disciples. Should one be fortunate enough to be chosen by these elders, even if they did not place in the top 20, being cast down from the arena might still grant them entry into the Inner Sect, with privileges surpassing those of ordinary Inner Sect disciples. Clang! The Outer Sect competition has officially commenced. All disciples may ascend the stage to defend their positions. Should a platform remain unoccupied for half an hour, it shall be dismantled, and one of the 20 Inner Sect slots will consequently be forfeited. All are to bear this in mind. Before the echoes of the announcement faded, a strikingly handsome figure clad in white, with a long sword at his waist, leaped onto one of the combat platforms, slightly bowing to the gathered disciples below. I am Lin Xi from the Outer Sect, and I shall boldly step forward. Wonderful. Brother Rin is so handsome. In an instant, many female disciples below were captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration, evidently entranced by Lin Xi's carefree demeanor. However, some disciples quickly came to their senses, their faces tinged with regret. Then T anticipated that this fellow would steal the spotlight. How infuriating. A mere display of trivial skills, utterly lacking in substance. Upon hearing such remarks, Lin Xi couldn't help but glance curiously at Tang Ping. Noticing her gaze, Tang Ping began to explain, the number of disciples participating in the grand competition is beyond count. Even the sect elders cannot remember them all. But tell me, which elder could possibly forget this one? Are you suggesting that Lin Xi is deliberately seeking attention to be directly favored by the elders? Indeed, and, as I suspected, soon we shall see disciples below the 8th layer of the nascent realm take the stage to challenge him, only to be defeated. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man leaped onto the combat platform, glaring fiercely at Lin Xi. Pretty boy, why don't you just stick to preening down below? This disciple seemed to possess quite a fiery temperament. Brother, let us temper your ire. Lin Xi's gaze flashed with a hint of ferocity as he performed a flourish with his sword and charged at the robust man. Meanwhile, Tang Ping continued to smile and elucidate. Lin Xi's cultivation is also quite respectable at the 9th layer of the nascent realm. If fortune favors him, he might still seize an opportunity for promotion to the inner sect. However, should that occur, he would merely be an inconspicuous figure. The likelihood of being chosen by an elder would diminish significantly. But if he prearranges battles with disciples of similar or slightly inferior cultivation, defeating them, his performance would surely attract the favor of some elders. I see. Can the elders truly not discern this? Tang Ping glanced up at the assembly of elders in the viewing platform, pondering whether they preferred disciples who were astute and clever, or those who were rigid and even foolish. Naturally, they favored the more perceptive ones. After all, the elders were not oblivious. However, such disciples were merely performing for their benefit. Well then, it is time for my senior brother to take the stage. Let's see how I, your senior brother, can dominate the arena. With that, Tang Ping leaped gracefully onto an unoccupied martial arts platform, clasping his hands behind his back as he addressed the spectators below. I am Tang Ping of the Outer Sect. Is there any brother willing to ascend the stage and engage in battle with me? I shall fight you. A disciple clad in a black robe, his complexion pallid, sprang onto the platform and cupped his fists in salute. I am Shan Quan of the Outer Sect. Outer Sect Tang Ping. Chapter 16. The body of a demon. Is this person truly Tang Ping? Outside the square, Hu Fei followed the direction indicated by Hu Biao, fixing his gaze upon Tang Ping on the martial arts platform. Indeed, he is the one who severed my arm and audaciously proclaimed he would challenge my cousin upon entering the inner sect. He vowed to trample upon the entire Hu clan. Hu Fei cast a sidelong glance at his cousin, dismissing the latter part of the statement as mere nonsense, though he believed the first part. Regardless, this individual was still his cousin. Tang Ping's blatant disregard for Hu Biao's dignity by directly breaking his arm was tantamount to slapping Hu Fei's face. Those who dare to strike Hu Fei's face rarely met a good end. Ding Shang, I leave this to you. Rest assured, brother Hu, watch how I dismantle Tang Ping limb by limb to avenge our brother Hu Biao. A figure standing behind Hu Fei, his face as dark as coal, thumped his chest in assurance. With Brother Ding, a formidable master in the body refinement realm and a man of innate strength, how could a mere Tang Ping pose any challenge? Hu Biao hurriedly added his praise. Unbeknownst to Tang Ping, the Hu brothers were scheming from a distance. While he curiously examined Shan Quan before him, initially, he had believed that a disciple at the nascent origin realm would offer little surprise. Yet unexpectedly, the first challenger piqued his interest. Before him, Shan Quan was enveloped in tendrils of black mist, and his eyes emanated a faint crimson glow, resembling a messenger risen from the depths of hell. What kind of cultivation technique could transform a practitioner into such a visage? Tang Ping muset internally. He had encountered various ghostly techniques before, but the method employed by Shan Quan was evidently not a common one. While contemplating, Tang Ping observed Shan Quan's features. Name: Shan Quan cultivation level. Nascent origin perfection. Fortune: exceptional, yellow. Talent: above average, green. Body of a demon, blue. Destiny: achieved initial transformation into an infant, only to be betrayed and meet his demise. The body of demon and human, blue. Possessing the bloodlines of both the human and demon races. With a demonic physique, yet a human heart. One can wield demonic techniques through human means. However, in the early stages of cultivation, one is susceptible to mental attacks. The body of demon and human? Such a constitution exists? Tang Ping's heart stirred. This individual seemed to be an excellent candidate for investment. With this thought, Tang Ping refrained from taking action, allowing Shan Quan to prepare fully. Is there a disciple practicing demonic techniques? At the observation platform, as Shan Quan activated his technique, the elders turned their attention towards him. This disciple, cultivating demonic arts, ought to be expelled from the sect to preserve our sect's reputation. Indeed, although our Tianyuan sect is not a major sect, it is still a righteous sect. How could we permit a disciple to practice demonic arts? However, the sect rules do not explicitly forbid disciples from cultivating demonic techniques. Is this course of action not somewhat inappropriate? For a moment, the elders on the platform engaged in heated debate over a single outer sect disciple. The demonic technique this disciple practices was imparted by me. Just then, a middle-aged man in a black robe seated at the front of the platform spoke up, causing the elders to look at him in astonishment. Master He, why did you impart demonic techniques to this disciple? This disciple possesses a constitution imbued with demonic traits. Practicing demonic arts complements his nature. He Kong's voice suddenly turned icy, and he glared at the elder who had just questioned him. Furthermore, why must I explain my actions to you? The elder who had spoken was taken aback by the glare, retreating a few steps and standing silently to the side. He Kong, the master of the Inner Sect's Law Enforcement Hall, is one of the few formidable experts in the spirit condensation realm within the sect. Naturally, a mere elder at the 7th layer of transcendence lacks the qualifications to question him. On the dueling platform, Tang Ping stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing Shan Quan, who was now revealing a faint layer of black scales on his body, not resembling a human. You are quite formidable. Ikan Sensei. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to strike. A somewhat hoarse voice emerged from Shan Quan's lips, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. Boom! Tang Ping suddenly struck out a fist towards his side, sending Shan Quan, who had just approached him, flying with a single blow. In midair, blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Bang! Shan Quan landed on the distant dueling platform, creating a dent in the steel-forged arena. Who is this disciple? His skin is like copper and bones like iron. He has completely tempered his body. As Tang Ping sent Shan Quan flying, gasps of astonishment arose from the elders on the observation platform. An outer sect disciple has already reached the 3rd layer of body refinement. This cannot merely be described as extraordinary talent. In an instant, many elders felt a surge of interest, their gazes towards Tang Ping infused with eagerness. When elders select their disciples, it is the truly exceptional disciples who can, in turn, choose their mentors. He is Tang Ping. A sudden voice emerged from an outer sect elder. Is he Tang Ping, the younger brother of Elder Bien? On the martial stage, Shan Quan struck the ground with force and leapt into the air again, his figure darting towards Tang Ping like a specter. Just as Shan Quan was about to reach Tang Ping, he abruptly trembled, and several shadowy manifestations of demonic energy surged forth, shooting towards Tang Ping. Excellent! Tang Ping's eyes lit up at the sight. He was eager to witness other techniques. The resounding essence of pure spiritual energy flowed within him, akin to vast rivers rushing and roaring. Instead of retreating, he advanced, delivering a series of clean and decisive punches that shattered the shadowy forms, before unleashing a fierce and powerful blow directed at Shan Quan. Shan Quan's eyes flashed with astonishment as he abruptly halted, his internal demonic energy surging wildly, invigorating his physical form and releasing a cloud of dark mist. The swirling black fog parted suddenly, revealing a pair of scaled claws that tore through the mist. Emerging from within, at this moment, Shan Quan was enveloped in tendrils of demonic energy, his crimson slit-like eyes exuding a hint of ferocity. Tang Ping felt a stirring in his heart. Shan Quan's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the depictions of the demon race recorded in ancient texts. Is this the human demon body? Before Tang Ping could ponder further, Shan Quan vanished from sight once more. Soul Piercer! Tang Ping shouted, as a sharp cone of condensed spiritual power surged toward his rear. With a thud, Shan Quan collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and rolling about in agony, shrieking, "Your spirit is too weak. If you wish to avoid being targeted in the future, you must find a way to strengthen your soul." Suddenly, a figure clad in a black robe appeared on the martial stage. "Well done." Ego looked deeply at Tang Ping, then waved his sleeve, whisking Shan Quan away. Who is this person? Tang Ping wondered, a sense of unease creeping over him. Could he have encountered the legendary figure who deals with both the young and the old? However, reflecting on his previous actions, Tang Ping felt relieved. He had certainly been considerate towards Shan Quan. Auto sec dit sin lao zong sik zogidan, matster tang. Just then, another figure leaped onto the stage, respectfully bowing to Tang Ping. Lao Yong, aware of his inferiority to Tang Ping, implored, "Please, do not hold back. Allow me to witness the prowess of the third level of physical refinement." Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples gasped in disbelief. The third level of physical refinement. This individual has actually reached such a level? How is that possible? Such prowess would not go unnoticed, even within the inner sect. Chapter 17. Premature investment. This person has only just entered the third level of physical refinement. How could he discern my cultivation level? The third level is vastly different from the first two. After all, one's internal organs are not visible, and few cultivators below Tang Ping's level can accurately gauge his abilities. With a heart full of doubt, Tang Ping cast a glance at the countenance of the individual before him. Name, Lao Yong, cultivation level, first stage of body refinement, fortune, unique among 1,000, green, talent, dual aptitude, yellow, with innate heterochromia, blue, destiny. Achieved the third stage of concentration. Master of artifice, grand alchemist, perished in battle while defending against foreign sect invasions. Recent turning point. Half an hour later, an elder of the sect discovered his innate heterochromia, resulting in a fierce competition to recruit him, aiming to teach him the arts of alchemy and crafting. Innate heterochromia, blue. His eyes, unlike those of ordinary folk, possess clarity that enables him to perceive what others cannot. This trait is exceptionally suited for the cultivation of ocular techniques or the mastery of crafting and alchemy. However, the exertion of ocular techniques is immensely taxing, with a brief duration of effectiveness. Innate heterochromia? A spark ignited within Tang Ping. Although this individual currently lacked high cultivation, he was destined to become a master craftsman. It is known that to be lauded as a master craftsman, one must at least forge a terrestrial spirit treasure. This figure would eventually become a true gem, treated with utmost reverence wherever he roamed. Junior brother Lao, there is no need for such formality. We are of the same sect, thus no guidance is necessary. Since you wish to witness the prowess of the third stage of body refinement, I shall not hold back. Before he had finished speaking, an overwhelming aura erupted from within Tang Ping. Pure spiritual energy surged forth from his being like a dragon unleashed. The formidable presence sweeping over Lao Yong like a tempest. Even Lao Yong, at the same body refinement stage, was forced back several steps, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at Tang Ping. Junior brother Lao, be cautious. With a resounding crash, Tang Ping's foot shattered the steel arena beneath him, propelling his form like a cannonball towards Lao Yong. In a flash, Lao Yong barely registered the sound of a fist slicing through the air beside him. His body trembling uncontrollably, Tang Ping slowly retracted his right fist, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Lao Yong. Junior brother Lao, Have you witnessed the might of the third stage of body refinement? Yes, I have. Thank you for your mercy, Senior Brother Tang. Very well. I shall not suppress you with my cultivation. Feel free to unleash your abilities, that you may leave a favorable impression on the elders. Tang Ping's voice, soft yet resonant, reached Lao Yong's ears as he leaped back to his previous position. In response, a glimmer of gratitude flickered in Lao Yong's eyes. He understood that in order to gain the favor of a powerful elder, he must showcase his own capabilities. Tang Ping's actions provided him with an opportunity to fight against strength with weakness, fully realizing his potential. Thank you. Lao Yong will not forget this kindness. He silently vowed, a strange light flashing in his eyes as he beheld Tang Ping, who stood momentarily stunned before him. In Tang Ping's line of sight, the surrounding scene abruptly shifted, and a group of expressionless black-clad assassins brandishing sharp swords lunged towards him. Instinctively, Tang Ping attempted to fend them off, only to realize that these assassins were mere phantoms, posing no real threat. Clang! Just as Tang Ping believed he was safe from these assailants, one of the assassins suddenly thrust his sword fiercely into Tang Ping's side. Without needing to look, Tang Ping was certain that such an attack would never breach his silver dragon armor. Yet, the inability to pierce the armor did not imply that his flesh was invulnerable. In the distant spectator's stand, Yikong observed Tang Ping below and let out a soft exclamation. He even received this. It seems Xiao Bian shares a significant bond with this individual. He then glanced at Shan Quan, who had just regained consciousness. Now you comprehend the vast chasm between yourself and true powerhouses of your generation, don't you? Not to mention Tang Ping. Even that naturally gifted child with Thitong across from you is beyond your capabilities. I understand. Shan Quan also gazed down at Tang Ping. The moment Tang Ping unleashed his aura, he instantly grasped the situation. Tang Ping had been holding back, refraining from using his full strength against him. Otherwise, he would have had no chance to even transform before being swiftly defeated by Tang Ping. Naturally gifted eyes. Elder Wei cast a glance at the excited Elder Moon nearby, discreetly retrieving a communication jade talisman to contact the head of the refinement pavilion. Vice Pavilion Master, hurry to the outer door competition. There's a child with naturally gifted eyes. Elder Mu is present. I cannot compete with him. On the competition stage, Tang Ping stood firmly in place, while the distant Lao Yong began to sweat profusely. Break! Suddenly, a soft command escaped Tang Ping's lips, causing Lao Yong's eyes to shut instantly. Tang Ping addressed him from afar. Lao Shidi, was that an illusion technique you just employed? Indeed, Brother Tang. I never anticipated that the illusion I had painstakingly honed for half a year could not confine you for even a moment. Noticing Lao Yong's somewhat despondent expression, Tang Ping felt compelled to clarify, do not belittle yourself, Shidi. My ability to escape the illusion so swiftly is due to my naturally exceptional spirit, far surpassing that of the average individual. Moreover, compared to the energy you expend in executing your eye technique, my resistance to it requires considerably less. Upon hearing this, Lao Yong felt even more grateful, and his admiration for Tang Ping's sword, especially since both he and Tang Ping were exceptional beings in their own right, fostering a sense of inexplicable kinship. Thank you, Brother Tang, for your guidance today. I shall take my leave. I look forward to witnessing more of your remarkable skills next time. Lao Yong was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded earnestly. Certainly. Would you be willing to join my sect? Suddenly, a red-haired, browless elder appeared on the competition stage, looking at Lao Yong with a smile. Old Fox Fu, how dare you snatch my disciple? Elder Mu, upon seeing the red-haired elder's arrival, was initially stunned, then his expression turned furious. Oh, little thief Mu is also present? Why don't you hurry back and lie down to await your demise? What business do you have in taking on a disciple? Off you go. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Logically, he was not much younger than this old ghost. Yet the master of this old ghost had a far superior standing compared to his own. Thus, the old ghost status was considerably higher than his. Ever since that time, this old ghost had relied on his seniority to suppress him. Even now, as the head of a pavilion, he still resorted to such tactics. It was an unprecedented sight in Tianyuan sect for two of its most eminent alchemists and blacksmiths to vie for disciples. Such a spectacle had not been witnessed in centuries. At this moment, the attention of all the disciples in the square was fully captivated by the two elders and the young man, Lao Yong. Chapter 18. A Successful Investment. Young man, what is your name? I am Lao Yong, and I pay my respects to the two elders. Very well. If you take me as your master, I assure you that you will become an Xian-level blacksmith within 10 years. Achieving the rank of an Earth-level blacksmith is also within the realm of possibility. Should you choose to study under me, various cultivation resources and spiritual elixirs will be at your disposal. Lao Yong's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated that he would be favored by two of the top 5 elders in the sect. He cast a grateful glance at Tang Ping. In his heart, he mused that he was fortunate that senior brother Tang had yielded, allowing him to showcase his abilities. Otherwise, had he crumbled under pressure, the chances of the two elders noticing him would have been exceedingly slim. Tang Ping, observing the scene, quietly stepped aside. Although the two elders were not vying for him, he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. After all, having disciples capable of assisting him in alchemy and blacksmithing was far more comfortable than doing it all alone. As Tang Ping pondered this, Lao Yong had already made up his mind. Elders, please allow me to speak. The two elders turned their attention to him. Lao Yong first bowed respectfully to Elder Mu, then spoke with genuine regret. Elder Mu, in the realm of alchemy, no one in the sect can surpass you, and I have long admired your talents. However, my ancestors once received grace from Elder Fu. Without Elder Fu, there would be no disciple today. The reason I joined Tianyuan sect was to study under Elder Fu. With that, Lao Yong knelt before Elder Fu, bowing his head. I wish to take Elder Fu as my master and serve at your side for my entire life. Ha ha! Excellent, excellent. I never expected that we would share such a bond as master and disciple. From this day forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. Elder Fu exclaimed with hearty laughter. Disciples such as Lao Yong, who came with gratitude, would never betray him, for doing so would invite scorn from the world. This was also why Elder Fu accepted him as his exclusive disciple. With such a disciple, there would be no need for him to take on others. Seeing this, Elder Mu sighed with some regret, shaking his head as he said, being grateful and seeking to repay kindness. I have no objections to your choice to study under the old ghost. Here, take this bottle of bone refinement pills as a gift from me. As a token of our first meeting, a jade vial was cast forth from the sleeve of Elder Mu, landing steadily before Lao Yong. Lao Yong expressed his gratitude to Elder Mu and took his leave. There is no need for you to participate in the outer sect competition. You may directly enter the inner sect. Understood. As he was about to depart, Lao Yong suddenly turned to face Tang Ping, bowing deeply as he said, Brother Tang, I shall forever remember your kindness today. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I certainly will. Tang Ping watched Lao Yong leave, and then turned his gaze back to the audience. However, this time, no disciple dared to challenge him. After all, the prowess Tang Ping had just displayed was beyond their capabilities. Just when Tang Ping thought no one would dare to confront him further, a tall figure leaped onto the arena, the outer sect's Ding Shang. Ding Shang regarded Tang Ping with a grave expression. Had he known that Tang Ping had reached the 3rd level of body refinement, he would never have agreed to Hu Fei's request to incapacitate him. Yet, having already committed to Hu Fei, the resources provided had been utilized to refine his own physique. If he refrained from acting, Hu Fei would certainly not let him off easily. With his physique nearing completion and his innate strength, he believed he might still stand a chance against Tang Ping, who had just entered the 3rd level of body refinement. As Ding Shang felt the fiery sensation coursing through him, he recalled that Hu Shixiang had given him a tiger strength pill, which temporarily enhanced his strength by 50%. With such a surge in power, he found that the gap in realms with Tang Ping had diminished significantly. Outer Sect Tang Ping. Tang Ping observed Ding Shang's flushed complexion and felt an inexplicable unease. The match begins. As the steward's words faded, Ding Shang lunged forward like a fierce tiger. Clang! The two struck simultaneously with their fists. But this time it was Tang Ping who was forced back several steps. His expression shifted slightly. Such formidable strength. Was this innate divine power or a unique technique? A disciple whose physique was yet to be fully refined possessed strength surpassing that of someone at the third level of body refinement. Tang Ping glanced once more at Ding Shang's profile. Name: Ding Shang Cultivation. First level of body refinement. Enhanced by Tiger Strength Pill. Fortune: exceptional, yellow. Talent: above average, green. Innate divine power, yellow. Fate: achieved the 7th level of transcendence. Perished during an invasion of the outer sect. Innate divine power, yellow. Possesses extraordinary strength, but this incurs significant energy depletion and lower stamina. An epiphany struck Tang Ping. He realized he could view others' profiles, enabling him to seize treasures and discern their weaknesses for victory. Moreover, Ding Shang's strength was not solely due to his innate divine power. He had also consumed the Tiger Strength Pill. Do not blame me. Blame yourself for offending those you ought not to. With that, he proceeded, as Ding Shang, buoyed by his victory over Tang Ping, brazenly struck, his form flickered, and with a clenched fist, he launched an assault upon Tang Ping. Endowed with innate strength and having consumed the Tiger Power Pill, his might had already surpassed that of Tang Ping. Although Tang Ping had attained the 3rd level of body refinement, the allure of an underdog overcoming a stronger opponent would surely capture the attention of the elders. In Ding Shang's eyes, this punch was unavoidable for Tang Ping, who would be left defenseless against it. However, just as the fist was about to collide with Tang Ping, a sudden movement occurred. In the blink of an eye, Tang Ping, like a wraith, darted behind Ding Shang and unleashed a powerful punch to the back of his heart. Boom! Ding Shang was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth as he soared through the air. Unlike Ding Shang, who relied solely on brute strength, Tang Ping possessed an inner vitality as pure and resilient as crystal, with bones as unyielding as iron. Qualities Ding Shang could never match. Thus, while Ding Shang flaunted his raw power, all his attacks were deftly evaded by Tang Ping. After pursuing Tang Ping for an extended period, not only did Ding Shang fail to land a blow, but he also found himself panting and exhausted. Have the courage to face me directly, as you wish. In the next instant, Tang Ping reappeared before Ding Shang, his fist striking like a dragon, aimed squarely at Ding Shang's face. Ding Shang raised his arm in defense, only to begin his counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. Their fists collided, sparking showers of fire. The combat arena, forged from fine steel, bore the marks of their fierce exchange, with iron shavings scattered about, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlooking disciples. Yet, Tang Ping, lacking the strength of Ding Shang, was gradually forced back. Soon nearing the edge of the arena, "Brother Tang, watch out!" Lin Xi, who had been anxiously watching the duel from below, shouted in alarm. Just when everyone assumed Tang Ping was about to be knocked off the arena, Ding Shang suddenly trembled and spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in shock as he fixed his gaze on Tang Ping, attempting to speak, yet blood continued to pour forth uncontrollably. Then, with a roll of his eyes, he collapsed to the ground. Though his strength was formidable, his bones and organs could not withstand such overwhelming force. Not to mention, having exhausted his energy, it was indeed remarkable that he had lasted this long. With his hands behind his back, Tang Ping regarded the fallen Ding Shang with an air of ease. It was only at this moment that the disciples below realized that despite the prolonged battle, Tang Ping had emerged unscathed, not even a thread of his clothing torn. "Is this even human?" murmured one disciple, encapsulating the sentiments of the entire crowd. Chapter 19. The first of the outer sect. Following his triumph over Ding Shang, no other disciple dared to challenge Tang Ping. While battles raged across the other 18 arenas, the one where Tang Ping stood remained untouched by challengers. Thus, Tang Ping naturally became the center of attention, with many female disciples casting admiring glances towards him, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Tang Ping, already strikingly handsome, now subtly exuded the prowess of the foremost disciple of the outer sect, inevitably captivating the hearts of numerous female disciples. Meanwhile, Lin Xi's expression grew increasingly somber as a persistent question resurfaced in her mind. With such excellence, do I truly deserve him? In her heart, among the multitude of female disciples in the outer sect, she considered herself merely average. Now that Tang Ping had surpassed all others to claim the title of the foremost disciple, countless female disciples were covertly expressing their affection towards him, leaving Lin Xi feeling a pang of envy. Yet she could only lament in silence. Shouldn't I be happy for Tang Ping's remarkable achievements in the competition? Why do I feel so despondent? It felt as though a beloved toy, once exclusively hers, was now being shared by everyone. No, Tang Ping has no true connection to me. He merely looks after me out of kindness. Why am I harboring such thoughts? She resolved to uplift her spirits, to rejoice in Tang Ping's ascension to the pinnacle of the outer sect. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, a smile eluded her. Silently, she observed the charismatic Tang Ping on the martial arts stage, when suddenly, his gaze turned towards her. That gaze, imbued with gentle warmth, shattered the defenses she had so recently erected. Tang Ping, feeling a stir in his heart, stepped down from the martial arts platform. The gathered disciples were taken aback as they witnessed the once unchallenged Tang Ping, who had secured his position in the inner sect, descend from the stage. Why has he come down? Hasn't he always aspired to enter the inner sect? Wait, is he walking towards me? Lin Xi. Amidst the envious stares from countless female disciples, Tang Ping approached Lin Xi, offering her a gentle smile. Tang Ping, why have you come down? I sent it because I saw you here, looking bored, and thought I'd come to keep you company? As Lin Xi beheld Tang Ping's warm smile, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. But brother, don't you still wish to enter the inner sect? Who says that coming down means I cannot ascend again? Tang Ping replied with a slight smile. He was indeed the true pillar of support. Entering the inner sect? There is nothing quite as comfortable as clinging to a beautiful and fair pillar. At that moment, Lin Xi's heart was filled with sweetness, and the envious gazes of the surrounding female disciples only intensified her delight. Was Tang Ping signaling to others that his heart belonged to someone? Or was it simply compassion that led him to keep her company, seeing her standing alone? Lin Xi found herself once again entangled in a web of conflicting emotions. Yet the subtle upward curve of her lips revealed the joy within her heart. Tang Ping, seemingly sensing her feelings, glanced at Lin Xi, and in the brilliance of her bright eyes, he perceived light, shadow, and the dazzling expanse of a starry river. Standing together, they appeared remarkably complementary, exuding an aura reminiscent of celestial lovers. From the stands, an elder, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Compared to them, we seem aged, yet they surpass us in vigor during our youth. In my day, when I participated in the outer sect competition, encountering even a single disciple at the body refinement stage was a rarity. Today, I count no less than 10. In the blink of an eye, midday had passed, and the outer sect competition was nearing its conclusion. Junior sister, I shall ascend first. Suddenly, Tang Ping spotted a familiar figure taking the stage. After whispering a few words to Lin Xi beside him, he leapt onto a martial arts platform. Tang Ping. He smiled at the pallid man before him. He harbored no pity for anyone daring enough to reach for his thigh. Chi-Chu's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated Tang Ping's relentless pursuit. Though he had previously retreated, Tang Ping continued to press on. He had not considered that had Tang Ping not been present, his actions towards Lin Xi would have inflicted profound psychological wounds upon her. The steward, clearly indifferent to their enmity, promptly announced the commencement of the duel. Name, Chi-Chu Cultivation Level, Body Refinement Stage 1 Fortune, Unique among thousands green, Talent, Above average green, Toxic Body blue, Outcome. Upon reaching the third level of Transcendence, the toxicity within him erupted, leading to his demise. Toxic Body blue, capable of harboring most of the world's deadly poisons and nurturing them, enhancing their potency. However, those possessing this physique are vulnerable to fire attacks and face the risk of being harmed by their own toxicity. The toxic body, a look of seriousness flashed in Tang Ping's eyes. This was evidently a fighting spirit. However, fire could be employed to test it. He had not wished to offend Elder Bien, but if you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. 5 poisons. Go. Cuicubilode. Centipedes, venomous snakes, scorpions, and other toxic creatures emerged from his robe, crawling toward Tang Ping. Many female disciples below could not help but gasp, their gazes towards Chi Chu filled with fear and disgust. With a swift motion, Tang Ping formed a hand seal, summoning massive fireballs that coalesced before him, subsequently launching them at the poisonous creatures and Chi Chu. Upon seeing the incoming fireballs, Chi Chu's expression shifted drastically, and he hastily produced a talisman to activate. An ice wall rose, shielding him. Boom! Ice shards exploded as the fireballs shattered the ice wall, but Chi Chu had already vanished from sight. In the distance, Chi Chu, with a grim expression, halted and spewed forth a stream of venom. Sizzle! The venom hit the ground, producing a cacophony of corrosive sounds. But soon after, rich green smoke billowed from the ground, subsequently drifting towards Tang Ping under Chi Chu's manipulation. Fireball technique. Gal technique. 2 of the most rudimentary spells, yet at this moment, they wielded tremendous power. The fireball ignited the toxic mist, which, propelled by the fierce winds, rebounded towards Chi Chu. Never before had Chi Chu witnessed such a spectacle. Panic surged within him as he frantically summoned various poisonous arts, only to inadvertently fuel the flames further. Before the fire could reach him, Chi Chu felt a wave of weakness, as if the toxic gas within him feared the flames and became difficult to summon. His strength had diminished significantly. As the flames engulfed him, Chi Chu could not help but scream in agony. Tendrils of fire penetrated his coppery skin, exacerbating the blaze fed by the toxic gas inside him. Realizing the dire situation, Tang Ping forcefully stomped the ground, sending iron shavings flying, propelling himself towards Chi Chu like an arrow. With a mighty punch, he struck Chi Chu's chest. Boom! The sound of air being shattered erupted suddenly, akin to thunder striking from a clear sky or colossal waves crashing against the shore. A tremendous shockwave rippled across the martial arena within a radius of several yards. Cuicu's complexion changed drastically. As he saw the punch approaching, he hastily attempted to channel his spiritual energy and toxic gas, but the flames hindered his efforts. He could only muster a fraction of his power. In an instant, fists collided. Almost simultaneously, Chi Chu heard a sickening crack from his right arm. His body was sent flying, spewing blood profusely. With a thud, he fell to the ground, lifeless like a discarded sack. With a single punch, Tang Ping had rendered the previously formidable Chi Chu unconscious. Gasps of astonishment filled the air among the onlookers. After defeating Chi Chu, Tang Ping chose not to leave the arena, but instead sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the next development. Approximately an hour later, a grand voice resonated, declaring the conclusion of the outer sect competition. All disciples remaining on the arena were invited to enter the inner sect. Although the outer sect competition had ended, the crowd of disciples did not disperse. Instead, their gazes turned eagerly towards the disciples on the 20 arenas. There existed an unwritten rule in the outer sect competition. After the contest concluded, during the selection process by the elders, those who ranked in the top 20 were often chosen to be taken under their wings. Chapter 20. It is not that one is unwilling, but rather that one is afraid. I am Ban Jingshan, an elder from the Tianyuan peak of the inner sect. Do you wish to take me as your master? Suddenly, a white-haired elder appeared on one of the arenas, addressing an ordinary-looking disciple. I am willing. Master Fan Xin pays his respects. The elder with white hair seemed to open the floodgates, as one after another, elders emerged on various arenas. The disciples participating in this outer sect competition could be regarded as the most exceptional cohort in a century for the Tianyuan sect. Many elders were captivated by this development, believing it heralded the rise of the Tianyuan sect, and were naturally inclined to accept some of the outstanding disciples as their own. Within a mere tea's brewing time, over a dozen disciples had been chosen by the elders. Observing this, the remaining disciples could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. When 2 more individuals were accepted as disciples, fewer than 5 remained on the competition stage. Look, no elder seemed willing to take in Tang Ping. Suddenly, a disciple pointed at Tang Ping, who was seated cross-legged on the competition stage, exclaiming in surprise. In an instant, the gazes of numerous disciples converged upon him, with many who harbored jealousy secretly mocking him, as it appeared that no elder was inclined to accept him as a disciple. After all, when he first entered the sect, he had been assessed by the elders as possessing mediocre talent, even inferior to some of the others. What qualifications did he have to be taken in by an elder? Lin Xi glared at the few disciples who were mocking from the shadows and scolded. Even if Brother Tang is not accepted as a disciple, he is still an inner sect disciple. What right do you have to belittle him? Upon hearing her words, the mocking disciples seemed to be struck at a sore spot, collectively glaring at Lin Xi. When they realized that Lin Xi was the woman who had been standing beside Tang Ping, they intended to retort, only to have several iron pieces fly past their faces. Turning to the direction from which the iron had been thrown, they met Tang Ping's gaze, which was laced with a hint of menace. A chill ran down their spines, and they lowered their heads, refraining from further comments. Tang Ping, what does it matter how strong your abilities are? No elder is willing to take you as a disciple. Hu Biao, who had awakened at some point, wore a derisive expression on his pale face. Beside him stood an elder of the sect. Although his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the transformation realm, he was still an elder of the sect. Hu Biao, possessing decent talent, found it quite easy to secure a low-ranking elder as his mentor, especially with Hu Fei's influence. Hu's master had also reached the spirit concentration realm, and was one of the few formidable cultivators in the sect. Even Hu Biao's master dared not act arrogantly in front of Hu Fei. Indeed, with so many elders unwilling to take you on as a disciple, who knows if your cultivation is merely the result of some secret technique forcibly enhanced? Perhaps your potential is already exhausted. Tang Ping remained unfazed. The lack of interest from the elders only pleased him. Moreover, the reason for his lack of acceptance was not due to his talent, but rather another matter altogether. The disciples who were excluded from the inner sect, seeing Tang Ping's silence, seemed to have found an outlet for their frustrations, each taking turns to ridicule him. To enter the inner sect, some truly resort to any means necessary. Yes, exhausting one's potential and still being at the body refinement realm. How pitiful. Perhaps when we enter the inner sect next year, he will still be at this level. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Tang Ping exhibited no signs of resentment, dejection, or anger. Instead, he regarded them with a gaze filled with compassion. How could a man who has exhausted his potential dare to pity us? Thought the disciple who had just mocked Tang Ping, a surge of anger boiling within him. Tang Ping, it is not too late to plead for mercy now. Otherwise, once I achieve my breakthrough, your demise shall be imminent. Enough. Suddenly, the sect elder standing beside Hu Biao shouted angrily, casting a cold glance at Hu Biao. Seek other opportunities. I cannot accept such a disciple. Master, what do you mean by this? Chun Song looked at Hu Biao, saying, Initially, I acknowledged your commendable talent, albeit delayed by age. I deemed you a worthy prospect. Yet, I am dismayed to discover your character is so despicable. To take you as a disciple would be a disgrace to my reputation. With that, Chun Song surveyed the crowd and pronounced, The reason no one has taken Tang Ping as a disciple is not due to a lack of willingness among the elders, but rather our collective fear of doing so. It is not that we refuse, it is that we dare not. Upon hearing this, all outer disciples were plunged into shock. A newly accepted disciple of the inner sect, bewildered, remarked, Indeed, Tang Ping is the younger brother of Elder Bien. If other elders were to take him as a disciple without Elder Bien's consent, it would unjustly diminish Elder Bien's status. Naturally, no elder would dare to accept Tang Ping. The inner sect elder beside him nodded with a complex expression, acknowledging, Your insight surpasses that of many other disciples. Indeed, although he did not directly articulate the same sentiment, it is abundantly clear that he too does not dare to take Tang Ping as a disciple, rather than being unwilling. As the disciples turned their gaze back to Tang Ping on the arena, he remained calm and unperturbed. It turns out we are the true jesters, murmured one disciple self-deprecatingly. Tang Ping slowly descended from the arena, receiving a new disciple plaque from a steward before handing over his original plaque. Brother Tang. Approaching Lin Xi, Tang Ping disregarded the envious, jealous, or adoring glances of the surrounding disciples as he led Lin Xi out of the square. Outside the courtyard, as Tang Ping manipulated the five-colored lotus to descend from the sky, he glanced at Lin Xi, whose expression bore a hint of complexity. And with a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, he asked, "What is it? After you enter the inner sect, will I no longer be able to see you?" "Brother Tang?" Lin Xi blurted out, then immediately covered her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Why did I say that? What will Brother Tang think?" No. How could she ask such a question? Their relationship was merely that of fellow disciples. Would he think she harbored feelings for him? What should she do? Of course not. Outer disciples cannot enter the inner sect, but inner disciples can come and go freely. I can still come to guide your cultivation without any hesitation. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xi felt a surge of joy, yet a hint of melancholy lingered in her heart. Would this be too much trouble for her senior brother? Not at all. Well then, I should head to the inner sect. You must diligently cultivate and strive to enter the inner sect soon. Lin Xi nodded earnestly, then turned to enter the courtyard. Observing this, Tang Ping smiled faintly and maneuvered the five-colored lotus, soaring towards the inner sect. Inner sect, here I come. Chapter 21. Entering the inner sect. The Tianyuan sect is nestled within the Tianyuan mountain range, which stretches for thousands of miles, adorned with towering peaks and countless spiritual caves. The 10 peaks of the outer sect, where Tang Ping resides, occupy but a mere fraction of this vast expanse, serving as the dwelling for all outer sect disciples. Positioned at the very periphery of the Tianyuan sect. In contrast, the inner sect is the true heart of the Tianyuan sect. To transition from the outer sect to the inner sect, disciples must first journey to the Jinling Hall to select their cave dwellings and acquire the necessary items for inner sect disciples. The Jinling Hall is situated atop the Tianyuan peak at the center of the Tianyuan mountain range. It took Tang Ping an entire hour of guiding the Azure Lotus to travel from the outer sect peak to the foot of Tianyuan Peak. As Tang Ping descended from the sky, he beheld a scene strikingly different from that of the outer sect peaks. Ethereal, celestial energy permeated the air, accompanied by swirling streams of spiritual light. The colossal Tian Peak rose majestically, flanked by paths lined with spiritual flora, all precious herbs and spiritual roots. Occasionally, one could glimpse celestial birds and auspicious beasts flapping their wings and calling out. While the concentration of spiritual energy in the atmosphere was far more abundant and pure than that of the outer sect. Is this the inner sect? In comparison to this place, the outer sect peaks feel almost mundane. Throughout his flight, the astonishment etched on Tang Ping's face remained unyielding. It is no wonder that all outer sect disciples strive to enter the inner sect, though the difference is merely a single character. It is as though the chasm between them is that of heaven and earth. If the inner sect is so magnificent, one can only imagine the grandeur of the cultivation grounds for core disciples and the fabled true disciples. Should I be fortunate enough to become a core disciple, or even a true disciple, my path of cultivation would undoubtedly be smoother. Tang Ping murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with confidence. Previously, he might have hesitated to even entertain the thought of attaining a true disciple's position. Even aspiring to become a core disciple seemed but a distant dream. Yet, armed with the fortune-seeking system that allows him to discern the opportunities and information of others, he can reverse his fate, even if his own blessings seem meager. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Tang Ping strode towards a majestic palace not far away. Disciple Tang Ping, having entered the inner sect through the outer sect grand competition. This is the disciple's insignia. Upon entering the hall, Tang Ping approached an elderly man, respectfully bowing before presenting the insignia obtained from the competition. You are Tang Ping? Your organs are as transparent as crystal. No wonder you are the foremost in the outer sect. Quite impressive. The inner sect elder had clearly heard of Tang Ping. Upon hearing his name, he raised his gaze, looking Tang Ping over with satisfaction before nodding. Indeed, it is the disciple. Come with me. The elder led Tang Ping to a massive jade stone, raising his hand to summon a beam of spiritual light. The ethereal light merged into the jade stone, revealing the spectral silhouettes of towering peaks upon its smooth surface. Some of these summits shimmered with radiant brilliance, while others remained dim and lifeless. The shadowy forms of the latter indicated uninhabited abodes, from which one could freely select a dwelling for their future. Indeed, however, the disciple was not well acquainted with the inner sect. Might I request the elder's guidance? Tang Ping's gaze swept across the jade stone before he respectfully turned to the elder. The elder, taken aback by this, shook his head with a soft chuckle and replied, "Very well, I shall recommend a few options." With that, he gestured, and only 5 or 6 spectral forms remained on the jade surface, these being the locations rich in spiritual energy. Choose one. This one, please. Thank you, elder. Tang Ping swiftly scanned the remaining options and selected a relatively secluded peak as his personal abode. Take this storage ring. Your inner sect robe and the jade tablet containing pertinent information about the inner sect are within. You may review them at your leisure. Thank you, elder. I take my leave. The elder then produced a pale silver storage ring and handed it to Tang Ping, who received it with utmost respect. After bowing once more to the elder, he turned to depart. This young lad possesses manners, the elder murmured to himself before settling back to doze off. Tang Ping, having ascertained the direction, flew towards the peak designated for his dwelling. Half an hour later, he alighted upon a lush spiritual peak, where his abode awaited atop the summit. Entering the dwelling, he was astounded by the spaciousness within, far exceeding his previous expectations. Complete with a tranquil chamber, an alchemy room, a crafting room, a medicinal field, and a beast-rearing facility, among others. Tang Ping retrieved his disciple's token and activated the formation of the abode. As the gathering spirit array commenced, the spiritual energy within the dwelling visibly thickened. This would indeed be his residence in the inner sect, a realm incomparable to the outer sect. With countless outer sect disciples, there were merely 10 peaks for habitation. Yet, having just entered the inner sect, claimed one peak entirely for himself, and the spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the outer sect. After organizing the dwelling, Tang Ping departed and flew towards the inner sect's service hall. Unlike their outer sect counterparts, inner sect disciples were required to complete a specified number of tasks annually. Failing to do so would result in penalties, such as the forfeiture of monthly stipends or even expulsion from the inner sect. As he soared through the air, a contemplative expression appeared on Tang Ping's face. For him, entering the inner sect had been a mere formality. Thus, his aspirations clearly extended beyond this. His true ambition was not to merely be an inner sect disciple, but to ascend to the status of core disciple, or even a true inheritor. The disparity between inner sect disciples and core disciples was even greater than that between outer and inner sect disciples. To become a core disciple, the foremost requirement was to attain the transcendent realm within 5 years of entering the inner sect, a challenge that had stymied countless disciples. Let's not even mention the scarce true disciples of each generation within the sect, for they embody the very hope of the sect, each one having been endowed with considerable resources. Though the Tianyuan sect is not an ancient grand sect, it stands as one of the most prestigious sects within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. Each core disciple possesses extraordinary talents and a formidable reputation, let alone the true disciples, who are undoubtedly paragons of excellence. Given his current cultivation and aptitude, it is exceedingly difficult for him to aspire to even the status of a core disciple, much less a true disciple. Thus, he must diligently seek new opportunities. Regrettably, during this period, although Tang Ping frequently examined the panels of others, he found that the disciples he encountered in the outer sect mostly possessed rather mundane fortunes, with few opportunities worthy of his attention. Although he still had his elder brother and Lin Xi, relying on them to become a core disciple and acquire resources for his own cultivation seemed implausible. Just as Tang Ping pondered this, the inner sect steward hall came into his view. The Intersect Steward Hall serves as the venue for Intersect disciples to accept and issue tasks. A significant portion of the cultivation resources obtained by Intersect disciples originates from this very place. It is here that his hopes of becoming a core disciple also reside. Upon entering the Steward Hall, Tang Ping observed that the differences between the inner and outer sect were not substantial. A massive stone tablet stood at the center of the Grand Hall, where numerous Intersect disciples had also gathered. Tang Ping's heart stirred as he discreetly inspected the panels of these Intersect disciples, only to discover that their talents and fortunes remarkably surpassed those of the outer sect disciples. The likelihood of these disciples encountering fortuitous opportunities was far greater than that of their outer sect counterparts. Chapter 22. The Source Stone Workshop. He strode directly to the stone tablet. Even before entering the Intersect, he had inquired ahead of time. Among the various tasks in the Intersect, there were those responsible for distributing monthly stipends, and due to the limited number of Intersect disciples, there was only one location to collect these stipends. While sect tasks could be disregarded, the monthly stipend was certainly to be claimed. Intersect disciples, and even core disciples, would come here monthly to collect their stipends unless they were away or in seclusion. It is easy to imagine that the stipend hall would witness a considerable influx of disciples, among whom would undoubtedly be those with exceptional fortunes, potentially leading to significant opportunities. This implies that the opportunities available to him would far exceed those of the past. With this thought, Tang Ping could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Unlike the outer sect, here, one could accept tasks simply by using the disciple's token to attract the desired task, eliminating the need to seek out a steward. Having accepted the task responsible for distributing the monthly stipend, Tang Ping flew towards a spiritual peak not far from the steward hall. Outside a cave dwelling, he called out loudly, "Senior Brother Wang? Is Senior Brother Wang there?" After a few shouts, the door of the cave opened, revealing an ordinary-looking Intersect disciple emerging from within. As he gazed at the individual before him, Tang Ping's expression momentarily faltered. Name, Wang Xiao, cultivation level, second stage of body refinement, fortune, 1 in 1,000 green, talent, above average green, fate, achieved the third stage of transcendence, only to be secretly harmed and ultimately perish due to the covetousness surrounding his spirit beast. Recent turning point. 3 days hence, near Spirit Beast Mountain, he encountered an upheaval of spirit beasts and saved a cherished avian companion of an elder. Subsequently, the elder rewarded him with an egg of the purple mysterious weasel, which upon hatching revealed itself to be the divine beast, Star Mysterious Weasel. This drastically elevated his status within the sect. Purple Mysterious Weasel? Star Mysterious Weasel? A stir coursed through Tang Ping's heart. Though merely a single character apart, they were worlds apart. The Purple Mysterious Weasel was but an ordinary spirit beast, reaching a maximum cultivation of transcendence, hardly able to endure. In contrast, the Star Mysterious Weasel, while similar in name and appearance, possessed the extraordinary ability to absorb and refine the power of the stars. Its adult cultivation could reach the realm of void deity. It was a divine beast fiercely sought after by countless sects. "Who is it? Such a ruckus!" Wang Xiao exclaimed, irritation evident on his face as he turned to Tang Ping. "I am Tang Ping, having just accepted the task of distributing monthly salaries. Here to hand over the responsibility to my senior." This individual was the disciple previously in charge of salary distribution, who, for reasons unknown, no longer wished to continue the task and had returned it to the Hall of Elders. You have taken on the salary distribution task? Splendid. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing that Tang Ping had accepted the task, Wang Xiao's expression brightened. When he had taken on this task, he had hoped to profit as one might in the outer sect. Little did he know that the inner sect's salary distribution was hardly beneficial. The rewards were minimal, and it hindered his own cultivation. Thus, when someone was willing to take over, Wang Xiao was more than happy. "Here, this is the token for the salary hall. You need only go there on the 1st, 5th, and 10th of each month to distribute the spirit stones." After Tang Ping received the token, Wang Xiao's demeanor shifted, and with a few impatient words, he turned and retreated into his cave dwelling. Tang Ping, undeterred, stowed the token away and directed his five-colored lotus towards his own cave. In the quiet chamber, Tang Ping sat cross-legged. After returning to the sect, he had been diligently cultivating the Jade Harmony immortal art, and now he was on the cusp of completion. Soon, he would be able to commence true practice of the Jade Harmony immortal art. The spiritual energy, previously aligned with the heavenly origin technique, gradually transmuted towards that of the Jade Harmony immortal art. The following day, Tang Ping suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of obscure spiritual light gleaming from their depths. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from him underwent a transformation. Gone was the gentle and harmonious essence of the heavenly origin technique, replaced by a profound and vast presence. It resembled the deep sea, turbulent with azure waves and anger, yet serene in tranquility. At last, I have completely transitioned the technique, Tang Ping murmured. Although entering the inner sect grants access to the Hall of Enlightenment to select new cultivation techniques, none can compare to the Jade Harmony immortal technique. This opportunity to choose a technique is only available upon first entering the inner sect, and Tang Ping would not let such a chance slip away. Fortunately, he could opt for other arts or secret techniques, thus preserving this precious opportunity. Besides selecting techniques at the Hall of Enlightenment, Tang Ping needed to expedite his cultivation in the five organs phase. While the Jade Harmony immortal technique boasts pure spiritual energy, storing a greater amount requires establishing a solid foundation during the five organs phase. The reason the Jade Harmony immortal technique allows practitioners to contain vast amounts of spiritual energy lies in its inherent marvels. The training in the five organs phase vastly differs from that of ordinary cultivators. While common cultivators merely need to refine their organs to a certain level before proceeding to bone refinement, the Jade Harmony immortal technique demands more. To transcend the five organs phase, it is essential not only to refine the organs, but also to incorporate the treasures of the five elements into their corresponding organs, thus allowing them to serve as a foundation for accommodating greater spiritual energy. In essence, Tang Ping's five organs would transform into five new seas of spiritual energy, amplifying his capacity manifold. Though the treasures of the five elements are not particularly hard to find, forging the finest foundation requires five distinct premium spirit stones: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It is worth noting that 100 inferior spirit stones can be exchanged for a single medium-grade spirit stone, while 100 medium-grade stones yield one superior stone. Only 10 or more superior stones can be traded for a single premium stone. Considering that the monthly stipend for inner disciples is merely 10 medium-grade spirit stones, amassing enough premium spirit stones could take Tang Ping an unfathomable number of years performing sect missions. Furthermore, premium spirit stones with specific attributes are even rarer, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire them, even with superior stones. After a moment of contemplation, a certain location quietly emerged in Tang Ping's mind: the inner sect source stone workshop. It is there that he might find hope in locating five premium spirit stones. Premium spirit stones are notoriously scarce, with many circulating from various source stone workshops, similar to the gambling stones of his previous life. The source stone workshop involves wagering on source stones. These stones originate from various spirit stone veins, exhibiting a range of qualities. Due to the nature of the stone, even powerful practitioners find it challenging to discern their contents, making the source stone a test of both perception and luck. Sometimes, a source stone valued at over 1,000 spirit stones can yield a premium spirit stone worth tens of thousands. Thus, it is only in this venue that Tang Ping has the chance to procure five premium spirit stones with elemental attributes. With this thought in mind, Tang Ping rose and departed from his cave abode, soaring towards the direction of the Source Stone Workshop. The Source Stone Workshop is located on the eastern side of the Tianyuan mountain range, atop the Lingbao Peak, a place where all inner sect disciples trade treasures and barter goods. In the realm of cultivation, various establishments, such as the Source Stone Pavilion, Beast Master Pavilion, and Spirit Food Pavilion, are all situated atop the Spirit Treasure Peak. After a brief hour, Tang Ping arrived before a resplendent and opulent building, the Source Stone Pavilion. Within its walls lay an array of source stones, each differing in quality and price. It was conceivable that a source stone worth tens of thousands of spirit stones might yield only a few inferior spirit stones, while a stone purchased for a mere 100 spirit stones could potentially reveal superior or even exquisite spirit stones. Thus, the pavilion was a gathering place for numerous inner sect disciples yearning for sudden wealth. As he stepped into the Source Stone Pavilion, Tang Ping was immediately captivated by the vibrant scene before him. He observed cultivators, who should have exuded an air of ethereal grace and mystery, behaving like ordinary gamblers, vociferously clamoring in front of their chosen stalls. May this place harbor the exquisite spirit stones I seek, Tang Ping mused. Although he lacked the ability to probe the source stones, he possessed the discernment to ascertain whether others had unearthed exquisite spirit stones. After a brief stroll through the pavilion, Tang Ping noticed a bald man anxiously watching a source stone being meticulously cut open. Name, Hui Cultivation Level, 3rd stage of body refinement, fortune, unique among thousands, green, talent, above average, green, outcome, achieved the 4th stage of body refinement. Met his demise at the jaws of Spirit Beast while on a mission. Recent twist, half an hour later, he purchased a source stone worth 500 inferior spirit stones from the long stall, revealing 7 superior spirit stones. This fellow was indeed fortunate. 7 superior spirit stones were valued at 70,000 inferior spirit stones. Even for inner sect disciples, 70,000 spirit stones constituted a substantial sum. However, Tang Ping chose not to seize this man's fortune and continued to wander through the Source Stone Pavilion. For superior spirit stones were not his goal. His aspiration was to discover exquisite spirit stones. Chapter 23, Spirit Beast Egg. Thus, Tang Ping spent a full hour meandering through the Source Stone Pavilion, yet he still found no trace of exquisite spirit stones. Just when he began to suspect that such stones might be absent from the pavilion, a figure exuding an air of arrogance brushed past him. Name, Yi Fan. Cultivation Level, 3rd stage of body refinement, fortune, luck ablaze, purple, talent, divine demon physique, purple, outcome, achieved full mastery at the infant transformation stage. Offended someone with even greater fortune, and was slain, losing all his luck. Recent twist, an hour later, he spent 1,000 spirit stones at the Lin stall to purchase a source stone, revealing a would attribute exquisite spirit stone. Tang Ping's eyes brightened. Was this the legendary protagonist archetype? Yet, this protagonist appeared somewhat lacking, his fortune not even surpassing that of junior sister Lin. Indeed, I have encountered a would attribute exquisite spirit stone. Brother, where might I find the Lin stall? Tang Ping inquired among his fellow disciples, and then made his way towards a modest little shop in the distance. Is this the Lin family shop? Indeed. Please, esteemed sir. Kumin. A servant promptly nodded in response. As Tang Ping surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that the shop was rather small, with a mere single shelf displaying the source stones. Approaching the shelf, he cast his gaze over the various source stones but discerned nothing of significance. These source stones range in value. Some are worth hundreds of spirit stones, others over 1,000, and a few are valued at several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Which one would you like, sir? I possess only 1,000 spirit stones. Do you have a source stone worth that amount? Indeed. Sir, take a look at these 2 stones, both valued at 1,000 spirit stones. As Tang Ping examined the 2 stones indicated by the servant, he found them equally inscrutable. I will take both of these, totaling 2,000 spirit stones. Amidst the servant's puzzled gaze, Tang Ping produced 20 medium-grade spirit stones and placed them on the counter, then picked up the 2 source stones and turned to leave. After exiting the Lin family shop, he happened to see Yi Fan pass by. Name, Yi Fan. Cultivation, body refinement level 3, fortune, luck like fire, purple, talent, divine demon body, purple, end. Cultivation reaches the peak of transformation realm. Offends someone with even greater fortune, and is slain, losing all his luck. Realizing that recent events had taken a turn, Tang Ping understood that among the 2 source stones he had purchased, one must possess a top-grade would attribute spirit stone. He continued to meander around the source stone shop. 2 hours later, Tang Ping left the shop with a stoic expression, his storage ring still containing only the 2 source stones. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he entered the quiet chamber and took out the 2 source stones, placing them before him. Clang! The spiritual sword unsheathed and struck one of the source stones directly. Rather than splitting in 2, the stone produced a crisp sound as the sword penetrated halfway. Tang Ping's eyes brightened. He swiftly withdrew the sword and began to carefully peel away the stone layer. Suddenly, a vibrant green light burst forth from the cut surface of the source stone. Strands of verdant energy emanated from it, lingering around the stone for a considerable time. Tang Ping, with deftness, extracted the precious spirit stone from within the source stone. It was as large as an infant's fist, quietly resting in the palm of Tang Ping's hand. Without even needing to channel his techniques to absorb the spirit stone, he felt a gentle flow of life-infused spiritual energy entering his body through his palm. Tang Ping retrieved a jade box and cautiously placed the precious spirit stone inside. Currently, he was unable to absorb this stone. He would have to wait until he had refined all his internal organs and collected the remaining 4 spirit stones to absorb them all at once, forging a 5-element spiritual sea. However, the sect's source stone shop was rather small. Acquiring a singular exquisite spirit stone is already a stroke of remarkable fortune. However, to obtain the remaining precious spirit stones, a journey to the Tianyuan immortal city seems imperative. This city boasts the largest source stone market, spanning tens of thousands of miles. Surely, gathering the remaining 4 exquisite spirit stones would pose no challenge there. Yet, given his current prowess, should he encounter peril, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Hence, he must bide his time a little longer. 2 days later, within the tranquility of his chamber, Tang Ping concluded another round of organ refinement and slowly opened his eyes. He stowed away the wine gourd before him, which contained the spirit wine steeped with tiger bones and hearts, aiding him in refining his internal organs. Today marks the day of the Spirit Beast Mountain's upheaval. He hopes to rescue that spirit avian. Departing his cave dwelling, Tang Ping deftly maneuvered the 5-colored lotus and soared towards the Spirit Beast Mountain. This mountain serves as a sanctuary for various rare and exotic creatures cultivated by the sect, including formidable spirit beasts with extraordinary prowess. As Tang Ping alighted at the mountain's base, he beheld a spectacle: spirit beasts galloping and celestial cranes soaring. A plethora of rare creatures rarely seen in the outside world were abundant here. However, Tang Ping refrained from entering the Spirit Beast Mountain and instead meandered around the nearby Spirit Peak. The unfamiliar aura of a cultivator could incite chaos among the spirit beasts. Thus, apart from the disciples responsible for tending the creatures and a few elders, no one is permitted to enter without cause. Aware of the impending turmoil, Tang Ping prudently kept his distance. Suddenly, as he wandered, a thunderous roar resonated from the Spirit Beast Mountain. In an instant, spirit beasts and avians of varying cultivation levels surged frantically towards the mountain's exit. Tang Ping's expression shifted, and he swiftly propelled himself toward the Spirit Beast Mountain. His gaze darted through the chaotic flurry of spirit avians, and soon after, he pinpointed his target. A peculiar cry emanated from a diminutive 5-colored spirit avian, no larger than a fist. This bird, known as the 5-colored phoenix, though small in stature, is rumored to possess the bloodlines of the resplendent peacock and the phoenix clan. Despite its feeble strength and difficulty in domestication, once it acknowledges a master, it can significantly enhance its owner's fortune, making it an exceedingly rare and valuable spirit avian. At this moment, the priceless 5-colored phoenix was being relentlessly pursued by a frenzied, golden-feathered eagle. With a swift leap, Tang Ping interposed himself before the 5-colored phoenix, delivering a forceful kick that sent the attacking eagle hurtling away. He enveloped the 5-colored phoenix in protective spiritual energy, guiding it to safety. The 5-colored phoenix chirped gratefully, its eyes reflecting profound appreciation, leaving Tang Ping momentarily stunned. Truly, it is a legendary spirit avian, displaying such intelligence even at the Yuan gathering realm. Suddenly, a serene yet commanding voice resonated from above. As if by divine decree, The previously panicked spirit beasts came to an immediate halt, all returning to their designated places. In the astonished gaze of Tang Ping, fierce and powerful spirit beasts obediently returned to Spirit Beast Mountain. Who is this person? Such extraordinary prowess. Xiao Wu. Tang Ping turned around. A veiled woman, revealing only a pair of pale violet eyes, had appeared behind him without his notice. Chirp, chirp. The colorful phoenix, upon seeing her, joyfully called out twice before alighting on her shoulder. Xiao Wu, how did you end up running along? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Was it the golden eagle that chased you out? Did this person save you? The woman surprisingly understood the language of birds and exchanged a few words with the colorful phoenix before turning her gaze to Tang Ping. Did you rescue Xiao Wu? Indeed, it was me. Thank you, but wait. The violet-eyed woman suddenly paused, looking at Tang Ping with astonishment. What kind of constitution do you possess? Why can my violet eyes not discern your fortune? Unable to perceive one's own fortune? Is there anyone besides oneself capable of peering into another's fate? Tang Ping quietly raised his head to regard the violet-eyed woman. Name: Lin Xi cultivation level. 3rd stage of spirit concentration, fate. 1 in 10,000 blue. Favored by the colorful blue talent. Eye of fate, purple, end fate. After reaching the late stage of the transformation realm, she was severely injured due to forcibly peering into another's fortune, subsequently killed by an enemy. Favored by the colorful blue. Recognized by the colorful phoenix, blessed with fortune. Eye of fate, purple. Capable of glimpsing another's fortune, but at the cost of diminishing one's own. Attempting to peer into the fate of someone far superior results in backlash. This elder is indeed remarkable. Not only is her cultivation at the 3rd stage of spirit concentration, but her eye of fate is also exceedingly extraordinary. Even with the reduction from her eye, her fortune is still 1 in 10,000, coupled with the blessings from the colorful phoenix. It is difficult to fathom the kind of fortune required to inflict such severe backlash upon this elder. Perhaps it is the weakness of my own fortune that prevents her from seeing clearly. Lin Xi cast a dubious glance at Tang Ping. But since probing into another's fortune is disrespectful and Tang Ping was reluctant to divulge, further inquiries would indeed be overreaching. Moreover, Tang Ping had saved her, and considering this, Lin Xi waved her delicate hand, saying, "This purple mysterious beast egg is yours as a token of gratitude for saving Xiao Wu." With that, a pale purple spirit beast egg floated into Tang Ping's hand. "Thank you, elder." Tang Ping quickly bowed in gratitude. However, when he raised his head to look at the woman, he found that she had vanished without a trace. Is this woman also an elder of the sect? I wonder what her cultivation level is. After storing the spirit beast egg, Tang Ping stepped upon the 5-colored lotus and soared toward his cave abode. Once Tang Ping departed, Lin Xi quietly reappeared at the spot where he had just stood, gazing curiously at the retreating figure of Tang Ping. The disciple is quite peculiar. Chapter Yidmidurth, Che Uyi. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Beast Cultivation Room. Tang Ping placed the egg of the Star Xian Weasel upon the stone platform and subsequently activated the array of the Beast Cultivation Room. A layer of milky white light enveloped the spirit beast egg, while gentle spiritual energy and vital essence flowed from beneath the stone platform into the egg. It remains uncertain how long it will take for successful hatching. However, ordinary spirit beast eggs require 100 days, and this Star Xian Weasel may demand even more time. Tang Ping Muset Silenti. Returning to his quiet chamber, he resumed the process of refining his internal organs. At this moment, the organs within Tang Ping's body faintly emanated a subtle spiritual essence, indicating that the completion of the refinement was drawing near. A substantial amount of spiritual energy continuously washed over the various organs, purging impurities while simultaneously enhancing their flexibility and strength. Early the next morning, Tang Ping departed from his cave abode and soared towards the Moon Salary Hall. Today marked the 10th day of the month, the final day for the distribution of monthly salaries. Upon arriving at the Moon Salary Hall, Tang Ping, holding a token, opened the grand door. Navigating the familiar surroundings, he seated himself behind the counter and produced a jade slip to begin his contemplation. Before long, a disciple entered the Moon Salary Hall. presenting his disciples' token to Tang Ping, requesting the distribution of this month's salary. Tang Ping accepted the token and made a mark with an iron pen, then simultaneously collected the spirit stones while observing the disciples' features. Name: Suyu cultivation level, second layer of body refinement, fortune, exceptional, yellow, talent, above average green, outcome, failed to break through to the transcendence realm, meridians severed, after leaving the sect, perished within a month, consumed by melancholy. There was nothing remarkable about him, apart from his decent talent. He was even inferior to some outer disciples. Thus, Tang Ping continued to distribute spirit stones at the Moon Salary Hall while discreetly examining the features of the other disciples. It must be said, the Moon Salary Hall was indeed a splendid place. By noon, Tang Ping had already uncovered numerous promising opportunities. Recent turning point: in 3 days, while passing by the purple bamboo peak, he discovered a glimmer of purple light encircling him and obtained a purple mingworm from a millennium-old purple bamboo to nourish his spirit beast. Recent turning point: in 5 days, while venturing to Donglu Lake, 300 miles from the sect, he was ambushed by a fish demon. After slaying the demon, he discovered a storage ring left behind by a transcendence realm cultivator within the demon's belly. Recent turning point: in 10 days, upon accepting a sect mission to repair the dilapidated Grand Hall at the back mountain, he found a spirit refinement crystal beneath the hall, which greatly enhanced the purity of his spiritual energy upon use. The purple mingworm is a spirit insect that only emerges from millennium-old purple bamboos. It possesses no inherent abilities, yet when nurtured within a spirit beast, it can elevate the beast's intelligence and potential, rendering it a rare treasure. The spirit refinement crystal contains an exceptionally unique spiritual energy. When absorbed by a cultivator, it can significantly enhance the purity of their spiritual energy, making it another invaluable gem. In contrast, the storage ring of a cultivator at the transcendent stage pales significantly. However, overall, they possess considerable value. Tang Ping silently recorded these opportunities, intending to collect them in chronological order after today. Just when Tang Ping thought that today's harvest had come to an end, an unremarkable disciple entered the Moon Salary Hall. "I have come to receive this month's salary." Tang Ping instinctively glanced at the individual's features, but in the next instant, his pupils constricted. Name: Chu E cultivation level, third stage of body refinement, fortune, auspicious luck like a rainbow, purple, talent, azure yuan Dao body, purple, outcome, cultivation reaches the late stage of the void god realm, ultimately perishing at the hands of the demon clan on the ancient battlefield. Recent turn of events: 5 days later, he will visit the sect's 10,000 sword pavilion to select a spiritual sword. At the foot of the sword mountain in the pavilion, he discovers a rusted spiritual sword, feeling a connection that leads him to choose it. Upon recognizing the sword, he learns it is an inferior quality earth-level spiritual sword, the Black Dragon Sword. Once wielded by a powerful, void, god expert, an earth-level spiritual sword, Tang Ping's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Shu Yi became significantly more fervent. His Jade Balance sword array was in dire need of a primary sword to serve as its foundation. He never expected this gift to arrive so swiftly. "Ah, it's junior brother Chu. Here, take this spiritual stone." Dazed, Chu Yi was sent out of the Moon Salary Hall by Tang Ping, looking at the spiritual stone in his hand with a strange expression. Was this senior brother Tang perhaps a bit misguided? Recalling Tang Ping's almost maniacal grin, Chu Yi quickly shook his head, firmly deciding to keep a distance from the senior in the future. Little did he know that Tang Ping was currently engulfed in elation. What did an earth-level spiritual sword signify? Most cultivators in the sect at the transcendence stage utilized mystical-level spiritual treasures, and even the few formidable beings at the spirit gathering stage possessed scant items of earth-level quality. Moreover, when an earth-level spiritual sword is encountered, even cultivators at the transformation stage would be tempted. If his Jade Balance sword technique could be grounded with an earth-level spiritual sword, even a 3-sword array would possess the capability to challenge foes across realms. Chu Yi would be heading to the 10,000 sword pavilion in 5 days. But that spiritual sword should remain there. He merely needed to arrive before him to claim it. With this thought, Tang Ping resolved to set off for the 10,000 sword pavilion at dawn, eager to retrieve the black dragon sword and begin its refinement. In the ensuing half-day, Tang Ping discovered numerous opportunities, yet none were particularly striking. In the quiet chamber, Tang Ping sat cross-legged. No wonder the disciple, previously responsible for distributing the monthly salaries, was so eager for a change. A mere month could waste 3 days of cultivation time, and the task rewards were meager at best. It was likely that only those who recognized their own lack of prospects and wished to befriend the talented within the sect would choose such a task. A night of tranquil cultivation ensued. The following morning, Tang Ping concluded his cultivation, departing from his cave abode and soaring towards the sword pavilion. After half an hour, he arrived before an edifice that pierced the sky with its sword energy. Majestic copper pillars rose from the ground, supporting the lofty ceiling with an awe-inspiring grandeur. The ground was adorned with white jade, polished to a brilliant sheen, reflecting his image as he walked upon it. At the center of the grand entrance, a plaque bore the imposing inscription of 3 formidable characters: Sword Pavilion. This was the sacred place where disciples selected their spiritual swords, and each inner disciple was bestowed with the opportunity to enter. The quality of the sword chosen was solely dictated by one's fortune. As a crucial site within the sect, the sword pavilion was naturally guarded by an elder. Tang Ping first glanced at the elder's panel, discovering no opportunities, before retrieving his disciple token to report in. Subsequently stepping into the grand hall. Upon entering, Tang Ping was abruptly struck by a transformation in the surroundings. It was as if a mustard seed had been contained within the vastness of Mount Sumeru, creating a world of its own. Gazing around, celestial mountains soared, emerald waters flowed. Ancient trees towered, and myriad phenomena unfolded before him. Various spiritual swords, each exuding distinct auras, floated gracefully in the air. Yet, as he regained his senses, the enchanting scenes around him vanished in an instant, leaving only a weathered and ancient sword mountain. As Tang Ping ascended the sword mountain, the spiritual swords quivered and circled him, seemingly eager to acknowledge him as their master. He dismissed the allure of a yellow-grade superior spiritual sword. While commendable, it was evidently unworthy of squandering this singular opportunity. Chapter 25. Earth-grade spiritual sword. Black Dragon Sword. The sword mountain S base was indeed the site of which they spoke. Rather than climbing to the summit, Tang Ping circled the foot of the mountain, observing that yellow-grade spiritual swords were abundant at the base. While the midsection housed the mysterious grade swords, and the pinnacle was surrounded by exquisite, superior, mysterious grade swords. The distinctions were clear. Atop the sword mountain stood a sword radiating a terrifying aura, an earth-grade superior spiritual sword. This blade, known as the Haoyuan sword, was left by a legendary sword master of the Tianyuan sect, merely a step away from the fabled heaven-grade sword. It had been embedded in the peak for tens of thousands of years. Despite the brilliance of many gifted individuals, none had managed to subdue it. There were tales of powerful sect members who attempted to forcibly claim it, only to suffer grievous injuries from its backlash, forever deterred from wielding a sword. Naturally, Tang Ping harbored no ambitions towards this sword. Acquiring the Black Dragon Sword would suffice to bring him satisfaction. After searching the base for a moment, he discovered a rusted long sword. Observing the lifeless blade in his hand, devoid of any spiritual energy, even weaker than a yellow-grade sword, he questioned whether this could be the Black Dragon Sword. However, it was the only spiritual sword at the foot that fit the system's description. Grasping the Black Dragon Sword, Tang Ping made a decisive cut across his palm. Buzz! The once soulless Black Dragon Sword began to hum after absorbing the blood that seeped into its hilt, trembling incessantly in Tang Ping's grasp as if attempting to liberate itself from his hold. Acknowledge me as your master, and I shall introduce you to a new realm. Otherwise, I shall extinguish your spirit and reshape your essence. With a disdainful snort, Tang Ping unleashed the profound energy within him. A torrent of power surging forth like a terrifying wave, pressing down upon the Black Dragon Sword. As his spiritual force continued to flow into the sword, its resistance gradually waned. Follow me, and I shall ensure the world witnesses your chilling brilliance once more." As if hearing Tang Ping's vow, the black dragon sword ceased its struggle, allowing him to imprint his mark upon it without hesitation. In a moment of reverie, Tang Ping envisioned a majestic black dragon swirling around him. Upon returning to reality, the once rusty black dragon sword gleamed with renewed splendor, intricate spiritual patterns adorning its blade, exuding an air of formidable authority. Is this what a terrestrial-grade spiritual sword embodies? Feeling the sword's sharpness in his hand, a smile of elation crept across Tang Ping's face. Return. Spiritual treasures of Xian grade and above can be summoned at will, capable of retreating into a cultivator's spiritual sea and consciousness, not to mention a terrestrial-grade treasure. With the black dragon sword in hand, Tang Ping strode away from Sword Mountain without a backward glance. Under the astonished gaze of the elder guarding the pavilion, he exited the 10,000 sword pavilion with an aura of fierce determination. With the black dragon sword, it was time to commence the training of the Yuheng sword technique. The thought of the sword formation's ability to conquer foes beyond one's level stirred excitement within him. Transcending levels in battle had once been the hallmark of genius. And now, Tang Ping too possessed such qualifications. Hastily returning to his secluded chamber, Tang Ping began the ritual of refining the black dragon sword along with several other spiritual swords. However, as he initiated the process, he noticed something amiss. The speed at which the black dragon sword was being refined far surpassed that of the other 3 high-grade yellow swords. This is perplexing. Shouldn't higher-grade spiritual swords be more challenging to refine? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ping realized he had been constrained by previous assumptions. Refining a spiritual treasure entails transforming it into a possession unique to oneself. Unless one dies, no other can wield it. Moreover, a sword like the Black Dragon Sword, which brimmed with spirit and hinted at the potential birth of a sword spirit, would naturally cooperate with its master in the refining process. Thus, under the synergy between man and sword, the speed of refinement naturally escalated. In contrast, while yellow-grade swords were easier to refine, their lack of spirit meant they required Tang Ping's solitary effort. With this understanding, Tang Ping hastened his pace, completing the refinement of the Black Dragon Sword in a mere 3 hours. The sword hummed as it spiraled around him like a dragon before diving into his spiritual sea. Witnessing this, Tang Ping smiled knowingly and proceeded to extract the remaining spiritual swords, commencing their refinement one by one. A day later, Tang Ping sat cross-legged in the tranquil chamber, his hands weaving through intricate gestures, summoning 3 spiritual swords that danced gracefully before him. With a deep exhale, he released a breath of turbid air. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. He had completed the refinement of all 3 swords in just one day, a feat that surpassed his initial expectations. With the successful ritual of the swords, he could now commence the practice of the Jade Balance sword formation. Following the instructions of the Jade Balance sword technique, Tang Ping began to manipulate the 3 swords into a simple triad sword formation. However, to his surprise, the Black Dragon sword exhibited reluctance to cooperate, even attempting to clash with the other 2 swords, as if deeming them unworthy to join it in the formation. A thought crossed Tang Ping's mind. He summoned the Black Dragon sword back to him and, utilizing their intrinsic connection, explained, "These 2 are my chosen companions. You must listen to them and refrain from bullying them." The Black Dragon sword quivered with excitement, almost questioning the veracity of his words. "Of course it is true. Would I deceive you?" Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon sword leapt from Tang Ping's grasp, guided by its own spirit, and began to orchestrate the other 2 swords into the triad sword formation with remarkable efficiency and speed. Even Tang Ping, the sword master, was left speechless by the astonishing display. It seemed that the Black Dragon sword had already attained a level of intelligence capable of forming its own spirit. Unbeknownst to Tang Ping, the Black Dragon sword was forged not only from the bones and scales of a nascent black dragon, but also infused with the dragon's very essence, endowing it with ample spiritual awareness. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Rather than continuing his practice of the Jade Balance sword formation, Tang Ping departed from his cave abode, setting his course toward Donglu Lake, located 300 miles from the sect. He sought to reach Tianyuan Immortal City, necessitating a substantial reserve of spirit stones to procure the items he required. His supply of spirit stones had dwindled significantly after his recent purchases at the Sourcestone Workshop, leaving him with little remaining, especially after his recent training sessions. Fortunately, numerous opportunities awaited him. Otherwise, he would likely have found himself on a mission for the sect at this moment. After a while, above Donglu Lake, Tang Ping stood atop a five-colored lotus, channeling spiritual energy into his eyes to scrutinize the vast lake below. This lake was not far from Tianyuan's sect, and many disciples had previously visited to hunt demonic beasts. Now, the few remaining creatures were scarce. Those that survived were primarily due to the higher realm cultivators of the sect avoiding this place, coupled with the lake's unfathomable depths, which ordinary cultivators could not penetrate, allowing some demonic beasts to persist. After searching for a while, Tang Ping still found himself empty-handed. However, he had anticipated this moment long ago. With a swift motion, he retrieved a large chunk of bloodied wild boar meat from his storage ring and bound it with a cotton rope. Subsequently, Tang Ping raised his hand and tossed the meat directly into the lake. The crimson blood rapidly dispersed through the water, and Tang Ping focused intently on the depths below. Suddenly, with a splash, a massive maw erupted from the lake, devouring the substantial piece of wild boar meat in one gulp. Observing this, Tang Ping felt a surge of exhilaration. With a flicker of thought, the black dragon's sword soared forth, piercing the enormous fish demon lurking below, obscured from sight. A tremendous splash erupted as a grotesque fish demon, with a body of dark red and three eyes, surged forth from the lake, revealing a gaping, bloodied hole in its form. At this moment, the black dragon's sword had already burrowed into the fish demon, wreaking havoc within. It possessed a formidable strength, indicative of its first stage of body refinement. As the fish demon charged towards him, Tang Ping did not retreat. Instead, he leaped forward, propelling himself above the demon's head. In that instant, the demon was caught off guard, only to be met with excruciating pain moments later. The fish demon thrashed its body, attempting to escape, but Tang Ping would not allow such an easy departure. The five-color lotus rapidly expanded beneath the demon. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a punch, shattering one of its eyes, followed by two more strikes that obliterated its remaining eyes, leaving the demon to struggle frantically atop the five-color lotus. Gradually, its thrashing subsided until, at last, it lay completely still. With a swift motion, the black dragon sword re-emerged from the demon's body, trailing a spray of blood. Yet its obsidian blade bore no traces of crimson. Well done. Retrieving the black dragon sword, Tang Ping produced a yellow-grade spirit sword and swiftly slashed at the demon's abdomen. Enduring the pungent scent of fish, he searched for a moment before his face lit up with joy as he unearthed a dimly glowing storage ring. This must be the one, though it appeared to have been lost here for nearly a century. Was it the possession of a transcendent cultivator who perished here 100 years ago? Dispelling his thoughts, Tang Ping probed into the storage ring with his spirit sense. Fortunately, its owner was deceased. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to extract the treasures contained within. Upon investigation, he discovered a heap of mid-grade spirit stones and several high-grade spirit stones neatly arranged nearby. A few yellow-grade spirit treasures and what seemed to be a mysterious jade bracelet lay quietly within the ring. Moreover, there were various miscellaneous spiritual materials and ores, which he quickly assessed to hold considerable value. It appeared that this transcendent cultivator was quite affluent before their demise. Tang Ping transferred all the contents of the storage ring into his own, and after securing the ring, he directed the five-color lotus towards Purple Bamboo Peak. If his calculations were correct, today should mark the emergence of the purple Ming insect. Upon arriving at Purple Bamboo Peak, the mountains are adorned with purple bamboos, standing tall like armored warriors, their ethereal mist rising into the air. This place is renowned within the sect for its unique scenery, devoid of human habitation, typically serving as a recreational area for disciples to frolic and nurture spirit mice. However, due to the pressing demands of inter-sect cultivation, Few disciples find the leisure to visit such a locale. Tang Ping, feigning the guise of a wandering disciple, strolled leisurely on purple bamboo peak while extending his consciousness outward in search of the elusive purple nether insect. Suddenly, a flicker of purple light caught the corner of his eye. Turning his gaze, he beheld a robust millennium-old bamboo, exuding an enchanting purple glow, shrouded in mystery. Approaching the bamboo, Tang Ping was not surprised when a thumb-sized purple nether insect emerged from within, its gentle purple radiance emanating from its being. Seizing the insect despite its frantic struggles, Tang Ping unsheathed his sword and severed the bamboo before him, extracting a section from its center and confining the insect within. Once inside the bamboo segment, the insect's thrashing diminished significantly. Satisfied, Tang Ping stowed the bamboo away and departed into the void. He had no intention of selling the purple nether insect. The yet-to-hatch purple Xian mongoose at home would benefit immensely from it. The question remained, however, when he would succeed in hatching that spirit beast egg, for the true strength of the purple Xian mongoose lay not merely in its cultivation prowess, but in its ability to absorb the purple aura of heaven and earth, a boon for any cultivator's practice. After leaving Purple Bamboo Peak, Tang Ping made his way to the dilapidated Grand Hall at the back mountain. Inside the crumbling edifice, he searched briefly before emerging with a milky white crystal in hand. This spirit-refining crystal possesses the ability to enhance a cultivator's spiritual power, but for him, it held little value, as his spiritual energy had already reached a remarkable purity. The effect of a single spirit-refining crystal on him could be deemed negligible. However, for other cultivators, such a crystal could be described as a precious treasure. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Tang Ping began to organize the various gains from his entrance into the inner sect. Most notably, he had acquired the Earth-level spirit sword, the Black Dragon Sword. Following closely was a top-grade wood attribute spirit stone, though he still needed to gather the other 4 elemental spirit stones for it to be effective. As for the other fortunes he had obtained, he tallied the spirit stones, finding that he possessed over 200 mid-grade spirit stones, amounting to the equivalent of his 10-month salary. Additionally, he had 4 high-grade spirit stones, each of considerable worth. However, upon inspecting the jade bracelet, he discovered it was not a Xian-level spirit treasure. Rather, it had once been a Xian-level treasure. Due to the extensive time it had been lost, its spiritual essence had diminished significantly, causing it to drop to the status of a top-grade Huang-level treasure. It could generate a shield capable of withstanding the attacks of a Transcendence Realm expert for a brief period of 15 minutes in times of peril. Each activation necessitated a 10-day wait before it could be employed again. The Jade Bracelet, a treasure of significant value, is undoubtedly unsuitable for Tang Ping. Yet it is perfectly fitting for Junior Sister Lin. Considering the timeline, the awakening of Junior Sister Lin's physique should be imminent. By securing her affections sooner, he can find peace of mind at an earlier date. Furthermore, there are various spiritual materials, spiritual ores, a few yellow-grade spiritual treasures, and a rather valuable spirit-refining crystal. Tang Ping meticulously stored all these treasures within his storage ring before resuming his cultivation of the Yuhing sword array. Time flows undetected in the realm of cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Upon Qingfeng Peak, Tang Ping stood atop a 5-colored lotus, his hands weaving through intricate hand seals. The 3 spiritual swords, led by the Black Dragon Sword, danced before him like soaring dragons. From simplicity to complexity, he constructed one sword array after another, ultimately forming the foundational array of the Yuheng sword array, with the 3-talent sword array coming to a halt. The 3 spiritual swords hovered in front of Tang Ping, their sharp sword aura rendering him akin to a sword immortal who had stepped forth from a painting, exuding an aura of unrestrained prowess. Chapter 27. Successful conquest. The 3-sword array of the Yuheng sword array has reached minor completion, sufficient to deal with cultivators below the transcendent stage, not to mention those beneath transcendence. Even a moment's carelessness from a transcendence cultivator might result in their head being severed by Tang Ping's sword array. After retracting the 3 spiritual swords, Tang Ping soared towards the teleportation hall of the inner sect. It was time for him to visit Tianyuan Immortal City. Although his cultivation level remained at the third stage of body refinement, his strength had markedly improved, even in the face of a transcendence cultivator. He was confident he could escape if necessary. Not in haste to board the teleportation array to Tianyuan Immortal City, Tang Ping first directed his flight toward the outer sect. On the peak of the outer sect, Lin Xi sat cross-legged in her chamber. Should anyone witness the rapid pace of Lin Xi's progress, they would be utterly astonished. In merely 2 months since her entry, Lin Xi's cultivation had astonishingly reached the 6th level of essence gathering. Even Lin Xi, upon realizing her swift advancement, felt a pang of anxiety, hesitant to share her progress with others. She wondered how her senior brother was faring in the inner sect, no matter how quickly she cultivated. She would only be able to enter the inner sect after next year's outer sect competition. What if within this year, her senior brother had already found a partner in the inner sect? What would she do then? Lin Xi's face bore a trace of melancholy. Despite her rapid advancement, she felt no joy, for even if she reached the same stage as her senior brother in a year, she too would have to wait until after the competition to enter the inner sect. Just as Lin, she was lost in her dejection. She suddenly heard a familiar voice emanating from the courtyard outside. Is junior sister Lin here? It was senior brother Tang. Hadn't he just entered the inner sect? What could bring him here? Could it be a figment of her imagination? As her thoughts raced, Lin Xi approached the courtyard door and opened it wide. Senior brother Tang. Upon seeing the familiar, upright figure before her, Lin Xi couldn't help but exclaim in delight. What's this? Surprised to see me? And no, not at all. Lin Xi shook her head hurriedly and then inquired, Brother Tang, what brings you here? I am embarking on a distant journey, so I stopped by to see you. Stop by? Having been in the sect for some time, Lin Xi was not naive. She understood that when traveling to far-off places, one could utilize the sect's teleportation array, which connected areas within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. No matter how convenient the route, it was improbable for Tang Ping to have come all this way just for her. Upon this realization, Lin Xi's cheeks flushed, and a sweet warmth blossomed in her heart as she asked, Where are you headed? To Tianyuan Immortal City. Tianyuan Immortal City? Lin Xi was momentarily taken aback. Although Tang Ping had mentioned he was going far, she had not anticipated such a distant destination. The Tianyuan sect was not without rivals in the vicinity. Rather, it had 2 formidable adversaries lurking nearby, the Wind Tiger sect and the Shenyu sect. Among them, the Wind Tiger sect was the most powerful, having long shown intentions to annex the Tianyuan sect, while the Shenyu sect, though weaker and more of a beast-taming sect, maintained a relatively amicable relationship with both factions. It still found itself in a precarious position. Tianyuan Immortal City was established through the collaboration of the 3 sects and various forces, including the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. The citizens residing there were either loose cultivators or descendants of certain practitioners. However, the true purpose of Tianyuan Immortal City was as a marketplace, the bustling hub of trade, formed by the 3 major sects and countless loose cultivators alongside the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, was indeed prosperous. Yet, the city lay a staggering 100,000 miles away from the Tianyuan sect. Without the teleportation array, only cultivators of the Transcendence realm and above could traverse such a distance freely. By the way, I have acquired quite a few items upon entering the inner sect, and these 2 are of no use to me, so I would like to present them to you, junior sister. As he spoke, Tang Ping retrieved a jade bracelet and a spirit refining crystal from his storage ring. The jade bracelet, once a profound-grade spiritual treasure, had lost its spiritual essence and had now fallen to the status of a yellow-grade artifact, yet it could still withstand attacks from Transcendence realm cultivators for a brief period. The spirit refining crystal would be perfect for you, as your current cultivation level is low, and this item will greatly aid in refining your spiritual power. Lin Xi gazed at the jade bracelet and the spirit refining crystal before her. She was acutely aware of their worth. Although her brother had once been powerful in the outer sect, his strength in the inner sect was certainly not at the pinnacle. Acquiring cultivation resources and treasures would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. The 2 items before her could even evoke envy from Transcendence realm experts. Yet Tang Ping offered them to her so casually. In an instant, Lin Xi's eyes glistened with tears, and she opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Brother. The feelings that had long taken root in her heart began to flourish rapidly. Why are you crying? Do not weep, be good. Ultimately, Lin Xi could not hold back, and tears streamed down her face. Seeing her in such a state caused Tang Ping's heart to tremble. He hurriedly wiped the tears from her cheeks and offered her words of comfort. Brother, why are you so kind to me? Who could resist your charm, little sister? I find myself compelled to treat you well. A blush swiftly spread from her cheeks to her ears. Lin Xi leaned into Tang Ping's embrace, a delightful blend of sweetness and shyness enveloping her, rendering her utterly enchanted. Tang Ping gently encircled Lin Xi with his arms, a flicker of tenderness igniting in his eyes, quickly followed by a wave of satisfaction. After such a long pursuit, he had finally succeeded in winning her over. As Lin Xi nestled in his warmth, the initial sweetness and shyness gradually transformed into tranquility, as if the warmth of his embrace could melt her away. Please accept this jade bracelet and the spirit crystal. I shall feel more at ease after I depart. All right. Lin Xi nodded obediently, then, with a proud expression, announced, Brother, I have reached the 6th level of neighing. The 6th level of neighing? This time, it was Tang Ping's turn to be astonished. He had not previously noted Lin Xi's progress, but upon closer inspection, he realized she was on the brink of reaching the 7th level. Is this the grace of a celestial being? Such prodigious talent indeed belongs to the extraordinary. It seems we shall soon reunite within the inner sect. Yes. Lin Xi nodded vigorously, secretly relieved in her heart. She feared that Tang Ping might perceive her rapid advancement as abnormal. Yet, upon seeing only joy in his eyes, the weight in her heart lifted. At that moment, Lin Xi's joy surpassed even her swift ascension in cultivation. The two embraced beneath the rising sun, resembling celestial lovers in that fleeting moment. After a while, Tang Ping finally released her, speaking gently, Brother must take his leave. You should focus on your cultivation within the sect. Yes. Lin Xi nodded obediently, and, suddenly, she leaned in close to Tang Ping and quickly pecked him on the cheek before blushing furiously and darting into her room. Tang Ping touched his cheek where she had kissed him, pondering if he had just been playfully teased. After closing the courtyard gate for Lin Xi, Tang Ping stepped onto the multicolored lotus and departed the courtyard. Inside, Lin Xi covered her face with her hands, overwhelmed with shyness. Chapter 28. The Immortal City of Tianyuan. Inner Sect, Outer Affairs Hall. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Tang Ping found himself at the transmission array of the Inner Sect. A massive stone platform, reminiscent of that in the Outer Sect, lay across the hall. After exchanging a few medium-grade spirit stones, he stepped onto the colossal stone platform at the center of the hall. This time, Tang Ping did not have to wait long. As he ascended, he noticed several Inner Sect disciples already on the platform. Upon his arrival, an attendant retrieved several spatial crystal stones and inserted them into the grooves before him. The runes on the platform illuminated rapidly. Tang Ping suddenly observed that several disciples around him wore solemn expressions, even revealing traces of fear. An ominous feeling surged within his heart. Bang! As if struck by a hammer upon the back of his head, Tang Ping was momentarily engulfed in dizziness, only to be swept away by the power of space. Tianyuan, Immortal City. Countless cultivators throng here, and the daily flow of spirit stones can only be described as immense. More importantly, Tianyuan Immortal City stands majestically above the heavens. The mundane cannot enter or exit unless guided by a cultivator. Within, there are innumerable treasure pavilions. The branch of the Qinghe Merchant Association has also been established here. Source Stone Building, Qinghe Auction House, Wanbao Pavilion, Xianyan Pavilion, Danling Pavilion, and Casting Pavilion. Here, there exists nothing you cannot acquire, only that which you have yet to conceive. Upon the teleportation stone platform, a group of inner disciples from Tianyuan sect arrived. Once proud and spirited, now most of them held their heads in discomfort, while a few squatted to the side, retching incessantly, rubbing the still painful back of his head. Tang Ping mused silently that the teleportation array truly took a toll on a cultivator's life. It was no wonder those disciples bore grave expressions. It seemed this was not their first visit to Tianyuan Immortal City. Unlike those who were awestruck by the city's splendor on their first visit, Tang Ping remained unfazed. After all, the bustling metropolis of his past life far surpassed this in vibrancy. "Esteemed sir, do you require someone to guide you?" At that moment, a youth who appeared no older than 15 or 16 approached, bowing respectfully to Tang Ping. Unfazed by the youth's approach, Tang Ping had already reviewed ample information about Tianyuan Immortal City prior to his arrival. Given the city's vastness, many first-time cultivators often found themselves lost, leading to the emergence of a profession akin to that of the boy before him. Mundanes residing in Tianyuan Immortal City, seeking to earn a few coins or opportunities for cultivation by acting as guides. Having lived here from a young age, even the ordinary were quite familiar with the locale, navigating its various areas with ease. "Where's the largest source stone shop in Tianyuan Immortal City? Take me there." With that, Tang Ping tossed a spirit stone, which the boy eagerly caught, his face lighting up with delight. "Esteemed sir, follow me. I can navigate Tianyuan Immortal City with my eyes closed." Following the boy, Tang Ping soon found himself on a bustling street. "Esteemed sir, here lies the largest source stone shop in Tianyuan Immortal City, the only one of its kind. Virtually all those who buy and sell source stones gather here." Tang Ping nodded slightly and then produced another spirit stone, tossing it to the boy. "Wait for me over there. If I'm not out in 5 hours, you may leave." "Yes, esteemed sir." The boy joyfully accepted the spirit stone, realizing he had encountered a particularly generous patron, for many cultivators offered only mundane goods, and even when they did provide spirit stones, they were often those that had been largely depleted. A cultivator like Tang Ping, who casually tossed out 2 whole spirit stones, was indeed a rarity. Tang Ping paid no further attention to the youth, instead wandering alone through the source stone market. The scale of this place was immense, surpassing that of 10 source stone markets within any sect. He even spotted disciples from the 3 sects, along with stewards selling source stones by the roadside. As his gaze swept over the various cultivators, it took but a moment for him to identify his target. Name: Ping Hun, cultivation level, 3rd layer of body refinement, fortune path, exceptional, yellow, talent, above average green, outcome. Cultivation reaches the 4th layer of body refinement. Engages in treasure contention with fellow cultivators, ultimately slain by a transcendent realm master. Recent turn of events: an hour later, purchased a source stone worth 2,000 spirit stones from the Rain Message shop, subsequently revealing 5 high-grade spirit stones, worth 50,000 spirit stones. As he continued to observe, Tang Ping noticed a jade pendant at the waist of the individual, signifying him as a disciple of the Tianyuan sect. Tang Ping chose not to seize this opportunity. However, when his gaze fell upon a cultivator dressed in the robes of the Wind and Fire sect, his interest was piqued. Name: Wan Yuan, cultivation level, 2nd layer of body refinement, fortune path, unique among thousands, green, talent, above average green, outcome. Cultivation reaches the 1st layer of transcendence. Devoured by a beast during travels. Recent turn of events: 2 hours later, purchased a source stone worth 700 spirit stones from the Taya shop, subsequently revealing a top-grade gold attribute spirit stone. Indeed, this source stone market, the largest within hundreds of thousands of miles, had already presented him with a top-grade spirit stone upon his arrival, one that he did not possess, a gold attribute spirit stone. Intrigued, Tang Ping feigned casualness and inquired of the nearby vendor, "Esteemed friend, where might I find the Taya shop?" The vendor glanced at Tang Ping, initially ignoring him. It was only after Tang Ping tossed a few spirit stones that the vendor pointed toward a shop not far off. Upon arriving at the shop, Tang Ping began to browse the source stones. Unlike the sex market, here every stone was clearly priced, some even down to the individual spirit stone. Silently, he approached a source stone marked at 700 spirit stones and addressed the vendor beside him. "Esteemed friend, I shall take this one." However, to his surprise, he pointed not to the stone priced at 700 spirit stones, but rather to another stone adjacent to it. The vendor casually glanced at the indicated stone and replied, 800 spirit stones. This stone's quality is only worth 700 spirit stones. Can't you offer a lower price?" Taken aback, the vendor scrutinized Tang Ping for a moment before responding. All source stones are clearly priced, and we do not negotiate. This is the rule of the entire market. You must be new here. Your discerning eye is indeed commendable. This is my first visit to the source stone market. Tang Ping zipped. I thought as much. So, will you be taking it or not? Yes, and I shall also take this source stone. This time, Tang Ping pointed decisively to the stone valued at 700 spirit stones. The vendor said little, merely accepting the spirit stones from Tang Ping's hands. He then picked up 2 source stones and remarked, "Shall I open them?" "No, but he shan't. I shall return and open them myself. It's rather dull." Upon hearing this, the vendor handed the source stones back to Tang Ping, who tucked them away and turned to leave. The exquisite gold attribute spirit stones were finally in his possession. Chapter 29. Earth attribute spirit stones. As twilight descended, Tang Ping finally departed from the source stone shop. "My lord, do you require a guide?" Just as Tang Ping stepped out, the young boy from earlier hurriedly approached him. Tang Ping calculated in his mind. He had spent no less than 5 hours within the shop. "Why are you still waiting here?" he inquired. I had nothing else to do, so I decided to wait a bit longer. After all, I was hoping to see you emerge, my lord." Tang Ping chuckled softly and shook his head. "Let's go. Are there any inns nearby suitable for cultivators?" "Indeed, just down the street, there's a place called Drunken Immortal Inn. Many esteemed cultivators reside there, and I've heard that each room is equipped with its own array." Oh, Tang Ping's interest was piqued. Although the formations were different from sword arrays, they shared a connection. Even the most basic spirit gathering array required considerable spiritual materials for its arrangement. The fact that each room had its own formation indicated that the Drunken Immortal Inn was quite impressive. "Let us head to the Drunken Immortal Inn." Following the boy, Tang Ping arrived at the establishment and cast a glance at the young lad. "If you wish, wait for me here in 3 days." "Yes, I would be delighted," the boy exclaimed, overjoyed. He had waited so long in the source stone shop for this very invitation. Upon entering the Drunken Immortal Inn, a graceful maid approached them. "Greetings, my lord. Our establishment offers 3 types of rooms: 3 spirit stones per day, 10 spirit stones per day, and 100 spirit stones per day. Which do you prefer?" "The best one. Please follow me." The maid's expression brightened, and she respectfully led Tang Ping to a lavish room on the 3rd floor. "Please come in." Upon entering, Tang Ping ignored the maid's alluring gaze and promptly closed the door behind him. Despite being a high-end room, it was rather simple, containing only a wooden bed, a set of wooden tables and chairs, and a few miscellaneous items. However, Tang Ping's keen gaze quickly spotted 3 recesses beside the bed. He retrieved 3 spirit stones and placed them within the recesses. In an instant, the entire room seemed to be illuminated, suffused with ethereal spiritual energy. The spirit gathering array and the obscuring array worked in tandem to gather spiritual power and shield against prying minds. What truly astonished Tang Ping was the 3rd array, the focus array. This was no ordinary formation. It could assist cultivators in recovering their consciousness and concentrating their minds, making it a rather precious low-tier formation. No wonder this room commanded 100 spirit stones per night. It was equipped with such an array, having originally intended to comprehend the sword array. Tang Ping found this array to be precisely what he needed, and his satisfaction grew. Sitting cross-legged upon the wooden bed, shielded by a divine formation, Tang Ping felt no apprehension regarding prying eyes. He directly retrieved 4 source stones. Grasping his spiritual sword, he commenced the process of unearthing the stones. After a considerable time, the room was suffused with a sharp golden aura, and moisture lingered in the air. Tang Ping beheld the exquisite gold attribute spirit stone and the remarkable water attribute spirit stone in his hands, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Furthermore, he discovered over 10 superior spirit stones and a substantial piece of prime mysterious spirit crystal. This mysterious spirit crystal is a versatile gem, capable of enhancing the success rate and efficacy of crafting weapons, concocting elixirs, and even arranging formations. Due to its rarity, it is often priceless, with demand exceeding supply. This constituted all of his gains from the source stone shop today. Wait! Suddenly, Tang Ping recalled that he had purchased a few additional source stones as a ruse. With this thought, he began to extract these stones one by one. After another prolonged interval, Tang Ping, with a face devoid of hope, silently regarded the rubble before him and a single inferior spirit stone. Is this truly his luck, a mere 1 in 100? How terrifying! Tang Ping's expression grew somber. In the path of cultivation, one must pay heed to wealth, companions, laws, and land. Yet the most enigmatic of all is fortune. All sects, powers, and cultivators place great importance on the concept of luck. While others may possess varying degrees of fortune, it appeared that he could scarcely find a trace of it. This is no trivial matter. In future cultivation, should his fortune prove insufficient, even with a system capable of intercepting others' opportunities, some matters cannot be achieved merely by foreknowledge. Lacking personal fortune, he would undoubtedly struggle to cultivate to a truly profound realm. Yet, treasures capable of enhancing one's luck are exceedingly rare. Throughout his journey, the only treasure he had encountered that could elevate fortune was the multicolored phoenix he had rescued. It seems he must pay closer attention to this aspect moving forward. Regardless, he must at least elevate his fortune to the yellow grade. As the moon graced the window pane and dusk deepened, he engaged in a night of quiet reflection. The following morning, Tang Ping donned a new outfit and continued his visit to the Source Stone shop. Thus, after 3 full days of diligent exploration, he concluded that the shop would not yield any prime spirit stones in the immediate future. Inside the room, Tang Ping's brow furrowed. Before him lay a wind attribute prime spirit stone and a fire attribute prime spirit stone. He had already acquired the prime spirit stones of wood, water, gold, and fire attributes. However, the earth attribute prime spirit stone remained elusive. It had been nearly 2 decades since the Source Stone shop had last seen one. As for the wind attribute prime spirit stone, it does not belong to the 5 elements, yet it is equally precious. Utilizing it to activate a transportation spiritual treasure would significantly enhance its speed. It is undoubtedly an essential item for travel and escape. Exiting the Drunken Immortal Inn, Tang Ping made his way directly to the corner where the young boy had just fallen asleep. He departed. The young man stood up with a start, quickly bowing in respect upon seeing Tang Ping, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed sir. I seek the finest earth attribute spirit stones. Where might I procure them?" The youth paused momentarily before responding. "I'm not certain, but it is possible that the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce may have some in stock. Take me there." "Yes." The Qinghe Chamber of Commerce is situated in the heart of Tianyuan Immortal City, occupying the most prosperous area of the city. The two made their way to the exterior of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. Tang Ping glanced at the opulent establishment and addressed the young man, saying, "You may leave now." With that, he casually tossed a foundational cultivation manual and several spirit stones before striding towards the entrance. "Wait, sir." Tang Ping did not turn back. His voice calm as he remarked, "You possess commendable talent. Devote yourself to your training." "Yes, I shall not forget your kindness, esteemed senior." The youth knelt on the ground, his expression filled with gratitude. Upon entering the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, a maid approached, swaying gracefully. "Greetings, esteemed senior. Are you in search of something to purchase, or perhaps wish to sell a treasure?" "I wish to buy. Do you have any top-tier earth attribute spirit stones?" The maid hesitated for a moment, then discreetly appraised Tang Ping before replying with a charming smile. "Please wait a moment in the lounge while I fetch the steward." "Very well." The maid departed for only a brief moment before a steward clad in a blue robe hurriedly approached. "Is it you who seeks to purchase the top-tier earth attribute spirit stones?" "Indeed," Tang Ping affirmed with a nod. The steward, wearing an apologetic expression, explained, "Our chamber does possess top-tier earth attribute spirit stones. However, our regulations stipulate that only customers with a Tianyuan token or higher may make a purchase." Tianyuan token. This posed a significant challenge. This token symbolizes both cultivation level and financial means within the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, categorized into 4 ranks: Huanyuan, Xianyuan, Diyuan, and Tianyuan tokens. It is said that possessing a Diyuan token while in the vicinity of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce grants 1 protection from the chamber and allows for the expenditure of spirit stones to request assistance from their cultivators to resolve certain troubles. To obtain a Huanyuan token, one must either transact or purchase items valued at 100,000 spirit stones. As for the Tianyuan token, it requires an expenditure of 1 million spirit stones or the sale of treasures worth 1 million spirit stones within the chamber. How could a mere cultivator at the second level of body refinement possibly acquire such a token? Chapter 30. Treasures of Wealth. Little did I expect that to purchase the top-tier Earth Attribute Spirit Stones at the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, one would require a Tianyuan token. However, upon reflection, it is understandable. Given the rarity of top-tier Earth Attribute Spirit Stones without a certain threshold, it would be difficult for the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce to maintain any stock. Unlike other types of spirit stones, the most noteworthy aspect of top-tier Earth Attribute Spirit Stones is their ability to elevate the grade of ordinary spirit soil when placed within it. Moreover, the exquisite Earth Attribute Spirit Stone will not be consumed. On the contrary, it will be continuously nurtured. Such treasures that benefit the younger generation are exceedingly desirable for many factions. However, where could one procure this mysterious yuan order? Just as Tang Ping was lost in thought, a rotund figure fortuitously strolled past him. "Young master," the steward beside him promptly bowed to the newcomer. Tang Ping turned his head and nearly burst into laughter. What a sight! No other adjectives are necessary. A single word, round, suffices to encapsulate the entirety. However, upon observing the individual's countenance, Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback. Name: Jin Kai Bao. Cultivation level: first stage of body refinement. Fortune: rare as a gem. Blue: talent. Golden-toed physique: purple. Wealthy and prosperous. Blue: destiny. Met an untimely death due to treachery while the first stage of body refinement. Recent turn of events: 3 hours later, his guardian was lured away, followed by an assassination that depleted his life-preserving treasures. Believing himself safe, he was ultimately ambushed by a subordinate, leading to his demise. Golden-toed physique: purple. A reincarnation of ancient golden toad, fond of wealth. The more riches amassed, the swifter the cultivation speed, with a highly developed acumen for commerce. Wealthy and prosperous. Blue. It is said that money can move mountains. This individual possesses riches sufficient to sway those below the infant transformation stage at will. One epitome of affluence. Given the steward's address, could it be that this person is the heir of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce? No wonder he is targeted for assassination. "My friend," Tang Ping remarked gravely as he stepped in front of the rotund figure, "I perceive a dark omen upon your brow. A calamity of bloodshed looms near." Calamity of bloodshed? Is that truly so? Jin Kai Bao was momentarily taken aback, then cast a doubtful glance at Tang Ping. "It is a hereditary craft, if you do not believe. I can even reveal your name." Tang Ping, having been a fortune-teller in his past life, was adept at this art. "Is there truly anyone here who recognizes me?" "Surely not." Jin Kai Bao mused inwardly. "Very well. Should you unveil my name, I shall believe you this once. My friend, your celestial dome is full, your earthly foundation square, and your visage is quite exceptional. However, there's a sharp aura between your brows. You must be the Jin surname. Am I correct?" "Indeed." Jin Sai Bao's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded in affirmation. "My friend, your aura of jewels and treasures is already embedded in your destiny, indicating you are inherently destined for great wealth and nobility, with a remarkable aptitude for commerce, correct?" "Yes." At this, Jin Sai Bao's countenance changed, and a look of seriousness crept into his gaze as he regarded Tang Ping. The essence of a person's name intertwines with the principles of heaven, humanity, and earth, encompassing both internal and external realms. Based on your countenance, as a descendant of the Jin lineage, you are indeed the embodiment of wealth and treasures. Am I right? Correct. Jin Kai Bao nodded slowly, then bowed respectfully to Tang Ping, requesting guidance on the nature of calamities associated with bloodshed and how to avert them. "Your fate is extraordinary. I dare not make rash judgments." At this moment, however, Tang Ping appeared unhurried, calmly suggesting, "If you are not in a rush, you may proceed with your usual affairs and return to me after 3 hours." With that, Tang Ping disregarded Jin Kai Bao and turned to the attendant beside him, inquiring, I have some items I wish to sell. Does your esteemed merchant guild accept such offerings? Yes, certainly, the attendant replied, momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. He then glanced at Jean Kaibao, who was deep in thought and had nodded slightly, allowing the attendant to breathe a sigh of relief. Please, this way, esteemed friend. Upon entering a quiet room, a maid set down 2 cups of spiritual tea before discreetly departing. Tang Ping produced several wooden boxes, and before even opening them, a faint aura of spiritual energy emanated. As he opened one of the boxes, a premium Xianling crystal lay inside. This is a Xianling crystal. Upon seeing the crystal, the blue-robed attendant's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "A specimen of such quality is indeed exceptional, coupled with its size. Our Qinghe Merchant Guild is willing to offer 120,000 spirit stones. Please, do not rush. There are more items," Tang Ping replied with a gentle smile. Opening the other boxes, inside were various rare spiritual materials, most of which he had procured from the Source Stone workshop, with a smaller portion obtained from a previous storage ring. The blue-robed attendant's eyes darted over the boxes, calculating internally before stating, 87,000 spirit stones. However, the Li Huan gold must be sold together. Hearing this, the attendant gritted his teeth. We will accept the Li Huan gold as well. The total will be 210,000 spirit stones. Deal. Among the spiritual materials, aside from the Xianling crystal, the most precious was indeed the Li Huan gold. This substance is essential for crafting spiritual treasures related to illusions. Although it is valuable, it is exceedingly difficult to sell, as those in need are few and far between. Even a large merchant guild like Qinghe is typically reluctant to acquire such items. Thus, Tang Ping chose to sell it alongside the Xianling crystal and other materials. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. In just a brief moment, the blue-robed attendant entered with a storage bag in hand. Here are 21 top-grade spirit stones. Please accept them. He then produced a yellow token, handing it to Tang Ping along with the storage bag. And this Huanyuan token, please keep it safe. Presenting this token at our guild will grant you a 2 discount on purchases. Tang Ping casually accepted the spirit stones, pondering the Huanyuan token in his hand as he contemplated its significance. As the young heir of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, if he could manage to have this individual owe him a favor and begin to seek his assistance, then a top-tier Earth Attribute Spirit Stone would undoubtedly be within reach. With the fortune-telling system at his disposal, Tang Ping felt an unwavering confidence that this person would certainly seek him out within 3 hours. After savoring a sip of the spiritual tea before him, Tang Ping began to meditate in tranquility. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had elapsed. As anticipated by Tang Ping, Jean Kaibao, with a beaming smile, pushed open the door to the quiet chamber and entered, cradling a jade box. "Dear friend, I have arrived," he announced, placing the jade box before Tang Ping and opening it. A heavy aura pervaded the entire chamber, revealing a solitary earth attribute spirit stone resting within the box. Consider this spirit stone as a token of friendship. Tang Ping shot a glance at the rotund figure. "Are you not afraid that I might be deceiving you?" he inquired. "Not all. I can afford to lose some treasures," Jean Kaibao replied confidently. "However, should I lose a friend well-versed in divination, that would be a loss I cannot bear." Chapter 31. A Man of Vision. This time, it was Tang Ping who was taken aback, his gaze towards the rotund man shifting slightly. This fellow possesses a remarkable perspective. Indeed, he relished forming friendships with those who had vision. "I am Tang Ping." He introduced himself. Jean Kaibao paused momentarily before quickly responding, "I am Jean Kaibao," as Tang Ping picked up the exquisite Earth Attribute Spirit Stone. He casually toyed with it while maintaining a composed demeanor. "Jean, how did you come to know my childhood name?" Noticing the astonishment on Jean Caibao's face, Tang Ping's lips twitched slightly. "Well, it seems your name truly is rolling." However, he knew he must maintain his imposing presence. With a serene expression, he replied, "It is merely a matter of fortune-telling." Upon hearing this, Jean Caibao's gaze towards Tang Ping was imbued with a newfound respect. "Might I ask, dear Tang, if you could enlighten me regarding any impending calamities? The threat of bloodshed is merely the result of an assassination attempt, Tang Ping replied. Oh, an assassination attempt. Jin Kaibao nodded calmly, but Tang Ping's enigmatic smile hinted at deeper knowledge. Your calm demeanor suggests you have a protector in the shadows, does it not? At this revelation, Jin Saibao's composure shattered, his expression shifting dramatically as he scrutinized Tang Ping, uttering each word with caution. Who exactly are you? The existence of my protector is highly confidential. Even within the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, only a select few are aware of it. How'd you come to know? Has your divination skill reached such heights? Just an ordinary cultivator. You may wish to summon your protector and see if they still respond, Tang Ping suggested. Upon hearing this, Jin Kaibao hastily attempted to contact his protector. However, the guardian who had previously answered his calls without fail did not respond this time. A shadow flickered across Jin Pengzi's face, and upon seeing this, Tang Ping felt a surge of certainty within him. He spoke, if my calculations are correct, Brother Jin, your protector has been lured away, and the assailants are imminent. Before his words could fully dissipate in the air, a resounding crash echoed. A golden arrow hurtled through the protective enchantment of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, effortlessly breaching layers of defense. In a flash, it struck Jin Pengzi squarely in the chest. Clang! The crisp sound of impact resonated from his torso. Tang Ping focused his gaze and beheld a faint white barrier enveloping Jin Pengzi. The golden arrow shattered upon collision with this protective dome. Crack! A jade pendant hanging from Jin Pengzi's waist splintered into pieces. Jin Pengzi's countenance turned ashen as he stared at the shattered jade at his feet, then abruptly shifted his gaze towards the source of the arrow. There, a figure slowly crumpled to the ground. Tang Ping's eyes widened in shock at this scene. For the assassin who had targeted Jin Kaibao was a death warrior, a formidable foe of the Ming Sun Jing realm. With his life as the price, he had loosed the arrow, sacrificing himself before the projectile even found its mark. Protect the young master. Only then did the members of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce react. Frantically rushing to encircle Jin Kaibao, their faces etched with anxiety as they glanced towards the outside. Observing this, Jin Pengzi felt a secret sigh of relief within, forcing a semblance of a smile as he declared, "No need to worry, everyone. The assassin is dead. Let a few of our guardians inspect the assassin's body." Yes. At his command, several guardians surged forward from the crowd, descending upon the fallen death warrior to conduct a meticulous search. Tang Ping, observing from his side, felt a subtle shift in his demeanor and whispered to Jin Pengzi, "Brother Jin, you must exercise caution. The crimson hue upon your visage has not lessened. Rather, it has intensified. I fear there may be another assassin, one who is likely lurking beside you." Upon hearing the warning, Jin Pengzi's expression remained unchanged, yet he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. As he alerted Jin Kaibao, Tang Ping continued to scrutinize the faces of those present. His gaze swept across the crowd until it finally settled upon a particular steward. Name, Lian Cultivation Level, 7th layer of the Tuofan Jing, Fortune, a rare find, yellow, talent. Above average, green, fate. Will assassinate the young master of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce and subsequently take his own life. Recent turn. In 15 minutes, he shall quietly strike against Jin Kaibao before ending his own life. This is the one. Tang Ping exchanged a knowing glance with Jin Pengzi, who, initially taken aback, promptly addressed the crowd. "You all may withdraw for now. Brother Tang and I have pressing matters to discuss." Yes. The members of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce complied, vacating the quiet room, leaving only Tang Ping and Jin Pengzi. "What say you, Brother Tang? Have you made any discoveries?" "I have just observed the faces of all present, and among them, one individual bears the mark of defiance, possessing a countenance reminiscent of a hawk surveying its prey. If anyone harbors intentions to assassinate Brother Jin, it must undoubtedly be this person." Noticing Tang Ping's resolute expression, Jin Pengzi, having witnessed Tang Ping's prowess, promptly declared, "Please, Brother Tang, identify that individual, and I shall command the attendants to apprehend him immediately." With that, the two emerged from the quiet chamber, and the gathered attendants hastily turned their gazes toward them. Suddenly, Tang Ping extended a finger, pointing toward a steward in the crowd, exclaiming, "It is he!" Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Jin Pongzi urged, "Seize this man." "Damn it!" Lin, realizing his exposure, could not help but yell in fury. Then madly charged out of the crowd, reaching for Jin Kai Bao. Oomph! A steward clad in white suddenly appeared before Jin Pongzi, and with a swift motion of his sleeve, Lin was sent hurtling backward. Concentration, Stage 1. Tang Ping's pupils contracted. Indeed, the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce is a den of hidden talents. A mere steward from a branch possesses the cultivation of the concentration stage. Truly, this is a force capable of compelling the three major sects to engage in serious dialogue. Fearfully formidable. Apprehend him. Several stewards surged forward, pinning Li Yan to the ground. Observing Li Yan's frantic struggles, Jin Kai Bao, without the need for interrogation, recognized the truth of Tang Ping's words. This man indeed sought to assassinate him. A shiver coursed through Jin Kai Bao at the recollection of his earlier relaxed demeanor, allowing these stewards to encircle him. As a mere practitioner of the body, refinement stage 1, with his protective talisman destroyed, even clad in inner armor, he would be utterly incapable of withstanding an attack from an 8-stage transcendence expert. Should he perish, even if Li Yan were subjected to 1,000 tortures, he would not survive. With this thought, Jin Pongzi instinctively glanced at Tang Ping, only to find him furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Jin Pongzi's face. Alarmed, Jin Pongzi quickly inquired, "Brother Tang, have you disowned something else?" Tang Ping slowly shook his head, replying, "No, at least for today, Brother Jin, there are no significant changes. Furthermore, after surviving this ordeal, the features of your golden-toed visage have become even more pronounced. Congratulations." In the past, had he nearly faced death from an assassination attempt and someone dared to congratulate him, he would have ensured that person understood the reasons for the flower's vibrant hue. Yet, confronted with Tang Ping's congratulations, Jin Pongzi found himself beaming with delight. "If I understand correctly, after enduring this calamity, I have instead gained fortune from misfortune. I must extend my gratitude to Brother Tang for your rescue. Without you, I would likely have become a mere skeleton in the grave. Brother Jin, you are too courteous." Just as he spoke, Jin Pongzi noticed Tang Ping's complexion visibly pale, turning as white as snow in the blink of an eye. What is happening? Chapter 32. The Earth Yuan Order. The art of face reading fundamentally defies the heavenly principles if it does not reveal fate's secrets or disrupt the natural outcome. One would not face severe repercussions. Tang Ping felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, to forcibly alter the outcome would be to completely transform the cause and effect that had been sown. The once established karmic ties would surely result in the heaven's retribution falling upon me. The path of karma is inextricably linked to fate. Leaning back in a wooden chair, Tang Ping sighed, reflecting, "Indeed, Brother Jin's fate is invaluable. I initially believed that relying on ancestral secret techniques would shield me from this heavenly backlash. Yet the severity of this retribution has taken me by surprise." Coughing, Tang Ping noticed the strands of white hair sprouting rapidly from his head, igniting a surge of warmth in Jin Saibao's heart as he recalled the greatest limitation of divination since ancient times, the retribution of heaven. Countless masters and prodigies of divination have perished under its influence. "Brother Tang, your kindness is beyond my ability to repay." Jin Kai Bao bowed deeply to Tang Ping, his expression solemn. "I beseech you to accept this decree." A pale white token unexpectedly flew from Jin Saibao's brow, landing in his hand. After a respectful glance, Jin Kai Bao reverently extended the token to Tang Ping. This decree is called the Tianyuan Ling. The Tianyuan Ling holds the esteemed position as the foremost among the 4 heavenly decrees. Possessing this token is akin to having my presence, Jin, in person. Currently, our Qinghe Chamber of Commerce has only issued 1 Tianyuan Ling to the public. The one in your possession is the second, gifted only after my fatheress. With this decree in hand, every resource and member of the Qinghe Chamber is at your command, Brother Tang. Tang Ping's heart trembled. Tianyuan Ling. It was indeed the legendary Tianyuan Ling. He had merely utilized a secret technique from the Yuheng sword method, channeling his essence into the Hailang sword to feign the appearance of heavenly retribution, so as to avoid suspicion. Who would have thought that this young master would be so generous? This rotund man is indeed commendable. He genuinely offers what he possesses. I cannot accept this decree. Doing so would invite calamity upon myself. Despite his temptation, Tang Ping understood that he could not accept such a treasure. The Tianyuan Ling was extraordinarily precious, and if he were to accept it, he would likely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives in the future. Moreover, while the Tianyuan Ling was indeed valuable, he possessed a face-reading system, thus lacking for various treasures. Therefore, the Tianyuan Ling was not of great utility to him. After all, he could not simply summon people from the Qinghe chamber whenever he faced challenges. Such actions would inevitably lead to his exposure. Seeing Tang Ping's demeanor showed no signs of deception, Jin Kaibao was momentarily taken aback, then felt a stirring in his heart. Regardless, Brother Tang risked himself to save me. If I did not repay this kindness, how could I face the world? Since you are unwilling to accept the Tianyuan Ling, I implore you to at least accept this Diyuan Ling. Jin Kaibao then produced a black token, handing it to Tang Ping, and addressed those around them. Today's events will be recorded as a top-secret matter within our Qinghe chamber. Should any of this be leaked, you all know the consequences. We understand. Once the crowd had dispersed, Jin Kaibao took out the heavenly yuan token and said earnestly, "Please accept this, Brother Tang. You may use the earth yuan token in your daily affairs, but in times of crisis, this heavenly yuan token could serve as your safeguard." With sincerity etched on his face, Jin Kaibao continued, "I genuinely wish to forge a brotherhood with you, Brother Tang. I implore you to accept it." Tang Ping, however, firmly declined, stating, "This item would bring me misfortune rather than fortune. I appreciate your goodwill, Brother Jin, but I must refuse." Upon hearing this, the corpulent Jin did not press further. He tucked the heavenly yuan token away and remarked, "Since you do not wish to accept it, I shall not insist. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek out your brother." "Certainly," Tang Ping replied as he was escorted out of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. Just as he was departing, Jin Kaibao winked at him, saying, "If all goes according to plan, it won't be long before we meet again, Brother Tang." Tang Ping paused for a moment, then nodded, "I shall await your return, Brother Jin." After leaving the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, Tang Ping did not linger in Songyuan Immortal City, but made his way directly to a nearby teleportation array. Upon arriving at the teleportation hall, he, now considerably more affluent, chose a teleportation array for himself, intending to return to his sect. With a loud thud, a sudden pain struck the back of his head, and after a tumultuous sensation, Tang Ping found himself back in the grand hall of the inner sect of Tianyuan sect. "You return alone?" The steward in charge of the teleportation array, upon seeing Tang Ping return solo, could not help but inquire. After all, the cost of using a teleportation array alone far exceeded that of the usual fare, and it was rare for inner sect disciples to make such a solitary return, especially from Songyuan Immortal City. "I had urgent matters to attend to upon returning to the sect, and I could not wait for anyone else," Tang Ping replied, his face betraying a pained expression as he hurriedly descended the stone platform and exited the teleportation hall. The steward shook his head slightly, initially thinking that some disciples had struck it rich in Songyuan Immortal City, hoping to gain some benefit, but it seemed that was not the case. Tang Ping appeared to be just another impoverished soul. Guided by the five-colored lotus, Tang Ping made his way back to his cave dwelling. Meanwhile, at the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, Jin Kaibao, with a grim expression, perused the intelligence reports in his hand. After a long moment, he let the jade slip fall to the ground with a crash. The several white-robed attendants kneeling below quickly bowed their heads in submission. "When did our Qinghe Chamber of Commerce acquire so many traders? What is the purpose of your inspection hall?" Jin Kaibao could not contain his fury. Following the assassination attempt, it was only natural for him to investigate, only to discover that the inquiry had led back to him. A group had been uncovered within the chamber. Jin Kaibao narrowed his eyes. It seemed there were those within the chamber who wished to see him dead. Who would benefit the most from his demise? That old fellow, perhaps? Hadn't the Grand Elder just welcomed a great-grandson? Go, send some gifts over. Yes. Once several attendants had departed, Jean Kaibao began pacing back and forth within the Grand Hall. That person today is indeed worth befriending. A successor of divination, is it? To my astonishment, I, Jean Gungun, have encountered such fortuitous circumstances, enabling me to meet a disciple of the divination arts. The thought of the mystery and strength inherent in divination brought a glimmer of delight to Jean Caibao's eyes. Few are aware that the remarkable growth of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce can be attributed to a powerful practitioner of divination with whom they once formed a connection. Under the guidance of that formidable individual, the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce ascended to become one of the preeminent forces within the Qinghe domain. Although Tang Ping may not possess the prowess of that illustrious figure from yesteryears, his youth suggests that he may yet attain the esteemed realm of a master diviner in the future. In the tranquil chamber, Tang Ping sat cross-legged, 5 exquisite spirit stones, each embodying the 5 elemental attributes, artfully arranged before him. As he gazed upon the 5 elemental stones, a flicker of joy danced in his eyes. Indeed, the face-reading system proves to be of boundless utility, were it not for the ability to examine the panels of others. How could he have amassed these 5 elemental stones in such a brief span? Furthermore, there lies the legendary Earth Yuan token. With this talisman in hand, matters that once posed significant challenges to him have now become remarkably manageable. Additionally, Jean Kaibao stands as the greatest boon of this endeavor. With the young master of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce by his side, future undertakings shall undoubtedly be much more convenient. Calming the tumultuous waves of his heart, Tang Ping commenced the formation of spirit rotations within his internal organs, in accordance with the teachings of the Yuheng Immortal Sutra. 5 spirals, wrought from spirit energy, manifested within his 5 internal organs, drawing forth the energy from the 5 elemental stones and infusing it into his being. The sensations of gentleness from water, the explosive force of fire, the sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, and the weightiness of earth flooded his senses. In an instant, these 5 distinct energies transformed into streams of varying hues, surging towards Tang Ping's internal organs. With this influx came sensations of stinging, warmth, and burning, a euphoric yet agonizing experience that caused Tang Ping to involuntarily gasp. Chapter 33. The Ocean of 5 Elements. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the world. At this moment, the tranquil chamber radiated with ethereal glows. 5 streams, composed of pure spirit energy, gradually flowed into Tang Ping's body, where they unfolded into what resembled oceans of spirit within his internal organs. An immense volume of spirit energy was absorbed, expanding the area of these spiritual seas. Gradually, a sense of saturation welled up within Tang Ping's heart. With a mere thought, the 5 spiritual oceans began to circulate around his meridians. Water nourishes wood, wood fuels fire, fire transforms into earth, earth begets metal, and metal returns to water. This established a harmonious cycle among his internal organs. The feeling of saturation dissipated, giving way to a rapid expansion within the jade box. The 5 exquisite spirit stones dimmed in brilliance as an overwhelming tide of spirit energy surged into Tang Ping's body. At last, with a resounding crack, the 5 invaluable spirit stones shattered, releasing a torrent of pure spirit energy that flowed into his 5 spiritual oceans. Tang Ping activated the Yuheng Immortal Sutra, absorbing all the spirit energy, which then coursed through the 5 spiritual oceans, circulating ceaselessly. The ocean of 5 elements was born. The vital energies of the 5 organs circulate, as pure as crystal, embodying the essence within. The quintessence of the 5 organs has reached its zenith. At the moment of convergence within the sea of elemental energies, Tang Ping's internal organs were refined to perfection, transcending into a realm beyond human comprehension. Upon opening his eyes, a radiant seal of the 5 elements flashed from the depths of his gaze. Feeling the surging spiritual power within him, akin to a mighty river, Tang Ping was filled with elation. Not only had he forged the sea of elemental energies, but he had also surmounted the threshold of the 5 organs. Ascending to the 4th stage of body refinement, the marrow refining phase. The magnitude of his gains was truly remarkable. Leaping from the meditation cushion, Tang Ping stepped outside his secluded chamber and into the expanse beyond. The creation of a sea of elemental energies had consumed him 3 full days. At this moment, as noon approached, a thought sparked within Tang Ping. The black dragon sword, accompanied by 2 other spiritual swords, erupted from within him. The swords danced like swimming dragons in the air, weaving intricate formations under Tang Ping's deft control. Retrieving the spiritual swords, Tang Ping swiftly formed a hand sign. In the blink of an eye, a colossal fireball materialized in his hand, which he then hurled towards a massive rock. With a thunderous boom, the rock shattered, leaving behind a charred expanse. The earth wall technique. The spell transformed, and a vast, sturdy earthen wall surged forth, rising before Tang Ping. He gazed at the wall with delight, recognizing yet another advantage of having forged the sea of elemental energies. He could utilize pure elemental spiritual power to cast elemental spells. In other words, the potency of Tang Ping's fire attribute spells rivaled that of practitioners trained in fire attribute techniques. The same held true for the other 4 elements. It seemed that Hu Fei had not established his foundation of the 5 elements with 5 supreme spiritual stones, but merely with common materials. Otherwise, he would not have perished in the struggle for treasure. A foundation forged with 5 supreme elemental spiritual stones, combined with the Jade Balance sword technique, would ensure that even against formidable opponents, he would not easily meet his demise. Now, Tang Ping, even when confronted by transcendental beings, possessed the means to retaliate. His spiritual power now exceeded his previous levels by more than tenfold, enabling him to attempt the 9-sword formation of the Jade Balance Sword Array. Each enhancement of the Jade Balance Sword Array would signify a geometric increase in Tang Ping's strength. Though the difference between the 3-sword and 9-sword formations appeared to be merely a factor of 3, their respective powers were worlds apart. Returning to his meditation chamber, Tang Ping retrieved 6 spiritual swords to begin their ritual refinement. Fortunately, he had anticipated this need during his visit to the Qinghe Merchant Association and had purchased several swords beforehand. Otherwise, he would have wasted precious time. To become a core disciple, or even a true disciple, through the upcoming inter-sect competition, relying solely on the sea of elemental energies would be insufficient. He must refine the 9-sword formation within the limited time remaining. Only then could he dominate the inter-sect competition and assert his supremacy. Without such preparation, his innate talent would never allow him to secure a core disciple position. Time ceased to matter in the realm of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Tang Ping had comprehended the 9-sword formation for over 2 months. Standing above the cavern, Tang Ping stood upon a 5-colored lotus, his hands continuously weaving intricate gestures. Around him, numerous spiritual swords danced gracefully. Yet, whenever the sword formation was about to coalesce, there would be moments of hesitation. Halting the sword array and retracting the 9 swords, Tang Ping furrowed his brow as he descended slowly from the air. Over the past 2 months, he had been refining his marrow with marrow-cleansing fruit while contemplating the 9-sword formation. However, despite the passage of time and having completed the majority of his marrow refinement, his understanding of the 9-sword formation barely scratched the surface. It was no wonder the sword technique stated that only prodigies could achieve mastery. Evidently, my comprehension is indeed lacking. The formations achievable with the 3-sword array were relatively straightforward, and he could execute them after only a few days of contemplation. Yet the 9-sword formation was a different matter entirely. Merely grasping its principles had consumed him an entire month. Continuing in this manner was untenable at this rate. By the time the inter-sect competition commenced, he would scarcely reach the minor success of the 9-sword formation. Clearly, seclusion and solitary training would yield little result. After all, the sword is inherently a weapon of slaughter, and formations are no exception. Tang Ping suddenly realized that his inability to master the 9-sword formation was not solely due to a lack of comprehension. How could one expect to attain perfection in the path of the sword through mere secluded cultivation. Indeed, during these past 2 months, he had also taken advantage of his time distributing monthly allowances at the Moon Salary Hall, uncovering several opportunities that could yield fruitful results. However, calculating the time, in just 2 days, it would be his junior sister Lin's awakening day, making it impossible for him to leave the sect at this moment. A thought sparked in Tang Ping's mind. The sect undoubtedly possessed ample ground for combat. The 100 Battle Tower, designed by the venerable Tianyuan and a master craftsman to cultivate disciples' battle experience. It is said that this tower contains realms within realms, and every inner sect disciple of Tianyuan can enter to engage in combat. Contemplating this, Tang Ping flew directly toward the inner sect S100 Battle Peak. After a brief while, he landed upon a majestic mountain, rivaling Ling Bao Peak in the number of disciples present. The individuals frequenting this peak exuded fierce auras, their eyes ablaze with combat intent and suffused with an aura of death. Approaching an imposing blood-red tower that soared into the clouds, Tang Ping looked up, only to find that he could not glimpse its pinnacle. This was the 100 Battle Tower. Within, it contained 36 levels. Here, the test was one's combat prowess, not mere cultivation. Even disciples of the nascent origin realm might reach the summit, while those of the transcendence realm could falter within the first 3 levels. However, since the tower's establishment, no one had ever reached the top. Even the current sect ancestors were rumored to have only attained the 34th level, which stood as the strongest record in the sect's history spanning millennia. Inner sect disciples need only surpass the 10th level to receive rewards, which increased with each level conquered. Yet, among the current inner sect disciples, only a mere handful could clear the 10th level. At that moment, a grand voice resonated from within the tower, announcing that Su Yu had successfully traversed the 12th level of the 100 Battle Tower, earning a high-grade spirit stone and a marrow-cleansing pill. The surroundings of the tower erupted in a frenzy, with many disciples gasping in astonishment and some exclaiming in disbelief. What? There are still individuals in the inner sect capable of conquering the 12th level of the 100 Battle Tower. Look, Su Yu has not exited. Instead, he is challenging the 13th level. Tang Ping looked up at the illuminated 13th level of the tower, but the ethereal glow lasted only a brief moment before returning to silence. He has failed. Only 3 from the inner sect have managed to breach the 13th level. It was hoped that today would witness a 4th, but alas, upon seeing the fading brilliance, a disciple sighed in regret. Chapter 34. The 100 Battle Tower. The gates of the 100 Battle Tower swung open, and a robust figure emerged. Tang Ping furrowed his brows upon seeing Su Yu, for his cultivation had stagnated at the first level of the body refinement stage. Upon reflection, Tang Ping understood. This individual had prioritized honing his combat prowess while neglecting the advancement of his cultivation. Even if his combat strength allowed him to reach the 13th level, he would still be no match for an ordinary disciple at the 3rd level of the body refinement stage. Raising his gaze to the ominous aura of the 100 Battle Tower, Tang Ping stepped inside. Upon entering, the scenery around him transformed dramatically. Lush green grass flourished under a blazing sun. A grassland? It seemed he would soon encounter a pack of wolves on the 1st level. No sooner had he thought this than streaks of spiritual light flickered. Mere kilometers away, 10 first-level body refinement wolves appeared. They were indeed treating me with respect, coming in at the body refinement stage. Without employing his sword formation, Tang Ping formed a hand seal. Within him, the fiery sea surged, and several massive fireballs materialized behind him. Go! With a thunderous roar, the fireballs descended like meteorites, obliterating the wolves before they could even pounce, leaving only a few trembling wolves surrounding Tang Ping, hesitant to make a move. Noticing this, a hint of solemnity crossed Tang Ping's eyes. They possess awareness? No wonder this 100 Battle Tower is so challenging. Battling with awareness is an entirely different caliber. Go! More fireballs crashed down, resulting in the demise of 3 wolves. In midair, 2 massive characters appeared and quickly vanished. The azure light re-emerged, revealing another 10 wolves, this time at the 2nd level of the body refinement stage. With a wave of his hand, utilizing the vine technique, thick vines surged from the ground, ensnaring the pack of wolves. Tang Ping's expression remained unchanged as he summoned the black dragon sword from his sleeve. With a flash of sword light, 10 colossal wolf heads fell to the ground. The scene shifted once again. In a blistering desert, Tang Ping stood suspended in midair upon a 5-colored lotus, vigilantly observing the terrain below. Above his head, a colossal cross flickered silently. The 10th level. At this moment, his adversaries had transformed into 10 sand scorpions, each at the 4th stage of body refinement. In any other locale, these creatures would be no match for Tang Ping, yet the surroundings had morphed into a desert. Just moments ago on the 9th level, had he not exercised caution, even the 3rd stage sand scorpions would have nearly inflicted harm upon him. Earth-shattering technique. Tang Ping halted his incantation, suddenly exclaiming sharply. The 5 elements spiritual sea brought forth by the Jade Balance, celestial technique instantaneously converted all his spiritual power into earth-type energy. A vast torrent of earth attribute energy, far exceeding that of his contemporaries, erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. Under the impetus of this immense spiritual force, the initially unremarkable earth-shattering technique truly unveiled its formidable might. Below, the sands and stones within a radius of several hundred miles surged continuously, resembling a tide in motion. A scene of upheaval and transformation. In the blink of an eye, the 10 massive sand scorpions were thrust forth. Black Dragon. A streak of dark light flashed. The power of the earth-grade spiritual sword effortlessly severed the heads of the scorpions. As he descended from the air, Tang Ping's expression suddenly shifted. He pushed off the ground and darted to the side. Boom! A gigantic scorpion tail crashed down where he had just stood. Looking up, he beheld a massive 11 flashing by. He had not anticipated that upon reaching the 11th level, there would be no time to catch his breath. The 5 elements spiritual sea within him operated at an accelerated pace. Fortunately, his spiritual power far surpassed that of his peers, and the presence of the 5 elements spiritual sea significantly enhanced his recovery rate. Otherwise, even with unparalleled combat prowess, he would likely be unable to continue fighting. As the sand surged, a colossal scorpion, as large as a temple, emerged. 9-sword formation. Upon witnessing the giant scorpion, Tang Ping immediately summoned the remaining 8 spiritual swords. Forming a sword array, this giant scorpion had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of body refinement, just one foundational treasure away from transcending into a legendary beast. Ordinary disciples at the 4th stage of body refinement would stand no chance against this creature, even in groups. The sword array rapidly took shape, encircling the giant scorpion. Clang, clang, clang. One by one, the spiritual swords flew and struck the giant scorpion, leaving behind wounds several inches long. Even when barely activated, the power of the 9-sword formation greatly exceeded that of the 3-sword formation. In mere moments, the giant scorpion was already covered in injuries. Yet, to the gigantic scorpion, these wounds were trivial. Buzz. The black dragon sword hummed softly. Tang Ping could even perceive the essence of a black dragon entwined around the sword's body, with the black dragon sword leading the charge. The remaining 8 spiritual swords surged in power, ensnaring the giant scorpion and preventing it from making any sudden moves. Swoosh! The black dragon sword flashed past, and taking advantage of the moment when the other 8 swords held the giant scorpion captive, it swiftly severed one of its long legs. The might of the earth-grade spiritual treasure was unmistakably evident. Whoosh! Earth wall technique. The colossal pincers of the scorpion descended with great force, but Tang Ping was well prepared. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, standing resolutely before him. With the enhancement of the 5-element spirit sea, the otherwise unremarkable earth wall technique transformed into a magnificent fortress, towering and imposing. Boom! The thunderous sound of impact resonated from beyond the wall. Yet the earthen barrier remained steadfast and unyielding. With the earth wall as a shield, Tang Ping's 5 elements spirit sea underwent another transformation. unleashing an eruption of pure fire attribute spiritual energy. His sword imprint shifted, invoking the sword array, 9 suns blazing, drawing upon the fire attribute spiritual energy. The 6 spirit seas surged and roared, releasing an immense torrent of spiritual power. 9 spiritual swords gleamed with golden light as the radiant yang energy descended from the heavens, infusing the swords with potency. With a decisive strike, the swords fell upon the head, tail, feet, and pincers. As the golden, searing sword radiance flashed, they all came crashing down. 12. The scene abruptly shifted, and a sound of slicing through the air reached Tang Ping's ears from behind. Startled, he lowered his head just in time to see a crescent-shaped wind blade slice above him, cleaving a boulder ahead in two. Roar! Turning back, Tang Ping's pupils constricted in shock. 3 fully realized wind tigers were lunging towards him with ferocity. Outside the battle tower, within the inner sect, it was Tang Ping's first time successfully navigating the 11th level of the battle tower. A reward of a high-grade spirit stone was bestowed upon him. Someone else has breached the 11th level? Who could it be? The name sounds so familiar. Suddenly, an inner sect disciple slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I remember now. It's Tang Ping, the outer sect's top disciple who just entered the inner sect, rumored to have connections with Elder Bien." Upon hearing this, many disciples wore expressions of dawning realization, clearly aware that Tang Ping's name had spread widely in the inner sect due to Elder Bien's influence. To conquer the 11th level so soon after entering the inner sect was no small feat. Yet, they pondered whether he could surpass the 12th level. Impossible. Having conquered the 11th level, that must be his limit. The 12th level is absolutely unattainable. Before the words had fully escaped their lips, a grandiose voice echoed once more. Inner sect Tang Ping, for the first time, has successfully passed the 12th level of the battle tower. Rewards include a high-grade spirit stone and a marrow-cleansing pill. What? Impossible. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the inner sect disciples. To breach the 12th level immediately upon entering the inner sect was an unprecedented occurrence in nearly a millennium of sect history. Inside the battle tower, Tang Ping paid no heed to the dissipating corpses before him. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Buzz! A resonant hum suddenly emanated from a distance. Tang Ping focused intently and, without a moment's hesitation, turned to flee. A swarm of over 100 spirit bees, all at the pinnacle of the refining stage, surged rapidly towards him. 9 sword array. Fire element sword array. The 9 spiritual swords transformed into colossal fire dragons, launching themselves at the incoming swarm of spirit bees. Empowered by the fiery attributes of the spirit sea, the fire dragon's form vastly surpasses the ordinary, sweeping toward the spirit bees like a deluge. As the fire dragons soared through the air, one by one, the spirit bees fell to the ground, their bodies charred black. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ping felt a quiet sigh of relief within. However, just then, the seemingly motionless spirit bees that had landed suddenly emerged from their scorched exoskeletons, charging once more towards Tang Ping. "This is bad." Tang Ping's expression changed, and he hastily formed a seal while exclaiming, "Rainfall technique. Heavy water technique." A thick mist enveloped the area as an abundance of pure water spiritual energy flowed continuously from Tang Ping's body. Transforming into rain, it cascaded down upon the spirit bees, which then morphed into hundreds of pounds of heavy water, pressing down on the bees and rendering their flight nearly impossible. With hands forming seals, he unleashed the 9-sword formation, invoking the 9 dragons playing in water. 9 water dragons surged forth towards the cluster of spirit bees, and the immense force shattered the first wave of several bees instantly. The remaining spirit bees, too, found themselves ensnared by the water dragons, their struggles gradually weakening. A flash of spirit light signified the vanishing of the spirit bees. Seeing this, Tang Ping felt a quiet relief in his heart. Fortunately, the 5 elements spirit sea provided tremendous reinforcement to the elemental techniques. Otherwise, the power of his spells would have diminished significantly. Outside the 100 battles tower, Within the intersect, it was Tang Ping's first time surpassing the 13th level of the 100 Battles Tower, earning him a low-grade Mystic Spirit Sword as a reward. The previously bustling 100 Battles peak fell into a profound silence. Chapter 35, A Battle to Fame. Brother Hu, the Tang Ping you asked me to keep an eye on has now conquered the 13th level of the 100 Battles Tower. What? Hu Fei's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to the disciple before him. Are you certain it is the Tang Ping who has just entered the intersect? Indeed, there is only one Tang Ping in the intersect. It cannot be mistaken. Upon hearing this, Hu Fei waved his hand, signaling the disciple to withdraw, before rising from his cushion with a grim expression. I can no longer afford to wait. If this individual surpasses my cultivation, I will undoubtedly be no match for him. A faint sound of rushing currents emanated from within Hu Fei, as his marrow pumped like a well, with his marrow refinement reaching perfection in just a few short months. Hu Fei had astonishingly arrived at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Once my cultivation stabilizes, I must find a way to eliminate him. Otherwise, he will surely become a significant threat in the future. The quiet room fell into silence once more, while Tang Ping, frantically fleeing within the 100 Battles Tower, remained blissfully unaware that Hu Fei was plotting his demise. On the hilltop, Tang Ping was being pursued by a colossal stone giant. Boom! The massive stone crashed down beside Tang Ping, sending him hurtling through the air. He managed to stabilize himself mid-flight, landing smoothly on the ground nearby. The first level of the Transcendence Realm. Indeed, Tang Ping's adversary on the 14th level had already reached the first stage of Transcendence. Black Dragon, go! With 9 swords drawn, led by the Black Dragon sword, they shot towards the distant stone giant. Crack! The illustrious Black Dragon sword, which has always triumphed in its endeavors, was unexpectedly sent flying by a single slap from the stone giant. The other spiritual swords struck the giant's body, leaving only faint white marks. This presented quite a predicament. Tang Ping summoned the 9 swords back to his side, gazing at the distant stone giant, murmuring to himself. He had not anticipated that he would need to employ this technique on merely the 14th level. The 9-sword formation, the 5-element sword array. The 9 swords soared through the air. The Black Dragon represented water, while the remaining 8 spiritual swords paired up, transforming into the other 4 elements. The imprint of the 5 elements flashed in Tang Ping's eyes as the 9 swords rotated in a formation, pressing down upon the stone giant. A low, resonant roar emanated from the giant's mouth. Tang Ping remained unfazed as the 9 spiritual swords acted like a colossal mill, gradually grinding away the stone giant's flesh. Boom! Boom! The stone giant incessantly struck the ground around it, yet could not harm the 9 swords in the slightest, only watching helplessly as its own stone body was worn down bit by bit. With a thunderous crash, the stone giant finally collapsed. Within the intersect, Tang Ping had successfully passed the 14th level of the 100 Battles Tower for the first time. His reward, a heaping measure of 5-element sand. Outside the 100 Battles Tower, a multitude of disciples stood speechless, silently observing as the 15th level of the tower illuminated rapidly. Could he possibly conquer the 15th level? Murmured one disciple. No one responded. Yet, no one refuted. None could ascertain whether the man within the 100 Battles Tower could perform miracles. It seemed that only the ancestor from years past had breached the 15th level within a year of entering the intersect. The ancestor had also achieved it after 10 months of entry. Yet, Tang Ping had only been initiated for less than 3 months. In the desolate square, Tang Ping gazed intently at the black-clad man before him. This was the first human he had encountered since entering the 100 Battles Tower. Gongxin, a raspy voice emerged from the black-clad man's lips. Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback, then spoke, "Intersect Tang Ping." Good. In the next instant, the black-clad man vanished from sight. Tang Ping's expression changed abruptly, and he swiftly turned, delivering a punch behind him. Boom! The air surged. Debris flew. The shadow remained unmoved, while Tang Ping was unexpectedly sent flying. Crashing to the ground, Tang Ping rose, examining his bloodied palms, and called out, nine-sword formation. The spiritual swords chimed softly before coalescing into a sword array, charging towards the black-clad man. This is getting interesting. The corners of the black-clad man's mouth curled upward slightly, as he then struck out a palm towards the advancing nine swords. The gale palm. A fierce tempest erupted from his palm, causing the nine swords to tremble. Yet only the black dragon's sword continued to advance steadily. Observing that the black dragon sword could withstand his gale and still push forward, the black-clad man couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and then his figure vanished from sight. Transcendental realm, detaching from the mundane. Once one enters the transcendental, a qualitative transformation occurs. A figure cloaked in black suddenly materialized behind Tang Ping, delivering a swift side kick that sent him soaring once more. The five elements sword array. In midair, Tang Ping deftly altered the incantations in his hands, prompting a transformation in the nine swords that surged forth, imbued with the formidable might of the five elements. Aimed at the black-clad man, the man's expression shifted as he expelled a dark wind from his mouth, attempting to sweep away the nine spiritual swords. However, the five-element sword array was no ordinary formation. The nine swords moved as one, their power amplified, cleaving through the dark wind and racing towards the black-robed figure. Slash! Tang Ping exclaimed, the nine swords descending with ferocity. Yet, the black-clad man dissipated into a cloud of shadow, evading the onslaught of the swords. The fire-element sword array. Burn him! The nine swords transformed, coalescing into the fire-element sword array. A torrent of flames ignited the entire cloud of darkness, piercing screams emanating from within. Unfazed, Tang Ping channeled an immense amount of spiritual energy into the nine spiritual swords. The inferno surged, as the dark mist was nearly consumed. The figure of the black-clad man re-emerged. However, this time, he had no opportunity to unleash any further techniques before the black dragon sword severed his head with a single stroke. In the inner sect, Tang Ping had, for the first time, conquered the 15th level of the 100 Battles Tower. His reward, a sword-polishing stone. Clang, clang, clang. The resonant chimes of battle echoed from the peak of 100 Battles. Having triumphed over the 15th level, the 100 Battles bell rang out automatically. News spread across the various peaks. Yet another prodigy, well-versed in combat, had emerged. From the inner sect peaks, figures emanating a terrifying aura ascended rapidly. Racing towards 100 Battles Peak, in the rear mountain, the elder with white eyebrows lifted his gaze towards 100 Battles Peak, nodding in satisfaction after a moment. Indeed, this young lad must be the second brother recognized by Xiao Ran. I had not anticipated such talent. After expressing his admiration, the elder began to communicate a few words towards the sect's main hall before returning to his task of tilling the earth. Outside the 100 Battles Tower, the presence of several transcendent beings hovered above, their gazes filled with reverence as they regarded three figures nearby, their auras restrained. Is that Tang Ping? Is he truly the brother of Elder Bien? One inquired. It appears so. His talent is indeed remarkable. He surged through the 15th level upon entry, surpassing our achievements from years past. Yi Fengshan cast a sidelong glance at the robust Guitao, retorting, you dare to boast? If memory serves, you only managed to reach the 13th level back in your day. Lord Sect Master, must you always bring up past shortcomings? The speaker was none other than Yi Fengshan, the current Sect Master of Tianyuan sect, a formidable practitioner at the 3rd level of the Condensation Realm, and the highest-ranked individual in the sect aside from the Ancestral Master. This bald man is the master of the physical body hall. Sect Master, perhaps you could show him a modicum of respect. Guitao chuckled. Being the master of the physical body hall, with a cultivation at the 1st level of the Condensation Realm. Greetings, an elderly figure with a mane of white hair. The master of the hall of all methods, Shan Nong, proficient in myriad techniques, possesses a cultivation level of the 2nd stage of the Concentration Realm. Yi Fengshan paid no heed to the two, instead quietly observing the battle tower before him. Do you believe this little fellow can conquer the 16th level? Impossible. Should this little one manage to breach the 16th level, I would, regardless of offending Bien Xiaoran, gladly take him as my disciple." The two spoke plainly. Each 5 levels of the battle tower signifies a substantial transformation. Even they, after a decade within the inner sect, had never conquered the 16th level. Chapter 36. Sword Intent? Transcendence, Stage 3. How can it still be you? Tang Ping gazed at the man in black robes before him, articulating each word with precision. "Indeed, is still I." The man in black nodded, as if endowed with sentience. "Be cautious. My strength has increased manifold since our last encounter." This time, the man in black was not empty-handed, but bore a long sword at his waist, akin to Tang Ping. Buzz. The long sword emitted a soft hum. Tang Ping hastily summoned the black dragon sword to shield himself. Clang! A tremendous force surged through the sword's hilt. The black dragon sword slipped from his grasp, and Tang Ping's hand shattered, sending him hurtling backward. The azure dragon's cry. In a daze, Tang Ping seemed to hear the low lament of a true dragon. "Is this sword intent?" A flash of azure light erupted. An arm severed and tumbled to the ground beside him. Tang Ping could not suppress a cry of pain, yet a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. After enduring such prolonged trials, the sword energy within him had solidified. Yet he had long struggled to comprehend the true essence of sword intent. Little did he expect to witness the authentic sword intent here today. As the azure dragon sword intent surged forth, myriad insights into the sword path surged in Tang Ping's mind, drawing upon the 5 elements as a foundation. He transformed them into the 5 elements sword intent. 5 elements sword formation. Arise. 9 swords metamorphosed into the 5 elements. Disregarding his severed arm, Tang Ping gestured with one hand. By the principle of earth giving birth to metal, metal element sword. Slash. The twin dragons dance. Azure light flashed once more. Tang Ping's form gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, in the distance, the man in black, his eyes wide with astonishment, gradually lost focus, a trickle of blood appearing at his neck, and his head slowly slid away. From the inner sect, Tang Ping, for the first time, breached the 16th level of the battle tower. The reward, a high-grade foundation-building treasure, a 5-element stone. This time, the resounding voice pierced through thousands of miles, echoing throughout the sect and beyond. Within the grand hall, Tang Ping's figure suddenly materialized. In the center of the hall stood a jade platform, sculpted from exquisite stone. Approaching the platform, Tang Ping momentarily paused, gazing at the reward upon it. Does this signify my conquest of the 16th level? After collecting all rewards from the jade platform into a storage ring, Tang Ping was directly transported out of the battle tower. "Are you Tang Ping?" As soon as he emerged from the 100 Battles Tower, Tang Ping discovered several figures standing before him. Scanning swiftly over the foremost individual, he bent respectfully and addressed him, recognizing him as his master. Name, Yi Fengchun Cultivation Level. First stage of transformation sealed. Fortune, 1 in a million blue. Master of Sect, blue. Talent, thick earth physique, blue. Destiny, achieved perfect transformation. Met his demise in battle during an external sect conflict. Master of Sect, blue. Leader of Tianyuan sect, blessed by the sect's fortune. Thick earth physique, blue. Standing upon the earth, one's spiritual power becomes boundless, favored by the land. This seemingly unremarkable man in a white robe was, in fact, the leader of Tianyuan sect. Moreover, wasn't it rumored that the sect leader possessed a cultivation level of spirit concentration? Why was he at the transformation stage? Tang Ping's heart sank, though he dared not reveal any signs of distress on his face. Having just entered the inner sect for barely 3 months, you have already conquered the 16th layer of the 100 Battles Tower. Impressive. Yi Fengchun couldn't help but praise. Such flattery from the sect leader. Tang Ping deeply, inwardly thinking that this was not a good sign. Then he recalled, I once saw a portrait of the sect leader from my elder brother. Ah, I see. Yi Fengchun nodded slightly, then produced a token, saying, with Elder Bian's guidance, we shall refrain from hastily accepting disciples. Take this token. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may come to Tianyuan Peak and seek me out using this. Thank you, sect leader. Tang Ping exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the token with a bow. What a pity. If you were not training in the sword path, and if your sword intent was and subtly coalescing, I would have snatched you away from Bien Shiran. Gua Tao patted Tang Ping on the shoulder, lamenting. He had a fondness for disciples adept in combat. Unfortunately, Tang Ping practiced the sword path, and the most exceptional swordsman in Tianyuan sect was none other than Bien Shiran. Tang Ping, maintaining his composure, once again bowed in gratitude. At high noon, sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the figure before him. Clad in white as snow, strands of sword energy flowed and swirled around him, exuding an unparalleled elegance. In the square, numerous inner sect disciples gazed at Tang Ping with envy, jealousy, or admiration, creating a myriad of expressions. Hurrying to the scene, Hu Fei, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not help but tremble with trepidation. The person I have offended is such a figure? Hu Biao, you have brought this upon me. At this moment, Hu Fei was engulfed in apprehension, incessantly pondering where else he might have wronged Tang Ping apart from that external sect competition. I observe that your innate foundation is not particularly exceptional. Accelerating your cultivation and heading to the Yuanling Tower is the best choice. With that token, you may enter the Yuanling Tower for 100 days of training. Upon hearing this, Tang Ping's expression brightened with joy, and he hurriedly bowed to Yi Fengshan, exclaiming, I am immensely grateful to the sect leader. Yi Fengshan waved his hand, gesturing for Tang Ping to refrain from excessive courtesy. Well, it is time for us to depart. Suddenly, Yi Fengshan's voice came to an abrupt halt as he turned sharply to gaze at the outer gate peak. The other two cultivators at the spirit concentration realm seemed to sense something as well, shifting their gazes in unison. Amidst the confusion of the gathered disciples, a tempest arose from the direction of outer gate peak. What could this mean? Everyone wore expressions of astonishment. Tang Ping's expression shifted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. For it seemed the true protagonist of the day was not himself. At outer gate peak, within a tranquil chamber, Lin Xi sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, the image of Tang Ping flashing repeatedly in her mind. Brother Tang had only entered the inner gate 3 months prior, yet he had already conquered the 16th level of the 100 Battles Tower, gaining renown within the inner gate. Meanwhile, she remained an obscure figure in the outer gate. Even though the voice she had just heard spoke only a name, Lin Xi was certain it belonged to Brother Tang. He was destined for greatness, while she could only wonder when she might catch up to his footsteps. From childhood, Brother Tang had been exceptionally kind to her, caring for her in myriad ways. She had long since harbored feelings for him. Glancing at the jade bracelet adorning her wrist, a pang of sorrow pierced Lin Xi's heart. Perhaps in the future, Brother Tang would find a partner, while she would remain in the shadows, silently watching him ascend ever higher. A sense of inferiority surged within her. Her once enchanting gaze now dulled with melancholy. If only she could enter the inner gate and become a prodigy like Brother Tang. Suddenly, the bloodline dormant within Lin Xi seemed to awaken, responding to her whispered thoughts. A fervent warmth emanated from the depths of her soul, a mysterious energy quietly brewing, gradually breaking free. Was this the phoenix? Lin Xi found herself enveloped in a world ablaze with crimson hues. On a colossal phoenix tree, a divine bird flitted about gracefully. A cry resembling the call of a phoenix resonated from within Lin Xi. Instantly, an ancient, noble, and enigmatic aura erupted from her being. Flames erupted around her, coalescing into a violent ripple that spread throughout the entire Tianyuan sect. Wherever the ripple passed, life flourished and the temperature soared. At Outer Gate Peak, an ancient spectral phoenix materialized, radiating a regal and timeless essence, as if to suppress the heavens themselves with its overwhelming might. Chapter 37. As if in a dream. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, an infinite stream of purple energy cascaded from the heavens, converging into a resplendent beam of light that surged into Lin Xi's body. Above, the celestial realm stirred, countless brilliant rays of light showering down, as if an endless celestial glow was pouring forth, auspicious energy rising, and ethereal light drifting about. On 100 Battles Peak, Tang Ping silently observed this spectacle, inwardly reflecting, fortune has returned to its rightful place. A favored one in the heavens. Such a scene naturally stirred not only the heavenly origin sect. In the Tianyuan immortal city, within the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, two spherical figures, one large and one small, were seated and sipping tea. Suddenly, the golden god of wealth cast his gaze towards the direction of the heavenly origin sect. Could this be the manifestation of a celestial being? The heavenly origin sect has given birth to such a prodigy. The chubby young lad beside him, upon hearing the mention of the heavenly origin sect, hastily inquired, "Old man, what has happened with the heavenly origin sect?" The golden god of wealth glanced at his son and slowly replied, "The heir of the divination path you spoke of also belongs to the heavenly origin sect. And this celestial prodigy, the heavenly origin sect, is indeed extraordinary." He exhaled deeply, and, as the president of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce, a top-tier powerhouse in the mid-stage of the void god realm, he found himself in a moment of hesitation. Should he allow his son to wade into such turbulent waters? If not, under his protection, Jin Kai Bao could still grow to become a formidable figure in the commerce world. However, the prospect of Jin Kai Bao surpassing him would become exceedingly slim. Yet, if he were to plunge into this chaos, perhaps Jin Kai Bao could seize the opportunity to soar to greatness, transcending his own limitations. In due time, I shall arrange for you to enter the heavenly origin sect for cultivation. How you conduct yourself thereafter shall depend on you. Yes, Jin Kai Bao responded with delight, nodding eagerly. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Wind Tiger sect, a robust figure sat majestically upon the throne, silently observing the direction of the heavenly origin sect. As the most powerful sect master of the Wind Tiger sect, Zhou Long could naturally discern the unusual happenings emanating from the heavenly origin sect. It seemed that further delay was untenable. Such prodigies must not be allowed to flourish. In the Xianyu sect, an elderly figure, appearing to be on the brink of death, slowly withdrew his gaze, landing upon the sect master of the Xianyu sect. Agreed, we must prioritize our own preservation. Indeed, ancestor, if anyone were to overhear the title of the Xianyu sect's sect master, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For the ancestor of the Xianyu sect had perished hundreds of years ago, having reached the limit of his lifespan. At this moment, an elder laboring in the back mountain of the heavenly origin sect abruptly vanished, only to reappear atop the outer gate peak. At this juncture, the entire outer gate peak was enveloped in radiant, auspicious light, with countless laws and patterns swirling, an abundance of spiritual energy wafting through the air, an immortal aura lingering. Those present felt as though they were witnessing the evolution of the great Tao. Many disciples with considerable comprehension swiftly entered a state of enlightenment. The barriers of the neighing realm trembled, yielding to their breakthrough. Previously obscure and perplexing techniques and secrets became profoundly clear. What is happening? Could it be that an ancestor has broken through, achieving enlightenment and earning the congratulations of heaven and earth? This essence of the Tao allowed me to effortlessly advance to the 7th level of the neighing realm. Indeed, that cloud and mist technique which had confounded me for ages is now as lucid as day. I am able to wield it with ease. Deep within the Tianyuan sect, in a concealed and mystical realm, stood an ancient and weathered bronze door. Before this door sat a frail elder, his presence as delicate as a whisper. As a sliver of the outside world's breath seeped into the secret domain, a resonating hum filled the air. In an instant, the elderly visage of the man transformed before the naked eye, rejuvenating into that of a strikingly handsome figure, radiating an aura of unparalleled brilliance. When he finally opened his eyes, he stood like a celestial prodigy, surrounded by the essence of the Tao and enveloped in ethereal light. His red brows and golden pupils evoking both the enchantment of a spirit and the majesty of a deity. Disciple Tong Su, pays respects to ancestor Yin Feng. A white-haired elder suddenly materialized in the secret realm, bowing respectfully to the man. Tong Su, the attendant who once served alongside my senior brothers? Indeed, replied the man with red brows and golden eyes. Why do you awaken me? Is it that our sacred sect stands on the brink of life and death once more? Not at all. The white-haired elder, known as the ancestor of Tianyuan, spoke slowly. It is because our sect has birthed a child favored by the heavens, endowed with a celestial countenance, a phoenix descending to bestow its bloodline. What? Our sect possesses such fortune, giving rise to this extraordinary talent? The calm expression of the golden-eyed man was instantly transformed into one of unbridled joy. Having survived from ancient times to the present, he understood the significance of such a prodigy. No wonder you dared to risk awakening me. After a moment of contemplation, the man traced a finger across his brow. In that instant, the essence of the Tao surged, the heavens and earth roiling, as a drop of golden-red blood slowly floated from his forehead, ultimately landing in the hands of the ancestor of Tianyuan. Ancestor. As this drop of blood emerged, the golden-eyed man visibly aged before our eyes. Deliver it to her. Assist her in establishing an unparalleled foundation of the Tao. The hope of our sacred sect rising lies within this woman. Even through layers of mystical barriers, the man perceived everything with a single glance. Disciple, obeying your command. The ancestor of Tianyuan knelt upon the ground, reverently accepting the precious blood. The golden-eyed man nodded slowly, then sat down, returning to his profound silence. Observing this, the ancestor of Tianyuan silently rose, bowed deeply, and departed from the secret realm situated at the deepest part of the Tianyuan sect. On the outer gate peak, an indeterminate amount of time passed. The aura emanating from Lin Xi began to gradually condense, and various phenomena dissipated accordingly. Simultaneously, Lin Xi, whose appearance was already shifting, underwent a remarkable transformation. Clad in the humble robes of an outer disciple, her features could no longer be concealed. Her brows resembled emerald feathers, and her skin was as delicate as fine white jade. Particularly, her bright eyes, resembling a picturesque landscape, seemed to harbor the stars of the entire cosmos, captivating the very soul. Moreover, a brilliant divine light enveloped her, akin to a celestial maiden from the heavens, compelling all to bow in reverence. What has happened to me? As Lin Xi awakened to her remarkable transformation, her eyes brimmed with confusion. She sensed the profound changes coursing through her, yet found herself ensnared in a fog of uncertainty. What is your name? Upon regaining her composure, Lin Xi discovered a group of imposing figures clad in the robes of elders and hall masters, their faces adorned with smiles as they gazed at her. Instinctively retreating a step, Lin Xi felt a surge of nervousness as she regarded the assembly. Disciple Lin Xi. What a beautiful name. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair materialized, and the assembly of elders, hall masters, and even the sect leader Yi Fengshan all promptly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Ancestor? The legendary Tianyuan ancestor. Lin Xi could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment, her expression utterly charming. I am Tang Su, the current ancestor of Tianyuan sect. Will you become my disciple? The prospect of being accepted by the Tianyuan ancestor left Lin Xi feeling as though she were ensconced in a dream, speechless in her disbelief. Chapter 38. The ancestor takes a disciple in Tianyuan sect. The name of the Tianyuan ancestor was known far and wide. To become a disciple of the ancestor was a dream cherished by countless individuals. It represented a true elevation to greatness. Yet this scene, which had previously existed only in the realm of fantasy, was now unfolding before Lin Xi. Having just awakened, she was oblivious to why such formidable beings from the sect had gathered around her, and even the ancestor himself sought to take her as a disciple. Lin Xi had never encountered anything of this nature before. Her mind went blank as she found herself at a loss for words. Thus, she instinctively sought the counsel of someone she deemed reliable. I wish to hear from Brother Tang. Brother Tang? The Tianyuan ancestor paused in surprise at her words, glancing at the powerful figures beside him, who all shook their heads in confusion. For a moment, even the ancestor was intrigued about this Brother Tang. It was known that Lin Xi, at this juncture, could simply nod her head and become the ancestor's disciple, inheriting the true teachings of Tianyuan. Such an opportunity was unparalleled within the entire sect, with few able to rival its stature. Yet despite this golden chance, Lin Xi hesitated, her instinctive desire to heed Brother Tang's words revealing his significant standing in her heart. Is this Brother Tang, the inner disciple Tang Ping? The one who just conquered the 100 Battles Tower? Yes, yes. Just then, Yi Fengxian spoke up, seemingly deep in thought. Upon receiving Lin Xi's affirmative response, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Tianyuan ancestor, upon hearing this, appeared to recall something and instructed an elder nearby. Is he the one who just reached the 16th level of the 100 Battles Tower? Go fetch him at once. Yes. The elder promptly accepted the command and set off to find Tang Ping. Tang Ping had been present when Lin Xi's extraordinary awakening occurred, arriving alongside the gathering throng. However, due to the presence of the esteemed sect elders, he had been unable to approach and stood on the periphery. Upon hearing the summons, he stepped boldly into the courtyard. Brother Tang. Lin Xi caught sight of Tang Ping at once, unable to restrain a soft exclamation as if she had found her anchor, and hurriedly ran to his side. Do not be afraid, Tang Ping gently said, ruffling Lin Xi's hair. The venerable Tianyuan ancestor observed Tang Ping in silence, his profound and weathered gaze seemingly capable of penetrating one's very soul, discerning all that lay within Tang Ping's heart. As the ancestor's gaze fell upon him, an inexplicable chill surged through Tang Ping, as though the surrounding spiritual energy recoiled from him. In an instant, time and space appeared to freeze, and an invisible terror flooded his mind. Fortunately, it was merely a fleeting glance before the Tianyuan ancestor withdrew his gaze. You are Tang Ping? He inquired. Indeed, I am the disciple, here to pay my respects to the ancestor. This time, Tang Ping took the initiative to meet the ancestor's eyes, his expression calm and composed, exuding an air of tranquility, as if he felt no nervousness whatsoever. The surrounding elders and palace masters turned their attention toward him, witnessing Tang Ping's graceful demeanor, distinguished presence, and the ethereal flow of the 5 elemental paths around him. A faint sword intent emanated from within, causing his every movement to resemble that of an immortal swordsman. This scene undeniably captivated the onlookers, instantly garnering their admiration. Even the venerable Tianyuan ancestor, after a moment of appraisal, could not help but commend. You have grasped sword intent upon entering the inner sect, and your combat prowess is remarkable. Your integration of the 5 elements is comparable to the 5 elements Tao body. You truly deserve to be called a prodigy. Having spoken, the ancestor glanced at Lin Xi and continued, Tang Ping. Lin Xi possesses the celestial demeanor and is favored by the heavens, with the bloodline of the true phoenix descending upon her. If she receives careful guidance from our sect, she is destined to reach realms we can only aspire to. I wish to take her as my disciple, yet she only wishes to heed your call. Perhaps you could persuade her? Upon hearing this, Tang Ping turned his gaze to Lin Xi, his eyes filled with gentleness as he asked, Do you wish to become the ancestor's disciple? I wish to accompany Senior Brother Tang. Lin Xi replied softly, her head bowed. If you wish to stay by my side, the current you is not sufficient, Tang Ping gently admonished. I have forged the foundation of the 5 elements Tao. My sword intent has just begun to take form, and I have even successfully traversed the 16th level of the 100 Battles Tower in celebration of the sect. My potential is boundless, and I shall ascend to even higher realms. If you desire to remain by my side, how can you do so without adequate cultivation? At this, Tang Ping tenderly brushed Lin Xi's cheek and spoke softly, Become the ancestor's disciple. Allow him to guide your cultivation, and let your innate talent shine forth. I hope that in the future, when I reach the pinnacle of cultivation, you will stand by my side. As his words fell, Lin Xi suddenly looked up. Her once doubtful eyes now radiated with brilliant starlight, shining with unprecedented brightness and glory, illuminated by her ethereal beauty. Lin Xi understood. I will certainly stand by Senior Brother Tang's side. With that, she deeply bowed to the venerable Tianyuan ancestor. Her voice resolute, disciple Lin Xi pays homage to the master. Upon a brief exchange with Tang Ping, Lin Xi was persuaded to take the venerable Tianyuan Lao Zu as her master. The multitude of formidable sect leaders cast complex glances towards Tang Ping, for it seemed that this young man held a significance in Lin Xi's heart greater than they had anticipated. Ha ha! Excellent! 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 Even the composed Tianyuan Lao Tzu could not help but express his delight at the news. A figure of celestial grace, a child favored by destiny. With such a prodigy as a disciple, what more could a master desire? The hope for the rise of Tianyuan sect had now emerged, and it was within reach. From this day forth, you shall be my sole direct disciple, the true inheritor of Tianyuan sect. The elders, upon hearing this proclamation, were filled with elation. With such a talent among them, how could the Tianyuan sect fail to flourish? Yi Fengchun, the sect leader, proclaimed, "Let it be known far and wide that Lin Xi has become the disciple of our venerable ancestor, elevated to the status of true inheritor. Yes, we bow before the true inheritor." In that moment, the elders and officials beneath the palace bowed in reverence to Lin Xi. The status of a true inheritor ranks only beneath that of the sect leader and a select few like Tianyuan Lao Tzu. This was also Tang Ping's ambition. Simultaneously, the resounding chimes of the true inheritor hall echoed through the depths of Tianyuan sect, their solemn and resonant tones traveling 100,000 miles, leaving countless cultivators in awe and astonishment. With the conclusion of the chimes, the Tianyuan sect welcomed another true inheritor, Lin Xi, the direct disciple of Tianyuan Lao Tzu. From this day forth, you shall accompany me to the sacred grounds of the sect for seclusion, utilizing the treasures of our forebears to forge an unparalleled foundation in the Tao. Commandant Tianyuan Lao Tzu. Once the esteemed sect leaders had finished their congratulations and departed, Lin Xi quietly approached Tang Ping. "Senior brother Tang." Tang Ping, with a gentle demeanor, replied, "Go. I heard what the ancestors said. With your current gifts, you must prioritize your cultivation. But I wish to stay with you, senior brother." Lin Xi murmured softly, "Heed my words, go. Perhaps one day, you will have the chance to care for me." Lin Xi, momentarily taken aback, then resolutely nodded, "All right." The venerable Tianyuan Lao Tzu cast a surprised glance at Tang Ping before waving his sleeve, leading Lin Xi away from the outer peak. The matter of her status as a true inheritor was now settled. However, another piece of news swiftly spread throughout the entire Tianyuan sect. As a disciple of the venerable ancestor and a cherished inheritor, Lin Xi was now spoken for, having developed deep affections for a senior brother who had recently entered the inner sect. It was even after his persuasion that she agreed to take Tianyuan Lao Tzu as her master. As this revelation emerged, it caused a tremendous uproar within the Tianyuan sect. Following the circulation of Lin Xi's portrait, countless disciples found their hearts shattered and began fervently seeking information about the enigmatic senior brother. Chapter 39. Sect Mission. However, unbeknownst to Tang Ping, after Lin Xi departed, he returned to his cave abode alone. Within the serene chamber, Tang Ping retrieved all the treasures he had acquired from the 100 Battles Tower, arranging them meticulously before him. Among these, the spirit stones and spirit swords can be set aside for the moment. The vial of essence refining pills before him is precisely what Tang Ping currently requires the most. Essence refining pills are crafted from essence refining fruits, possessing effects even more potent than the fruits themselves. With this elixir, Tang Ping's cultivation during the essence refinement stage would accelerate significantly. Besides, the 5 elements sand and 5 element stones he obtained, though varying in efficacy, are invaluable for forging spirit swords imbued with the properties of the 5 elements, or for refining his own elemental spiritual energy to practice elemental techniques. Notably, the 5 element stones contain a trace of the essence of the 5 elemental Tao, allowing Tang Ping to gain insights into the path of the 5 elements ahead of time. Lastly, there is the sword polishing stone. This is not a true sword, but rather the embodiment of a cultivator's sword intent. As he contemplated sword intent, an invigorating jolt surged through Tang Ping. Indeed, his greatest gain from this journey was the comprehension of a fragment of the 5 elements sword intent, although it amounts to less than 10%. For a cultivator at the body refinement stage, this is akin to an extraordinary feat in this world. There exists true intent, sword intent, Tao intent, staff intent, and the like, all representing forms of genuine understanding. The intensity of sword intent ranges from 1% at its inception to a complete mastery at 100%. Only then can one be deemed to have truly comprehended a form of sword intent. Among the countless disciples of the Tianyuan sect, both inner and outer, only a handful can grasp true intent at the body refinement stage. It is no wonder that Tang Ping, having only entered the inner sect for a mere 3 months, has already grasped the essence of swordsmanship, drawing the attention of many formidable figures. Gently lifting the sword-polishing stone from the stone table before him, Tang Ping cradled it in his hands, and the sword intent within him began to surge. Suddenly, waves of sword chi erupted from his body, launching an assault upon the sword-polishing stone. In an instant, Tang Ping noticed a transformation in his surroundings. The air was thick with an overwhelming, chilling sword chi. As the sword chi howled past, shimmering brightly with lethal intent, Tang Ping's own sword chi seemed feeble and vulnerable, akin to a lamb amidst a pack of wolves. Go! Tang Ping commanded inwardly. His sword chi began to counter the surrounding waves of sword chi, often requiring the shattering of over 100 of his own sword chi to break through just one of the surrounding sword chi. Yet amidst this struggle, the myriad mysteries of sword intent appeared before Tang Ping, allowing him to absorb and comprehend them freely. In a brief moment, he became immersed in the profound understanding of swordsmanship, ravenously drawing from the insights it offered. Simultaneously, the 5 elements sword intent, which previously required 100 strikes to shatter one instance of lethal sword intent, gradually diminished to needing only 99 strikes. Soon after, it became 98, then 97, and so forth. As time flew by, he lost track of how long had passed. Crack! With a sudden crack, Tang Ping jolted back to reality, only to find himself transported far from the realm he had just occupied. At this very moment, if there were anyone present, they would discern an unmistakable aura of sharp sword energy without even opening their eyes. The Tang Ping of now bore no resemblance to an ordinary mortal. He resembled instead an unparalleled divine sword, brandishing its brilliance unabashedly. Clang! A resounding note of the sword echoed unexpectedly. The sword intent within him surged forth like a rising tide, manifesting a fierce and unyielding sword energy that reached its zenith. Where this sword intent traversed, it incessantly tempered Tang Ping's physical form, refining it to an extraordinary degree and bestowing upon it a distinct edge akin to that of a sword. Ultimately, as if following the natural order of things, in an instant, Tang Ping perceived a supreme path of the sword unfolding before him, coinciding with the peak of his sword intent. Boom! It felt as though a barrier had been shattered, and immediately, a myriad of sword energies erupted around him. The walls, sculpted from blue stone, swiftly became etched with a multitude of sword marks. With the culmination of his sword intent, it could be said that only at this moment had Tang Ping truly embarked upon the path of the sword. Buzz! Buzz! Seemingly sensing the mastery of its wielder's sword intent, the black dragon's sword began to hum incessantly, as if celebrating Tang Ping's achievement. As if struck by divine inspiration, Tang Ping grasped the black dragon's sword and gently waved it before him. A brilliant flash of sword light streaked across the cave, piercing through the spiritual mountain and soaring into the heavens. This was indeed the true path of the sword, deserving of its reputation as the foremost force of assault. Gazing intently at the black dragon sword in his hand, Tang Ping murmured, at this moment facing an ordinary first level of the Transcendence realm. A single sword strike would suffice. It was time to venture from the sect and hone his skills. The path of the sword could only be refined through continual battles with formidable adversaries to ascend to higher realms. Tang Ping mused inwardly. As he exited the cave, the auspicious purple aura heralded the dawn, with the sun rising in the east. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ping leaped, and beneath his feet, a multicolored lotus blossomed, lifting him toward the inner sect's steward hall. Steward hall. Although the day was still young, when Tang Ping arrived, he found the hall bustling with disciples. After inquiring a few questions to the steward nearby, he learned of the day's happenings. Today marked the update of tasks in the steward hall. where numerous rewarding yet low-difficulty tasks would be presented. Naturally, this drew many inner sect disciples early in the morning, eager to seize these opportunities. Boom! As a copper gong sounded, the previously lively Steward Hall fell into an immediate hush. Suddenly, a brilliant white light illuminated the massive stone tablet standing at the hall's center. New tasks began to materialize upon the tablet. Various rewards, typically rare, appeared one after another. To venture to the Qingwan mountain range to gather Luan bird eggs? Hiss! Each egg would yield 500 points of sect contribution and 1,000 spirit stones. Not only that, if one could obtain 10 phoenix eggs, they could also invite the revered Master Shungan to deliver a sermon. Master Shungan is one of the few formidable practitioners at the spirit concentration stage within the sect. Such a task would surely ignite envy even among the core disciples. Indeed, particularly since Master Shungan is not an ordinary practitioner, but a powerful figure at the second level of the spirit concentration stage. I shall take on this task. Immediately, one task captured the attention of numerous disciples, and some had already picked up their tokens to undertake it. Consequently, others hastily followed suit, eager to seize the opportunity. In a brief moment, over 20 disciples had accepted the mission to the Qingwan mountain range, and when an unassuming female disciple claimed it, the task dimmed in allure. A total of 25 individuals. Tang Ping, who had been quietly observing this scene, confirmed within himself. Habitually, his gaze swept across the faces of the disciples. Suddenly, Tang Ping's body trembled. His eyes involuntarily revealed a look of astonishment. What is happening? In an instant, he regarded the 25 disciples who had just accepted the task. His expression grew grave. Chapter 40. The illusory tree name, Guanhai Cultivation. Third level of body refinement, fortune. A rare find, yellow, talent. Above average green, outcome. Achieved third level of body refinement. Brutally murdered in the Qingwan mountain range. Recent turn, 5 days later, accompanied by fellow disciples to the Qingwan mountain range, subsequently met with death. Name, Feng Shui Cultivation. Third level of body refinement, fortune. 1 in 1,000 green, talent. Above average green, outcome. Achieved third level of body refinement. Brutally murdered in the Qingwan mountain range. Recent turn, 5 days later, accompanied by fellow disciples to the Qingwan mountain range, subsequently met with death. Each of the 25 disciples shared the same fate and recent turn, murdered in the Qingwan mountain range. Just as Tang Ping pondered this unsettling revelation, a man clad in a pale golden robe, his face adorned with an air of arrogance, strode into the elders' hall. Brother Wu Shi. Tang Ping turned to look, his pupils narrowing suddenly. Name, Wu Shi Cultivation. Third level of transcendence, fortune. 1 in 10,000 blue, talent. Crimson Fox Eyes blue, outcome. Achieved 9th level of transcendence. Executed by sect experts for betrayal. Recent turn. Conspired with external sect powers to harm disciples of his own sect, thereby reaping significant gains. Crimson Fox Eyes blue. Utilizing secret techniques to fuse the Crimson Fox's eyes into his own, enhancing the speed and power of fire attribute secret arts. It becomes clear, no wonder so many disciples have met such tragic ends. I had not anticipated such treachery within the sect. A flicker of anger flashed across Tang Ping's eyes, but it vanished almost instantaneously. I have met Brother Wu. A throng of inner disciples promptly surrounded him. Wu Shi cast a glance at the assembly and inquired, "Who among you has accepted the mission to Qingwan mountain range?" The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Only a dark-faced disciple, with a quick flick of his eyes, eagerly proclaimed, "I." Wu Shi turned his attention to the black-faced disciple and nodded approvingly. "Well done. This task has been assigned to me by our master, and I shall lead everyone to the Qingwan mountain range to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. I also accepted this mission." In an instant, the disciples who had taken the task hurriedly voiced their claims, anxious not to miss this opportunity. "Very well. We shall convene outside the Deacon Hall in 5 days." "Yes." With that, Wu Shi intended to turn and leave. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of Tang Ping standing in the corner. Intrigued, he halted and addressed Tang Ping. "You are Tang Ping?" Surprised by the inquiry, Tang Ping nodded. Indeed. Ha ha. I have long heard of your remarkable achievement. Having conquered the 16th level of the 100 Battles Tower within just 3 months of entering. The sound of the 100 Battles bell rang in your honor. I had wished to witness your prowess, yet here you are before me today. Brother Wu, you flatter me. Compared to you, I am still lacking. Not at all. After the inter-sect competition, you will most likely be regarded as a core disciple. Then I shall take your words as a blessing, brother. Meanwhile, the inner disciples observed Wu Shi, once haughty and aloof, now exhibiting such camaraderie towards a relatively unknown disciple. Jealousy flickered in some eyes, yet many others, recalling the name Tang Ping, looked at him with renewed fervor. I wonder if you would be interested in this mission. If you wish to join, I can ensure that your rewards are doubled. Upon hearing this, Tang Ping felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, brother. But I was too slow to react and missed out on this mission, thus disappointing you. Not a problem. I will speak to the deacon and secure another spot. A warning bell rang in Tang Ping's mind. It seemed that this brother Wu was intent on luring him into a perilous situation. Clearly, there were advantages to ensnaring talents like himself. I must decline your generous offer, brother. I have already accepted several other tasks that I must complete promptly. I hope you understand. Witnessing Tang Ping's resolute demeanor, Wu Shi did not press further. He simply nodded, a hint of indifference in his expression. Very well. If you are unwilling, I shall not insist. With that, he turned and exited the deacon hall, wary that continued persuasion might arouse the sect's suspicions. As soon as Wu Shi departed, the entire assembly hall erupted in excitement. Who would have anticipated that it was none other than Senior Brother Wu, a core disciple? Who would lead us? Indeed, it is only natural. Senior Brother Wu is a disciple of the esteemed Master Shengon. It is quite reasonable for Master Shengon to send him along, concerned for our safety. This presents a splendid opportunity to forge a closer relationship with Senior Brother Wu. If we can garner his favor, our future days are bound to be considerably more pleasant. Yet, it is surprising that some would spurn Senior Brother Wu's goodwill, especially when the rewards are doubled. TSK, we cannot fathom their thoughts. Perhaps they look down upon the tasks we undertake. Moreover, there are even female disciples whose eyes sparkle with anticipation, evidently daydreaming about romantic encounters. Tang Ping, standing quietly in a corner, observed all of this intently, the desire to warn these disciples extinguished in his heart. That Wu Shi is not merely a core disciple of the sect, but also a direct protege of Master Shengon. To doubt Wu Shi is to cast aspersions upon Master Shengon himself. As a mere inner sect disciple, he clearly lacks the stature to question a master of such high standing. However, allowing so many disciples to perish would undoubtedly tarnish the sword intent he has only just begun to cultivate. Tang Ping's gaze swept across the faces of the disciples when suddenly, one disciple's profile captivated his attention. Name, Yingu Cultivation, second layer of body refinement, fortune, exceptional, yellow, talent, above average, green, outcome, achieves perfection in body refinement, perishes upon breaking through to the transcendence realm. Recent turn of events, half an hour later, accepts a sect mission to a small town, tasked with eradicating a troublesome bandit stronghold outside the town. Unexpectedly discovers a mirage tree behind the stronghold, which he sells to the Qinghe Merchant Association as a precious spirit wood. While ordinary disciples may not grasp the rarity of the mirage tree, Tang Ping is acutely aware. This item is documented in the inheritance of the Yu Hong Immortal Decision. The mirage tree may potentially grow in every corner of the world, yet its numbers are exceedingly scarce. Its sole function is to allow the branches of the mirage tree to condense a clone that incurs no damage to the original body. The strength of the condensed clone varies according to the secret techniques and the age of the mirage tree, with a minimum capability of 10% and a maximum reaching 70% of the original's power. Furthermore, the dissipation of the clone has no effect on the original body. Most importantly, the clones formed from the mirage tree cannot be perceived by anyone below the void realm, and they inherently possess the ability to conceal their presence. This is what makes the mirage tree so extraordinarily valuable. Chapter 41. Qingfeng's stronghold, a fleeting glimmer of joy flashed in Tang Ping's eyes. If this mirage tree is sufficiently aged, its worth will far surpass any treasures he has acquired thus far. The moment he beheld the mirage tree, memories of two other fortuitous encounters surged within his mind. Recent turning point. 3 days later, at the mountainside of Maple Forest Mountain, 1,000 miles away from the sect, an unexpected cave was discovered, containing the remains and biography of a once powerful sect member. Recent turning point. 10 days later, upon visiting Xingfeng Square Market, an ancient mask was found in the 100 Treasures Pavilion, once belonging to a notorious thief capable of altering one's appearance at will without detection. Both of these fortuitous encounters were uncovered while he was distributing spirit stones earlier. He had initially intended to retrieve them after completing his sect tasks, but it now seemed that the timing was perfect. A bold plan surged into Tang Ping's mind. His gaze swiftly swept across the stone tablet, and in a fleeting moment, he identified a task. Eliminate the Qingfeng stronghold with a reward of 50 contribution points and 100 spirit stones. Recommended for disciples at the second level of the body refinement realm. Tang Ping's eyes brightened. This was it. After accepting the task, he hurriedly departed from the Elder Hall. Time was of the essence. Upon exiting the Elder Hall, Tang Ping directed the 5-color lotus towards the northwest direction of the sect. Maple Forest Mountain. As autumn approached, the mountain was ablaze with vibrant foliage, a single leaf heralding the season. The magnificent scenery unfolded before Tang Ping's eyes, a breathtaking sight. Even he found himself momentarily entranced by the beauty. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and exhaled deeply. There was no time to linger in admiration. After circling the mountain, he landed on a mountainside. This must be the place. Gazing at the cave obscured by the maple trees, Tang Ping murmured to himself. No wonder it had remained undiscovered for so long. Such hidden places are indeed rare, and had he not known it was nearby, he might have searched in vain. Entering the cave, Tang Ping found it to be a realm of wonders. Enormous luminous pearls adorned the surrounding stone walls, emanating a gentle glow. At the cave's deepest recess, a figure sat in meditation, obscured in shadow. Approaching closer, Tang Ping finally discerned the visage of this esteemed elder of the sect, a gaunt face radiating an air of tranquility, as if indifferent to the matters of life and death. I am Tang Ping, a junior disciple of Tianyuan's sect, paying my respects to you, elder. As he bowed, Tang Ping suddenly noticed a storage ring quietly placed before the elder. The ring, covered in dust from its long neglect, blended seamlessly with the cave's ambience. Had he not bent to pay his respects, he might have overlooked its presence. Lifting the storage ring, he probed within with his spiritual sense. Inside lay several jade slips and a collection of treasures piled in the corner. Extracting a slip, Tang Ping began to peruse it under the soft glow above. I am known as Fong Ting, though this name is likely forgotten by all. Perhaps the name of the esteemed Taoist Fong will be recorded within the annals of the sect. In my final days before seclusion, I had exhausted all my treasures, leaving only some trifles behind. These few jade slips were utilized to document my life's journey before my demise. I hope for your understanding. Tang Ping perused each jade slip as the elder had described, revealing the chronicles of this venerable figure's existence. Indeed, this information was of utmost importance to Tang Ping. According to the jade slips, this formidable being, who had thrived over 4,000 years ago, was none other than the former master of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Now the ancestor of the current master, Danong. Prior to his seclusion, this elder had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit consolidation realm. After interring the elder's remains, Tang Ping secured the jade slips and rose to depart the cavern. With a thought, the cave behind him roiled and eventually sealed itself, allowing the elder to rest in peace. Starfeng Market. Upon stepping down from the teleportation array, Tang Ping noted that while Starfeng Market was not particularly distant from the sect, it would still take several days to reach by foot. Thus, he opted for the sect's teleportation array for convenience. Baijin Pavilion. After a thorough inquiry, Tang Ping finally stumbled upon the so-called Baijin Pavilion nestled in a corner. Upon gazing at the dilapidated and narrow establishment before him, he suddenly comprehended why it bore the name Baijin Pavilion. It could accommodate a mere 100 items. Beyond that, it would be unable to hold anything more. Little brother, what are you looking to purchase? A scruffy man, who had been napping at the entrance of Baijin Pavilion, sprang to his feet, greeting Tang Ping with unrestrained enthusiasm. I'm not boasting, but though my Baijin Pavilion is modest in size, every item is a true rarity. Various elixirs and treasures. We have it all. Tang Ping paid no heed to the man, his gaze sweeping rapidly across the shop before he made to leave. Hey, little brother, don't go. The scruffy man quickly positioned himself in front of Tang Ping, desperation evident in his demeanor. I haven't made a sale in nearly a month. If I can't entice a few customers, the shop may very well go under. What's the matter? Tang Ping replied, irritation evident in his voice. Just take another look. I assure you, these are fine goods. Your pile of junk, isn't even worth a handful of spirit stones. I'd rather explore elsewhere. Just give it another glance. You might find something to your liking. The scruffy man, clearly unwilling to let Tang Ping slip away, observed as Tang Ping begrudgingly rummaged through the shop. Finally, he grasped a dusty mask and inquired, "How much for this?" The man's eyes gleamed as he seized the opportunity, declaring, 100 spirit stones. What? A sharp, formidable aura emanated from Tang Ping, causing the surrounding spiritual swords to hum in resonance. 50. As Tang Ping remained silent, the man gritted his teeth and declared, 20 spirit stones. I acquired this at a considerable cost. Deal. Having grown weary of the incessant ramblings of the burly man, Tang Ping casually discarded a spirit stone and, donning his mask, turned to depart. As he gazed at Tang Ping's receding figure, the man suddenly slapped his thigh, his face awash with regret. He had undersold himself. Tang Ping made his way out of the marketplace and then summoned the five-colored lotus to soar toward a small town situated over 300 miles from the market. Curiously, this marketplace was fortuitously the closest to his mission's target, sparing him the need to traverse the teleportation array back and forth. After all, that sensation of being struck from behind was far from pleasant. Outside the small town at the Qingfeng Mountain, after flying for several hours, Tang Ping finally arrived atop of Verdant Peak. It was noon, the scorching sun casting its rays upon Qingfeng Mountain, and the entire expanse came into his view, revealing his destination, Qingfeng Stronghold. Chapter 42. The refinement of the Avatar. A figure descended directly from the heavens, landing before the stronghold's gate. Who are you? Cried out the bandits stationed at the entrance, startled by the sudden appearance of an unknown individual. Tang Ping cast a casual glance at the bandits, astonished to see their faces twisted with malevolence and their bodies exuding a strong scent of blood. Even more surprising was the realization that these bandits possessed cultivation. One among them had even reached the 6th level of the nascent origin realm. Though puzzled, Tang Ping paid it little mind. With a thought, the black dragon sword was drawn from its sheath. With a swift flash, a beam of sword light streaked forth. Head soared into the air, crashing down like ripe fruit. Blood gushing profusely, the corpses crumpled to the ground, despite having slain several in one breath. Tang Ping's expression remained unchanged as he stepped into the stronghold. The black dragon sword did not return to its sheath, but transformed into a streak of black light, cleaving through the stronghold's walls. Bang! Bang! The few bandits who had yet to react fell lifelessly from the walls. Unperturbed, Tang Ping advanced into the stronghold, spirit swords shooting forth from his sleeves, relentlessly decimating the bandits within. Before long, the outer perimeter of the stronghold was shrouded in silence, with corpses strewn across the ground, rivers of blood flowing freely. Tang Ping strolled amidst the pools of blood, his white robe untouched by the grime, with blood retreating in his wake. The pervasive stench of blood could not escape the notice of the bandits within the stronghold. Fierce warriors rushed out, recklessly charging at Tang Ping. However, a mere group of nascent origin cultivators, no matter how valiant, were nothing more than weeds before the scythe in Tang Ping's presence. Who are you? Why have you suddenly attacked Qingfeng Stronghold? By the end, only one frightened bandit remained, collapsing to the ground, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Tang Ping. Ignoring the man, Tang Ping quietly swept his sword across the bandit's neck, continuing to walk past him. Deeper within the stronghold, a group of mountain bandits hastily arrived outside a stone dwelling, incessantly shouting into the interior, "Boss! Boss! They are attacking! All the brothers are dead!" With a thunderous rumble, the stone door slowly creaked open. A towering figure, enveloped in a shroud of bloodlust, emerged from within. "Did I not instruct you not to disturb me?" he growled. But. As Tang Ping reached this place, he chanced upon a brawny man seizing two bandits. The once robust ruffian now appeared as mere skin stretched over bones. With a thud, the body of his fallen comrade was unceremoniously tossed aside, and Wangshi lifted his gaze toward Tang Ping. Have you come to assault my stronghold?" Tang Ping's eyes swept across the man's countenance. Name, Wangshi, cultivation level, first stage of body refinement, fortune, unique among thousands, green, talent, bloodthirsty, demon body, green destiny. Cultivation reaches the first stage of body refinement. Slain by a disciple of the Tianyuan sect. Bloodthirsty, demon body, green. Transformed through a unique technique capable of enhancing one's cultivation by absorbing the blood of practitioners. However, as one's power increases, their sanity greatly diminishes. Furthermore, those possessing this physique harbor an intense fear of the power of righteousness. No wonder the mountain bandits were reeking of bloodlust along the way. The root of it lay here. It seems that eliminating you is the only solution. You shall pay. Wangshi, whose mind was evidently compromised, could no longer contain himself and lunged at Tang Ping, his fury palpable. "No, it is you who shall perish." Tang Ping's expression shifted abruptly as he sensed a multitude of desiccated bones beneath Wang Shi's meditation chamber. Thousands upon thousands, to be precise. An emotion akin to wrath surged within Tang Ping's heart. 9-sword formation, 9 suns ascendant. The black dragon sword ignited with resplendent light at the center, while the other 8 spiritual swords radiated the flames of righteousness. Burn! With a single gesture, 9 golden crows descended from the heavens, 1 large and 8 small. Boom! The searing power of righteousness instantly enveloped Wangshi. A wretched scream echoed from the raging inferno. Gradually, Wangshi ceased his struggles. As the flames imbued with righteous energy dissipated, his figure vanished into nothingness. Tang Ping quietly observed the spot where Wangshi had once stood. He felt as though countless vengeful souls were expressing their gratitude to him. In the depths of his being, Tang Ping sensed his sword intent advancing further. Although he still had a long way to go before achieving the second stage of sword intent, this progress was indeed substantial. After incinerating the entire mountain stronghold, Tang Ping set forth toward the rear mountains. Upon reaching the back mountain, he soared through the air, searching for the illusory body tree. After a considerable time, he arrived before a delicate silver-hued sapling. Upon witnessing the sapling, Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently enveloped by an expression of sheer delight. This illusionary tree was far older than he had anticipated. Approaching a height of nearly 10 feet, its numerous branches exceeded several hundred. This signified that Tang Ping could refine hundreds of avatars without a hint of hesitation. He immediately summoned the Black Dragon Sword, cleaving the illusionary tree along with the surrounding earth into pieces, which he then stored within his spatial ring. With the illusionary tree secured, excitement radiated from Tang Ping's eyes. Possessing this tree would render certain tasks, previously arduous, considerably more manageable. With a swift motion, he vanished from his location, leaving behind a sizable crater. Hurrying back to the sect, Tang Ping was acutely aware of the limited time he had and flew directly to his secluded chamber. Inside the quiet room, Tang Ping sat cross-legged. A branch, shimmering with a faint silver luminescence, rested peacefully before him. According to the secret techniques recorded in the Jade Balance Immortal Art, to refine his own avatar, he must first ritualize a branch from the illusionary tree into a unique item. A drop of his essence blood seeped from his fingertip, causing his complexion to pale, and soon after, pure, and potent five-element spiritual energy enveloped the branch. The ritual commenced. Time passed imperceptibly. Gradually, the originally silver branch lost its hue, transforming into a color strikingly akin to Tang Ping's own skin tone. It took him half a day's labor to complete the ritual of the illusionary tree branch. As the final glimmer of silver faded, Tang Ping sensed an ineffable bond forming between himself and the branch in his grasp. Next came the refinement of his avatar. Fortunately, the Jade Balance immortal art contained a technique for this purpose. Otherwise, locating a similar method within the sect would prove exceedingly difficult. Tang Ping murmured to himself as he began to channel his spiritual energy, initiating the avatar refinement technique. Outside the quiet room, moonlight poured in, creating a serene silence. Inside, the branch of the illusionary tree had vanished, transforming into a swirling mass of luminescent liquid. Avatar coalesce. The liquid spun rapidly under Tang Ping's command, as it began to transmute into a physical form. The first to take shape was a visage identical to Tang Ping's own, followed by the head, shoulders, chest, arms, and legs. An avatar that mirrored him completely in both stature and complexion gradually emerged, as the final drop of spiritual liquid solidified into flesh. Both Tang Ping and his avatar opened their eyes simultaneously. A flash of faint silver light flickered within the depths of the avatar's gaze. Chapter 43. Journey to the Qingwan mountain range. Next, it was time to infuse the avatar with a fragment of his soul. A long sword, composed of pure intent, silently materialized within Tang Ping's consciousness. Then, it was time to proceed. A sword slashed towards the divine soul located at the center of the sea of consciousness. A wisp of divine essence was severed by the long sword, and the intense pain compelled Tang Ping to emit a cry of anguish. Although the division of the soul only affected him slightly, the agony it produced was something no cultivator wished to endure a second time. It was a torment that originated from the depths of the soul. Summoning his spirit, Tang Ping guided this wisp of divine essence into the avatar before him. As the soul entered the body, the avatar's previously lifeless eyes instantly sparkled with vitality. An indescribable aura of Tao emanated from within the avatar. Tang Ping, with a keen gaze, sought to pierce through the cultivation level of this avatar, yet discovered that when he looked upon it, the avatar seemed to merge with the universe, as if it were nothingness. Truly, it was formidable, being crafted from the branches of the illusory body tree. Slowly rising from the meditation mat, Tang Ping exchanged smiles with the avatar, both clasping their hands in greetings, fellow Taoist. Greetings, fellow Taoist. With the avatar formed, he flipped his hand to produce a dull gray mask, tossing it directly to the avatar. It's yours now? All right. The avatar accepted the mask and began to channel its spiritual energy to refine it. Before long, the originally dull mask began to shatter under the avatar's refinement. In the end, only a thin, gossamer-like piece remained in the avatar's hand. No wonder no one had discovered the mask's existence. Who could have imagined such a treasure was concealed within it? Tang Ping pressed the mask against his face, and then with a thought, his visage began to transform. Child, old woman, young mother, youth, various appearances flickered across Tang Ping's face. Ultimately, his features stabilized, transforming into an elderly visage. Remarkably, it resembled that of Feng Daozi. With another thought, his upright figure shifted as well, being shaped from the branches of the illusory body tree. Altering his form was effortless for the avatar. Thus, with a day remaining before the disciples ventured to the Qingwan mountains, Tang Ping calculated the time and departed the cave, flying directly towards the outside of the sect. Whoosh! Amidst the forest, a figure clad in white robes swiftly flashed by, finally landing in a clearing where it came to a halt. Cough, cough. At that moment, a light cough suddenly resonated from a distance. Who is there? Wang Yu turned abruptly towards the forest, his expression grave. That aura feels so familiar. He beheld a figure whose aura was reined in, appearing almost mundane, slowly emerging from the woods. The newcomer wore a conical hat, beneath which was a face that bore the marks of age, yet radiated warmth. Upon seeing this visage, Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. You must be a disciple of the Hall of 10,000 Laws, having reached the 100 Laws realm at such an age. Impressive. Who are you? As the individual before him effortlessly divulged the clandestine secrets of his sect, Wang Yu's expression transformed dramatically. Given his age and level of cultivation, he must surely be a true disciple of the Hall of all methods. Are you a disciple of a Qiu or a Xing? Tang Ping did not respond directly. Instead, he posed a counter-question. A Qiu? Are you referring to my master's master, the previous head of the Hall of all methods, Yin Xiu, and a Xing? A name he had only heard from his mentor, was a senior brother of his ancestral master, once celebrated alongside his master as one of the dual prodigies of the Hall of all methods. Wang Yu's pupils constricted suddenly, and he recalled the visage of the elder before him from where he had seen it. The ancestor hall of the Hall of all methods. You are the venerable Feng Daozi. The elder momentarily appeared taken aback, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossing his face, which ultimately gave way to a long sigh, lamenting, I never expected that among the younger generation of the sect, someone would still recognize me. Who is your master? My master is Shan Nong, a disciple of Master Yin Xiu. The elder nodded. I see, indeed, that rascal Qiu has always had a penchant for taking on disciples. It is no surprise you are his protege. Are you truly the venerable Feng Daozi? What? Do you doubt my words, young one? Observing Wang Yu's hesitant expression, Tang Ping felt a stir in his heart and sighed with a hint of melancholy. Forget it. I no longer consider myself a member of the Hall of all methods. Let the past grievances be resolved. Your aptitude is commendable, born with an affinity for fire. If my memory serves me right, there is a wind fire pearl located on the mountainside of Yunlan Mountain that would greatly benefit you. If you have the time, you may retrieve that wind fire pearl. With that, Tang Ping turned and, with strides covering several meters, walked into the distance. Just as his figure began to fade from view, a voice, tinged with solitude, drifted back. Oh, do tell your master not to send disciples to Qingwan Mountain tomorrow. Someone awaits them there. As the voice faded, Tang Ping's figure vanished completely, shrinking the distance. Such a formidable ability could only be wielded by those who practice earth-attributed techniques. Or else one must possess an extraordinary comprehension of earth-related sorcery to manifest such power with ease. Could it be that this person is indeed the venerable Feng Daozi from years past? Wang Yu chose not to pursue further and instead set forth swiftly towards the sect. After Wang Yu departed, Tang Ping reappeared at the spot where Wang Yu had vanished. Among the core disciples, this Wang Yu is indeed far superior to that Wu Shi. Name, Wang Yu Cultivation Level, 4th Stage of Transcendence, Fortune, Luck like Fire, Blue, Talent, Naturally Fire Affinity, Blue, Dual Earth and Wood Affinity, Blue, Ending, achieved the 3rd Stage of Spirit Consolidation, perished heroically while protecting the sect's disciples during a conflict with an external sect. Recent turning point, 10 days later, discovered a Windfire Pearl on the mountainside of Yunlan Mountain. With the aid of the Windfire Pearl, his inherent fire affinity significantly enhanced. And under the wind's assistance, he nearly reached Purple Tier aptitude. Through this, the myriad methods of the scriptures transcended from the realm of 100 techniques to that of 1,000. Tang Ping, who had originally set his sights on Wang Yu, had secretly scrutinized Wang Yu's panel long ago, and his elaborate rhetoric had been meticulously prepared in advance. However, it remained uncertain whether this Wang Yu could persuade the single temple master to venture into the Qingwan mountain range for inspection. Initially, he intended to set out himself, utilizing this doppelganger to intimidate the adversaries, but upon further contemplation, he opted for this more prudent approach. After all, if a conflict were to ensue, the foes would not merely consist of 1 or 2 transcendent beings, relying solely on his own strength. Even with some hidden tactics, he might not prevail. With a swift movement, Tang Ping vanished from his location. The ability of this doppelganger to conceal its presence was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Based on his calculations, even cultivators several major realms above him would find it challenging to detect his existence. Therefore, Even if he were to relay this matter to Danong through Wang Yu, Tang Ping resolved to personally journey to the Qingyuan mountain range. Chapter 44. Is that person truly Master Feng Daozi? Meanwhile, Wang Yu also arrived at the location of the Hall of Myriad Methods. The inner sanctum of the Hall of Myriad Methods harbored countless techniques, making it one of the most vital treasures of the sect. There were 36 disciples guarding the hall, with Danong at the second realm of the concentration stage, routinely stationed there. Brother Wang. Greetings, Brother Wang. As Wang Yu hurriedly approached the Hall of Myriad Methods, his status as a disciple of Danong naturally rendered him quite distinguished. Every disciple he passed greeted him with a respectful bow. However, Wang Yu, for once, did not return the salutation. Instead, he hastened to the outer chamber of a study deep within the hall. Respected Master, your disciple Wang Yu seeks an audience. Enter. A somewhat ethereal voice emanated from within the study. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu pushed the door open and stepped inside. It is rare to see you in such a hurry. Pray tell, what has transpired? Danong regarded Wang Yu, who bore an anxious expression, with a hint of surprise. His disciple was typically calm in the face of adversity, and such a display was indeed uncommon. Respected Master, may I inquire if you are aware of the whereabouts of Master Feng Daozi? Master, upon hearing the name Feng Daozi, Danong's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired. Master passed away thousands of years ago. How could there be any news of his whereabouts? Is Master Feng Daozi truly gone? Wang Yu spoke softly, and upon hearing this, Danong's expression darkened. Speak. What has occurred? Your disciple has encountered Master Feng Daozi. What did you say? Elaborate on this matter in detail. After Wang Yu recounted the day's events in full, he observed his master standing there, seemingly entranced and motionless. Is Master still alive? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Danong's eyes as he suddenly turned to Wang Yu. Do you believe that person is indeed Master Feng Daozi? The disciple was unaware. Yet that individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the recorded Master Feng Daozi. Upon hearing this, Shan Nong fell into a moment of silence. Regardless of the circumstances, if that wind and fire pearl were genuine, it would indeed be immensely beneficial to you, perhaps even propelling you towards becoming a true disciple of the sect. What? This time, it was Wang Yu who was taken aback. He understood the significance of being a true disciple, having been a core disciple for so long. At this juncture, if he aspired to become a true disciple, he would need to cultivate to the late stage of transcendence within 5 years, specifically to the 7th level of transcendence or beyond. Moreover, he must master the sect's secret techniques, the myriad methods, to the realm of 1,000 laws to qualify for the status of a true disciple. How daunting that is! Yet, according to what the master said, the wind and fire pearl could directly assist him in achieving the status of a true disciple. One could only imagine the immense enhancement this treasure would provide. At Yunlan Mountain, Shan Nong's figure flickered, and he enveloped Wang Yu, vanishing for their original location. Inside the transmission hall, their forms suddenly materialized upon a teleportation array. The attendant nearby promptly bowed and then activated the teleportation formation. The forces of space surged. Spiritual light flashed. In an instant, the two vanished from sight. Master, are we heading to Yunlan Mountain? Yes. In mid-air, the master and disciple soared, and it was only then that Wang Yu found the opportunity to inquire. Yunlan Mountain is not far from Qinggang Square. A round trip would only take several hours. Indeed, Yunlan Mountain lies at the far west of the Tianyuan sect, beyond which is no longer the realm of the Tianyuan sect, nor even that of the 3 sects. Normally, such places are havens for solitary cultivators. Yet the presence of solitary practitioners at Yunlan Mountain is exceedingly rare. In fact, within 1,000 miles of Yunlan Mountain, there are no cultivators residing permanently. This is solely because the spiritual energy in this area is far too sparse. Even low-tier cultivators would find the energy insufficient for cultivation, leading to their absence. Here we are at Yunlan Mountain. Today, however, Yunlan Mountain has welcomed a rare gathering of condensed spirit realm experts. Shan Nong stood with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes shimmering with spiritual light, continuously scanning the expanse of Yunlan Mountain. His consciousness surged forth from his sea of awareness, enveloping the entirety of Yunlan Mountain. Oh! Suddenly, an exclamation of surprise escaped Shan Nong's lips. Wang Yu turned to see his master, astonished, exclaiming, "There is indeed a place here where wind and fire converge. The wind augments the flames, making it the optimal location for gathering the wind and fire pearl. Let's go investigate." Certainly, the two descended from the sky, landing in a valley nestled in the slopes of Yunlan Mountain. While the valley appeared unremarkable from above, Wang Yu felt an exhilarating surge within his body the moment they touched down. Suddenly, a streak of azure-red spiritual light erupted from an unknown source, hurtling directly towards Wang Yu. Standing to the side, Shan Nong initially intended to intervene. However, upon glimpsing the luminous orb within the radiance, he withdrew his hand, allowing the ethereal light to surge into Wang Yu's body. As the light entered, Wang Yu instantly felt a refreshing breeze coursing through his 7 orifices, enveloping him in an invigorating coolness. Subsequently, spurred by this sensation, his flesh began to blaze with a fiery crimson hue. Fiery patterns emerged upon his skin, and a resplendent fire talisman appeared at his forehead. With crimson hair and brows, Wang Yu ascended from the ground, and flames erupted around him, towering like a magnificent inferno. The sheer might of this display compelled even Shan Nong to retreat several steps. The wind fanned the flames. Naturally attuned to fire, Wang Yu, instead of extinguishing the blaze amidst the fierce gusts, found the flames escalating ever more fervently. Roars erupted from Wang Yu's lips, and the flames surrounding him surged dramatically. In that moment, standing amidst the inferno, Wang Yu resembled a deity of fire descended upon the earth. Exuding en overwhelming aura. Shan Nong's eyes gleamed with astonishment. The quality of this wind-fire orb surpassed his expectations immensely. After a considerable time, the crimson flames receded, and Wang Yu's hair and brows returned to their original state, save for the fire talisman at his forehead, which, though dimmed, still lingered. Such a precious treasure, bestowed upon you merely because you are a disciple of the 10,000 Laws Hall, leads me to believe that the individual you encountered may indeed be the revered master, Feng Daozi. Once Wang Yu descended, Shan Nong spoke slowly. "But master, did you not say that Master Feng Daozi passed away thousands of years ago? This demise was merely a conjecture of your master from years past. After all, Master Feng Daozi had dissipated his Dao resources and left the sect to seek solitude. At that time, the master was but a decade away from the limits of his lifespan. Achieving a breakthrough to the transformation of the infant realm is no trivial feat. Thus, when your master departed, they understood that such a farewell might well be everlasting." Pausing for a moment, Shan Nong continued, "Yet now it appears that Master Feng Daozi may have successfully broken through. Perhaps he has not returned to the sect for other reasons. For a being of the transformation of the infant realm, several millennia is but a fleeting moment. Do you mean to say that this individual is very likely none other than Master Feng Daozi of your?" Chapter 45. Expert of the concentration realm in the Qinghuan mountain range, a figure adorned with a conical hat quietly emerged outside a valley. Cautiously surveying the area, Tang Ping concealed his aura and began to stealthily approach the valley. The sect naturally possessed maps documenting the Qinghuan mountain range. After careful calculations, Tang Ping ultimately identified 3 prime locations for ambushing cultivators, and this valley was one among them, with less than half a day's time before the arrival of the disciples. If he intended to launch an ambush, he must already be preparing in shadows, with the unique ability of the illusory body tree to conceal his presence. Tang Ping boldly infiltrated the area. Upon reaching midway, Tang Ping abruptly halted his movements. "Hey, when will that flock of lambs from the Tianyuan sect arrive? Who knows? I never expected that fellow to appear so pious, yet betray the sect with such alacrity. That pretty boy? Indeed. Ha ha." A few black-robed cultivators happened to glide over Tang Ping's head. Sensing their presence, he lay still on the ground, as immovable as a boulder, his breath completely restrained. "Hush!" At that moment, the leader of the black-robed men suddenly spoke. Hearing his voice, the other black-robed cultivators promptly fell silent. After scanning the surroundings, the leader was the first to soar into the valley, followed closely by the others. Once they departed, Tang Ping cautiously raised his head to survey the valley, only to realize he had crossed paths with them. He carefully stowed away a talisman in his storage ring. At the moment the leader had spoken, he had nearly been unable to resist activating the talisman. This talisman was his greatest reliance on this journey, the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman. It was one of the fortuitous discoveries he had made in the Moon's Salary Hall. At that time, while perusing the exchange area for inner disciples, he had casually taken it. According to the system, this item could even annihilate an ordinary cultivator at the spirit gathering stage. However, it could only be used once and could only target a single individual. Even if he managed to slay the leader, he would still face overwhelming odds against the rest. Thus, he was reluctant to employ this life-saving talisman unless absolutely necessary. Upon realizing these individuals were preparing to encircle the Tianyuan sect disciples in the valley, Tang Ping began to circle the area. Perched upon the sturdy branch of an ancient tree, he carefully scrutinized the group of ambushing cultivators hidden within the valley. He had previously missed the chance to assess their profiles, but now, upon seeing them, he was immensely grateful he had refrained from acting rashly. Name: Chuishan Cultivation Level. 6th layer of Transcendence, Fortune. Unique among thousands, Green, Talent. Above average, Green, Outcome. Achieves 6th layer Transcendence. Perished while competing for treasures. The ambushing cultivators were led by this individual, with the others possessing cultivation levels at the 2nd and 3rd layers of Transcendence. Furthermore, Tang Ping noticed that the leader occasionally cast glances towards a particular direction within the valley. Although the frequency was low, it did not escape Tang Ping's keen observation. What lies there? Intrigued, Tang Ping quietly descended from the tree and stealthily approached that location. After circling the valley for a considerable distance, he finally caught sight of the area. There, he beheld a man clad in a blue robe, seated upon a piece of azure stone. The surrounding aura flowed harmoniously, and all beasts lay silent. As Tang Ping's gaze fell upon the visage of the man, he was momentarily taken aback. Name: Mo Qing Cultivation Level. 2nd stage of Spirit Convergence, Fortune. Unique among thousands, Green, Talent. Child of the Forest, Blue, Fate. Achieved the 3rd stage of Spirit Convergence and perished in battle against the Tianyuan sect. Child of the Forest, Blue. When residing within the mountains, one's strength experiences a comprehensive enhancement, alongside an increase in comprehension and talent. However, one harbors a fear of metal attribute techniques. When attacked by such, the damage sustained is significantly amplified. Hiss. 2nd stage of Spirit Convergence. What is the meaning of this? Even Tang Ping did not anticipate that, amidst an ambush of inner disciples, they would dispatch a formidable presence of the 2nd stage of Spirit Convergence personally. Little did Tang Ping know that this individual had not come merely to lay in wait for a few refinement stage disciples, but rather in pursuit of a Luan bird, whose cultivation had reached the 7th stage of Transcendence. Yet, having failed to locate the Luan bird, he remained on guard at this location to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Exercising caution, Tang Ping continued to conceal himself in place, awaiting the arrival of the disciples. If all went as anticipated, Master Shan, known, should have already acquired the Windfire Pearl and caught up with those disciples. As expected by Tang Ping, Shan Known and his disciple returned to the transmission hall just as a group of inner disciples were preparing to depart from the Tianyuan sect towards the Qingwan mountain range. Greetings, Master Shan. Salutations, Senior Brother Wang. Leading a multitude of disciples ready to traverse the teleportation array to the nearest market to the Qingwan mountain range. Wu Shi suddenly noticed 2 figures materializing beside the array. Upon seeing them, Wu Shi promptly bowed in respect to the 2 individuals. Wu Shi, what is your intent? Having just acquired a treasured artifact, Shan Nong was in high spirits and even engaged in conversation. Wu Shi's heart leaped with joy. When had he garnered the favor of this esteemed figure? Reporting to Master Shan, I am under the orders of my revered teacher to accompany these disciples to the Qingwan mountain range to collect Luan bird eggs. Oh, to the Qinghuan mountain range? Shan Nong instinctively nodded, his pupils suddenly constricting as if a realization dawned upon him. However, Wu Shi remained with his head lowered, unaware of Shan Nong's change. After a brief glance at Wu Shi, Shan Nong waved his hand and said, "All right, you may proceed." "Yes." Wu Shi again bowed deeply, then led the group of disciples onto the teleportation array platform. Once the disciples had departed, Wang Yu finally spoke. "Master, I understand. According to the words of Grand Master Feng Daozi, they have located the treasured wind-fire pearl. However, Grand Master Feng Daozi also mentioned another matter, urging me to prevent these inner disciples from heading to the Qinghuan mountain range, indicating that someone awaits them there. In other words, it implied that individuals were prepared to ambush these disciples. Among these inner disciples, along with Wu Shi, who was a core disciple, there were a total of 26 disciples. If they were ambushed in the Qinghuan mountain range, leading to their complete demise, it would undoubtedly be a severe blow to the entire Tianyuan zone. After all, inner disciples differ significantly from outer disciples. The number of inner disciples is already quite limited. Each one is a pillar for the future of the sect. Losing even a single inner disciple would be a cause for sorrow for Tianyuan zone, let alone suffering such substantial losses all at once. Furthermore, there is a core disciple who has been the recipient of the sect's immense dedication and effort. Considering this, Danong proceeded directly to the platform where Wu Shi and the others had just departed. Observing this, Wang Yu hurriedly followed suit. Danong glanced at his disciple, but did not intervene. He harbored great confidence in his own strength. Even if some disciples at the body refinement stage and a disciple at the third level of transcendence were ambushed, it would be commendable to mobilize a few high-level transcendence cultivators. As for summoning those at the spirit gathering stage, as long as they were not at the third level, he was confident in ensuring the safety of his disciples as they departed to the Qinghuan mountain range. Indeed, the attendant promptly nodded and activated the teleportation formation once more. A flash of spiritual light illuminated the scene, and the master and disciple departed from Tianyuan zone once again. Chapter 46 Determined. Senior Brother Wu, shall we proceed directly to the Qinghuan mountain range? Indeed, the sooner we complete our task, the sooner we can return to the sect for cultivation. At this moment, Wu Shi was in exceptionally high spirits, not to mention the courtesy shown to him by the esteemed master of the Hall of All Laws. The treasures he was about to acquire were enough to elevate his mood. Hearing this, a nearby disciple quickly complimented Senior Brother Wu. You truly embody the essence of a core disciple of the sect. Your innate talent surpasses ours by a considerable margin, and your diligence is unmatched, leaving us feeling utterly inadequate. Wu Shi cast a sidelong glance at the speaking disciple, recognizing his adeptness with words. What a pity he would still meet his end soon. Having already devised a plan to eliminate this group of disciples and seize substantial cultivation resources, Wu Shi remained oblivious to the two figures that had quietly materialized above him. Danong suddenly furrowed his brow, then shook his head slightly. As a core disciple of the sect, it was only natural for these disciples to place their trust in Wu Shi. Even he was reluctant to believe that Wu Shi would betray the sect. Yet, the bystander sees clearly while the participant remains oblivious. With his experience, he could discern that something was amiss with Wu Shi at this moment. Very amiss. Hopefully, it would not come to that. Originally intending to directly stop these disciples and venture to the Qinghuan mountain range alone, Danong suddenly resolved to follow closely behind them until the ambush unfolded. Among their group, the lowest cultivation level was at the second level of body refinement. As they traversed the market, while they did not act with impunity, they certainly drew the attention of countless onlookers. These must be disciples of Tianyuan Zong, right? Just look at their attire. They're all inner disciples. Moreover, do you see the disciple leading them? Only core disciples of Tianyuan Zong are entitled to wear that disciple robe. In an instant, wherever they passed, a wave of discussion ensued. Wu Shi's expression subtly shifted with his impure intentions. He was evidently reluctant to attract attention in this place. The fewer eyes on him, the better. Let us depart. Without a moment's hesitation, The group exited the market and soared into the skies, heading towards the Qinghuan mountain range. Within a certain valley of the Qinghuan mountain range, a black-robed man, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. He flipped his hand to retrieve a jade talisman, glancing at it and declaring, "They have arrived." Almost conceal themselves. Yes. In the blink of an eye, several black-robed cultivators vanished from sight. In the distance, Tang Ping leaned against the treetop, silently observing the unfolding events. Having become well acquainted with the art of concealing one's presence, he now felt increasingly audacious. He even suspected he could stand before that formidable cultivator in the Mingshan Jing without being detected, as long as the latter remained oblivious. Truly, a being revered as a treasure of heaven and earth. This illusory body tree was indeed wondrous beyond measure. It seemed the disciples should be arriving shortly, yet he had yet to see the figure of Hall Master Dan. The absence of Hall Master Dan made Tang Ping furrow his brow. He was uncertain whether his thunder talisman could contend with that Ningxin Archung cultivator. Even if it could, there remained a host of Duo Fan Jing experts. Should Shan Nong truly fail to appear, he would be left helplessly watching his fellow disciples being slaughtered. Contemplating this, Tang Ping clenched his fists, a torrent of sword intent surging within him. A swordsman must forge ahead without hesitation. As for what lay ahead, there was no need to know. He might find himself unable to restrain his hand. Suddenly, the commotion from afar jolted Tang Ping back to reality. "Brother Wu, should we disperse to search for the Wan bird eggs? It might yield swifter results." Clearly, some disciples had begun to harbor doubts. After all, few among the inner disciples were fools. It was merely that Wu Shi's identity had been too deceptive. No one would have anticipated his malicious intent or his decision to endanger so many disciples. This Qinghuan mountain range is no ordinary place. It is home to Luan birds that have reached the Tuofan Jing. I am concerned for your safety. Wu Shi continued to placate, gazing towards the distant valley. Since you all wish to search separately, let us first set up a formation in the valley ahead. I shall guard the valley. Should you encounter formidable foes, you can escape here directly. Brother Wu's considerations are indeed thorough. Just right. I, as your junior, have quite a bit of knowledge regarding formations and can set up a spirit-gathering formation and a concealment formation. Upon hearing this, the disciples cast aside their doubts, nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Wu Shi secretly sighed in relief, inwardly deriding their foolishness, and took the lead towards the valley. In midair, Shan Nong gazed down at Wu Shi with a complex expression, having also spotted the few black-robed cultivators lying in ambush. Despite his reluctance to believe it, Wu Shi's actions compelled him to accept the truth. As the core disciple of the 100 Beast Hall, Wu Shi, the apprentice of the Hall Master Shengon, has shockingly chosen to betray the sect. He has conspired with outsiders to inflict grave harm upon his fellow disciples. Without making his presence known, he silently watched as a multitude of disciples entered the valley. Suddenly, at the moment they stepped into the valley, ethereal pillars emerged from various locations, swiftly coalescing into a luminous barrier that enveloped the entire gorge. What is happening? A sealing formation. This is indeed a sealing formation. A disciple, who had previously boasted about his knowledge of formations, suddenly turned pale and shouted. He quickly turned to Wu Shi, exclaiming, "Brother Wu, we are ambushed. This is a sealing formation that prevents our escape from the valley and hampers our ability to communicate with the outside world." Wu Shi nodded slightly and replied, "I am aware." Seeing Wu Shi's calm demeanor, even the slowest of disciples sensed that something was amiss and began to distance themselves from him. "Ha ha ha! I never expected you could deceive so many at once. 25 inner disciples. This will certainly trouble the Tianyuan sect." Several robed figures emerged from shadows, surrounding the disciples in the center. Wu Shi's expression remained indifferent as he remarked, "The lives of 25 inner disciples should be worth quite a bit. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed. Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged," the leading man said, advancing toward the inner disciples. At this point, it became clear to the disciples that they had been deceived by Wu Shi. "Wu Shi, I never thought you would dare to betray the sect. If the sect finds out, you are as good as dead. Brother Wu, I beg you spare me." I am willing to betray the sect too. I have many friends in the inner circle who could be lured out for slaughter. As disciples of the Tianyuan sect, we vow to remain unyielding. In an instant, a plethora of emotions surfaced. Some knelt in supplication, others contemplated treachery, and some swore to resist to the death. The leading man burst into laughter, but it abruptly ceased as he gazed at the crowd, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Kill, leave none alive. Yes. Several extraordinary beings charged into the throng of inner disciples like wolves among sheep. Block them. With so many of us, they cannot possibly be our match. Upon hearing this, many inner disciples hastily employed various techniques, attempting to fend off the extraordinary beings. However, once one attains extraordinary status, they transcend into an entirely different realm. To challenge such foes, only prodigies could prevail. Furthermore, there were not just one, but 5 extraordinary beings, ferociously diving into the crowd. The spells and artifacts unleashed upon the 5 extraordinary beings were utterly ineffective, and the barriers they painstakingly erected were effortlessly shattered. Just as the multitude of disciples believed they were destined to perish in that moment, a figure suddenly stepped into the formation, ascending above them. Halt! Chapter 47. The Emergence of Tang Ping. It was as if his words wielded divine authority, reminiscent of a celestial deity descending upon the earth. Shan Nong merely uttered a single word, and the 5 formidable transcendent beings, once brimming with arrogance, stood frozen in place, unable to move. The power of a spirit condensation expert far surpassed that of the transcendent realm, under the tremor of his spiritual force. Mere low-tier, transcendent beings were rendered incapable of controlling their own bodies as their souls quaked in turmoil. Wu Shi, you possess audacity beyond measure. Ignoring the black-robed cultivators, Shan Nong cast a cold gaze upon the prostrated Wu Shi. Disciple, what is it? Have you not yet devised an explanation? Wu Shi trembled uncontrollably, bowing repeatedly, his heart engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Fear not. I shall not take your life. Upon hearing this, Wu Shi abruptly lifted his gaze to Shan Nong, only to find the chill in his eyes intensified. I shall return you to the sect, where you will face their judgment. You should be well aware of how the sect deals with traitorous disciples, especially one like you, who has colluded with outsiders to harm your fellow sect members. Wu Shi's heart quivered. That fate was more horrifying than death itself. Spare me, Master Shan. I beseech you, as long as you grant me mercy, I am willing to serve you tirelessly. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Shan Nong gazed at Wu Shi with indifference. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned his attention towards the distant formation barrier. There, he beheld a refined man clad in a blue robe, slowly entering the formation, who respectfully cupped his hands toward Shan Nong and said, Brother Shan, it has been quite some time. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shan Nong's pupils constricted in surprise as he coldly replied, Mo Qing, I never anticipated your presence here. Did you not come as well? Mo Qing felt a twinge of confusion regarding Shan Nong's presence at this location. Fortunately, he had come today. Otherwise, the 6 transcendent beings would have surely perished here. Even with the resources of the Wind Tiger sect, losing 6 transcendent experts in one fell swoop would be a painful loss. Do you intend to incite a war between the 2 sects? Certainly not. It is merely these young ones who seek to kill and seize treasures. And the idea to ensnare your Tianyuan sect disciples originated from none other than your own members. Mo Qing regarded Shan Nong with a mocking expression, and upon hearing this, Shan Nong shot a glance at the cowering Wu Shi, his anger intensifying. What? Do you still wish to engage in battle with me? Shan Nong refrained from responding. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never allow Mo Qing to depart unscathed. It is known that his strength slightly surpassed that of Mo Qing. Without venting his anger and ensuring Mo Qing pays a price, he would never let him go. However, today was different. Should he engage in combat, he would undoubtedly be unable to protect the disciples and Wang Yu below. For now, I shall let you go. We shall take our leave. Mo Qing chose not to obstruct him. He had encountered Dan Nong several times, never once gaining an advantage. Today, should a battle ensue, it was highly likely that all 6 of the Transcendence Realm practitioners would perish, and he himself would sustain injuries. Even if he managed to eliminate everyone except Dan Nong, it would hardly be considered a victory. Just as Mo Qing silently observed Dan Nong, contemplating allowing him to depart, a sudden tremor emanated from the communication Jade talisman at his waist. With a flicker of his mind, Mo Qing probed into the talisman. In the next instant, his expression changed, a glimmer of ecstatic joy flashing in his eyes. Wait! Just as Dan Nong was about to lead his disciples away, he abruptly halted. 4 Mo Qing stood in his path. Monta King, do you truly wish to engage me in combat? Upon witnessing the fury intensifying in Dan Nong's gaze, Mo Qing felt a tightening in his chest. However, recalling the recent message, a smile crept upon his lips. It has been quite some time since I have witnessed your remarkable skills, Brother Dan. Today, I find myself somewhat eager to experience them firsthand. A flicker of realization ignited within Dan Nong. Something felt amiss. This fellow had unexpectedly blocked his path. Did he have reinforcements nearby? Very well. I have recently mastered a secret technique of our sect. Let me test its power on you. Noticing the sincerity in Dan Nong's expression, Mo Qing signaled to several Transcendence Realm disciples below, channeling his spiritual energy, ready to engage Dan Nong in battle. I will hold this person and those few Transcendence practitioners. You all must escape at once. The voice of Dan Nong echoed in the minds of his disciples. Before they could react, Dan Nong suddenly bellowed, "Go." No sooner had the command left his lips than a fierce wind whipped around him, sweeping his disciples away into the distance. Seeing this, Mo Qing was about to intervene, but was blocked by Dan Nong. The Transcendence practitioners were also momentarily immobilized by the tempest. Just when the disciples thought they had successfully fled, the storm abruptly ceased. With a sweep of spiritual power, the disciples tumbled to the ground, unable to rise. Who? Dan Nong's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at a figure approaching from afar. Brother Dan, the newcomer, also clad in a blue robe, exuded a formidable aura. Unmistakably a practitioner of the concentration realm. Beside him, Mo Qing could not contain his laughter. I invited Junior Brother Wan here, intending to leverage his insight to locate that phoenix. Little did I know that before we found the phoenix, we would stumble upon a far greater prize. Together, the 2 practitioners of the concentration realm could not only capture all the disciples, but also severely injure Dan Nong. This was far more significant than any phoenix to them. Cursed fate. Dan Nong's eyes brimmed with gravity. His greatest fear had materialized. Even if he could escape, he had no assurance of leading so many disciples to safety. Meanwhile, Tang Ping, who had originally planned to retreat quietly, suddenly halted, lifting his gaze to the newly appeared concentration realm cultivator. Name, Wan Ning Cultivation Level. First stage of spirit concentration. Fortune, unique among thousands. Green, talent. Insight into all things. Blue, outcome. Achieve the first stage of spirit concentration. Perished while attacking the Tianyuan sect. Insight into all things. Blue. Possessing inherently unique dual pupils, capable of discerning elusive traces when cultivated to perfection. One can attain the ability to perceive all. Yet another spirit concentration practitioner. Master Wan, today we shall join forces and leave none of them standing, shall we? Very well. Let us heed the elder brother's counsel and ensure they all remain. Just as the 2 were poised to strike, a voice, heavy with the weight of time, resonated slowly. Alas, did I not instruct you to prevent these youngsters from advancing? Must you flaunt your prowess and invite punishment? The 3 turned simultaneously toward the source of the voice. There, they beheld an elderly man donning a conical hat, who had somehow appeared within mere dozens of meters behind Wan Ning. Had he not spoken, they would have remained oblivious to his presence. May I inquire the esteemed name of this venerable elder? Mo Qing realized he could not penetrate the old man's essence. Even his spiritual sense, upon sweeping over the elder, found nothing but an empty void, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. His demeanor shifted to one of profound respect. I am but an unnamed individual, unworthy of mention. I merely cannot bear to witness you bullying my disciples." In an instant, both Mo Qing and his companion inhaled sharply. For when the elder uttered these words, his gaze was directed at Shan Nong, not at the disciples below. Chapter 48. Severing an Arm. Begone. Junior disciple, Shan Nong, pays respects to the ancestral master. Shan Nong suddenly bowed respectfully to Tang Ping, eliciting further astonishment from Mo Qing and his companion. This individual is actually the ancestral master of Shan Nong. It is known that Shan Nong has long been a renowned practitioner of spirit concentration, and to live to this day as his ancestor. One can only imagine the elder's profound cultivation. Indeed, very well. Tang Ping accepted the bow with an untroubled expression. However, not far away, Wan Ning's heart surged with suspicion as he gazed at Tang Ping, his eyes glimmering with insight. Tang Ping, seemingly sensing this, turned his gaze toward Wan Ning and coldly remarked, "At times, the ability to perceive all may not be a blessing." Suddenly, the previously inconspicuous Tang Ping radiated a dangerously potent aura. An overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over Wan Ning and his companion, a harbinger of death that surged within their hearts. Before Tang Ping's words could fully dissipate, a scream escaped Wan Ning's lips. "Ah!" as he clutched his eyes tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, his mind was flooded with the image of the celestial lightning that had aimed at his eyes. Just as he had attempted to utilize his innate talent to probe Tang Ping, it was as if he had gazed into the very essence of heavenly retribution. A bolt of divine lightning piercing directly toward his sight. The power capable of annihilating all things left Wan Ning in a prolonged state of turmoil. "Brother Wan." Upon witnessing Wan Ning's condition, Mo Qing hurriedly moved to his side. Wan Ning gestured dismissively, indicating his well-being, yet his dimmed eyes tightened Mo Qing's heart with apprehension. "Be cautious, Brother Mo. This individual as cultivation is undoubtedly beyond mere focus. It surpasses the realm of concentration. Merely probing had resulted in such profound injury." One could only imagine the formidable prowess of the elderly figure before them, who seemed almost ethereal. The aura he had emitted mere moments ago had sent their spiritual senses into a frenzied alert, warning them to distance themselves from this old man. What level of cultivation does this person possess? Tang Ping silently ceased the activation of the thunder talisman concealed within his sleeve. The instant he sensed Wan Ning's probing gaze, he had prepared to unleash the talisman, intending to injure Wan Ning's eyes with its power. Fortunately, the talisman was antiquated, and its activation was delayed. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to forcefully employ it. The sense of crisis felt by Mo Qing and his companion was due to the impending activation of the talisman, regardless of whom Tang Ping chose. None could withstand its lethal strike. "Esteemed elder, we harbor no ill intentions. Please forgive us." Mo Qing hurriedly bowed deeply to Tang Ping, his demeanor rife with trepidation. However, Tang Ping paid him no mind, turning his gaze instead to Shan Nong. After a prolonged silence, he let out a soft sigh. Upon glancing at Mo Qing and his companion again, a fleeting glimmer of chilling murderous intent flickered in Tang Ping's eyes. Sensing this hostility, the two men felt their hearts constrict with fear. Yet, this murderous intent vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Tang Ping waved his hand and declared, "I am no longer a member of Tianyuan's sect. My appearance here transcends boundaries. I shall spare your lives, but one of you must relinquish an arm and depart." To this, the two men not only showed no reluctance, but instead wore expressions of immense relief, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. With a flash, the swords gleamed, and two arms fell to the ground. Mo Qing respectfully placed the severed limbs on the earth, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy. Begone." "Yes." With that, Mo Qing swiftly led the pale Wan Ning away. Once the two had departed, Tang Ping turned to Shan Nong. "You are Shan Nong?" "Indeed." "Tang Ping not that slow." His expression complex as he spoke. "Though I was once part of the sect, I have severed ties with my past in pursuit of higher cultivation. Do you comprehend?" "I understand, master." "Good." Tang Ping began to walk slowly toward the forest behind him, and just as his figure was about to vanish from view. A solitary voice echoed back, tinged with a sense of desolation. From now on, consider Feng Daozi as deceased. I shall remember, Master. Shan Nong bowed deeply to Tang Ping, remaining in place until the elder's silhouette disappeared from sight. Master, is this man truly Feng Daozi, the revered ancestor? After a prolonged silence, Jin Nong finally found himself unable to resist Wang Yu's inquiry. Regardless of the circumstances, you all owe him a life, and our Tianyuan sect owes him a significant favor. Today's events must remain undisclosed to anyone. Do you understand? The disciples nodded in agreement. Wang Yu hastily continued, how shall we deal with these rogues? And what about Wu Shi? Jin Nong glanced at the several transcendental realm cultivators. A thought crossed his mind. We shall bring them all back to the sect for proper handling. Yes. Subsequently, Jin Nong turned his gaze toward Wu Shi, once brimming with arrogance. Wu Shi now stood paralyzed by fear, his face a canvas of despair and terror. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a peerless prodigy. I have dominated for eons. Ha ha ha. Let you all perish. Let you all perish. As Jin Nong's gaze fell upon him, Wu Shi's final defenses crumbled completely. He appeared almost deranged, babbling incoherently. It seems that the sect must place greater emphasis on temperament when selecting core disciples in the future. With Jin Nong's keen perception, it was evident that Wu Shi had truly lost his mind, driven mad by his own fear and resentment. Let's return. With a flick of his sleeve, a gentle breeze arose, carrying everyone toward the nearby market. Meanwhile, after departing from the Qingwan mountain range, Tang Ping directly burrowed underground. When he emerged once more, he had transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man, devoid of the profound aura from earlier. Thankfully, with the talismans in hand, he was able to maintain a semblance of control over those two individuals. Once assured that no one was tailing him, Tang Ping felt a silent relief wash over him. If not for necessity, he would prefer to avoid losing such a fragment of himself. With his physical cultivation realm, he had rescued more than 20 fellow disciples from the hands of two formidable spirit realm experts. They were even compelled to sever an arm to escape. Though perilous, it proved worthwhile. A surge of sword intent welled up within Tang Ping as he manifested his presence to intercept the two spirit realm cultivators. His inner sword intent began to blossom. Suddenly, the surrounding wild grass stood erect, resembling swords piercing toward the heavens. In the next moment, a resounding sword cry emanated from his body. A fierce, unyielding sword energy erupted forth. Sword intent at the second level. Tang Ping's eyes snapped open, brilliance igniting within. Ha ha ha. At last, as the sword energy dissipated, Tang Ping could not help but laugh exuberantly toward the sky. In just over a month, he had progressed from an initial stage of sword intent to the second level. A rapid advancement that would leave countless powerful beings astounded. After calming his mind, Tang Ping flickered and soared toward the nearby market. Prior to his arrival, he had rented a general goods shop to conceal his identity. For he discovered that this fragment of himself could also read faces and examine others' panels. Apart from the sects, the practitioners in the market are the most numerous, and thus Tang Ping naturally chose to leave his avatar in the market. After all, it would be rather inconvenient to bring this avatar back to the sect, where hidden talents abound, and someone might notice something amiss. It is far preferable to leave it in the market, where other opportunities may arise. Chapter 49. Has the sect increased the monthly allowance? In the Qingwan market, the practitioners passing through did not notice that the owner of a grocery store had changed. In such places, aside from a few well-established shops, most do not last long. Even if they did notice, they would not pay much attention. Upon entering the grocery store, the avatar observed a young man resting with his eyes closed behind the counter. None other than Tang Ping himself. Tang Ping was understandably reluctant to let his avatar come alone. However, lacking any concealment techniques, he could only wait quietly in Qingwan market. You stay here. All right. After taking the lightning talisman from the avatar, Tang Ping strode out of the grocery store. With matters concluded here, it was time for him to return to the sect and refine his marrow. The sooner he completed the marrow refinement, the sooner he could step into the true realm of transcending the mundane. That level was truly enticing, especially since he possessed a supreme, foundational treasure. Once he transcended, his aptitude would significantly improve. With this thought in mind, Tang Ping quickened his pace and directly took the teleportation array within the market to return to Tianyuan's on. After a dizzying moment, he stepped down from the array platform, holding his head. Have you heard? It seems the sect is about to increase the monthly allowance for inner disciples. Is that true? When has the sect been so generous? Of course it's true. The disciplinary hall has posted notice. Not far away, a few disciples chatted idly while waiting for others to arrive at the array platform. Upon hearing this, Tang Ping's heart stirred. The monthly allowance for inner disciples had not changed in nearly 1,000 years. Why the sudden increase? Although puzzled, he did not dwell on it and walked directly out of the teleportation hall. After taking a few steps, Tang Ping soared towards his cave, dwelling on a multicolored lotus. With the marrow refinement pills and fruits at hand, he believed his cultivation during the refinement stage would not take long. Upon reaching the area outside his cave, Tang Ping chose not to enter immediately, but suddenly turned to gaze at a nearby rock. Who was there? With a flash, the black dragon sword was unsheathed, slashing toward the rock. The stone unexpectedly transformed into a round, plump figure, leaping 3 feet into the air. Hey, Brother Tang, it's me, Jin Kai Bao. The figure was none other than Jin Kai Bao, the young master of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. Jin Kai Bao. Upon recognizing him, Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback, sheathing the black dragon sword and looking at Jin Kai Bao with confusion. What brings you here, sneaking around like this? Jin Kai Bao rushed over, a look of trepidation on his face, and retorted, sneaking around? As your fellow disciple, is it not permissible for me to visit my senior brother? Moreover, have you truly condensed the sword intent? Such sword energy is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. By sheer fortune, it seems you have become my junior brother. Noticing the confusion on Tang Ping's face, Jin Kai Bao chuckled and said, I mentioned earlier that we would meet again before long. My father insisted that my cultivation was insufficient and urged me to find a sect to train with for a while. Thus, here I am, seeking refuge with you. My brother, but how did you become an inner sect disciple? Did your family establish the Tianyuan sect? At this moment, Tang Ping's bewilderment deepened. How on earth did this rotund fellow manage to enter as an inner disciple? Surely his father couldn't have bribed the entire Tianyuan sect. My father invested a mere 1 billion spirit stones, and the sect jubilantly welcomed me aboard. Tang Ping suddenly recalled the earlier mention of increased monthly stipends for inner disciples. How many spirit stones must that have entailed? Even a moment's thought reveals that the spirit stones the sect disclosed are but a fraction of the true amount. This fellow is indeed a genuine tycoon. With your wealth, training at the Yuanling Tower should be a breeze. It accelerates the refinement of one's physical body. I am aware. My father has secured 3 years' worth of access to the Yuanling Tower for me, and I currently reside there. Tang Ping, is this even human speech? Very well, I shall not interrupt your cultivation further. If you need anything, find me at the Yuanling Tower. Jin Kai Bao glanced at the dark dragon sword that had mysteriously appeared in Tang Ping's hand, and wisely chose to make a hasty exit. No more provocation. Further stimulation might lead to a scuffle. Wait, what is it? I shall accompany you. I too must hasten to complete my marrow tempering phase and require time at the Yuanling Tower for training. Upon hearing this, Jin Kai Bao's interest piqued instantly, and he eagerly asked, how about training at my place? No spirit stones required. No need for that. Last time the Sect Master bestowed upon me a token allowing me to train at the Yuanling Tower for 100 days. And now is the perfect time to utilize it. As he spoke, Tang Ping produced a token radiating an aura of authority. The moment Jin Kai Bao beheld the token, his pupils constricted slightly, yet he quickly broke into a grin, saying, then so be it. Let us go, Brother Tang. Kindly take me along. Excellent. The 5-colored lotus flower emerged from Tang Ping's sleeve, expanding gracefully in the wind, as the two ascended upon it and began their leisurely flight towards the Yuanling Tower. Along the way, Tang Ping, noticing the five-colored lotus beneath them struggling under their weight, could not help but exclaim, "Fatty, what now? You ought to consider shedding some weight." Jin Kai Bao shrugged his shoulders in resignation, lamenting, "There's nothing I can do. It's a hereditary trait in our family to be corpulent. Even gaining weight for drinking plain water. My father even consulted a powerful expert from the Void God realm, yet the cause remained elusive. Hiss, an expert from the Void God realm is not someone you can simply summon at will. This fellow truly has a knack for flaunting wealth at every turn." The two leisurely made their way to the Yuanling Tower. Upon entering, they found the elder still reclining with eyes closed, resting in tranquility. "Greetings, esteemed elder." Tang Ping approached with an air of reverence, bowing respectfully. Upon witnessing this, Jin Kai Bao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed suit with a bow of his own. "Ah, it is you." The elder slowly opened his eyes to gaze upon Tang Ping, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he remarked, "You have begun the marrow refining process? 2 levels of marrow refining. Commendable. A sharp eye indeed. How long do you intend to cultivate?" 100 days. This is the token bestowed by the Sect Master." Tang Ping respectfully presented the token to the elder, who merely cast a cursory glance before replying, "Very well. Proceed. And return after 100 days." With that, the elder closed his eyes once more, slipping back into slumber. Tang Ping, having paid his respects again, then ascended to the second floor of the Yuanling Tower with Jin Kai Bao. Once they had departed, the elder reopened his eyes, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he murmured, "Although this child's aptitude is not particularly remarkable, his fortune is indeed exceptional. What cultivation technique is this? The spiritual energy within him is several-fold greater than that of others at the same level. Moreover, he seems to have a good rapport with that chubby fellow. It appears his luck may be quite extraordinary." After muttering a few more thoughts, the elder once again succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Tang Ping and Jin Kai Bao reached the second floor. "I shall be in seclusion here. You should return to your own cultivation." "Sure thing. If anything arises, seek me out in the innermost quiet chamber." "Understood." After watching Jin Kai Bao depart, Tang Ping did not rush to begin his practice, but instead wore a pensive expression. The arrival of this young master at the Tianyuan sect was undoubtedly not merely to seek him. Could it be related to Lin Xi? Chapter 50, Xian City. Young Master. A figure quietly appeared in the serene chamber, bowing respectfully to Jin Kai Bao. "Uncle Li, I've told you before, there is no need for such formality between us." "Indeed, young master." Jin Kai Bao shrugged in mild exasperation. "What is it?" Reporting to the young master, "The youth you encountered today has already reached the 2nd level of sword intent." 2nd level of sword intent. No wonder that sword strike from Brother Tang sent a chill down my spine. Jin Kai Bao was momentarily startled. It was remarkable that someone at the body refinement stage had already comprehended sword intent to such a degree, for it was notoriously difficult to grasp true intent at that level, let alone achieve mastery in sword intent. I hadn't anticipated that my Brother Tang was not only a successor of divination, but also a prodigy in the sword arts. What else? Furthermore, the spiritual energy within that youth is rather unusual. Not only is it extremely pure, but it is also several times greater than that of his peers. It seems Brother Tang has encountered considerable fortune. Jin Kai Bao nodded in satisfaction. The higher Tang Ping's achievements, the more it reflected his discerning nature. Just as he prepared to settle down and begin his cultivation, he noticed that Uncle Li had yet to take his leave, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. "Is there something else you've discovered?" Reporting to the young master, "I noticed you bowed to an elderly man earlier. Do you recall?" "I do." "Is he not an elder of the Tianyuan sect, responsible for guarding the Yuanling Tower? His cultivation is surely beyond the spirit-gathering stage." Upon hearing these words, Jin Kai Bao furrowed his brow, and after a considerable pause, he relaxed and remarked, "No wonder we were assigned to the Yuanling Tower. It turns out this individual is keeping a watchful eye on us." "Very well, I understand now. Uncle Li, do exercise caution. The Tianyuan Zong is formidable." "Yes. I take my leave." The middle-aged man vanished quietly, leaving Jin Kai Bao staring blankly at the spot where Uncle Li had disappeared, lost in thought for a long while. This Uncle Li was now his guardian, possessing perfected cultivation at the condensed spirit realm. As for the previous protector, he had been recalled to the Merchant Association. After all, it was already a significant concession for Tianyuan to allow a condensed spirit cultivator to accompany him inside. Even so, he had paid a hefty price to secure Tianyuan's agreement. Meanwhile, Tang Ping sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion. After a period of adjustment, he retrieved the essence refining pill obtained previously from the 100 Battles Tower. This pill, crafted from essence refining fruits and numerous rare spiritual herbs, could greatly accelerate his marrow refining speed. Inside the jade bottle lay more than 10 plump spiritual pills. Come fort. Tang Ping extended his hand and summoned one with his spiritual power, immediately swallowing the essence refining pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, it transformed into a scorching energy that drilled into the marrow of Tang Ping's bones. The pain pierced to the marrow. Unable to restrain himself, Tang Ping cried out in anguish, swiftly activating his cultivation technique to control the energy, gradually refining his entire bone marrow. After multiple rounds of marrow refining, Tang Ping had already refined over 20% of his marrow. Now, having consumed the essence refining pill, the refining speed surged once more, propelled by an overwhelming vigor. Time passed, second by second. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Tang Ping concluded a round of marrow refining, slowly opening his eyes. The essence refining pill he consumed 3 days prior had just exhausted its potency. Although the refining progress was swift, it was still less than 50% complete. One essence refining pill could sustain 3 days of cultivation, and with 12 pills remaining in the bottle, he could only maintain this accelerated pace for 36 days. Fortunately, he had previously acquired a considerable number of essence refining fruits. Even after selling some to the Qing'e Merchant Association, the remaining stock was sufficient to support his cultivation. Time is inconsequential in the pursuit of cultivation. Even after spending 100 days training in the Yuanling Tower, Tang Ping did not lose track of time. After all, he had to venture out several times each month to receive his monthly stipend from the Yefeng Hall, a responsibility he had no intention of neglecting. Since the stipend had increased, disciples were increasingly diligent in claiming their rewards, ensuring they did not postpone their collection. This led to the Yefeng Hall often being overcrowded, and Tang Ping seized the opportunity to discover numerous fortuitous encounters, the majority of which he claimed for himself, as not every opportunity warranted contention. Despite this, over the months, Tang Ping had gathered a substantial collection of precious items. One day, Tang Ping suddenly opened his eyes wide, a gleam of brilliance flashing within. With a long exhale of stagnant air, he slowly rose from the cushion, stretching his body. Thunderous sounds echoed in the air. Amidst the faint sounds, it seemed as though a river was rushing forth from within Tang Ping, achieving 90% in marrow refinement. This was the culmination of Tang Ping's 100 days of diligent practice. Initially, he had estimated that completing the marrow refinement within this time frame would be more than sufficient. However, he had not anticipated that the practice would grow increasingly challenging as one progressed through the stages. Were it not for the assistance of the Yuanling Tower and the abundance of marrow refinement fruits and pills, he might have remained at a mere level of marrow refinement for 3 years without attaining his current stature. Yet, the final stretch proved to be quite troublesome. Though there were still plenty of marrow refinement fruits, the time within the Yuanling Tower had come to an end. Furrowing his brow, Tang Ping murmured a few words to himself, deciding it best to step outside first. Upon pushing open the door to the quiet chamber, Tang Ping was taken aback to find a wall obstructing the entrance. What was happening? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the wall spoke, "Brother Tang. It's me, Fatty. How have you grown so rotund?" Upon hearing Jin Saibao's voice, Tang Ping could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Although Jin had never been slight, he had never reached such proportions. It seemed that in his eagerness to expedite his cultivation, he had indulged excessively in spiritual materials and treasures. A flicker of insight crossed Tang Ping's eyes as he scrutinized Jin Kai Bao once more. Now, It was clear to him why Jin had transformed into this state. Goodness, his entire being was brimming with spiritual energy, medicinal potency, and alchemical force. A mysterious force enveloped Jin completely, preventing these energies from escaping, and as he was unable to absorb it all at once, he naturally found himself in this predicament. You're practically trying to consume yourself to death. Even Tang Ping couldn't help but marvel. Close call, Jin Kaibao replied, his face a mask of anxiety. Fortunately, Uncle Li was by his side. Otherwise, he might have truly encountered a calamity. By the way, what brings you here? Hee, my brother. I anticipated your emergence today, and have been waiting here for some time. Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback, inquiring with curiosity, do you need something from me? The decade-long Xian conference is set to commence in half a month. What do you say? Interested in accompanying me for a stroll? Jin Kaibao said with a rather mischievous expression. The Xian conference? Tang Ping echoed, as the Xian conference was a grand event held once every decade in Xian City, where the outstanding disciples of various factions would receive invitations, particularly for our three major sects. Any inter-sect disciple could attend with their disciple emblem and would often be treated as esteemed guests. What is the purpose of the Xian conference? And why invite the exceptional youths? The Xian conference comprises 3 challenges, categorized into literary, martial, and aesthetic pursuits. The top 10 participants will be recognized, with the top 3 receiving the unique Xian fruit of Xian City. Seeing Tang Ping still appear bewildered, Jin Kaibao continued to elaborate. The Xian fruit aids cultivators in refining their marrow. Typically, 1 fruit can refine to a half-completion stage. However, after consuming 3, the effectiveness of each will diminish by half. The refining of semi-finished bone marrow. Tang Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. If he were to acquire a few more purple peas fruits, would he not be able to leap over the final stage of marrow refining? Would the efficacy of the purple peas fruit diminish if one were at the 9-10 stage of refining? No. The miraculous potency of the purple peas fruit lies precisely in this aspect. Even at the final stages of marrow refinement, its effectiveness would not wane significantly, at most reducing by half. A glint of brilliance flashed in Tang Ping's eyes. It seemed that he must indeed attend the Purple Peace Conference. Fatty, please elaborate on what this Purple Peace Conference entails. Upon hearing Tang Ping's agreement to attend, Jin Kaibao was overjoyed and promptly began to explain. Chapter 51. The Cloud Treasure Boat. After a prolonged moment, Tang Ping exited the Yuan Ling Tower with a peculiar expression. According to Jin Fatty, the most crucial aspect of the Purple Peace Conference was not the purple peace fruits, but rather the esteemed selection of 100 maidens known as the Purple Peace 100 Fairies, carefully chosen from Purple Peace City. At the event, the top 10 entrants would have the privilege of selecting a maiden to accompany them. Each of these maidens possessed spiritual veins and had some degree of cultivation, coupled with their stunning beauty, naturally enticing many aspiring individuals. This, too, was a strategy employed by Purple Peace City to attract talents. Numerous gifted individuals who had benefited from Purple Peace City had risen to prominence and thus held a significant allegiance to it. Not to mention, even within their own Tianyuan sect, 2 formidable figures in the spirit-gathering realm had once received favors from Purple Peace City, though Jin Fatty refrained from disclosing their identities. Should Tang Ping place in the top 3, he would bestow the opportunity to select a maiden upon Jin Fatty. Tang Ping, however, was not particularly interested in the enchanting maidens, as he considered himself a person of utmost propriety. A very proper one indeed. Upon returning to his cave abode, Tang Ping did not idle away the time, but instead seized the opportunity to hone his various techniques related to the 5 elements. With the 5-element spiritual sea as his foundation, he possessed a natural advantage in wielding the 5-element arts, and thus he dedicated himself to further training. After all, certain formidable 5-element techniques could rival some secret arts in potency. Given Jin Fatty's current condition, it was clear he could not journey to Purple Peace City just yet. They would need to wait until Jin Fatty had absorbed all the essence and returned to his original state before they could set forth. Days passed swiftly, and while seated in meditation within his tranquil chamber, Tang Ping suddenly opened his eyes and picked up the communication Jade talisman at his waist. After glancing at the talisman, he rose from meditation mat, pushed open the chamber door, and walked outside. Tang brother. As soon as he exited the cave, Tang Ping beheld the rejuvenated figure of Jin Caibao. Upon seeing Jin Caibao's countenance, Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback. He was at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. If his memory served him correctly, Jin Fatty had only been at the 1st level of the body refinement realm when they first met. In such a short span, he had broken through multiple barriers to reach the same realm as Tang Ping. This Fatty was indeed remarkable. Fatty, your progress in cultivation is nothing short of astonishing. Upon hearing this, Jin Panzai's round face immediately drooped, filled with helplessness as he lamented. How can I be quick? The resources that have been expended on me during this period could almost cultivate a practitioner to the spirit-gathering realm. At this point, Jin Panzai's expression grew more somber as he recalled the days past. Just a few days ago, when he had broken through to the 4th layer of the body refinement realm, he had excitedly sent a message to his father. However, upon learning that it had taken such a vast amount of resources to barely reach this stage, his father nearly came to beat him to death in a fit of rage. You have money. Facing such a wealthy individual, Tang Ping also felt a sense of helplessness. Let us go to this so-called Xian conference of yours. By the way, you still haven't clarified the specifics of the 3 trials at the Xian conference. The 3 trials of Xian consist of literary, martial, and aesthetic contests. The literary competition involves alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman drawing, allowing those who do not primarily focus on combat to participate. One can partake in the literary without engaging in the martial, and vice versa. The martial aspect, naturally, involves the combat prowess of the practitioners. With so many young practitioners present, there will surely be a distinction of skill. As for the final aspect of appearance, it measures both looks and temperament. And I must say, brother, I am quite confident in this regard. Competing in appearance? I can understand contests of alchemy, weapon crafting, or martial prowess, but judging by looks is something I cannot fathom. You will understand when the time comes. However, the most crucial factor remains combat strength. Essentially, if you're first in combat, you will be first at the Xian conference. As the two conversed, they arrived at the transmission hall and boarded the teleportation array, heading towards the nearest market to Xian City, the Hubao Market. A round figure strolled along the long street of the market, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Let me tell you, this Hubao Market has its own charm. The pot-type magical artifacts here are particularly renowned. Pot-type magical artifacts are not particularly strong in offensive capabilities. So how can this place be so prosperous? Tang Ping remarked, scanning the bustling market, which stood out as one of the top 3 he had ever visited. Who said pot-type magical artifacts can only serve for offense? That would be a shameful waste. The true purpose of pot-type magical artifacts is to nurture and store spirit wine. Some exquisite pot-type artifacts can even brew wine on their own and enhance its quality. Now it makes sense. No wonder practitioners flock here. Just think of my elder brother, who is secluded somewhere, and it's clear that many practitioners appreciate fine wine. The two did not linger in the Hubao Market and directly walked out. As soon as they exited, Jin Panzai raised his hand and tossed out a delicate jade boat. The jade boat expanded in the wind, and the two leaped onto its deck. Once aboard, Tang Ping discovered that the jade boat was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. The array patterns covering the vessel were numerous, and upon a brief glance, he recognized several exceptionally rare and powerful formations. Moreover, the jade boat was attended by puppet servants, each exuding the aura of the body refinement realm. What do you think? My Yuanbao boat is quite impressive, isn't it? Yuanbao boat? Indeed, the name I have chosen. How does it resonate with you? Tang Ping could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Naturally, this treasure ship is one of my most prized possessions. Throughout history, it has been said that a spiritual vessel is best complemented by a beauty, and now that I possess the vessel, the beauty shall depend on the upcoming Xian conference. Xian City is quite close to Hubao Workshop, and even a disciple of the Yuan sect flying on clouds could reach it in a few hours. Moreover, Considering the duo's travel aboard a vessel renowned for its speed, it would take but a brief moment. Before long, Tang Ping discerned a grand city, magnificently crafted entirely from purple stone. This was indeed Xian City. As the jade vessel descended from the heavens, its exquisite nature naturally drew the attention of numerous cultivators. And even within Xian City, several figures soared forth to welcome the jade vessel. Observing this, Tang Ping understood why the rotund gold had also chosen to arrive aboard the jade vessel. It was clear that he had been waiting here. Forgive us for not extending a proper welcome, esteemed guests from the Tianyuan sect. We humbly ask for your understanding. The elder at the forefront, clad in a resplendent purple robe, appeared exceedingly amiable, yet the aura he exuded was one of remarkable prowess, reaching the seventh realm of transcendent cultivation. Upon seeing the elder, Tang Ping's pupils constricted. It was evident that Xian City had endured through the ages not merely by forming alliances with various prodigies, but also possessed formidable strength of its own. The mere fact that the one responsible for welcoming guests held such cultivation hinted at the abundance of powerful beings within Xian City. Senor, Yuyist, we are merely juniors, having heard of the imminent Xian conference and desiring to witness its grandeur. Splendid. It is indeed our honor to have two prodigies visit Xian City. After exchanging pleasantries, a second attendant of similar cultivation to the elder took flight, leading Tang Ping and his companion through the city walls towards the eastern part of the city. How did you discern that these two are disciples of the Tianyuan sect? Inquired one attendant, glancing curiously at the elder in purple robes. Without turning back, the elder watched Tang Ping and his companion depart before responding. Though they do not wear the inner disciples' garments of the Tianyuan sect, they bear the sect's inner disciples' insignia at their waists. Henceforth, keep a sharper eye. Indeed, furthermore, let the inner court pay closer attention to these two. I find both of them inscrutable, particularly the disciple with the long sword at his waist, for he has already condensed sword intent within him, possibly reaching a remarkable 1/10 of sword intent. What? The other attendants gasped in astonishment, yet they harbored no doubts about the words of the elder in purple robes. After all, the sword energy that had faintly emanated from Tang Ping had left them all somewhat apprehensive. Meanwhile, Tang Ping and his companion followed the attendant to a courtyard. You may select any courtyard here to rest. Though the Xian conference will not commence for several days, many talented individuals have already arrived. Should you wish to make acquaintances, you may freely visit the Xian Pavilion. Excellent. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed attendant. I shall take my leave now. As the offering departed, the two did not choose to rest in the courtyard, but instead made their way into the city. During their earlier stroll, Tang Ping had observed that Xian City was predominantly inhabited by common folk, with few cultivators in sight. Upon inquiry, he learned that most cultivators resided in the inner city, while they found themselves in the outer city, which mainly housed the mundane population reliant on Xian City for their livelihoods. The inner city, however, was a realm inaccessible to them. It constituted the true core of Xian City, where entry was restricted to its denizens. Even the Xian conference convened at the Xian Pavilion in the outer city, rather than within the inner sanctum. Shall we pay a visit to this Xian Pavilion now? The rotund man inquired, glancing at Tang Ping. Tang Ping merely shook his head. His interest piqued as he observed the surrounding vendors. Not just yet. When the Xian conference commences, we shall naturally have the opportunity to witness it all. Are you genuinely here for that Xian fruit? The rotund man asked, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Tang Ping replied with exasperation, What do you think? I can't possibly be here solely for the maidens, as you are. The maidens would indeed be appearing at the Xian Pavilion over the next few days, and visiting now would allow for an early scouting opportunity. Spare me that. By the way, how long has it been since you indulged in mundane cuisine? Tang Ping suddenly turned to the rotund man. The latter paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he replied, I cannot recall. It has been ages since I last tasted it. Perfect. Today, I shall treat you to some earthly wine and meat. Excellent. Meanwhile, within the inner city of Xian, at the Lord's residence, Lord Yun Shao stood contemplatively in the center of the grand hall. Report to the Sect Master. The purple offering has just communicated that two talented individuals worthy of attention have arrived. Who are they? One is named Tang Ping. The other remains unknown, but the purple offering indicated that he is also remarkable. Tang Ping. Yun Xiao slowly turned to face the soldier, delivering the report. As they convened the Xian conference, it is customary to gather portraits of talented individuals for various factions to avoid overlooking any lesser-known prodigies. Naturally, Tang Ping's likeness had been collected, as he had recently entered the inner sect and had achieved a commendable feat by breaching the 16th floor of the battle tower, prompting the resonant chimes of the battle bell and a congratulatory visit from the Sect Master of Tianyuan. It would be impossible for Xian City to lack records of such a noteworthy figure. Is he from Tianyuan's sect? Indeed. Very well. This individual possesses exceptional combat talent. He is indeed worth befriending. Moreover, be mindful that during his duels, the accompanying offering must possess a cultivation level no less than the late stage of transcendence. Understood. As for the other individual, make efforts to ascertain his identity. Being a fellow disciple of Tianyuan's sect, he cannot be truly inconspicuous. Understood. Unbeknownst to Tang Ping, he was the subject of discussion by the esteemed Lord of Xian City. At that moment, he found himself before a young girl selling candied hawthorns, awkwardly explaining, "I forgot to bring any money." "You are lying." Observing the nearly tearful little girl, Tang Ping glanced once more at the candied hawthorn on a stick that he had bitten into, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Why did he indulge his cravings? He had an insatiable desire for the sweet treat, yet he had no money with him. Not even the gold fat man carried mundane silver coins. They were merely cumbersome. "How about I offer you some spirit stones? Are you familiar with them?" The little girl shook her head. "I don't want spirit stones." Previously, De Zhuang was deceived, having won his fine roosters swapped for a mere stone. How amusing it was that Tang Ping, a genius capable of forcing two powerful cultivators to sever their own limbs, found himself perplexed by an ordinary child. It wasn't that he was truly incapable of providing her with something. Rather, the jade and other treasures he possessed were far too valuable for her tender years. Giving her such items would only be a disservice. After all, a child selling goods at her age surely came from a humble, powerless background, and she would be unable to safeguard any gifts he bestowed. Finally, as tears threatened to spill from the girl's eyes, the gold fat man hurriedly approached. "Little sister, here is a silver coin for you." He had just returned from exchanging currency with nearby merchants, and he handed her a silver piece. The girl took the coin, releasing her grip on Tang Ping's sleeve. He breathed a sigh of relief, eager to depart, only to hear her call out from behind, "Don't go. You haven't received your change." Turning back, they saw the girl rushing towards them, panting as she clutched a string of copper coins. 3 copper coins for a skewer of candied hawthorn. "Here, is your change." Upon receiving the coins, the girl dashed back to her little stall, as if fearing someone would snatch them away. What intriguing little girl. Tang Ping couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, before continuing on with the gold fat man through the bustling streets of Xian City. Steamed buns, freshly baked meat buns, only 2 copper coins each. Sesame cakes, delicious sesame cakes. Even immortals praise them. Just 1 copper coin. Step right up, take a look. Huiyan Martial Arts School is recruiting disciples. Do you wish to become a legendary immortal? Do you aspire to ascend to great heights? Do you wish to win the heart of your beloved? Then come to Songfeng Martial Arts School. Songfeng Martial Arts School. You deserve it. As they wandered through the vibrant street, amidst the cacophony of calls, a fleeting thought crossed Tang Ping's mind. For a moment, he believed he had not traversed realms, but rather found himself within an ancient city. Of course, it was but a fleeting thought. Drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from a bun shop, he swallowed hard and approached. "I'll have 5 meat buns, please." The attendant swiftly took his copper coins, skillfully wrapping 5 buns in oiled paper before handing them over. "Here you go. 5 meat buns, enjoy." Without hesitation, Tang Ping reached for 1 bun, biting into it with fervor. Juices exploded in his mouth, and his eyes widened in delight. How delectable! In a matter of moments, Tang Ping consumed a bun that was no larger than half a palm. Yet, within just a few minutes, he polished off 5 meat buns with remarkable speed. The sight astounded Jean Pongzi, who could only stare in disbelief. Goodness, Is the Tianyuan sect denying its disciples food? Look at how starved the child appears. Chapter 53. Xian by Xian. As they continued their journey, eating as they walked, Tang Ping lifted his gaze upon reaching the tavern. By Wei Ju. Let's dine here. Excellent. They entered the establishment. It was midday, and the tavern was bustling with patrons, with no vacant seats on the first floor. Waiter, over here. A busy server hastily set aside his tasks and approached. Are there any seats available upstairs? Tang Ping in Guit. Indeed. How many in your party? 2. Let us proceed to the upper floor. Very well, please follow me. The server guided them to the second floor. Indeed, there were several empty seats, and Tang Ping chose a table by the window. What would you like to order, esteemed guest? Unbidden, a wave of nostalgia washed over Tang Ping as he instinctively replied. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, sir. Please take it slow. We do not have many of these items on our menu. If you lack any, simply serve what you do have, and then bring me a sampling of all your signature dishes. By the way, what wines do you offer? The server exhaled in relief, secretly admiring the guest's extensive knowledge of cuisine, for he had not even heard of many of the dishes mentioned. Our Bai Wei Ju boasts a unique specialty, the 100-flower brew. What do you think? 1 pot, please. Very well. Please wait a moment. The server acknowledged and hurried downstairs. Leaning against the window, Tang Ping leisurely surveyed the view outside. There lay a serene lake, its surface shimmering, with a small pavilion constructed at its center for the purpose of enjoying the scenery. This lake possesses a certain ethereal quality. Hearing this, Jean Pongzi also cast his gaze out the window, inspecting the surroundings before smirking. I don't see anything remarkable. Your dishes are ready. Before long, the waiter returned with an array of beautifully presented dishes, causing Jean Pongzi's eyes to sparkle with delight. In less than half an hour, the table was cleared of all food and drink. Both exhaled deeply in satisfaction. It must be said, compared to common fare, these ethereal dishes were indeed much lighter. After all, cultivators emphasize consuming the essence of heaven and earth, seeking the purity and gentleness in their sustenance. Most cultivators believe that mundane food can taint their bodies and hinder their cultivation. The establishment, known as Bai Wei Ju, offers an exceptional experience, both in terms of its culinary delights and the ambience it provides. Nestled within the heart of Xian City, it is peculiar that no other cultivators have graced its premises. Grasping a nearby wine jug, Tang Ping leisurely poured himself a cup of fragrant Baiwa wine. Upon the first sip, he was immediately enveloped by a bouquet of floral aromas intricately blended together. The alcohol content seemed rather low, akin to the fruit wines of his past life. Yet the flavor was distinctly unique and rather pleasant. Suddenly, a flicker of intrigue crossed Tang Ping's gaze. What had he just remarked? This tavern was devoid of any cultivators. To his astonishment, a solitary cultivator did indeed appear to be dining here. He turned his attention towards the staircase, where a middle-aged man, resembling an uncle, ascended alone. At the sight of this middle-aged cultivator, Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback, his eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment. Jin Kai Bao, seated opposite him, keenly sensed a shift in Tang Ping's demeanor. Following his gaze, the rotund Jin noticed a cultivator with a somewhat unique aura. Beyond this aura, however, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. Why did Tang Ping regard this individual with such interest? Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely this distinctive aura that captivated Tang Ping's attention. The moment he laid eyes on this middle-aged man, for words materialized in his mind. Middle-aged uncle. There was an effortless charm about him, subtly tinged with melancholy, and his weathered eyes seemed to harbor untold stories. The slight stubble further elevated this uncle's allure to its zenith. Is it you, the traveler? Tang Ping approached the middle-aged man with a hint of anticipation, inquiring tentatively in Mandarin, is it the same? Upon receiving a glance that suggested the man was bewildered, Tang Ping hesitated momentarily before pressing on. How are you? This time, the man's expression shifted from confusion to that of amusement. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Tang Ping offered a sheepish smile and turned to retreat. This is too awkward. It dawned on him how those 3-room apartments came to be. Brother Tang, what is this? Jean Kaibao inquired. Nothing. I mistook him for an old acquaintance. Only to realize my error, Tang Ping replied with an impassive expression, drawing upon his millennia of experience. Is that so? Though puzzled, Jin Kai Bao refrained from further questioning. After casting a few more glances at the middle-aged cultivator, he chose to dismiss the matter. Chimo, you dare compete with me for Wanwan? How presumptuous. What? The second son of the Chai family in function? If it were your brother, perhaps he would have the standing to speak to me thus, but you? Spare us the farce. Just as Tang Ping sat by the window, savoring his wine, a commotion erupted outside. Turning his head, he beheld two men and a woman who had mysteriously arrived at the pavilion in the center of the lake. Two men stood in stark opposition, their tempers flaring, while a woman anxiously attempted to intervene. Brother Chai, Brother Li, please cease your quarrel. Let us return to the Xian pavilion. Young Wanwan, feeling somewhat helpless, stood by, wishing to mediate, but her cultivation level was merely at the nascent realm. How could she hope to restrain two enraged individuals at the body refinement realm? Miss Wanwan, do not fret. Allow me to teach this fellow a lesson before we head back. I share your sentiment. I have long heard of the formidable prowess of your Chai family's unique techniques, yet I wonder if you, second young master, have mastered them. Whether I have or not, you shall find out soon enough. Just as the two were about to clash, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and positioned itself before them. Gentlemen, I implore you to temper your anger. In Xian City, amidst the multitude of common folk, a reckless confrontation here may inadvertently injure innocence. If you wish to duel, I kindly suggest you do so within the Xian pavilion. Though the white-robed elder spoke with a benevolent tone, he emanated an aura of transcendence that instantly quelled the two men's fury. Rest assured, we shall not engage in battle here. Then I can breathe easy. Let us proceed to the Xian pavilion to settle this. The two exchanged glances and swiftly departed the small pavilion, leaving the young Wanwan, the cause of their dispute, standing alone. Return and accept your punishment. After their departure, the white-robed elder's demeanor changed. He cast a cold glance at Wanwan and uttered, "Very well." With that, he transformed into a beam of spiritual light and vanished, seemingly indifferent to the so-called Xian 100 Immortals. Chapter 54. A Prosperous Husband? Tang Ping, observing the scene from the tavern, watched as the pale-faced Wanwan departed before slowly speaking. It appears that the Xian 100 Immortals you mentioned do not hold a high status. The rotund man shot Tang Ping a look of disdain. What do you expect? They are not seeking partners. These individuals are ultimately nothing more than handmaidens. If chosen, they may fare well, but those left behind will be sent directly to the brothels in various districts. Indeed, a complex expression flickered in Tang Ping's eyes. This was the harsh and unfeeling reality of the cultivation world he had come to understand. Let us depart. Where to? Back to my training. He realized he must seize every moment. Only by becoming a core disciple, or even a true inheritor of the sect, could he secure his position in this unforgiving realm of cultivation. The internal competition was his sole opportunity on the horizon. With less than 6 months remaining before the competition commenced, he needed to expedite his body refinement training and, with the aid of a top-tier foundational treasure, ascend to the transcendence realm. By that time, even if he could not achieve true inheritance, securing a place as a core disciple would be within his grasp. The rotund man regarded Tang Ping with surprise, realizing why this individual, whose talents were not particularly outstanding, could achieve such success. This level of determination was not something everyone could possess. Without further delay, the two made their way back to their previous courtyard. Brother Zhu, Brother Yin, are we heading to the Xian Pavilion now? Indeed, that is our primary objective for this outing. However, as they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, they noticed a group of over 10 young cultivators clad in dark blue robes emerging from the adjacent courtyard. Xian Igriku Sect, Tang Ping Mumut, casting a glance at the group. The attire they wore unmistakably signified they were inner disciples of the Xianyu sect. With a quick sweep of his eyes, Jin Pongzi whispered, "Aside from the 2 leaders who are at the 4th level of body refinement, the others are the 2nd and 3rd levels. They appear to be the elite disciples of the Xianyu sect. Historically, The cultivation prowess of the Xianyu sect's disciples has been inferior to that of those from Tianyuan sect and Fenghuman. Nonetheless, the two leaders, both at the fourth level of body refinement, showcased remarkable skill, albeit their refinement was still in its nascent stages. Unlike their counterparts in Tianyuan and Fenghu, the Xianyu sect predominantly focuses on beast mastery. Hence, their disciples often devote their energies to nurturing spirit beasts. Some disciples may even find their own cultivation levels lagging behind those of their spirit companions. Tang Ping narrowed his eyes, silently observing the two leading disciples. At such a young age, possessing the fourth level of body refinement, their spirit companions must certainly be on par with that level. Among the younger generation, they were indeed exceptional. It seems the Xianyu sect is not as weak as the rumors suggest. After all, as one of the three major sects, if the Xianyu sect lacked any capability, it would have likely been absorbed long ago. Hey, what are you staring at over there? Just as Tang Ping contemplated turning back to resume his training, a female disciple from a Xianyu sect at the third level of body refinement suddenly called out to them. A few female disciples looked at them with disdain, as if they had committed some unspeakable act. Lecher, Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Jean Pongzi beside him. Upon seeing Jean Pongzi's piggish expression, Tang Ping facepalmed, shaking his head in resignation. No wonder they were perceived as lecherous. With that visage, he hardly appeared to be a good person. Offering a slight bow to the female disciples of the Xianyu sect, Tang Ping apologetically remarked, "My friend is simply born with this appearance. If we have disturbed you, I hope you will forgive us." "Forgive you just because you say so, Ao-er." Before Mu Ao-er could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the leading man. Casting a glance at him, Mu Ao-er spoke with a pitiful expression, "Brother Zhu." However, Zhu Xing paid her no mind and instead inclined his head slightly toward Tang Ping, saying, "I am Zhu Xing, a disciple of the Xianyu sect. May I inquire about the identities of the two esteemed friends?" Tang Yuan, merely a humble wandering cultivator, far beneath Brother Zhu's stature. Tang Ping refrained from revealing his affiliation with Tianyuan sect, as animosities among the disciples of the three sects ran deep. Who could say whether these individuals held grudges against the disciples of Tianyuan? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xing made no further inquiries and exchanged a few pleasantries with Tang Ping before leading his group of disciples deeper into Xian City. After a prolonged silence, Mu Ao-er could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Brother Zhu, why did you so readily let those two individuals go?" Zhu Xing cast a sidelong glance at Mu Ao-er and replied in a contemplative tone, "Both of them possess the cultivation of the fourth stage of body refinement, and given their age is comparable to ours, their origins must be remarkable. Before we set out, the elders instructed us to proceed with caution. It is prudent to avoid provoking those of uncertain background." But they claim to be loose cultivators, did they not? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xing felt a surge of frustration. Were it not for the fact that this woman's grandmother was an elder of the inner sect, he would have dismissed her entirely. Just because he asserts he is a loose cultivator, does that make a certainty? With such age and cultivation, if he were indeed a loose cultivator, would not those of us endowed with abundant resources from the sect be rendered utterly ineffectual? In the courtyard, Tang Ping sat on a stone bench, deep in thought. Name, Zhu Xing Cultivation. Fourth stage of body refinement, fortune, 1 in 10,000, blue, talent. Nature affinity, blue, outcome. Achieves late-stage transformation of infants. Suffers an underhanded attack while seeking treasure in a secret realm. Recent turn of events, selected a maid at the Xian gathering, who possesses the phoenix divine body, gold, and the prosperous husband, gold, constitution. After her awakening, his own fortune significantly increases. Nature affinity, blue, naturally attuned to the environment, capable of communicating with magical beasts and earning their favor. Had his mind not been fortified through rigorous sword training during this period, he might have betrayed his thoughts upon hearing those words. Originally indifferent to the Xian gathering and its renowned figures, Tang Ping now found himself eagerly anticipating its commencement. The notion of possessing 1 in 10,000 fortune was like a thorn embedded in Tang Ping's heart. With such low fortune, Calamity was bound to befall him sooner or later. However, treasures capable of enhancing one's fortune are exceedingly rare, especially for one of his cultivation level. To his astonishment, he discovered that such a physique exists in the world, one that could augment the fortune of her husband. In that moment, the originally simple intention of acquiring the Xian fruit and departing transformed into an insatiable desire to obtain the Phoenix divine body made. Although he remained uncertain of the extent of fortune that the prosperous husband constitution could bestow, the golden nature of her physique suggested that it would yield an immense bounty. Nevertheless, to ensure that he could secure that maid, he must ascend to the position of champion at the Xian gathering. This implied that he needed to triumph over all his peers participating in the event. Setting aside other considerations, Zhu Xing's extraordinary prowess was evident. Not only was he at the fourth stage of body refinement, but he also possessed the nature affinity talent. It was likely that his spirit companion had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. The possibility of him being a half-step beyond the mortal realm was not out of the question. Tang Ping gently caressed the black dragon soar before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Even if this individual had a spirit companion at the half-step beyond mortal realm, what of it? With his current strength, he was unrivaled beneath that threshold. Chapter 55. Not quite familiar, old Tang. Your spirit sword is quite impressive. Suddenly, the rotund figure of Jin, curious and inquisitive, approached and scrutinized the spiritual sword held by Tang Ping. Oh, a terrestrial-grade spiritual sword, Jin exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise after a careful inspection. Tang Ping cast a bewildered glance at Jin, marveling at the perceptiveness of the young master of the Qinghe Trading Company. His black dragon sword concealed its aura so well that even those of the transcendent realm would struggle to discern its true nature. Yet unexpectedly, Jin was able to identify it at a glance. How is it that the esteemed young master of the Qinghe Trading Company would take an interest in my mere terrestrial-grade spiritual sword? Jin returned Tang Ping's gaze, exclaiming, My dear brother, this is a terrestrial-grade spiritual treasure, and one of the rarest spiritual swords among them. Even in my Qinghe Trading Company, such treasures are exceedingly scarce. Despite having seen countless treasures, I am genuinely astonished by this terrestrial-grade sword. However, my astonishment does not stem from the sword itself, but rather from how you, with your cultivation at the refinement realm, have come into possession of such an exceptional weapon. He had conducted his inquiries about Tang Ping, who appeared to lack any familial support or backing, leading Jin to conclude that this sword must have been a fortunate acquisition for Tang Ping. This extraordinary stroke of luck was indeed remarkable. As Tang Ping was about to rise and return to his quiet chamber for cultivation, Jin suddenly declared with determination, Old Tang, your black dragon sword is in need of a sheath. Allow me to gift you this one. With that, Jin produced an ancient black sheath from his storage ring and handed it to Tang Ping. Upon receiving the sheath, Tang Ping immediately felt its considerable weight, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. With his current strength at 90% of the refinement stage, he found this sheath surprisingly heavy, likely weighing over 100 pounds. I acquired this sheath from a wandering cultivator previously. It suits you perfectly. This sheath is no inferior item compared to your black dragon sword. It is yours to keep. However, Tang Ping chose not to accept the sheath, returning it to Jin instead. Although he could not ascertain the origins of the sheath, he was certain that its quality could not be lower than that of a superior-grade mysterious treasure. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, and few craftsmen possessed the skill to forge them. Even a mere superior-grade mysterious treasure held a value comparable to an ordinary terrestrial-grade spiritual treasure. He could not easily accept such a significant favor. A sheath may be simple to acquire, but the favor is far more challenging to repay. What are you being so polite for? I feel undeserving of such generosity, Jin remarked, sensing Tang Ping's reluctance. You know well that our Qinghe Trading Company has always favored investing in talented individuals. Consider this my investment in you, with no expectations in return, except for the hope that one day you will reach the pinnacle of success and remember your brother. At this, Tang Ping was taken aback, inwardly reflecting on the irony that he had always been the one investing in others, yet now someone was choosing to invest in him. In a moment, Tang Ping felt a surge of emotion. He never anticipated that, in such a brief span. He had become worthy of investment from the illustrious young master of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. This sword sheath not only nurtured the spiritual sword, enhancing its essence, but also possessed the remarkable ability to accumulate sword energy. Once this opportunity passed, such a treasure would be lost forever. I accept, he interjected, not allowing Jean the fat man to finish his sentence. Since it was an investment, why should he decline? If he were to ascend to the pinnacle of power, this small favor would be insignificant. Should he fail, he would perish on the path to greatness, rendering any debts of gratitude moot. Receiving the sword sheath from Jean, Tang Ping produced the black dragon sword. With a swift motion, the sword was sheathed, causing the scabbard to quiver slightly. Subtly, Tang Ping felt as if he could hear the black dragon sword's contented whisper. "Thank you. Why be so formal with me? You can take this time to refine the sheath. I shall return to my cultivation," he replied. Watching the rotund figure of Jean depart, Tang Ping turned back to the quiet chamber, commencing the refinement of the sword sheath. 3 days swiftly passed. In the tranquility of the chamber, Tang Ping sat cross-legged upon a mat. Before him hovered an ancient-looking sword sheath. "Go!" With a thought, the black dragon sword surged forth from within him, entering the sheath. "Return." As he stowed the sheath away, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. After a period of refinement, he discovered that the sheath was more precious than he had anticipated. It not only nurtured the black dragon sword, but also fostered the spirit of the sword. Most importantly, it could absorb the sword energy emanating from both himself and the black dragon sword, allowing for an explosive release at the moment of drawing the sword. A supreme-grade sword sheath of the mysterious level. This debt of gratitude was indeed substantial, Tang Ping murmured to himself. Suddenly, the jade talisman at his waist illuminated. Reaching for it, he infused his consciousness into the talisman, and Jin's voice resonated in his ear. "Old Tang, it's time. The Xian conference is about to begin." At last, it had commenced. Tang Ping rose and pushed open the door to the quiet chamber. Just as he was about to step outside, he froze in place upon seeing a figure in the courtyard. Clad in a white robe, the elegant silhouette stood with its back to him. "Who are you?" Sensing the impressive aura emanating from this individual, Tang Ping instinctively heightened his guard. "Old Tang, what do you think of my appearance?" The figure turned, and Tang Ping's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Jean. "Good heavens, what has happened to this fellow? How has he lost so much weight?" Were it not for the remnants of his former visage still evident on his face, even Tang Ping might have failed to recognize him. "What on earth happened to you?" "Hee, how do you like the effects of this body-sculpting talisman?" "I must say, I look rather handsome, don't you think?" Tang Ping scooted in closely. To his surprise, he had to admit, the figure before me, once portly, now appears quite handsome, draped in a resplendent white robe, adorned with a golden dragon belt at his waist, wielding a long sword, and displaying exquisite jade at his side, an embodiment of flamboyance. Are you attending the Xian conference, or perhaps a matchmaking event? They are, in essence, one and the same. I assure you, it is during the final trials of the Xian conference that my prowess shall truly shine. As for the earlier martial trials, I shall graciously concede the first position to you. The rotund gentleman adjusted his belt, exuding confidence. Let us proceed. If we tarry any longer, we may find ourselves unable to enter at all. As fate would have it, just as Tang Ping stepped out of the courtyard, the large gate of the adjacent yard swung open. Brother Zhu. Upon hearing his name, Zhu Xing turned to Tang Ping, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Brother Tang? What a fortuitous encounter. It appears we are indeed destined to cross paths. I wonder if this is mere coincidence or by design." The aloof Mu Aoer interjected with a scoff. "Aoer," Zhu Xing chided gently, then turned to Tang Ping, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. "Please pardon my junior sister." "Ah, it seems your esteemed junior has some misunderstandings regarding my friend," Tang Ping remarked, glancing back at the rotund figure, only to find that he had mysteriously vanished from behind him. "I am Jin Yuan, pleased to meet the esteemed ladies. May I inquire as to your names?" Tang Ping and Zhu Xing turned toward the distance, discovering that Jin had unexpectedly approached a few female disciples of the Xianyu sect. And who might this be? Ah, merely a friend I met on the road. Not very familiar. Not very familiar at all. Chapter 56, The So-Called 100 Immortals. Brother Tang, are you also attending the Xian conference? Indeed, it appears we may find ourselves as rivals. Haha, perhaps I shall witness Brother Zhu's remarkable skills. Tang Ping laughed lightly, intending to usher Jin away, but Jin, with a grand gesture, declared, since we are all attending the Xian conference, how delightful it would be to go together. Very well. Before Zhu Xing could respond, Mu Aoer surprisingly agreed first, casting a shy glance at Jin. What is happening here? My dear lady, please be aware that this fellow is the very scoundrel you mentioned. Zhu Xing shot a glare at Mu Aoer before turning to Tang Ping with a wry smile. What do you think, Brother Tang? Then let us proceed together. Tang Ping acquiesced, nodding in resignation. Thus, the group set forth towards the Xian pavilion with great enthusiasm. Along the way, Tang Ping cast a curious glance at the female disciples of the Xianyu sect. Brother Zhu, I find myself puzzled by one matter. Pray, speak your mind. The Xian conference has traditionally been an event for male cultivators. Why has your sect sent so many fair maidens along? Zhu Xing paused, a cold expression settling upon his face. The sect merely wishes for them to witness the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Without diligent cultivation, one can only resemble the so-called purple and 100 immortals, reduced to mere decorative vases, subject to the whims of others. The esteemed sect truly has the heart to be ruthless. Tang Ping could not help but exclaim in admiration. It is easy to imagine the profound shock that will befall these female disciples when they discover that the rumored purple and 100 immortals are hardly better than servants. Mere attendants at best. For these so-called immortals are no ordinary beings. Each possesses cultivation at the very least at the late stage of nascent origin. Contemplating this, Tang Ping felt a heightened wariness towards the Xianyu sect. From the disciples of Xianyu, he discerned no sign of the weakness that the rumor suggested. On the contrary, in terms of strength, temperament, and innate talent, these disciples of Xian, you are not inferior to any of the disciples from the Tianyuan sect. Concealing their brilliance? Or harboring ulterior motives? Tang Ping did not dwell too deeply on these thoughts, for such matters bore little relevance to him. He was merely an inner sect disciple at the body refinement stage. Only when he ascended to become a core disciple of the sect, or even a true disciple, would he possess the qualifications to investigate the veracity of Xianyu sect's reputation. After a considerable journey, they arrived at the outskirts of a vast purple bamboo forest. Upon beholding the sprawling expanse of the bamboo grove that bordered the street, Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a large bamboo forest within the confines of Purple and City. It seemed that the Purple and Pavilion was nestled within this verdant sanctuary. Brother Tang, please. Brother Zhu, after you. As Tang Ping and Zhu Xing exchanged pleasantries, two figures strode past them, heading directly to the entrance of the bamboo grove. Sister Mu, let us enter together, Brother Jin. All right. Tang Ping and Zhu Xing stood in astonishment as the two entered side by side. Brother Tang, who is this friend of yours? I don't know. We met along the way. This fellow is impressive. How quickly he has adopted the title of Brother Jin. Zhu Xing furrowed his brow slightly as he regarded the two. He had been tasked with guiding these individuals. And this Sister Mu was someone the elders had expressly cautioned must not encounter any mishaps. If he were to bring back an additional person, his skin would likely be flayed by the sect elders. However, in the next moment, Zhu Xing relaxed his brow. Once the purple and assembly concluded, they would depart, and surely no trouble would arise. With this thought, Zhu Xing let out a hearty laugh. Come, Brother Tang, let us also enter. Certainly. As they traversed the path through the bamboo grove, Tang Ping felt as though the world had opened up before him. A pristine lake lay ahead, dotted with over a dozen small pavilions, and at the center of the lake stood an ancient and elegant pavilion. Purple and Pavilion. The three grand characters inscribed there exuded an inexplicable aura, causing Tang Ping's pupils to constrict as he silently mused that he had long heard of the legendary ancestor who once achieved the transformation realm in Purple and City. It seemed the rumors held true, for the aura emanating from this plaque surpassed the level of the concentration realm. Just as Tang Ping raised his gaze to savor the energy of the plaque, a chorus of gasps suddenly erupted from all around. Tang Ping regained his senses and gazed into the distance, where he beheld 100 enchanting maidens, each distinct in their allure. Descending from the heavens as if they were celestial beings gracing the mortal realm, landing gracefully upon the rooftop of the central pavilion. As he surveyed the scene, he noted the myriad of Xian fairies, some exuding charm and grace, others with captivating smiles and radiant eyes, or possessing an elegant and ethereal beauty. Their diverse forms dazzled the onlookers, embodying the legendary Xian 100 fairies, truly akin to divine maidens descending to earth. Indeed, this time, I must bring one of them back to warm my bed. Look at the one clad in a verdant silk gown. Her figure is truly voluptuous. Ha! And that one, her petite waist, is simply such an attitude, akin to selecting goods, and those lascivious remarks rendered the few female cultivators present pale with distress. This is somewhat different from what I had imagined, murmured a female disciple of the Xianyu sect. Hearing this, Zhu Xing cast a glance at the ashen-faced disciples. His tone cold as he replied, "What did you envision? Did you expect these exceptional talents to treat the Xian 100 fairies as if they were treasures? Just because they are called 100 fairies does not make them true celestial maidens. They are merely a group of ornamental handmaidens." Each word struck like a blade, deeply wounding the fragile hearts of the female disciples. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Xing could not help but mutter to himself, "From now on, I shall avoid such tasks. They offend too many." These female disciples, although carefully selected by the sect, despite their commendable talents, were far too naive, having never experienced the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Thus, the sect had entrusted him with the responsibility of exposing these disciples to such experiences. Tang Ping stood silently aside, observing the scene, and could not help but elevate his opinion of the Xianyu sect. Regardless of how harsh their methods might be, they were undeniably effective. His gaze swiftly scanned the array of Xian 100 fairies, searching for the one possessing the auspicious physique. However, before he could complete his search, these fairies began to flock into the Xian pavilion. "The people of Xian City have arrived." At that moment, another voice called out. He saw several attendants clad in purple robes respectfully following behind an elder in white, arriving before the Xian pavilion. The instant he laid eyes upon the elder, Tang Ping's pupils constricted sharply. Name, Yushu cultivation level, 3rd stage of spirit concentration fate, unique among thousands, green, talent, above average green, outcome, approaching the end of his lifespan. He forcefully broke through to the infant transformation stage, resulting in a backlash of spiritual energy that led to his demise. This individual was indeed a formidable presence at the 3rd stage of spirit concentration. Although he appeared to be nearing the end of his lifespan, he was still a top-tier combatant. Coupled with the Lord of Xian City, there were already 2 peak experts at the 3rd stage of spirit concentration within Xian City. In the absence of the 3 sects, it seemed few forces could rival Xian City. It appears that the longevity of Xian City in the cultivation realm is not merely attributable to its alliances with various talents. Its own strength is commendable as well. Chapter 57. Players with Bugs. Ahem. A pair of soft coughs silenced the previously boisterous crowd of cultivators, all eyes turning towards the elder. "I am Yushu, entrusted by the city lord to preside over this Purple Peace Conference. Enough of idle chatter. Young talents, you may engage in sparring and dialogue amongst yourselves, or simply contemplate profound thoughts here. The conference will officially commence in 3 hours. Senior Yushu," a voice interjected, brimming with arrogance. "I believe it would be prudent to start the conference early, for we have not come here merely to forge friendships." Before Yushu could respond, another bold voice chimed in. "Brother Wang is indeed correct. If making friends could elevate my cultivation, I would willingly do so, but clearly such is not the case. Otherwise, everyone would simply befriend one another." "Precisely. It is best to commence the Purple Peace Conference directly." Those voices belonged to Wang Xiu, Jiayun, and Yunshun. All participants in this esteemed gathering were elite disciples from various powerful factions, none of whom could be deemed foolish. At this moment, some cultivators began to sense an undercurrent of tension. Tang Ping quietly mused that it seemed the Purple Pea City had attracted unwelcome attention. The recent speakers had formidable backing, and the city had maintained a subtle dominance over various factions through the conference. It appeared that multiple forces were intent on causing disruption this time. Yushu squinted slightly, an ominous aura emanating from him. Elder Yu, please remain calm. If you take action now, it would surely bring disrepute to Purple Pea City. It would be wiser to commence the conference early and observe their intentions, urged the purple-robed advisor standing behind him, sensing the rising tension. Yushu nodded slightly. Even without the advisor's counsel, he would not resort to violence. His earlier display of power was merely a warning to these individuals that Purple Pea City was not to be trifled with. Their acquiescence to the situation stemmed from generosity, not coercion. Very well. If you wish to begin the Purple Peas Conference early, let it commence. Those participating in the literary contest proceed to the second floor of the Purple Peas Pavilion. Those entering the martial contest go to the first floor. With a glance at the trio, Yushu vanished in an instant. In that moment, the three speakers were drenched in sweat, feeling as if they had been suffocated. The dignity of a condensation realm expert was not to be disrespected. Even with such a minor reprimand, their factions had little to say in defense. Tang Ping cast a glance at a nearby, reluctant figure, the rotund Jean who was set to participate in the literary contest rather than the martial one. So, what do you find me now, brother? Did I not say I would secure victory with ease? Jean proclaimed, beaming with pride as he approached Tang Ping after Mu Aoer ascended to the second floor. And what if your talisman fails? Tang Ping in Guit, in Ji. What else can I do? By that time, I shall have already made my escape. Jean replied. A carefree grin stretched across his face. Tang Ping regarded the plump figure with astonishment. It was unexpected that this jovial fellow, so carefree in demeanor, was indeed a rather unremarkable cultivator. With a swift departure after charming words, he displayed remarkable finesse. Tread carefully, lest you wound someone's heart. Fear not, for I, the portly lord, have always traversed the floral realms untouched. As the two conversed, they stepped into the first floor of the Xian Pavilion. Upon entering, Tang Ping immediately discerned that the Xian Pavilion held secrets beyond its exterior. The interior space was significantly more expansive than it appeared from the outside. Truly, this Xian Pavilion was a creation of a powerful being at the transformation stage. Observing the spacious ground floor, Tang Ping murmured to himself. Such mastery could only be wielded by an adept of the transformation stage. Esteemed guests, the martial contest consists of but one challenge, the arena battle, proclaimed a robed attendant in violet, who clapped his hands. With a thunderous rumble, for colossal arenas, each measuring 1,000 meters in length and width, slowly ascended from the ground, gleaming with a steel-like luster, evidently robust beyond measure. Soon, a throng of stunningly beautiful disciples of the Xian 100 Immortals surged from various corners, gathering in clusters around the arenas, exuding an air of encouragement and support. The arena battle is quite straightforward. There are 4 arenas in total. You may choose to challenge the reigning champion. If you achieve 7 consecutive victories, or if no one dares to challenge you, you shall successfully enter the top 4. Subsequently, the top 4 shall face off, determining their ranks. Based on your ranking, you shall receive Xian tokens, 50 for first place, 30 for second, 20 for third, and 10 for fourth. Now, let the arena battle commence. Please take to the stage. I shall. Before the attendant in violet could finish, a man clad in a fiery red robe ascended the platform, standing with an air of arrogance as he surveyed the gathered cultivators below. From the Burning Cloud sect, I am Huahi. I shall battle you. Before long, a cultivator could no longer restrain himself and ascended to challenge this individual. Below the stage, Tang Ping gazed curiously at the plump man beside him. What exactly is the Xian token? Oh, I forgot to mention. The final ranking is determined by the number of Xian tokens earned. The top contender receives 50 tokens, followed by 30, 20, and 10 for the remaining participants. Others will earn tokens based on how many consecutive victories they achieve. The literary contest, however, will be evaluated by the masters of Xian City, granting tokens ranging from 50 to 1. Ultimately, Each of the Xian 100 immortals will cast a token, but typically, the victor of the martial contest will also be declared the Xian leader. I see, Tang Ping nodded slowly. As they conversed, the recently ascended cultivator was swiftly defeated and cast from the arena by Hua He. Without hesitation, Tang Ping flashed onto the stage. From the Heavenly Origins sect, I am Tang Ping. Sensing a subtle yet palpable aura of danger emanating from Tang Ping, Hua He's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Let the duel begin. Upon witnessing Tang Ping's entry, the attendant in violet took it upon himself to preside over this contest personally. 5 elements sword array, metal begets water. Water element sword array. Without invoking the 9 sword array, Tang Ping merely summoned 3 ordinary spirit swords, coalescing them into the water element sword array and sending them forth towards Hua He. Flame dragon technique. Fire he had long been prepared, a series of fire dragons, each several zhang long, surged forth from his body, charging towards Tang Ping's aquatic sword formation. Hiss! As the fire dragon and the sword array collided, a dense mist of water instantly enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the vision of the spectators. Fire he gazed gravely into the depths of the mist. In the next moment, 3 pristine spirit swords shot forth from the fog, resembling 3 water dragons infused with abundant aquatic spiritual energy, targeting Fire He's brow, throat, and chest. This is bad. Before the spirit swords reached him, the momentum of the water sword formation suppressed the fiery spiritual energy surging within Fire He. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 spirit swords were effortlessly blocked. The purple-robed elder cast a deep glance at Tang Ping across the arena and remarked, Tang Ping wins. Had he not intervened, Fire He would have certainly fallen beneath Tang Ping's blade. Fire He, in a daze, descended from the arena. As a formidable practitioner at the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, he should not have been so easily overwhelmed. Yet his opponent was Tang Ping, a player endowed with extraordinary advantages. Name, Fire He Cultivation level, 3rd level of body refinement realm, fortune, 1 in 100, yellow, talent, burning fire body, blue, outcome. Cultivation reached the 4th level of transcendence realm. Perished during an external journey after being ambushed. Burning fire body, blue, innately possesses the power of burning fire within, allowing for effortless mastery of fire attribute techniques, exponentially increasing the potency of fire spells. However, it is inherently antagonistic to the water attribute. If one's strength surpasses that of a water attribute practitioner, they will dominate, and vice versa. In terms of total spiritual energy and its purity, Fire He was no match for Tang Ping. Under the powerful and pure water sword formation, Fire He faced but one inevitable outcome: swift defeat. Chapter 58. The Method of the Affluent. After extensive development, Tang Ping had uncovered deeper layers of the system's panel. Every practitioner harbors their own vulnerabilities, particularly those with special physiques, whose weaknesses are more pronounced. The panel aids Tang Ping in identifying these weaknesses, allowing him to strike directly at them. Beneath the arena, the gazes of the onlooking practitioners were filled with sheer astonishment. Fire He's prowess was already commendable. Yet, against Tang Ping, he had not even withstood a single strike. It was only through the intervention of the elder that he retained his life. Such formidable strength could not help but astound them. The various members of the Purple Ancestral 100 Immortals looked upon Tang Ping with eyes alight with admiration, clearly captivated by his might. Upon witnessing Tang Ping's cold countenance and striking aura, many of them sent him covert glances filled with intrigue. Standing atop the arena, Tang Ping surveyed the crowd. Astonishingly, no one dared to challenge him. After all, the strength he had just displayed was overwhelmingly formidable, unless absolutely necessary. No one would choose to confront him. Tang Ping, relishing the tranquility, stood on the platform, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the Purple Ancestral 100 Immortals. However, it was rather unfortunate that Tang Ping did not encounter the young woman endowed with the auspicious physique. Suddenly, he noticed that Jean Pongzi had ascended to a stage. His opponent was a disciple from the Windfire sect, possessing the 4th level of body refinement. Tianyuan's Jin Huanyu faced off against Fengwoman's Mao Ho. While Jin Pongzi remained unfazed, Mao Ho's eyes flickered with a glint of bloodlust. Historically, the Tianyuan and Windfire sect harbored deep-seated animosity, with their disciples frequently engaging in fierce conflicts, resulting in injuries and fatalities. Under such enmity, it was only natural that Mao Ho would not show any leniency towards Jin Pongzi. As anticipated, the moment the contest commenced, Mao Ho transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards Jin Pongzi. Unperturbed, Jin Pongzi calmly produced a stack of high-tier talismans. Purple Thunder Talisman, Fire Cloud Talisman, Ice Spike Talisman, Blood Dragon Talisman. In an instant, 5 or 6 high-tier talismans were activated and hurled forth by Jin Pongzi. Mao Ho abruptly halted, his gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld the myriad of rapidly approaching spells. Boom! Boom! Thunderous roars echoed as the entire stage quaked under the barrage of high-tier talismans. When the smoke cleared, the once bloodthirsty Mao Ho lay charred and twitching on the ground. Tang Ping surveyed the shattered stage, a smirk involuntarily playing at the corners of his mouth. Goodness! It seemed Jin Pongzi intended to secure a top 4 position by raining down spirit stones. Those high-tier talismans, the least expensive among them costing thousands of spirit stones, with the Blood Dragon Talisman soaring to tens of thousands. Truly, he was a wealthy landowner. For a moment, the first floor of Xian Pavilion fell into silence, countless gazes fixated on Jin Pongzi, or rather, on the substantial stack of talismans still in his hands. Those gazes conveyed shock, disdain, and awe, but predominantly, a look reserved for the affluent. "Oh, wealthy man, how I wish to befriend you." Even the purple-robed elder beside him looked on with astonishment. "This esteemed senior has won, hasn't he?" Upon hearing this, the purple-robed elder came to his senses and promptly announced, "Jin Huanyu is victorious." Consequently, neither of the 2 stages occupied by Tang Ping and Jin Pongzi saw any challengers. One possessed unfathomable strength, while the other wielded an abundance of talismans. Barring necessity, no one dared to confront these 2 individuals. Thus, the frequency of battles on the remaining 2 stages surged, with competitors being knocked off while others ascended to challenge. Tang Ping sat cross-legged at the center of the stage, leisurely observing the remaining 2 platforms. Though the battles raged fiercely on these stages, true experts were scarce. Individuals like Zhu Xing, who were also at the 4th level of body refinement, remained below, carefully observing without making any rash moves. Eventually, the moment arrived. A disciple of a formidable faction could no longer remain seated and ascended the arena where the corpulent Jin awaited. It was none other than Yun Shun, the second son of the Yun family. Tang Ping gazed at the individual on the stage, recalling that it was this very person who had suggested convening the Z and meeting ahead of schedule. The Yun family? If memory served him right, this illustrious sect of cultivators wielded significant power, boasting no fewer than 3 experts at the condensing spirit realm, and their renowned shadow stabbing technique was legendary. Furthermore, as a lineage, their cohesion surpassed that of most cultivation sections. Did he intend to vanquish Jin in a single blow? To deny Jin the opportunity to utilize his talismans? Tang Ping murmured, observing the second son on the platform. Even he, facing the corpulent Jin armed with a plethora of high-grade talismans, believed his chances of victory to be a mere 50%. For Yun Shun to triumph, he must prevent Jin from employing his talismans. Tianyuan sect, Jin Huanyu. Before his words had fully dissipated, Yun Shun transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing upon the arena. In the next instant, before Jin could react, Yun Shen's figure silently materialized behind him. Simultaneously, a dagger glinting with cold light lunged towards Jin's back. Yet, rather than panic, Tang Ping's lips curled into a slight smile. Clash! The sound of metal striking metal reverberated through the air. Jin cast a disdainful glance at Yun Shun. Ever since a previous assassination attempt, he had equipped himself with no fewer than 5 protective artifacts. Not to mention, the mid-grade Earth-level armor he donned was impervious to anyone below the late stage of the Transcendence realm. The unfortunate low-grade mysterious dagger now returned to Yun Shen's palm. its spiritual light dimmed. Go. Without granting Yun Shan another chance, Jean waved his hand, unleashing yet another high-grade talisman. Binding talisman, earthquake talisman, thunderstorm talisman. Under the sympathetic gazes of the onlookers, Yun Shan soon met the same fate as Mao Ho. Jean Huanyu emerged victorious. This time, the purple-robed elder reacted swiftly, his gaze towards Jean filled with admiration. Just moments ago, Yun Shan and his companions had attempted to coerce him in Xian City, and now, witnessing Yun Chen's effortless defeat at the hands of Jean, the elder felt a surge of inner satisfaction. Wang family, Wang Xiao. Just as Tang Ping was engrossed in the unfolding drama, a figure leapt onto the arena where he stood. Was he about to witness the spectacle unfold within his own realm? Tang Ping glanced at Wang Xiao opposite him, and his attributes became vividly apparent. Name, Wang Xiao Cultivation. 4th layer of body refinement, Fortune. 1 in 10,000 blue, Talent. Above average green, Fate. Achieving the pinnacle of transcendence. He was ultimately assassinated during his breakthrough to the condensing spirit realm. Recent twist, after participating in the Xian meeting, he departed from Xian City and headed to Hu Bao Fong Market, purchasing a top-grade yellow-tier pot treasure from the 3rd row of the northeast shelf at Yulinzhai, only to discover upon returning and refining it that it was, in fact, a low-grade earth-tier pot treasure. Was this treasure now willingly presented to him? A low-grade earth-tier pot treasure? What a marvelous find. Chapter 59, A Single Sword. Why does this fellow gaze at himself so peculiarly? Wang Xiao glanced at Tang Ping across from him, inexplicably sensing a hint of pity in Tang Ping's eyes. Even if I am not your adversary, must you regard me with such a look? The contest commenced. The robed elder soared above the arena, proclaiming, 9-sword formation. Go! Leading with the black dragon sword, 9 ethereal blades darted towards Wang Xiao like swimming dragons. An immense, unyielding sword aura erupted from the black dragon sword. This was the result of several days of accumulated sword energy within the ancient sheath, combined with the potency of the 9-sword formation, which transcended the prowess of the body refining realm and faintly approached the strength of the transcendence realm. This is dire. Tang Ping's strike was so swift that even the robed elder could barely react in time. A dazzling sword light flashed as the sword energy raced toward Wang Xiao's throat. The elder hastily attempted to intervene. Yet, with a sudden wave of his hand, Tang Ping redirected the sword energy, sending it into the sturdy arena constructed of fine steel. Wang Xiao collapsed to the ground, terror etched across his face. Trembling, he turned to glimpse the unfathomable sword hole beside him, his mind conjuring images of his own gruesome demise at the hands of that sword energy. Tang Ping wins. The robed elder immediately declared Tang Ping the victor. His gaze shifted, no longer viewing him as a mere junior. With such strength, he no longer held the right to look down upon Tang Ping as a senior. That radiant sword light had captivated the attention of all present. At last, the assembled cultivators had witnessed Tang Ping's true might. Among the core disciples of the Tianyuan sect, there had been no mention of a figure like Tang Ping. Such capability at the Xian conference was indeed an elevation for us. Those present, typically regarded as genius disciples within their respective sects, completely abandoned any thoughts of challenging Tang Ping after witnessing his unparalleled prowess. 3rd level of body refining realm, 1 strike. 4th level of body refining realm, 1 sword. They found it difficult to fathom anyone in attendance capable of defeating him. Standing beneath the arena, Zhu Xing, who had yet to take the stage, cast a deep glance at Tang Ping before leaping onto the adjacent platform. Xin Yiku Sect Zuxing. Hearing the announcement, Tang Ping turned to the neighboring arena, eager to witness the techniques of the elite disciple from the Xianyu sect. The battle concluded swiftly. In mere moments, Zhu Xing's opponent surrendered voluntarily. Tang Ping observed the dozen spirit beasts encircling Zhu Xing, falling into contemplation. Although these spirit beasts boasted considerable cultivation, at least at the 2nd level of the body refining realm, their robust bodies were unyielding even against ordinary 3rd level cultivators. Yet, Tang Ping was certain that this was not Zhu Xing's true caliber. From their first encounter, he had sensed an undercurrent of danger emanating from Zhu Xing. These demonic beasts evidently pose no threat to him. Is it a closeness to nature? It appears that their physical prowess is far more formidable than he had anticipated. Typically, ordinary beast tamers manage to subdue merely 2 or 3 spirit beasts. Yet this individual has tamed a multitude, each displaying an extraordinary affinity with Zhu Xing. 3 arenas have been claimed, and the struggle for the final arena has become exceptionally fierce, with several bouts resulting in mutual destruction. Consequently, the last contender had to engage in 7 consecutive battles to maintain his hold over the arena. Zhuang Bin emerges victorious. As the words fell, Zhuang Bin staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. He was undoubtedly the most exhausted participant in this Xian conference. Even combined, Tang Ping and the others had not fought as many times as he had alone. The purple-robed elder descended before Zhuang Bin, producing a verdant spirit pill and extending it toward him. It was the Qing Ling Dan. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. Tang Ping cast a surprised glance at the purple-robed elder. It seemed that Xian City was quite generous, directly presenting a Qing Ling Dan for this individual's recovery. However, judging by Zhuang Bin's expression of deep gratitude and the admiration from the surrounding cultivators, it was evident that the offering was indeed worthwhile. As the arena gradually lowered, Tang Ping glanced at Zhu Xing nearby, noting that a few spirit beasts had departed from his side. Moments ago, Zhu Xing had stood unwavering, severely injuring a formidable opponent of the 4th stage of body refining, albeit at the cost of losing several spirit pets. From Zhu Xing's seemingly indifferent demeanor, it was clear that Tang Ping's suspicions were correct. This fellow had yet to unveil his true capabilities. Tang Ping, Jin Huanyu, ascend to the stage. Upon hearing this, Tang Ping exchanged a glance with the rotund Jin, and together they stepped onto the massive combat platform that had recently risen at the center. What a surprise to encounter you here, old Tang, Jin lamented. No worries. It's just about we can engage in, Tang Ping replied, astonished at the unexpected pairing with his friend. The contest commenced. The purple-robed elder cast a glance at the two and promptly declared the match to begin. No sooner had he spoken than Jin leaped off the combat platform, exclaiming, "I concede." Swish! Immediately, a subtle flash of sword light struck the very spot where Jin had been standing moments before. Boom! In the astonished eyes of the onlookers, a section of the combat platform was cleaved away by Tang Ping, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Huh! Luckily, I'm swift on my feet, Jin remarked, casting a proud glance at the smooth gap left on the platform. He was no fool. He was well aware of Tang Ping's prowess. A swordsman's blade is renowned for its offensive might, with speed unmatched among peers, surely outpacing his own efforts to activate talismans. Although his protective treasures could withstand such an attack, he suspected that many expendable talismans would be lost, a far greater loss than merely depleting a few talismans. It would be more prudent to simply owe Tang Ping a personal favor. You're quite the sprinter, aren't you? Tang Ping glanced helplessly at the corpulent Jin, lamenting the fact that despite his initial attempt to unleash a powerful strike, the rotund figure had swiftly evaded his blade. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief, for he was not entirely confident in his ability to defeat such an adversary. Tang Ping wins. The violet-robed officiant had no choice but to declare the outcome, subsequently activating the array of the Xian Pavilion to restore the damaged arena. Zhu Xing, Zhuang Bin, take the stage. As Zhuang Bin advanced step by step, even Zhu Xing refrained from underestimating his opponent. Immediately, he commanded 5 or 6 spirit beasts to charge at Zhuang Bin. The remaining beasts flanked Zhu Xing, preventing Zhuang Bin from bypassing them to launch an attack. Confronted with Zhu Xing's impenetrable defense, Zhuang Bin could only contend with the pursuing spirit beasts while circling around Zhu Xing in search of a flaw. Half an hour later, Zhuang Bin collapsed before a 3rd-tier body-refining tiger demon, which itself fell after Zhuang Bin had dealt a crushing blow to its heart. The expansive arena was now drenched in the blood of spirit beasts, with 7 of them lying lifeless in the pools of crimson. Zhu Xing wins. The violet-robed officiant observed the motionless Zhuang Bin on the ground and sighed softly, retrieving a Qingling pill to place in his mouth. One pill was sufficient, but two would not hurt. After all, the Xian city could afford such trifles. Chapter 60. The Emergence of the Flood Dragon. Half an hour later, having fully restored his spiritual energy, Zhu Xing slowly rose from the arena and, with a respectful gesture towards Tang Ping, said, "Brother Tang, please." Seeing this, Tang Ping leaped gracefully to stand opposite Zhu Xing. The duel commenced. Attack. Command. Zhu Xing tapped his beast-controlling pouch at his waist, and several beams of spiritual light cascaded forth, materializing into 5 or 6 spirit beasts of the 4th tier in body refinement. 2 spirit turtles formed a protective barrier around Zhu Xing, while the remaining beasts surged toward Tang Ping. 9-sword formation. What fuels fire? Fire element sword formation. Tang Ping discovered that the fire element formation often proved remarkably effective against these furry creatures. Go! The 9 spiritual swords descended like fire dragons, engulfed in flames, hurtling towards the approaching spirit beasts. Howls of anguish erupted from the throats of the spirit beasts as the fire dragons swept through, leaving deep, bone-exposing wounds on several of them, further aggravated by the searing flames. Not good. Zhu Xing's expression changed drastically. Just as he intended to command a retreat for the spirit beasts, the black dragon's sword surged forward, piercing through the chest of a towering ape demon. With a resounding crash, the ape demon collapsed, blood gushing forth. The remaining spirit beasts, witnessing the fall of their comrade, were incited to fury. A robust white tiger disregarded the spirit swords before it and charged ferociously at Tang Ping. Oomph! Tang Ping let out a cold snort, disregarding the white tiger charging towards him. Instead, he deftly grasped the returning black dragon sword and swung it backward with lethal precision. A sharp beam of sword light flashed through the air, severing a snake's head the size of a fist, its venomous blood splattering onto the ground and instantly releasing wisps of white smoke. The martial arts arena, forged from fine steel, was inexplicably corroded and pitted. Clearly, the concealed serpent that had ambushed Tang Ping was laced with potent toxins. At that moment, the white tiger lunged before Tang Ping, its claws poised to rend him to shreds. Clang! 2 spiritual swords interposed themselves in front of Tang Ping, preventing the deadly claws from descending. Shout by return. Before Zhu Xing could finish his command, a streak of sword light swept through, and the massive head of the white tiger tumbled to the ground. Such swiftness in swordplay. The onlookers below could not suppress their exclamations of astonishment. Who would have imagined this individual possessed such formidable prowess? Mu Aoer gazed at the fallen white tiger, murmuring to herself. At this juncture, the literary contest had concluded, prompting all the participating cultivators, along with the esteemed members of the Purple Ancestral Hall, to converge on the first floor, eager to witness the climactic battle determining the champion of the martial contest. On the arena, as Zhu Xing witnessed Tang Ping slay the white tiger, he suddenly spat forth a mouthful of blood, which did not touch the ground, but rather coalesced before him into a bizarre blood pattern. Tang Ping's pupils constricted, although he was uncertain of the blood pattern's purpose. He was resolute not to allow Zhu Xing the luxury of preparation before striking. 9-sword formation. 5 elements, sword formation. The 9 swords transformed into the essence of the 5 elements, surging forth to suppress Zhu Xing with overwhelming force. The Xian turtle, ever vigilant at Zhu Xing's side, responded to the commotion, its size dramatically increasing as it charged towards the 5 elements sword formation. Clang! 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 Countless beams of sword light flashed, leaving numerous scars across the Xian turtle's shell. However, it was evident that completely vanquishing the Xian turtle would require additional time. Black dragon. Roar. In the distance, the cultivators seemed to perceive the resonating call of a true dragon. A sword as black as ink surged forth from the formation, wielding the might of 9 swords, and struck the Xian turtle's shell. With a flash, the sword light cleaved through, splitting the Xian turtle in half. Blood spilled across the arena. Just as Tang Ping intended to seize the moment to obliterate Zhu Xing, he noticed Zhu Xing abruptly halt all movements. Roar! A genuine cry of a dragon emanated from before Zhu Xing. A fully earth-yellow earth dragon materialized in the sight of the gathered cultivators. As soon as the earth dragon appeared, several beams of spiritual light flickered within the purple ancestral hall, all belonging to the purple-robed offerings of Purple Ancestral City. Who would have expected that this youth possessed such fortune to tame an earth dragon, a spirit beast of this caliber? On the arena, Tang Ping regarded the earth dragon coiling beside Zhu Xing with a grave expression. Transcendence Stage 1. Tang Ping articulated each word with clarity. Indeed, the earth dragon summoned by Zhu Xing was not merely a dragon of the waters. It had transcended the body refinement realm, embodying the extraordinary transcendence stage earth dragon. Even the strength of a mere first level of the transcendence realm should never be underestimated. I had anticipated that Brother Zhu would have a hidden card up his sleeve. Yet I did not foresee its formidable power. Tang Ping exhaled deeply, raising his hand to summon the 9 swords back to his side. Indeed, Brother Tang's swords are too swift and sharp. Had it not been for necessity, I would have preferred not to invoke the Blood Oath Talisman to summon the Earth Dragon. Zhu Xing's complexion was equally pale. The Earth Dragon was not one he had tamed, but rather a creature he could temporarily command through the secret arts bestowed by the elders of his sect. Only upon attaining the Transcendence realm himself could he truly subjugate the Earth Dragon. Until then, each summoning would deplete a considerable amount of his essence blood. The 9-sword formation, the 5 elements sword formation. As Tang Ping unleashed the 5 elements sword formation, the expressions of the onlookers in purple robes shifted dramatically. Twofold sword intent. Zhu Xing's face changed abruptly. He understood all too well what this implied as a disciple of the Xianyu sect. The earth dragon roared, and the surrounding steel arena rose, encasing Zhu Xing within. It then opened its maw and inhaled, drawing a vast amount of steel into its belly. To Tang Ping's astonishment, the earth dragon's originally earthy yellow body gradually transformed into a gleaming steel hue. This was one of the earth dragon's innate divine abilities, swallowing mud. Spitting stone. As a dragon, the earth dragon bore a lineage of inheritance. The memories within its bloodline warned it of the danger posed by human cultivators, especially those skilled in swordplay, particularly those who had comprehended sword intent. Even the weakest among them should not be taken lightly. Go! With the 5 elements sword intent complementing the 5 elements sword formation, this was Tang Ping's true trump card. Without sufficient strength, how could he possess the confidence to contend against a Transcendence Realm Dragon? Water nourishes wood, wood fuels fire, fire transforms earth, earth generates metal, metal begets water. The 5 spiritual seas within Tang Ping began to circulate, infusing the 5 elements sword formation with abundant pure elemental energy. The momentum of the 5 elements sword formation surged. The earth dragon lashed its tail, striking at the descending 5 elements sword formation. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated between the two. The earth dragon let out a pained cry. Its tail bloodied. In contrast, the 5 elements sword formation merely dimmed slightly. As the pure elemental energy flowed in, it brightened instantly, even enhancing its sword momentum further. Flying sand and swirling stones. Zhu Xing shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the earth dragon roared again, activating another innate divine ability. Numerous pieces of steel, large and small, detached from the dual platform, transforming into an array of irregularly shaped swords, surging towards Tang Ping and the 5 elements sword formation. Chapter 61. The Appearance Matters. The earth elements sword formation. A robust and weighty aura emerged, as 9 spiritual swords stood like a towering mountain before Tang Ping. Clang, clang, clang. The multitude of sharp blades struck against the earth element sword formation. It was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. As countless blades fell from the heavens, none inflicted the slightest harm upon Tang Ping. With a graceful gesture, he grasped the black dragon sword, which settled firmly in his hand. 8 ethereal swords encircled him. With the black dragon sword in hand, Tang Ping stepped forth and vanished before Zhu Xing's eyes. Earth Serpent. Zhu Xing's countenance shifted dramatically, prompting him to urgently summon the Earth Serpent for protection. Just as the Earth Serpent turned to retreat in defense of Zhu Xing, it caught sight of Zhu Xing's eyes widening in alarm. His voice filled with dread as he shouted, "Earth Serpent, behind you!" Buzz! The sound of the sword's resonance filled the air. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Ping had materialized behind the Earth Serpent, the black dragon, sword raised high, aimed directly at the serpent's head. Crack! The black dragon sword sliced into the Earth Serpent's neck, penetrating deeply yet halting before fully severing it. The serpent's body, reinforced with steel-like fortitude, was not easily shaken even by a mid-stage transcendent. Had it not been for Tang Ping's sword intent, the black dragon sword might have merely grazed the scales. Roar! A mournful cry erupted from the Earth Serpent. Witnessing the creature's grievous injury, Zhu Xing's heart raced. As Tang Ping withdrew the black dragon sword, gathering a formidable surge of sword energy to strike again, Zhu Xing shouted desperately, "Stop! I concede." In a flash, the sword light vanished into the depths of the contest arena. The Earth Serpent, trembling in fear, cast a wary glance at Tang Ping before retreating into Zhu Xing's beast conjuring pouch. Once Zhu Xing confirmed through mystical means that the Earth Serpent was unscathed, his expression softened. Had the serpent perished here, his loss would have been immense. After all, such a spirit beast as the dragon was not something he could possess without the aid of his ancestors. Tang Ping, a late-stage transcendent, clad in a purple robe, descended to the arena, casting a profound glance at Tang Ping before proclaiming the victor of the martial competition. Martial champion, Tang Ping. All gazes converged upon the figure wielding the sword on the arena. The earthbound dragon had barely escaped death at his hands. What level of power had he truly attained? How fortunate it would be to be chosen by such a formidable individual. A blushing Jian by Xian remarked, one should know their worth. You barely have 2 tails of flesh on your chest. Surely, this esteemed individual would favor someone like me," retorted another voluptuous Ji and by Xian, puffing her chest. Foolishness. This esteemed individual possesses immense strength. Can someone of your meager cultivation, merely at the 7th or 8th layer of spirit gathering, truly attract his attention? For these Ji and by Xian, being selected by someone of outstanding cultivation, prowess, talent, and appearance was the most coveted outcome. Hence, many of them sent Tang Ping discreet glances filled with admiration. In a corner, Bai Min watched Tang Ping on the arena with utmost caution. As a fellow Ji and by Xian, she lacked the courage to compete with her sisters, for in stature, beauty, and poise, she found herself overshadowed by the others. After all, compared to the other Xianbaixians, she was still quite young, her body yet to fully blossom. Even among the Xianbaixians, her cultivation was the weakest. However, she remained oblivious to a gaze that quietly swept across her. It seemed that another core disciple of the Tianyuan Zong was about to emerge. Zhu Xing forced a smile, saying, "Hee, I appreciate the kind words, Brother Zhu." Tang Ping sheathed the black dragon sword and slowly descended from the arena. No one noticed that his steps were somewhat unsteady at this moment. Although the battle had been brief, it had taken a significant toll on him. If the fight were to continue, even if he succeeded in slaying that earth dragon, he would be left unable to fight further. Fortunately, Zhu Xing could not afford to lose that earth dragon and had no choice but to concede. "Please proceed to the 3rd floor of the Xian Pavilion," a purple-robed steward announced. Was the final beauty contest about to commence? I wonder how many beauties will choose to cast their Xian tokens in my favor. Upon hearing this, the cultivators perked up, for their chance to win the affection of a beauty rested on this final contest. On the 3rd floor of the Xian Pavilion, cushions were arranged neatly within the grand hall, each accompanied by a light purple wooden box. Tang Ping directly seated himself on the foremost cushion and began to close his eyes in quiet anticipation. Observing this, the plump Jean also plopped down beside Tang Ping, his gaze constantly scanning the Xianbaixians. By one, Tang Ping silently pondered. Name, by one, cultivation, 7th layer of spirit gathering realm, fortune, auspicious spouse, gold, talent awakened, phoenix divine body, gold, destiny, achieves perfection in the Void God realm. Assassinated by a demon clan expert at the Phoenix God sect. Recent turnaround. 1 month later, awakens the Phoenix divine body, rapidly advancing in cultivation. Phoenix divine body. Gold contains the purest Phoenix divine blood, possessing cultivation talent far exceeding ordinary geniuses, and can advance in fire attribute techniques at astonishing speed. Upon reaching full mastery, can transform into a true divine Phoenix, endowed with the ability of rebirth. Auspicious spouse. Gold naturally endowed with extraordinary fortune. Simply befriending her grants a boost in luck, and if one becomes her partner, their fortune will be greatly enhanced, receiving the blessing of destiny. A glimmer of brightness crossed Tang Ping's eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, he must have this woman as his attendant. Not to mention the life-saving fortune she represented. He would never allow someone else to claim that Phoenix divine body. At the banquet, graceful and beautiful maidens emerged from various corners of the hall, each respectfully placing tables laden with delicacies before the assembled cultivators. Esteemed talents, please. Tang Ping gazed at the spiritual food and wine laid out before him, but, for some reason, found himself lacking an appetite. He merely raised his cup to take a sip of the spiritual wine before setting it down. As the gathering of esteemed guests reveled in conversation, a member of the Purple and 100 Immortals weaved gracefully through the hall, placing an array of purple and tokens in wooden boxes before those who caught their fancy. Here you go, young master. A plump and beautiful maiden bashfully deposited a purple and token in the wooden box before Tang Ping. How many do you have now? Inquired the rotund, golden fellow, raising an eyebrow at Tang Ping. 13. I have 14. It must be noted that the robust and handsome golden fellow, endowed with immense wealth, was indeed quite popular among the Purple and 100 Immortals. Even the formidable martial leader, Tang Ping, found himself slightly overshadowed by the golden fellow's charm. In addition to the two of them, Zhu Xing and Wen Bai, the other leaders, were also favored, their wooden boxes adorned with several purple and tokens, though still falling short compared to Tang Ping and the golden fellow. Suddenly, the golden fellow noticed the two individuals beside him brightening with intrigue. Curiosity piqued. He followed their gaze to see a youthful maiden, her face contorted with uncertainty, standing at a distance. Chapter 62, By One. A fortunate body. Old Tang. What is so appealing about that? She isn't even fully matured. The golden fellow remarked, puzzled. Isn't a more voluptuous figure preferable? TSK. You lack understanding. This is the epitome of beauty. That delicate, budding charm. Oh my. Before Tang Ping could respond, Zhu Xing interjected with a spirited rebuttal. Upon hearing this, both Tang Ping and the golden fellow exchanged astonished glances at Zhu Xing. No wonder he had taken a liking to Bai One. It appeared he had a preference for such delicacies. What are you two looking at? Nothing. The golden fellow hastily waved his hand, to each their own, and thankfully, no one is competing with him. Unbeknownst to Bai One, as she wrestled with her thoughts, she had already captured the attention of several of the most formidable individuals present. At that moment, she was torn over whether to present her purple and token to Tang Ping. What should I do? That young Master Tang already possesses so many tokens from other ladies. I would surely be the least noticeable among them. The Purple and 100 Immortals bestowed their tokens as a means of expressing their admiration for the recipient. Typically, those participating in the Purple and Gathering would select their favored maidens from those who had presented them with tokens. However, if one were not chosen, there was a high likelihood of being left unselected, leading to a fate of performing in a brothel. What's this? Little Bai has her eyes on young Master Tang. The laughter of several Purple and 100 Immortals rang out as they witnessed Bai Wen's inner turmoil, realizing her target was none other than Tang Ping. Go on. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. That young Master Tang is indifferent to everyone. It's best you abandon this hope. I want to give it a try. As she spoke, Bai Wen gently bit her silver teeth and slowly approached Tang Ping. Young master, please accept this. With utmost reverence. She placed the ji in order in the wooden box before him. Bai Wen cautiously raised her gaze to meet Tang Ping's eyes, only to find that the usually expressionless Tang Ping was now smiling and nodding at her. In an instant, Her delicate face was suffused with a rosy hue. The nearby Ji and Baixian, who had been prepared to witness a spectacle, widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight of Tang Ping's smile. Alas, I never expected this charming beauty would choose Brother Tang. What a pity, sighed Zhu Xing, unable to contain his lament. As the cups were exchanged in merriment, the last of his Ji and Baixian placed their orders before the corpulent gold figure, marking the quiet conclusion of the final round of the Ji and gathering. Ahem. The previously absent Yushu made his entrance into the grand hall at some unknown time. After a couple of light coughs, the hall gradually fell silent. Observing this, Yushu nodded in satisfaction and addressed the assembly. Esteemed talents, please hand over the Ji and orders before you to the attendant beside you. An attendant approached Tang Ping, respectfully retrieving the wooden box from before him. Moments later, the attendants had tallied the number of Ji and orders each cultivator had received. In first place, Tang Ping, 27 Ji and orders, along with the 50 Ji and orders earned from the martial competition. Congratulations to young friend Tang for becoming the final champion of this Ji and gathering. Please choose your favored maid. Tang Ping's gaze swept across the faces of the Ji and Baixian, ultimately resting on Baiwen. She clenched her small hands tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. For her, if Tang Ping did not select her, the likelihood of being chosen by anyone else was exceedingly slim. Please choose me, even if it is merely as a maid for cleaning. I implore you. I do not wish to be sent to a brothel. Baiwen silently pleaded within her heart. My girl, come here. Baiwen's head shot up at the sound of Tang Ping's voice, her heart racing as she realized he was fixated on her. Baiwen, an exquisite jade box was presented by an attendant and placed into her hands. Baiwen, as though in a trance, approached Tang Ping and performed a graceful bow. I pay my respects to young master. Tang Ping notet sklau, gesturing for Baiwen to stand behind him. As she took her place at Tang Ping's back, Baiwen caught sight of the envious glares from the other Ji and Baixian, and it suddenly dawned on her that she had indeed been chosen by the champion of the Ji and gathering. With a sudden rush of emotion, tears streamed down her face. Here, noticing the unusual behavior of his maid behind him, Tang Ping produced a handkerchief and offered it to her. I'm so sorry, young Master Tang. I am just overwhelmed with joy. Baiwen quickly knelt before him, her face filled with panic. After all, Tang Ping had chosen her. Yet here she was, weeping behind him. Were it not for a person of a generous spirit, one might misconstrue her tears as reluctance to serve him. It's nothing. It seems you have endured quite a bit in the past. Tang Ping spoke gently. Follow me, and you shall no longer suffer. With just a few words, Baiwen's heart was completely captivated. Thank you, my lord, she replied. All right, let us continue to observe the Zi and conference. Baiwen nodded softly. When she raised her head again, her eyes were filled with confidence and assurance. The brilliance in her gaze rendered the few who had previously bullied her among the Zi and Baixian unable to meet her gaze. Congratulations, Brother Tang, on winning the heart of a beauty, Zhu Xing remarked, casting a glance at the two with a hint of regret. I didn't expect you to be fond of someone like Miss Bai. We should converse about this sometime. Upon hearing this, Tang Ping felt a chill run through him. He had no such inclinations. Soon, Yushu announced the rankings, with the second and third places going to Jin Pongzi with 25 tokens and Zhu Xing with 17. The final rankings of the Xian conference were revealed. Second place, Zhu Xing. Third place, Jin Huanyu. Zhu Xing chose a seemingly youthful and somewhat naive Xian Baixian as his maid, while Jin Pongzi, in stark contrast, meticulously selected the most voluptuous and alluring Zi and Baixian. Ha! You two must never have experienced such earthly delights. What a pity, truly a pity. Jin Pongzi looked at the two maidens standing behind Tang Ping and Zhu Xing, then at his own maid, wearing a smug expression. Only the top 10 who obtained the Xian order were qualified to select maids. This meant that only 10 Xian Baixian would be chosen as maids, while the rest would either be sent to brothels in various districts or directly sold. From the moment they were brought into Xian City, everything about them belonged to the city. The resources expended by Xian City to cultivate them would ultimately be reclaimed from them. Let's go. Tang Ping rose from the mat and addressed Baiwen behind him. Baiwen nodded gently yes, My lord, this is your Xian fruit. Tang Ping reached out to take the jade box from Bai Wen's hands and opened it. Inside lay 3 pale, purple spiritual fruits, each the size of a baby's fist, quietly resting within the box. After stowing the jade box away, Tang Ping mused that with these Xian fruits, upon returning to the sect, he could thoroughly refine his bone marrow. By that time, he would be able to break through the body refinement realm and step into the true, transcendent state. Chapter 63. Departure. Old Tang, you head back first. I'll find you tonight. As Tang Ping stepped out of the Xian pavilion, he spotted Jean Pongzi, who was eager to leave with his maid. TSK, this fat fellow is in quite a hurry. My lord. Bai Wen stood shyly before Tang Ping, her demeanor inviting and captivating, leaving even Tang Ping momentarily entranced. Indeed, as a member of the Xian 100 Immortals, even though they are all paragons of virtue, they have undoubtedly received education regarding certain matters. How could they fail to comprehend the implications of the rotund man's earlier remarks? Let us proceed. You're likely quite familiar with Xian City, so do take me on a tour. For the moment, Tang Ping harbored no intention of claiming Bai Wen's body, as she was still but 13 or 14 years of age, far too young. As a model youth in his past life, he could not bring himself to act so harshly. Just as Tang Ping prepared to lead Bai Wen away, a figure suddenly obstructed his path. Daoyi Tang, he heard, turning to find Mu Ao standing before him, a look of inquiry upon her face. Miss Mu, do you seek something from me? I wish to inquire about where Brother Jean has gone, she asked. Brother Jean? The rotund fellow? Tang Ping replied, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he shook his head. I know not. He spoke a few words and then vanished. Goodness, this fellow has some charm. In such a short time, he has captivated the young lady so thoroughly. However, if Mu Ao were to discover that her brother Jean was none other than the lascivious rogue from before, she would likely pursue him with fervor. Very well, Mu Ao said, her disappointment evident as she turned to leave. Observing her retreat, Tang Ping mused that he ought to alert the rotund man in the future to refrain from such flirtatious antics, lest he find himself in dire straits later on. Sister Mu, Tang Ping exclaimed in surprise as he turned to see the rotund Jean returning alone, standing before Mu Ao with an air of righteousness. What is happening here? Just moments ago, he was hurriedly departing with that maidservant, and now he has returned. Brother Jean, where's your maidservant? Mu Ao asked, glancing behind him, only to find the striking maidservant absent, a note of concern in her voice. Maidservant? I simply wanted to spare one person from suffering, so I selected a maid at random and have already sent her away. Sent her away? Indeed, upon witnessing Brother Jean's earnest demeanor, Mu Ao chose to trust him instantly. I knew Brother Jean was not the sort of person to act inappropriately. With that declaration, she cast a disdainful glance at Tang Ping and Zhu Xing. This situation is amiss. What have I done to warrant such a judgment? Zhu Xing thought resolutely, determined to prevent this fellow from spending any further time with Sister Mu. Observing the affection in Mu Ao's gaze directed at the rotund Jean, Zhu Xing decisively declared, Sister Mu, we must hasten back to the sect to report. What? After such difficulty in coming out, let us at least spend a few more days in practice. Do you truly wish to extend your stay? I fear that if you linger with this fellow much longer, you might return with a child. Elder Mu had just sent word, instructing you to return to the sect immediately. Zhu Xing's heart stirred as he spoke. As anticipated, upon hearing the name of Elder Mu, Mu Ao's expression shifted dramatically. Grandmother, after some internal conflict, Mu Ao shyly turned to the stout man and said, Brother Jean, I must return to the sect. No worries, we shall surely meet again in the future. You dream, Zhu Xing silently thought, but on the surface he readily agreed. Indeed, Brother Jean speaks wisely. Let us hasten our return, lest Elder Mu's wrath befall us. Then you must come find me. Absolutely. Tang Ping, standing aside, observed the exchange and could ascertain from Zhu Xing's glance at the portly fellow that if the stout man dared approach, he would likely return with a peeling skin. Brother Jean, here is my communication jade talisman. Keep it safe. Thus, we can remain in contact at all times. From this day forth, it shall be more precious than my very life. the stout man declared with unwavering resolve. Brother Jean, Sister Mu. Tang Ping and Zhu Xing exchanged glances and promptly separated the two who were lost in their emotional exchange. Time is of the essence. Sister Mu. Elder Mu must be growing anxious. We must depart swiftly. Upon hearing this, both their expressions shifted, and they were swiftly pulled away by Tang Ping and Zhu Xing. As Mu Aoer vanished from sight, the stout man's visage fell, his eyes reflecting a pitiful despair that left Tang Ping momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the stout man had developed feelings for Mu Aoer? Yet in the next instant, Tang Ping realized he had overthought it. The stout man muttered despondently to himself, "You old scoundrel, how dare you keep a harem and deny me my desires? After much effort, I finally won this maid, and now you take her away, claiming that I cannot disrupt my primordial essence until I reach the transcendence realm. Damn it, no wonder," he thought to himself. Recalling the stout man's urgency upon departure, it became clear that the maid had been taken away. Well, you have now advanced to the 4th level of the body refinement realm, and with the resources from the Merchant Guild, you are not far from the Transcendence realm. Once you achieve that, you can simply retrieve that maid. The stout man shook his head in utter despair. You do not understand. I heard similar words when I was in the spirit gathering realm, when it said that once I broke through to the body refinement realm, I would be free. Upon reaching the body refinement realm, they said my first woman must be won by my own efforts, and then I dragged you to participate in this Xian event. And what happened? TSK, that legendary leader of the Qinghe Merchant Guild certainly knows how to play the game. No wonder he has managed to develop the Qinghe Merchant Guild to such heights. His ability to paint grand visions is truly unparalleled, not even sparing his own son. What do you plan to do about that, Miss Mo? It seems she has indeed developed feelings. The stout man scoffed. She knows Jean Huanyu. What business is that of Jean Kai Bao? Upon hearing this, Tang Ping could not help but frown, yet he refrained from further comment, as he preferred not to meddle in affairs. Let us go. Since you are well, we shall proceed directly to the Hubao Workshop City. The treasured pot of the Earth Grade, he has not forgotten. On the Yuanbao boat, Baiwen gazed with wide-eyed curiosity at the swiftly passing scenery below. Sold to Xian City at a young age, she had seldom ventured out, let alone aboard such a magnificent vessel. Moments later, a bustling marketplace unfolded before the trio. The corpulent Jean controlled the Yuanbao boat to land on a vacant patch outside the market. Tang Ping, accompanied by Baiwen, leapt down from the boat and turned to Jean, who was busy stowing away the vessel, saying, "Fatty, you may return first. I have some matters to attend to." Jean paused at this, glancing at Bai when standing behind Tang Ping, and immediately donned an understanding expression, exclaiming, "All right, then I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself." Without waiting for a response, he dashed away in a flash. Chapter 64. Where is my medicine? Yulin Pavilion. Tang Ping, accompanied by a somewhat disappointed Baiwen, entered an antiquated loft. On the age-old shelves, various spiritual treasures were displayed. Several cultivators were perusing the shelves for their desired pot treasures, merely casting a glance at the newcomers before resuming their selections. A young attendant, noticing Tang Ping's entrance, hurriedly approached, inquiring, "What spiritual treasure does this esteemed senior wish to purchase?" Tang Ping surveyed the surroundings and replied, "I have long heard that this place abounds with pot treasures. Might your esteemed establishment have any?" "Indeed, esteemed senior, please take a look." The attendant's enthusiasm surged upon hearing this. Those who could afford to buy pot treasures here were generally quite generous, for the price of pot treasures often exceeded that of ordinary spiritual treasures by several multiples. Selling even one would yield a considerable commission. Leading Tang Ping to the eastern shelves, the attendant pointed at the pot treasures and stated, "This row consists of low-grade yellow pots, crafted from the local specialty yellow clay, imparting a unique flavor to the liquor brewed within. Should you desire something superior, you may consider this row, made from fine white cloud clay, forged by masters specializing in pot treasures. Placing ordinary spirit wine within for 100 days enhances its fragrance significantly." Tang Ping nodded appreciatively as he approached the northeastern corner of the shelves. In the third row, he spotted 3 pale purple pot treasures, one of which stood out with a deeper hue, unmistakably a high-grade yellow pot. Esteemed senior, you possess keen eyesight. This pot treasure is a rare high-grade yellow pot. Indeed scarce, even in our humble shop. The attendant's joy intensified upon seeing Tang Ping lift the high-grade yellow pot, prompting him to eagerly add, "Excellent. I shall take it. How many spirit stones?" 3,500 spirit stones. Tang Ping was taken aback. This pot treasure was indeed not cheap. It was worth noting that the high-grade yellow spiritual sword he had previously purchased was only 2,000 spirit stones. Although it was a standard sword, the value of this pot treasure was evident. He pondered the worth of the earth-grade pot treasures. Attendant, what is the highest grade of pot treasure available in this marketplace? Currently, there are several top-grade mysterious pots located at the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce and a few other reputable establishments. Oh, is there truly no earth-level pot treasure in existence? The waiter, who had garnered quite a bit of commission from Tang Ping, recounted, "Indeed, however, such treasures rarely emerge even in the pot treasure market, taking decades for a single piece to surface. The last earth-level pot treasure appeared a decade ago, and it was acquired by a senior after expending an unimaginable amount of resources." Tang Ping nodded slightly. Treasures of this caliber are typically exchanged through barter rather than purchased with spirit stones. Contemplating this, his gaze upon the pot treasure in his hand grew fervent. Unexpectedly, this journey had yielded numerous unexpected gains, each more precious than the last. In contrast, his original target, the purple peace fruit, now seemed the most mundane of all. "My lord, do you intend to use this pot treasure to brew wine upon your return?" Indeed, for some cultivators, a jar of exquisite spirit wine is far more valuable than any spirit stone or magical artifact. The spirit wine brewed from an earth-level pot treasure will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Departing from the Rain and Dew Pavilion, Tang Ping and Baiwen returned directly to the Tianyuan sect via the teleportation array. "I feel a bit dizzy. My lord, is this Tianyuan sect?" Baiwen stepped out of the teleportation hall in a daze, momentarily captivated by the sight of cranes soaring and spirit beasts frolicking amidst the ethereal aura of the inner sanctum. "Indeed, come, follow me to my cave dwelling." With that, Tang Ping summoned the multicolored lotus and soared towards his abode with Baiwen. "A cave dwelling? Shall I reside there as well?" "Yes. Your duties will include tending to the medicinal field and maintaining the cleanliness of the cave. Rest assured, my lord, we have been specifically trained for such tasks." Tang Ping nodded slightly upon hearing this, as it would indeed save him time for cultivation. After a while, Tang Ping led Baiwen to the entrance of his cave dwelling. Producing his disciple's token, he dispelled the cave's restrictions and stepped inside. "From now on, you will reside here. The medicinal field is adjacent to your quarters. You must water it with spirit water every 3 days and clear the weeds every 10 days. Tang Ping pointed toward the side room. "Understood. Now, I shall enter seclusion for a few days. Do not disturb me unless necessary." "Yes." With that, Tang Ping made his way toward the tranquil chamber deep within the cave. Inside the tranquil chamber, just as Tang Ping settled into a meditative position, he heard Baiwen's voice from outside, "My lord." Stepping out, Tang Ping looked at Baiwen with curiosity. "What is it? Have you planted the spirit herbs?" "What do you mean?" Following Baiwen to the medicinal field, Tang Ping stared in bewilderment at the barren plot. "What is happening? Where are my herbs? Where are the ones I painstakingly cultivated?" Tang Ping strode into the medicinal field, only to discover that his herbs had not vanished into thin air, but rather had been stolen by someone. The field now bore only remnants of the roots buried in the soil, while the sprouted seedlings had entirely disappeared. Who could have done this? Is it truly worth the effort to bypass the restrictions of the cave merely to pilfer a few seedlings? Let us not even speak of seedlings. Were these spiritual herbs to reach maturity, they would scarcely be valued at a handful of spirit stones. After all, they are merely common medicinal herbs, and Tang Ping has no grand aspirations of amassing wealth from this half-acre of spiritual land. Suddenly, Tang Ping strode towards a corner of the spiritual field. There, nestled against the wall, lay a hole the size of a fist. What could this be? A flicker of intrigue crossed Tang Ping's countenance. If memory served him right, aside from the adjacent side chamber, The only other space next to the spiritual field was the beast-rearing room. Without hesitation, he turned and departed from the medicinal field, making his way to the entrance of the beast-rearing room. Beast-rearing room? Young master, do you still have spiritual beasts? No spiritual beasts, but I do possess a single spiritual beast egg. Tang Ping recalled vividly the extraordinarily precious star mystic ferret egg. As he pushed open the door to the beast-rearing room, he was greeted by an astonishing sight. The star mystic ferret egg, which had been resting upon the stone platform, had vanished, replaced by a small, silvery creature. Its form bore a striking resemblance to the purple ferret of his past life, albeit with a different hue, and its tail was notably shorter. Could this be the legendary star mystic ferret? Tang Ping glanced at the small hole in the corner of the beast-rearing room, marveling at the tenacity of this legendary creature. The walls and floor of this cave were fortified by protective formations and were exceedingly hard. To think that this little one could create a hole in the wall immediately upon its birth. Gesturing for one to step outside, Tang Ping cautiously approached the star mystic ferret. As he drew nearer, he noticed that the little creature lay sleeping soundly upon the stone platform, its plump belly revealing the whereabouts of his seedlings. Standing before the stone platform, a moment of contemplation swept over him. He pondered whether to forge a blood contract with this little being. Creatures as divine as the star mystic ferret often pose a risk of backlash from an ordinary blood contract. Only by establishing a true life-bond blood contract, which each cultivator may forge only once in their lifetime, could he genuinely tame the star mystic ferret and ensure that he would not suffer from its potential retribution in the future. For once the life-bond blood contract is formed, both parties regard each other as their most trusted companions. Should one perish, the other would be gravely injured. After standing in silence for a considerable time, Tang Ping slowly drew forth a drop of his lifeblood from his fingertip and placed it near the mouth of the star mystic ferret. A gentle warmth brushed against him. The lifeblood of a cultivator nearing the perfection of the body-refining realm was an exquisite delicacy for a newly born star mystic ferret, thus still lost in dreams. The little creature instinctively began to lick Tang Ping's lifeblood. In the next moment, Tang Ping transformed his finger into a sword-like gesture, tracing it across the ferret's brow. Squeak! The star mystic ferret jolted awake, attempting to flee from Tang Ping's grasp. Yet, how could this newly born creature escape from his hold? A drop of lifeblood was drawn from the ferret's brow. Holding the pale, silver lifeblood in his hand, Tang Ping did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. As the essence of blood entered, Tang Ping deftly manipulated it into a complex blood talisman. Simultaneously, the essence of blood that had just been swallowed by the star Xian weasel began to transform into a blood talisman indistinguishable from that within Tang Ping's own body. Suddenly, both talismans quivered in unison. Tang Ping gazed at the struggling star Xian weasel in his hands and spoke softly, "Forge a life bond with me. Together, we shall witness the myriad wonders of this world." As if comprehending Tang Ping's words, the purple weasel gradually ceased its struggles, and the two blood talismans fell into a serene stillness. The talismans gently floated from their bodies, merging in midair to form a blood-red talisman exuding an ancient and profound aura. The talisman abruptly tore apart, surging back into their bodies. However, this time, its power penetrated deep into their consciousness, intertwining with their very souls. A subtle connection blossomed within their hearts. Tang Ping? A tender voice stumbled through Tang Ping's mind. Startled, Tang Ping looked down at the star Xian weasel in his grasp. Tang Ping. The voice grew clearer. "Is it you calling me?" "Tang Ping." The little creature grew increasingly animated, eliciting a smile from Tang Ping. At this moment, they shared a mystical bond, allowing the star Xian weasel to know Tang Ping's name. "You still lack a name? Then you shall take my surname. Let us call you Tangin. How does that sound? I shall call you Little Weasel from now on." "Tangin, Tangin." Sensing the little one's excitement, Tang Ping chuckled. "All right, Little Weasel. Allow me to sense whether the inheritance within your bloodline is complete." As a top-tier divine beast, the star Xian weasel possessed an intrinsic inheritance within its bloodline, though such inheritances were often incomplete. This, too, was a method to ascertain the purity of Tang and S bloodline. The purer the bloodline, the greater its origin, and the more complete its inheritance would be. Tang Ping closed his eyes, centering his spirit entirely within the little weasel. Swallowing Star Technique, Great Wilderness Arts. Star Xian Imperial Technique. Tang Ping suddenly opened his eyes, astonishment filling his gaze as he looked at the innocent-faced Star Xian weasel in his arms. Imperial Technique. This is an inheritance reserved for high-tier beast races, accessible only to true royalty within the clan. The realization struck him. Was the little weasel a member of the royal lineage of the Star Xian Weasel clan? Yet, how could a royal descendant end up in such circumstances? A trace of contemplation flickered in Tang Ping's eyes. I did not anticipate that you, little one, possessed such a remarkable background. Glancing down at the little weasel, Tang Ping found himself both amused and exasperated to see it sprawled on its back, fast asleep. It seems forging a life bond has taken quite a toll on you. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Tang Ping retrieved a section of purple bamboo from his possession. Opening it revealed a small insect, radiating a soft purple luminescence, lying peacefully within the bamboo. Indeed, it is the purple netherworm that Tang Ping acquired earlier. He brought the purple netherworm close to the little ferret, which promptly devoured it with a satisfying smack. After swallowing the worm, the little ferret let out a contented burp and fell into an even deeper slumber. Observing this, Tang Ping gently placed the ferret on the stone platform, where a continuous flow of vitality and spiritual energy would greatly benefit its growth. Closing the door to the beast nurturing chamber, Tang Ping turned to Bai Wan, who was waiting nearby, and remarked, "Your responsibilities have increased once more." What? To feed the little ferret. If the starry ferret desires rapid growth, it cannot do without an abundance of rare herbs and treasures. The ample spiritual energy contained within those spirit herb seedlings is merely sufficient for a single meal for the little ferret. One can only imagine the considerable expenses that will accrue from its nourishment. Fortunately, his finances remain stable enough to sustain the little ferret, lest it truly face a dire situation of hunger. Returning to the meditation chamber, Tang Ping arranged 3 purple and fruits before him, and then closed his eyes, focusing his mind to begin the operation of the Jade Balance Immortal Art. After a period of adjustment, he reached for one of the purple and fruits and swiftly consumed it. As soon as it entered his stomach, the fruit transformed into a warm current that surged through Tang Ping's limbs, enveloping his bones entirely. In the next moment, a grunt escaped his lips. Within him, the initially gentle medicinal power suddenly shifted, turning exceedingly violent. The frenzied energy pierced through his bones like countless fine needles, delving deep into his marrow. On the second floor of the Yuanling Tower, the corpulent figure of Jean, looking utterly dejected, slumped in a recliner, his once plump form having returned to its usual state. Why did he have a nagging feeling that he had forgotten something? Pondering this, he scratched his head in confusion until a sudden realization jolted him. Oh no, I forgot. The purple and fruit must be consumed alongside the tranquil heart fruit, or the agony of refining the marrow will increase tenfold. How could I let this slip my mind? Old Tang shouldn't he have eaten that purple and fruit yet, right? With this thought, he hastily retrieved a communication jade talisman to send a message to Tang Ping. Gazing at the silent communication talisman, he fell into a moment of reflection before exclaiming, "Lin Xi, gather your things. Take me back to the merchant guild to evade trouble." In the meditation chamber, the communication talisman hanging from Tang Ping's waist flickered slightly, but he had no time to concern himself with messages at that moment. He was drenched in sweat, his once handsome visage now marred by prominent veins. "You fat fool," he gritted through clenched teeth. 90% marrow refinement. 91%. 92%. Accompanied by intense pain, his marrow refinement progress continued to ascend. Finally, as the refinement reached 94%, the medicinal power of the purple and fruit was nearly exhausted. Tang Ping gasped heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Even when he ingested the Millennium Blood Jade Vine, he had never experienced such torment. Seizing the communication Jade Talisman, he infused it with his spiritual energy. "Old Tang, I forgot to mention that the Xian fruit must be taken in conjunction with the Qingxin fruit. Otherwise, the agony of marrow refining will escalate tenfold. The slightly panicked voice of Jean Fatty echoed slowly in the quiet chamber. Damn you, Fatty. Chapter 66. A retreat, yet not a complete one. Aboard the Yuanbao boat, achoo. Achoo. Jean Fatty sneezed several times, then nervously turned to glance at the rapidly shrinking Tianyuan. Old Tang, please don't blame me. It was your impatience. He continued. By the way, Uncle Li, don't inform the old man that I've returned. First, take me to the nearby branch. The figure of a middle-aged cultivator appeared before Jean Fatty. Momentarily taken aback, he awkwardly replied, Young master, the news has just been relayed back by the shadow guards. Jean Fatty's expression shifted dramatically. Who instructed you to report back? If the old man finds out, suddenly, a golden spiritual light flashed. Upon witnessing this luminescence, the shadow guards and the middle-aged cultivator hastily knelt, bowing their heads in anticipation. Jean Fatty gazed at the radiant light with a resigned sigh, extending his hand to point. The light expanded suddenly, and an enraged voice emanated from within. Jean Kaibao. How dare you? Do you have any idea how many spirit stones I expended to send you to Tianyuan and grant you that Yuanling Tower? Let me make this clear. Unless you achieve the condensing spirit realm, do not even think about returning to the Merchant Association. Damn it, you infuriate me. Lier, at your service. Keep a close watch on this little rascal. Ensure he diligently trains at Tianyuan if he desires women. Let me tell you, unless he reaches the pinnacle of transcendence, he should not even think about touching them. Upon hearing this, Jean Fatty, who had just been nodding silently, became displeased, raising his head to shout at the spiritual light. Didn't we agree that I could indulge upon reaching the transcendence realm? Why is it now the late stage of transcendence? Before he could finish, the spiritual light dissipated into the wind. Old man, don't leave. Clarify this for me. The shadow guards and the middle-aged cultivator, meanwhile, adopted a demeanor of indifference, as if they could neither see nor hear. All right, everyone disperse. Upon hearing this, the shadow guards visibly relaxed and vanished, leaving only the middle-aged cultivator. Young master, it is indeed not suitable for you to return now. Uncle Li whispered as he approached Jean Fatty. Furrowing his brows, Jean Fatty inquired, What is going on? Has something occurred at the Merchant Association? Is it still about the ambush you encountered last time? The president is furious and is currently purging the association. That old man certainly knows how to choose his timing. All right, let us head back. Back where? Where else? Tianyuan. The portly figure, filled with a sense of helplessness, ambled towards the bow of the ship. His voice a mere whisper. If we return now, I fear the assassins sent after me may not be restrained by the old man. Let's first allow him to clear the area. Unbeknownst to Tang Ping, Jean Paozi had already attempted to flee, albeit unsuccessfully. At this moment, he stood at the final juncture of marrow refining, 2 spirit fruits, one purple and one azure, in his grasp. With the process at 97% completion, he pondered whether this remaining purple and fruit would enable him to achieve complete success in refining his marrow. With determination, he swallowed both spirit fruits whole. A familiar warmth coursed through his body, yet this time was accompanied by a soothing current that intertwined with the medicinal properties of the purple and fruit. The refining continued. 98%, 99%. Tang Ping gritted his teeth as the spiritual power from his 5 Cs surged relentlessly, washing through his entire skeletal structure. At last, accompanied by a delicate chime, a resounding roar emanated from the depths of his bones. The marrow surged like a pump, radiant as gold and jade. The refining of his body reached perfection. A tide of joy welled up in Tang Ping's eyes. His laughter echoed through the quiet chamber. At long last, the refining is complete. In that moment of triumph, subtle transformations began to manifest within his corporeal form. Observers would perceive him as an entity of seamless unity. He struck a powerful punch towards the side. Boom! A distinct imprint of his fist marked the distant stone wall. With the perfection of his physical refinement, his strength transcended human limits. The next step was to prepare for the breakthrough to the transcendence realm. Upon achieving this, he would ascend to the status of a core disciple within the Tianyuan sect, reaping the true resources the sect had to offer. Buzz, as if resonating with the joy that blossomed in Tang Ping's heart, the black dragon sword emitted a humming sound. It seemed your sentience is also burgeoning. Perhaps one day, you may manifest a true sword spirit. Ever since being sheathed, the black dragon sword had grown increasingly sentient, with its foundation as an earth-grade spiritual treasure. Should it conjure a sword spirit, its might would escalate to levels that Tang Ping could scarcely fathom. Rising, he pushed open the door of the quiet chamber and stepped outside slowly. The path to the Transcendence realm is not merely a matter of reaching the peak of physical refinement. Were it so simple, countless cultivators would not find themselves stalled before the threshold of transcendence. A breakthrough requires an opportune moment. Without such a moment, one remains forever barred from the transcendence realm. Furthermore, one must prepare a foundational treasure. The quality and attributes of this foundational treasure are intimately tied to the likelihood of successfully breaking through to the transcendence realm and to future cultivation endeavors. However, foundational treasures are notoriously elusive, posing a significant challenge to countless cultivators. For instance, a practitioner of fire-based techniques who acquires a water-based foundational treasure would find it exceedingly difficult to integrate them, and even a forced fusion would yield a negligible chance of success. In addition to the common 5 elemental attributes, there exist rare foundational treasures such as thunder, wind, and ice, which are considerably harder to obtain. Among these, the most precious are the treasures of spiritual energy, which can seamlessly integrate with practitioners of any attribute or constitution. For instance, the heavenly spirit pearl possessed by Tang Ping is the epitome of such treasures. Furthermore, foundational treasures are categorized not only by their attributes, but also into 9 grades, with the 9th grade representing the lowest quality and the 1st grade denoting the highest. Above the 1st grade lies the extraordinary class. The heavenly spirit pearl is indeed a supreme treasure of spiritual energy, or rather, a foundational supreme treasure. The primary reason Tang Ping refused the law enforcement hall's search of his storage bag was his concern over the potential exposure of the heavenly spirit pearl, as he was acutely aware that if it were to be revealed, he would be unable to protect it. In addition to opportunities and foundational treasures, Tang Ping needed to prepare another essential item: rare heavenly materials or elixirs that could assist him in achieving a breakthrough. Typically, even when an ordinary practitioner possesses a compatible foundational treasure and a breakthrough opportunity, the chance of transcending the mundane realm is merely 2 to 3 out of 10. Therefore, seasoned practitioners often opt to delay their breakthroughs in search of treasures that could enhance their success rate. Naturally, Tang Ping had to make ample preparations. Whether for his own transcendence or for the little ferret, it seemed inevitable that he would venture into the Wuhua mountain range. Where does one find the opportunity? Through trials of life and death. The place he intended to go was fraught with peril, where even practitioners of the transcendent realm could meet their demise. Nevertheless, many practitioners still dared to enter. For although the region is teeming with myriad ferocious beasts, it is also rich in various precious heavenly materials. Among these treasures are those that could aid him in breaking through the mundane realm. The starry mystic ferret, too, requires the essence of a multitude of beastly flesh to grow. Thus, the Wuhua mountain range is an essential destination for Tang Ping. If he can emerge alive, his strength will undergo a dramatic transformation. However, before setting forth to the Wuhua mountain range, Tang Ping must first visit another location to seek out an individual and settle an account. Chapter 67. Prosperous Partnership. Outside the quiet chamber, Baiwen had been waiting attentively upon hearing movements within. As soon as she saw Tang Ping emerge, she promptly bowed and congratulated him. "Congratulations, young master, on your further advancement in cultivation." Noticing the hint of anxiety on Baiwen's face, Tang Ping realized that everything here was still quite unfamiliar to her. Even he himself was a stranger to her. "Vina." Baiwen abruptly lifted her gaze towards Tang Ping, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Why has young master suddenly addressed me in such a manner? Could it be that young master intends to? Are you accustomed to staying here these past few days? Tang Ping in Quit Hen Li. The process of marrow tempering is not only agonizing, but also protracted. Even with the assistance of a Xian fruit, Tang Ping took a full 2 days to complete the refinement. Habit, yet still unaccustomed. For everything here is exceedingly foreign to you, and you possess no sense of belonging, do you? Upon hearing this, Baiwen immediately turned pale, kneeling and exclaiming, "Young master, I shall adapt as swiftly as I can. Please do not send me back." Clearly, Baiwen interpreted Tang Ping's words as an intention to return her. Observing her distress, a flicker of compassion crossed Tang Ping's eyes. "You silly girl, you are someone I have painstakingly fought for. How could I possibly send you away?" Gently, he helped Baiwen to her feet and spoke softly. Baiwen, somewhat bewildered, raised her gaze and found that the warmth in Tang Ping's eyes seemed capable of melting her very soul. "Winner, do you wish to become my Tao companion?" Her heart trembled violently. She longed to nod in agreement immediately. Yet, her feelings of inferiority left her at a loss. She was merely a lowly maid. What right did she have to aspire to be the young master's companion? Simply serving him as a maid was already enough to fill her heart with contentment. As if sensing her inner turmoil, Tang Ping's voice resonated with conviction. "Here, there are no servants. The moment I chose you, your identity was restored to one of freedom. Now, there is no distinction of master and servant between us. Should you decline, we shall remain merely friends." Baiwen's delicate form trembled, disbelief evident as she gazed up at Tang Ping. Upon witnessing the warmth and determination in his eyes, her last bastion of resistance crumbled entirely. "Venia, I am willing." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a shimmering purple aura descended from the heavens, splitting in two and entering the bodies of both individuals. As if sensing a change, Tang Ping felt the world around him grow inexplicably closer, as though it were a nurturing mother watching over him. Yet, this sensation lasted but a fleeting moment before vanishing. Turning his gaze to Baiwen, he observed that her status had indeed transformed. Name: Baiwen Cultivation, 7th layer of Gathering Spirit Realm, Fortune. Auspicious Spouse, Gold, Tao Companion. Tang Ping, Purple, Talent, Unawakened. Phoenix Divine Body, Gold, Destiny. This individual's fate is now intertwined with the host's. It cannot be glimpsed. Note: Auspicious Spouse, Gold, activated. The power of fortune will descend from the heavens, flowing into both bodies. In the wake of the fortune, Tang Ping's name prominently appeared. Moreover, influenced by Tang Ping, Baiwen's destiny became inscrutable. Upon reading the final line, Tang Ping's expression faltered. This indicated that without forming a Tao partnership, Baiwen would be unable to gain the benefits of fortune. No wonder her previous experiences did not resemble those of a person blessed with great fortune. It turned out that Baiwen's luck had merely been on par with that of an ordinary individual. Tang Ping glanced once more at his panel. Name: Tang Ping Cultivation Level, Perfected Body Refinement Stage, Fortune, Heavenly Bestowed Luck, Purple, Talent, Superior Talent, Yellow, Fate, Unknown. The host has successfully traversed the pivotal point of his destiny. The past shall no longer affect the host's future. Heavenly Bestowed Luck, Purple. Influenced by the fortune of his destined partner, he has acquired a substantial amount of luck, significantly elevating his fortune. Heavenly Bestowed Luck, Purple. Even Tang Ping could hardly believe that one was able to elevate his fortune from a gray quality directly to a purple quality. The disparity within this transformation is no longer comparable to the likes of the colorful phoenix. In fact, among all the methods Tang Ping was aware of for enhancing fortune, none could achieve such a feat. Unable to restrain himself, he embraced Baiwen and planted several kisses upon her. "She is indeed my true lucky star." Baiwen, blushing fiercely, buried her head in Tang Ping's embrace, her earlobes turning a deep crimson. "Winner, you truly are my lucky star. Is that so?" "Indeed." As Tang Ping gazed at Baiwen's flushed face, his eyes brimmed with determination. "You are my greatest blessing. Do you now feel a sense of belonging here? From this day forth, this shall be your home." Home. For Bai Wen, this term felt like a distant notion. She never imagined she would have the opportunity to possess a home once more. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks. Perceiving the change in the lovely figure within his arms, Tang Ping tightened his embrace around Bai Wen. Cry. Let all the grievances of these years flow out. Young master, Tang Ping tenderly caressed Bai Wen's silky hair, allowing her tears to dampen his robe. Suddenly, amidst their silent embrace, a fluffy little creature darted forth, chattering incessantly at them. A little ferret? Bai Wen, blushing deeply, wriggled out of Tang Ping's arms and looked down at the little ferret in a fluster. Weren't you just asleep? The ferret nuzzled against Bai Wen's legs and then spoke. I just now Tang Ping hug. The childish voice emanating from the little ferret indicated that after consuming the purple underworld bug, it had grown significantly, even able to articulate human speech. Tang Ping, astonished, picked up the little ferret. It appeared larger than before, its fur glistening with newfound luster. However, confusion still lingered in Tang Ping's eyes. Why could the ferret now speak? It is known that ordinary magical beasts can only articulate human speech upon reaching the transcendent stage. Even if the ferret belongs to the Star Xian ferret clan, it should at least have reached the body refinement stage. Could it be due to its royal bloodline? Tang Ping, I'm hungry. Although capable of articulate speech, the young ferret's intellect is evidently still quite immature. Even the royal lineage of the star mystic ferrets cannot claim to possess innate knowledge. Winner, I must take the young ferret to the Wuhua mountain range. There lies what both the ferret and I require. The Wuhua mountain range? Upon hearing this, Bai Wen's expression shifted dramatically. Although she had never ventured beyond Xian City, she had heard the dreadful reputation of the Wuhua mountain range from various devotees. No fewer than 5 devotees from Xian City had perished there. How could the young master dare to venture into such a perilous place? Chapter 68. The listener weeps, the hearer sobs. Fear not, for having resolved to embark on this journey, I possess the confidence to return safely. Noticing Bai Wen's concern, Tang Ping spoke reassuringly. Previously, he had been certain of his safe return from the Wuhuan mountain range, and now, with his fortune surging, he would not easily succumb to demise there. Both the ferret and I require certain resources from the Wuhuan mountain range. Only there can our strength be amplified at a swifter pace. Time is not on my side. If an outer disciple does not ascend to the inner sect within a decade, they forfeit their chance at becoming a core disciple. Although I stand but a step away from that transcendent realm, that step could take 10 years or even a century. Moreover, if I begin my ascent within the year, even if I falter, I shall have the opportunity to attempt again before time runs out. Very well. Though I do not wish to impede your adventurous spirit, I implore you to remember, should you encounter peril, I shall not survive alone. Tang Ping felt a tremor run through him. For Bai Wen's tone was imbued with unwavering conviction. Just as Bai Wen stated, should he perish, she would not endure solitary existence. It was difficult for Tang Ping to fathom how such a seemingly delicate woman could utter such fierce words. Silly girl. Both the ferret and I shall return safely. Young ferret? What is this? I must go too. I have only just been born. Indeed, one must start from a young age. You didn't think I would go alone, did you? The young ferret froze, genuinely believing that Tang Ping would venture forth alone and then return with delectable treats. Tang Ping playfully flicked the ferret's head, chuckling, as a member of the royal lineage of the star mystic ferrets, you must learn to fend for yourself. Tang Ping wholly disregarded the ferret's pitiful expression. He harbored no concerns about the ferret's safety. Although the star mystic ferrets were renowned for their ability to absorb and refine stellar power, their true prowess lay in their skills of concealment and evasion. As royalty, the young ferret was particularly adept in these arts. Needless to say, had the young ferret not spoken just now, he would not have even noticed it standing beside him. Such was the case even within the cave dwelling. One can only imagine how formidable its abilities would be in the Wuhua mountain range, a place naturally suited for the existence of star mystic ferrets. Very well, I must seek out a certain individual. In the meantime, I entrust the cave to you. As Tang Ping spoke, he retrieved his token and handed it to Bai Wen, saying, with this decree, You may freely enter and exit the cave, except for certain critical areas of the inner sect. However, do not venture beyond the sect. Within the confines of the sect, by one holding his token, should not encounter any troublemakers or face any danger. Very well. Tang Ping nodded slowly, then cradled the little weasel and proceeded towards the cave's entrance. The worried gaze of the young girl behind him filled his heart with unwavering resolve. Yuan Ling Tower. Tang Ping, with a stoic expression, produced a communication jade talisman and spoke in a flat tone. Fatty, come out for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. On the second floor of the Yuan Ling Tower, Jean, the rotund figure, grimaced as he listened to the voice emanating from the talisman. Do you take me for a fool? If I step out today, I shall no longer bear the surname Jean. He recalled that upon his return the other day, he realized he was under the protection of the Tianyuan sect while in the Yuan Ling Tower. As long as he remained within, Tang Ping could do nothing to him. Cough, cough, old Tang. I am in the midst of a crucial seclusion, preparing to break through to the transcendence realm. Come back another day. With that, Jean tossed aside the communication talisman and leisurely reclined in his chair, savoring the spiritual wine. Truly a fine wine brewed from a profound grade pot. Alas, old Tang shall not have the pleasure of tasting it. That is not a certainty. With a sudden movement, Jean sprang from his recliner, landing on the ground with a face full of terror as he beheld Tang Ping before him. Old Tang, how did you get in here? Tang Ping flipped his hand to unveil a 2-meter-long wolf fawn club, smiling as he remarked, Can you guess where this place is? This is the Tianyuan sect. Upon discovering that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of body refinement, even the elders were taken aback when they learned he sought Jean for a matter. They waved their hands grandly and handed over the token to Jin's quarters. Fatty, old Tang, you must remain calm. Do you know how tormenting it is to swallow a purple and fruit hole? I Uncle Lee help. Jean hastily shouted to those around him. Young master, the president has stated that as long as we do not endanger lives in a duel among peers, we are not permitted to intervene. On that day, the disciples cultivating within the Yuan Ling Tower could faintly hear the chilling screams echoing through the air, enough to bring tears to the ears of those who listened and sorrow to the hearts of those who heard. In the Wuhua mountain range, spanning tens of thousands of miles and crossing 3 sects, it was rife with various ferocious beasts and extraordinary treasures. Even spirit beasts at the condensation realm could be encountered deep within the Wuhua mountain range. The scattered cultivators and numerous sects and families in the vicinity regarded this place as riddled with danger. However, for those who yearned to grow stronger through battle, this locale was a veritable paradise. If one's cultivation did not reach the body refinement realm, even the outskirts of the Wuhua mountain range would pose a significant challenge to survival. The practitioners capable of delving into the depths of the Wuhua mountain range are invariably formidable individuals within the body refinement realm, or even transcendent beings. Over time, a small town has emerged on the periphery of the Wuhua mountain range, serving as a sanctuary for traveling practitioners to acquire elixirs and magical treasures, as well as a place to rest and recuperate. Although the Wuhua mountain range is fraught with peril, it is undeniable that it harbors an abundance of rare materials. Consequently, various sects and merchant factions have established their presence here, eager to procure an assortment of extraordinary treasures from the hands of wandering practitioners. This has resulted in a congregation of strong individuals within the town. Even transcendent beings do not dare to provoke trouble here. As the sun rises, a solitary figure accompanied by a beast slowly makes their way into Wuhua town, situated at the outskirts of the Wuhua mountain range. Little weasel, when will you be able to absorb the power of the stars? Must you wait until you reach the transcendence realm? For now, you can only passively absorb a modicum of stellar energy without being able to condense it. Tang Ping mu se alao. Though the little weasel had gained the ability to articulate human speech, it still preferred to communicate telepathically with Tang Ping. I'm hungry, it exclaimed. Still hungry? It seems I was indeed wise to bring you to the Wuhua mountain range. Relying solely on rare materials, I would have to sell everything I own to sustain you. As he spoke, Tang Ping produced several elixirs brimming with spiritual energy. Upon seeing this, The little weasel promptly leaped into Tang Ping's embrace, eagerly swallowing the elixirs. Satisfied, it let out a contented burp and curled up in Tang Ping's arms, ceasing all movement. Upon entering Wuhua town, Tang Ping was somewhat astonished to observe that nearly all the individuals traversing the streets were practitioners. However, upon further reflection, it was understandable, as the town's proximity to the Wuhua mountain range meant that occasionally ferocious beasts would inadvertently emerge. While this posed minimal threat to practitioners, it could prove fatal for ordinary folk. Tang Ping's visit was not merely for rest. The Wuhua mountain range was vast, and he sought specific items, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. But what if he enlisted the help of the entire town to aid in his search? Chapter 69. Dragon Tooth Rice. This one do. This is too far. This is too dangerous, Tang Ping murmured, standing beside a main thoroughfare, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the passing practitioners. It was undeniable that those who had recently undergone a transformation were far more numerous here than in any other location. Statistically, 1 in every 3 individuals appear to have experienced a recent breakthrough. Clearly, the Wuhua mountain range was indeed perilous. After observing for a while, Tang Ping let out a sudden sigh. The majority of the recent transformations he had witnessed were those who had perished in the Wuhua mountain range, particularly when he noticed that the most frequent practitioners among the crowd were at the origin gathering realm. Tang Ping's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Although the outskirts of the Wuhua mountain range were not excessively dangerous, they were certainly not a place where origin gathering practitioners could roam freely. However, upon reaching the central square of Wuhua town, Tang Ping suddenly comprehended how these origin-gathering practitioners ventured into the Wuhua mountain range. In the expansive square, amidst numerous vendors selling a variety of goods, a monk's voice resonated, calling out for companions eager to venture into the Wuhua mountain range. We require 5 cultivators of the 7th level or above to join us in exploring the periphery of the Wuhua mountains. Our team consists of 2 strong cultivators in the body refinement realm and over 10 in the nascent realm. Interested companions are welcome to join. Such cries echoed throughout the square. Tang Ping cast his gaze over the leaders of these teams and discerned that they were all of the body refinement realm. It was no wonder that so many nascent realm cultivators congregated here. They were forming small teams to explore the Wuhua mountains, although they had to surrender 30% of their gains to the leading body refinement cultivators. The allure of potential rewards and survival in the Wuhua mountains was a tremendous temptation for the nascent realm cultivators. However, Tang Ping did not perceive any formidable figures among them. The most powerful were merely a few at the 4th level of the body refinement realm, all hastily passing by. Suddenly, Tang Ping sensed something amiss. Several teams of cultivators had recently met their demise in the Wuhua mountains, all in remarkably similar locales. Name, Zhonglian Cultivation. 9th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. Fortune, unremarkable white. Talent, above average white. Outcome, achieve the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. Perished while exploring the Wuhua Mountains. Recent turn, half a day later, followed a team to the Fengling Valley in search of Fengling flowers, only for the entire team to be slaughtered by demonic beasts. Name, Bao E Cultivation. 2nd level of the Body Refinement Realm. Fortune, exceptional, yellow. Talent, above and below average, yellow. Outcome, reached the 2nd level of the Body Refinement Realm. Perished while exploring the Wuhua Mountains. Recent turn, half a day later, led a team to explore the Wuhua Mountains and while passing through Fengling Valley. The entire team was tragically slaughtered by demonic beasts. In total, 3 teams, either heading to or merely passing through Fengling Valley, met with absolute calamity. None survived. A shadow crossed Tang Ping's eyes. With so many cultivators involved, even a transcendent being might find it challenging to emerge unscathed. Yet, in the silence of Fengling Valley, they were systematically annihilated. Prior to arriving at the Wuhua Mountains, Tang Ping had perused the intelligence regarding this area within his sect. Fengling Valley lies approximately 20 miles deep into the Wuhua Mountains, sprawling in size, and is perpetually inhabited by a creature known as the silver ring snake. Most silver ring snakes are of the nascent realm, with a few possessing the strength of the body refinement realm, and their nature is well understood by human cultivators. It was evident that these silver ring snakes could not have been responsible for the slaughter of so many cultivators. Thus, it seemed there were even more formidable demonic beasts lurking in that vicinity, secretly marking Foamling Valley as a perilous zone in his mind. He resolved to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. After casting a glance around at the monks present, Tang Ping continued his advance. He had no intention of alerting the several groups of cultivators. After all, it was unlikely that they would trust a stranger like him. Moreover, explaining the sudden appearance of formidable beasts in Wind Bell Valley and revealing how he had come by such knowledge would require an inordinate amount of effort. There was even the risk of drawing unwanted attention to himself. Unlike previous encounters with fellow disciples, Tang Ping was not willing to jeopardize himself for a group of strangers with whom he had no connection. At the back of the square, various buildings of distinct architectural styles loomed large. A swift glance revealed the emblem of Tianyuan sect. This was clearly the sect's outpost, and those disciples stationed here were all from the inner sect. In fact, several elders of the Transcendence realm were also stationed here. Choosing not to head to the sect's base, Tang Ping made his way directly towards the largest edifice in the vicinity, the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. It must be said that the influence of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce was unparalleled, even surpassing that of the three major sects. The grand and lavish structure occupying twice the area of the Tianyuan sect's outpost was a testament to this fact. What does this esteemed elder wish to purchase? Or is there something you intend to sell? The Qinghe Chamber of Commerce offers complimentary appraisals. Upon entering the chamber, a graceful young attendant clad in green approached him. Merely browsen, Tang Ping replied casually. Of course, esteemed elder. Please take your time, and should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. The attendant bowed respectfully and withdrew to allow him privacy. This branch of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce was, beyond doubt, the largest Tang Ping had encountered since the one in Songyuan Immortal City. The treasures displayed at this level alone were enough to entice even those at the spirit condensation realm. Yet, the powerful aura emanating from the upper levels of the Qinghe Chamber served as a constant reminder to any cultivators harboring greedy thoughts that this was not a place for them to indulge such desires. Tang Ping, however, did not fix his gaze on the treasures, but rather observed the cultivators frequenting the Qinghe Chamber. Those preparing to venture deep into the Wuhua mountain range typically equipped themselves with healing elixirs and life-preserving artifacts. For these cultivators, acquiring such items at the Qinghe Chamber was undoubtedly the safest choice. It was often the more powerful cultivators who returned with substantial rewards. For instance, Tang Ping had just noted one cultivator who was remarkably at the third level of the Transcendence realm. Moreover, he appeared to have made quite a significant haul. Name, Hishuang Cultivation, third level of Transcendence realm, fortune. Unique among thousands, green, talent. Above average, green, outcome. Achieved the sixth level of Transcendence realm. Gravely injured by a beast while exploring Wuhua Mountain, ultimately ambushed and killed. Recent developments. A day later, upon venturing into the Wuhua mountain range, Tang Ping discovered a dragon tooth rice plant in the Lin Xi pool, located 180 miles deep within the mountains. After consuming it, he felt a significant surge of vitality. Having long since memorized the map, the location of Lin Xi pool immediately flashed in Tang Ping's mind. To think that such a spiritual plant as dragon tooth rice could be found there. Chapter 70. Entering the Wuhua mountain range. If I recall correctly, dragon tooth rice is one of the most suitable spiritual foods for young ferrets, is it not? Not only for young ferrets, but for most spiritual beast cubs. Dragon tooth rice is considered the pinnacle of spiritual nourishment. Even for human cultivators, dragon tooth rice can enhance one's vitality significantly. This is because it contains not only a wealth of pure vital energy, but also, more importantly, this energy is exceptionally gentle, allowing even those in the nascent realm to consume it directly. A remarkable find. After silently noting the location of dragon tooth rice, Tang Ping turned his gaze to the remaining cultivators. In a brief moment, he discovered another treasure worthy of pursuit. Name, Sure, cultivation level. Fourth stage of body refinement. Fortune. Unique among thousands. Green. Talent. Above average. Green. Fate. Achieved fourth stage of body refinement. Failed to break through to the transcendence realm, resulting in backlash and demise. Recent developments. 3 days later, upon heading into the Wuhua mountain range, he found a soil spirit essence beneath a peculiar boulder outside Qinghe Valley, located 120 miles deep within the mountains, which could be used to aid his breakthrough to the transcendence realm. A flicker of ecstatic joy glimmered in Tang Ping's eyes. He had finally found his true goal for this journey. The soil spirit essence, formed from the purest earth attribute spiritual energy, lies deep beneath the ground, accumulated over countless years. One of its purposes is to be used during the breakthrough to the transcendence realm, significantly enhancing the success rate of the attempt. However, the individual before him intended to use it as a foundational treasure of earth attribute. In just half an hour, he had already made considerable gains and filled with anticipation. Tang Ping continued to survey the surrounding cultivators. Fortunately, the display cases scattered throughout the first floor of the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce allowed Tang Ping to feign interest in the treasures while his gaze discreetly roamed over the other cultivators. For hours later, as the sky darkened, Tang Ping suppressed his excitement and exited the Qinghe Chamber of Commerce. Recent developments. 5 days later, while journeying into the Wuhua mountain range, he discovered a dragon fruit tree by a small stream, which, upon consumption, greatly enhanced the purity of his fire attribute spiritual energy. Recent developments. 3 days later, as he delved 312 miles into the Wuhua mountain range, he found a 1,000-year-old birch tree, from which he obtained a piece of its heart. Recent developments. 2 days later, while exploring 573 miles into the Wuhua mountain range, he discovered 4 Lianhuang fruits in the heart of the Lianhuang domain. One opportunity after another unfolded before Tang Ping, suppressing the exhilaration within. Tang Ping refrained from immediately heading towards the Wuhua Mountains and instead made his way to the Tianyuan sect stronghold. "Who are you?" Upon reaching the entrance, Tang Ping was halted by 2 disciples stationed there. Inner disciple Tang Ping. Tang Ping? A flicker of contemplation crossed the eyes of one guard disciple, followed by a look of astonishment. Is it the same Tang Shidi who conquered the 16th level of the inner sect's battle tower? Tang Ping was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that his reputation had spread so widely within the inner sect. If there is no other Tang Ping, it must be me. Ah, so it is you, Tang Shidi. Please do come in. Although the disciples guarding the Wuhua stronghold were formidable, each having reached the 3rd level of body refinement, they had been in the inner sect for quite some time, making it unlikely for them to ascend to core disciple status. Faced with Tang Ping, who was deemed the most likely candidate to join the core ranks, they were naturally quite welcoming. Once inside the stronghold, Tang Ping casually selected a quiet chamber before dismissing the guard disciples. Let us begin. Within the tranquil room, he unfurled a vast and intricate map across the floor. This map was a detailed representation of the Wuhua Mountains. Upon seeing the map, a pained expression flickered across Tang Ping's face. He had expended nearly all his contribution points and various rare treasures to acquire it. Even so, this map only documented the outer regions of the Wuhua Mountains, covering approximately 300 to 400 miles, with scan information about the inner areas. Here, and here. Tang Ping marked several locations on the map with strands of spiritual energy. Moments later, a map adorned with dozens of markings appeared before him. If we enter from here, we can first take the rock path and then proceed to the Ling stone pool. As he spoke, Tang Ping began to erase some of the spiritual energy markers. After a while, a winding route leading deep into the Wuhua Mountains materialized on the map. By following this path, he could seize no less than 10 opportunities, each one exceedingly precious. Among them, the most valuable were the Earth Spirit Essence and the Lin Wang fruit. Both had a commonality. They could enhance the success rate of breaking through to transcendence, while the Lin Wang fruit could only increase the success rate by half. Its significance to Tang Ping far surpassed that of the Earth Spirit Essence. This was because the Lin Wang fruit could be consumed repeatedly up to 3 at most. Moreover, the destination he aimed for contained as many as 4 Linwang fruits. Carefully stowing away the map, Tang Ping settled into a meditative position within the quiet chamber, adjusting himself to optimal condition. When he next opened his eyes, the sun blazed high in the sky. "Little weasel, let us go," he called out to the chamber, and a violet figure darted into his embrace. With a hint of exasperation, he gently patted the little weasel's head, and together they quietly departed the sect's stronghold. Wuhua Mountains. As Tang Ping exited Wuhua town, he deftly maneuvered the 5-color lotus strait towards the Wuhua mountain range. Upon witnessing the endless expanse of dense forests, he descended from the sky. With his aura completely retracted, Tang Ping silently vanished into the woodland. Observing this, the little weasel imitated him, concealing its form and closely trailing behind Tang Ping. Although the Wuhua mountain range was fraught with peril, the periphery evidently posed little threat to Tang Ping. However, correspondingly, there was scant treasure to be found in the outskirts that would pique his interest. Thus, as soon as he entered the Wuhua mountain range, Tang Ping shot directly towards its depths. The duo, one large and one small, darted through the forest like phantoms. Suddenly, the leading figure came to a halt. Tang Ping furrowed his brow, standing still as he surveyed the collapsed ancient trees before him. It was clearly the result of a fierce struggle between ferocious beasts. On the chaotic ground, he found no trace of any cultivator, as if 2 beasts had engaged in a violent clash right there. Their cultivation levels were at least at the 3rd stage of body refinement. Although they posed no threat to Tang Ping, a flicker of gravity crossed his eyes. This marked the 3rd encounter he had witnessed of such battles among body refinement beasts, and he had only just ventured 20 miles into the Wuhua mountain range. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, this was abnormal, exceedingly so. Was there some upheaval occurring in the depths of the Wuhua mountain range? A pensive expression flickered in Tang Ping's eyes as he recalled the panel of cultivators from Wuhua town. The most common outcome was death. At that time, he had been perplexed. If the periphery of the Wuhua mountain range was this dangerous, those at the nascent soul stage would surely keep their distance rather than recklessly walk into their demise. It now seemed likely that the disturbances had only recently transpired, and most cultivators remained oblivious to the anomalies, prompting them to continue their ventures. He hoped that the transcendent beasts would not make their appearance in the outskirts. Should they emerge, his expedition would face significant hindrances. Suddenly, Tang Ping's expression shifted, and he flashed toward a massive fallen tree. "What is this? The crimson Xian mushroom?" Beneath the tree, a palm-sized crimson spiritual fungus was vaguely visible. A flicker of joy crossed Tang Ping's face as he produced a jade box, carefully stowing the crimson Xian mushroom within. He had not anticipated such swift gains. Fortune favored him indeed. This mushroom could be refined into a precious elixir for breaking through minor realms of the transcendent stage. Tang Ping mused inwardly, realizing that his purple-quality fortune had begun to manifest. In the past, he would never have been able to acquire such a rare spiritual herb. With the unexpected acquisition of the crimson Xian mushroom, Tang Ping's spirits soared, and he beckoned the little weasel to continue toward the direction of the Panshur Path. The Panshur Path is a clearing formed by a pile of boulders. Within this desolate expanse, numerous monstrous insects thrive, and due to the inhospitable environment, few spiritual plants grow, rendering the area infrequently visited by cultivators. Yet, this very place is the initial destination for Tang Ping. Upon arrival, gazing at the vast and imposing boulders before him, Tang Ping retrieved a jade vial filled with an unknown powder. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the vial into the distance. A resounding explosion ensued as the vial shattered, releasing the powder, which rapidly enveloped the boulders within a radius of several hundred meters. A rustling sound emerged from beneath the stones, prompting Tang Ping to take a few steps back with his small weasel companion. In the next moment, a throng of fist-sized, monstrous insects eagerly crawled out from every crevice of the boulders. Delicious! Upon sighting these insects, the weasel's eyes sparkled with excitement, urgently calling out to Tang Ping in his heart, "I want to eat. These are precisely for you." Tang Ping responded, raising his hand and sending 9 spirit swords soaring toward the swarm. Like a scythe through grass, in mere moments, numerous insects fell lifelessly to the ground. As the powder settled and the last of the insects scurried back beneath the boulders, they harbored no thoughts of vengeance against Tang Ping. The Sect's intelligence reports had proven accurate. These stone rice insects were remarkably unintelligent and would never stray far from their rocky confines. Clear wind technique. Tang Ping formed a single-handed seal, conjuring a gentle breeze that swept the insect remains toward him. Eat up! The small weasel, long since craving a feast, leapt eagerly to the pile of insect carcasses, crunching through them with delight. One could only marvel at the weasel's capacity, as it paused only after consuming an amount 3 times its own size. Noticing this, Tang Ping waved his hand, storing the remaining carcasses within his storage ring. There you go. These will serve as your snacks for the time being. Though the stone rice insects possessed low intelligence, their strength should not be underestimated. In swarms, even Tang Ping would hesitate to tread lightly among the boulders. However, employing certain strategies, dispatching a few stone rice insects was far from a daunting task for him. These insects were a crucial part of the stellar weasel's juvenile diet, significantly accelerating its growth through infancy. Were it not for this, he would not have chosen to venture into the depths of the Wuhua mountain range. Let us go. This bounty should suffice for your future meals. At Tang Ping's call, the weasel sprang from the ground, merrily following him deeper into the mountains. Perhaps due to a surge of fortune, Tang Ping encountered no formidable beasts along the way. Instead, he gathered an array of precious spiritual herbs, one of which was worth no less than the prized Qiyuan mushroom. Want to eat? Tang Ping exclaimed, seizing a snake concealed in the treetops, aiming to ambush him. With a swift motion, he crushed its head and extracted a pale green snake gall from its body. In an instant, a silvery blur darted past, as the weasel answered Tang Ping with its actions. After swallowing the serpent's gall in Tang Ping's hand, the energy and blood force accumulated within the little weasel seemed to reach an unprecedented limit. To Tang Ping's astonishment, the little weasel's aura surged dramatically, advancing from the 5th to the 6th level of the nascent realm. A breakthrough indeed. The royal lineage of the Xian weasel was worthy of its reputation. Despite merely being in the nascent realm, such an effortless ascension was nothing short of astonishing. What Tang Ping was unaware of was that ordinary members of the Xian weasel royal family, upon their birth, are nourished with various rare treasures, enabling them to leap directly from the nascent realm to the body refinement realm. After all, a breed capable of naturally absorbing and refining the power of the stars is anything but ordinary. Suddenly, not far from Tang Ping, a furious roar echoed, accompanied by a chorus of howls from several azure wind wolves. Tang Ping's expression shifted. Without needing a signal, the little weasel instinctively concealed itself amidst the forest. Suppressing his aura, Tang Ping cautiously made his way toward the source of the roars. In but a moment, he beheld a colossal bear demon, standing upright and towering over 2 men, bellowing fiercely at several azure wind wolves. Curiously, despite the bear demon's superior strength, it remained stationed at the cave's entrance, persistently roaring at the wind wolves without showing any inclination to engage. Meanwhile, the wind wolves, weaker than the bear demon, audaciously harassed it. What was this? A flicker of insight crossed Tang Ping's eyes. Beneath the bear demon, he glimpsed some bloodstains, not from the attacking wind wolves. The bear demon had recently given birth to cubs. No wonder, despite possessing the formidable cultivation of the 4th level of the body refinement realm, it appeared somewhat weakened, even being besieged by mere 2nd-level wind wolves. Aware that the bear demon would not abandon its cave, the wind wolves grew increasingly reckless, unleashing a barrage of wind blades from their mouths. The blades darted from all directions toward the bear demon and the cave behind it. Roar! The bear demon, capable of evading the onslaught, stood its ground, shielding the entire cave behind itself. Fortunately, the wind blades lacked significant power. Upon striking the bear demon, they merely inflicted superficial wounds. Yet, The creature's passive defense against the relentless storm of wind blades became increasingly challenging. At last, as one wind blade nearly pierced the cave's entrance, the bear demon was driven into a frenzy. Roar! Its formidable physique did not hinder its agility. It transformed into a shadow, lunging fiercely at one of the wind wolves. The wind wolf, caught off guard, was swiftly brought down by the bear demon. Boom! The massive paw descended. The wind wolf's head shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 72. The Mountain-Moving Bear Clan. Roar! Bathed in blood, the bear demon howled at the sky, preparing to crush the remaining bothersome creatures when suddenly, Tang Ping's pupils constricted. A glimmer of silver darted through the shadows, swiftly entering the cavern behind the bear demon. The bear demon, however, remained utterly oblivious, even being lured further away from the cave by a few remaining wind wolves. Was that the illusory silver wolf? Although it was but a fleeting glimpse, Tang Ping managed to recognize the silhouette that had flashed by. How intriguing! Originally intending to merely observe and depart shortly, Tang Ping now found himself in no hurry whatsoever. For the heart of the illusory moon wolf was a tremendous boon for the little weasel. Based on the little weasel's previous progress, Tang Ping even suspected that after consuming an illusory moon wolf heart, the weasel might achieve yet another breakthrough. The Star Mystic Weasel clan truly defies reason. However, compared to certain races that are born at the body refinement stage, or even the transcendent stage, the little weasel's rapid advancement in its early stages does not seem particularly remarkable. Yet, this does not imply weakness in the Star Mystic Weasel clan. On the contrary, their period of strength lies ahead, where the higher their cultivation and the older they become, the more pronounced their advantages will be. Races capable of absorbing celestial power are hardly inferior to those of true dragons or phoenixes. Just as Tang Ping contemplated, a youthful wail suddenly echoed from within the cave. Upon hearing this, the bear demon instantly turned and lunged towards the cavern. Alas, it was already too late. A silver wolf, its face marred by several large claw marks, burst forth from the cave's mouth, and in its jaws was a newly born cub, utterly devoid of life. Roar! Upon witnessing this, the bear demon's eyes instantly turned blood red, and even Tang Ping could discern the rage and sorrow woven into its roar. Concealed in the shadows, Tang Ping silently observed the silver wolf, whose eyes brimmed with cunning and hatred. Upon seeing the wolf's pale, purple eyes, Tang Ping finally confirmed that this creature was indeed the rare, illusory moon wolf. It seemed that this illusory moon wolf harbored a deep-seated grudge against the bear demon, having plotted to slay the bear's offspring right before its eyes. Understandably, the terrifying claw marks upon its face hinted at the near-fatal encounter it had once endured. Roar! With a fierce bellow, the already towering bear demon swelled even larger, transforming from a brown-gray hue to a dusty yellow before Tang Ping's astonished gaze. Could it be a mountain-moving bear? A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Ping's eyes. He had not anticipated that this bear demon possessed a trace of the mountain-moving bear lineage within. Moreover, in its fury, it had fully awakened this hidden bloodline. Though not as formidable as the dragon and phoenix clans, the ancient mountain-moving bears were indeed capable of astounding feats. No wonder it could severely injure or even nearly slay a similarly ranked illusory moonwolf. After all, even with just a trace of mountain-moving bear blood, the bear demon's strength was no longer comparable. Awoo! The once vengeful and ferocious illusion moon wolf now found itself retreating in fear before the imposing figure and aura of the bear demon. It let out a series of howls directed at the wind wolves standing behind the bear demon, attempting to urge them to test the creature's might first. However, the wind wolves, already paralyzed by terror from the bear demon's presence, dared not advance a single step. Upon hearing the illusion moon wolf's cries, instead of attacking the bear demon, they turned tail and sought to flee. In a flash, a colossal yellow figure appeared before the two fleeing wind wolves. In the terrified gaze of the wind wolves, a massive bear paw descended. With a resounding clap, it was not merely the crushing of skulls. The two wind wolves were obliterated into a gruesome spectacle of flesh and blood. The remaining wind wolf, petrified by the horrific scene, collapsed in place, whimpering in despair. Another explosion of blood and flesh erupted. Though the tale may seem lengthy, in reality, barely a heartbeat had passed. The illusion moon wolf, having just grasped the situation, had not taken more than a few steps before a formidable figure blocked its path. While the mountain-moving bear was renowned for its breathtaking strength, its speed upon the earth was equally astonishing. Realizing its escape was futile, the illusion moon wolf's savage nature resurfaced. It let out a howl directed at the bear demon just as the bear demon charged forward, intent on tearing the illusion moon wolf apart. A flicker of purple spiritual light flashed in the illusion moon wolf's eyes. In an instant, the bear demon abruptly halted, frozen in place. The originally earthy yellow pupils of the mountain-moving bear had transformed to a pale purple, akin to that of the illusion moon wolf. The illusion moon wolf, a creature innately proficient in illusionary arts, possessed eyes capable of directly unleashing illusions, a coveted trait for many practitioners of such skills. This rarity explained the scarcity of illusion moon wolves, likely only found within the depths of the Wuhua Mountains. The allure of the illusion moon wolf's eyes was not lost on the young weasel, Tang Ping mused. Shifting his gaze to the bear demon that had awakened its mountain-moving bear bloodline. The bear's gallbladder and heart within its body were immensely beneficial to the weasel, albeit with potential risks of overindulgence. Although the illusion moon wolf's illusions were formidable, they might have had considerable effect on the previous bear demon. However, against the current incarnation, invigorated by its bloodline, their efficacy was questionable. Before Tang Ping could fully contemplate this, he noticed a flicker of panic in the illusion moon wolf's eyes. While the bear demon's purple glow dimmed ominously, nearly extinguished, the illusion moon wolf's purple light surged. The bear demon, previously showing signs of disturbance, once again stood motionless. Sensing the opportunity, the illusion moon wolf dashed towards the entranced bear demon. Its claws swept across the bear demon's wide-open eye, blinding it in one swift motion. A piercing roar erupted from the bear demon's maw, while simultaneously, a colossal paw struck towards the side of the elusive moonlit wolf. Despite having one eye gouged out, the bear demon successfully extricated itself from the illusion. However, the moonlit wolf had already retreated the moment it blinded the bear demon. Even Tang Ping could not help but silently commend the cunning of the moonlit wolf. Had it struck a different part of the bear demon, he was certain that the bear would have suffered only a few scratches on its fur. The bear tribe was renowned for its strength and defense, and as one of the foremost mountain bear clan, they exemplified these traits to the utmost. After retreating, the moonlit wolf's eyes flashed with a purple gleam, attempting to drag the bear demon back into the illusion once more. Concealed in the shadows, Tang Ping could not help but shake his head, lamenting the missed opportunity. Just as his thoughts lingered, a formidable and brutal figure materialized before the moonlit wolf. With a resounding thud, the wolf's head was slammed into the ground. Had it not been for the wolf tribe's inherent resilience, this blow could have claimed the moonlit wolf's life. Even though it survived, the moonlit wolf was left utterly dazed. Despite its disorientation, it knew that failing to flee would certainly lead to its demise. Struggling fiercely, the moonlit wolf endeavored to escape the bear demon's massive paw. However, in terms of sheer strength, it was no match for the bear demon. The bear demon pressed down on the thrashing moonlit wolf with one paw, raising the other high. With a resounding clap, it struck the wolf's spine. The spine snapped with a sickening crack. The moonlit wolf lay on the ground, utterly bereft of the strength to resist. Witnessing the bear demon's fury as it sought to rend the moonlit wolf to shreds, Tang Ping could no longer remain in hiding. With no hint of mercy, he unleashed a deadly strike. 9 swords, the 5 elements sword array. Earth breeds metal. The metal sword array, known for its ferocity, was seldom employed by Tang Ping. Yet, facing the bear demon imbued with the bloodline of the mountain bear clan, he dared not hold back. The ancient sword sheath, brimming with accumulated sword energy, unleashed a torrent of power as the black dragon sword was drawn. In an instant, leading the charge, the metal sword array, radiating an endless brilliance. surged forth towards the bear demon. In a heartbeat, the once unscathed bear demon was now riddled with a multitude of wounds. What tormented the bear demon even further were the sharp sword energies relentlessly burrowing into its body from the wounds. Sword intent. Tang Ping's 5 elements sword intent erupted instantaneously, enhancing the power of the metal sword array to unprecedented levels. The bear demon roared in rage, attempting to swat away the ethereal swords that danced around it. But each time it struck, it met only empty air. Upon realizing this, the bear demon swiftly shifted its target. A gaze filled with ferocity fell upon Tang Ping. In an instant, the bear demon lunged toward him. However, rather than retreating, Tang Ping's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Black Dragon. Slash. The black dragon sword returned in a flash, reaching Tang Ping's hand before the bear demon could react. Gripping the black dragon sword, Tang Ping retaliated fiercely against the bear demon. Witnessing this, the brutality in the bear demon's eyes intensified. It opened its massive maw, intent on devouring Tang Ping whole. Yet, it was no longer facing the Illumination Moon Wolf, but rather Tang Ping, a sword cultivator of unparalleled offensive prowess. A brilliant sword light flashed by. Tang Ping slowly sheathed the black dragon sword, causing the enormous head of the bear demon to tumble behind him. In the distance, the little weasel watched in awe. How splendid! Suddenly, Tang Ping coughed, clutching his chest. To his dismay, a formidable claw mark had manifested on his chest, tearing through his robe to reveal the silver inner armor beneath. The silver dragon armor. Coughing a couple more times, a bitter smile crept onto his face. Alas, had he known, he would not have feigned indifference. He never anticipated that, even after decapitating the bear demon, it would still manage to deliver such a strike. Were it not for the silver dragon armor, his slight frame would likely have met its end today. TSK. Truly, the sword cultivator, known for his lethal strikes, yet possessing the weakest defenses. Aside from those proficient in defensive sword techniques, few could withstand such an assault. Little weasel. Come here. Tang Ping donned a fresh robe and retrieved a spirit sword, making his way to the corpse of the Illumination Moon Wolf. In swift succession, he dismembered the wolf, which had escaped the bear demon's wrath. Tossing the wolf's heart to the little weasel, it gobbled it down in 2 bites. Ignoring the weasel busy digesting by the side, Tang Ping carefully removed the wolf's pair of violet eyes. With the eyes detached, he treated the remaining carcass with far less delicacy, stripping away the wolf's hide and fangs. He cut off several choice pieces of tender meat before discarding the rest of the carcass on the ground. Rising, he approached the colossal form of the bear demon. Stowing away the ordinary spirit sword, he brandished the black dragon sword once more. Go! The black dragon sword, under Tang Ping's command, cleaved through the bear demon's immense body. The disparity in strength between the bear demon with the mountain bear bloodline and that without was astounding, and so too was the difference in value. After extracting several crucial parts, he did not abandon the remaining flesh. Instead, he meticulously sliced it into strips, placing them into his storage ring. With this bear meat, he could save an immeasurable amount of precious resources. The appetite of the star mystic weasel was indeed considerable. One of his purposes for coming here was to hunt down some demonic beasts and gather a substantial amount of their flesh and blood to nourish the little ferret. Just as Tang Ping was dismembering the bear demon's corpse, some changes occurred with the little ferret. A flash of silver light darted from its body, and its aura surged to the 7th level of the nascent origin realm. Can it still eat? The ferret nodded eagerly. One could only wonder how the star mystic ferret's stomach was structured, for its digestive prowess was truly astonishing. Placing the bear's heart and gallbladder before the ferret, it unceremoniously devoured them in just a few bites. Burp! A resounding belch escaped from the ferret's tiny mouth. Its originally diminutive body visibly grew larger. What Tang Ping could once hold in one hand now required both hands to embrace it. A flash of earthy yellow light enveloped the ferret, and it experienced another breakthrough, advancing directly to the 8th level of the nascent origin realm. If the outer disciples of the Tianyuan sect were to witness this scene, they would surely be consumed by jealousy. Even Tang Ping couldn't help but marvel at the ferret's rapid progression. For some reason, Tang Ping felt that after consuming the bear's heart and gallbladder, the ferret's strength had significantly increased. Little ferret, give that tree a good slap. Upon hearing this, the ferret sprang into action, its tiny paws striking the massive tree beside it. Bang! A tremendous crash echoed as the enormous ancient tree, which would require 3 people to encircle, was felled by the ferret's blow. A look of astonishment flashed in Tang Ping's eyes. The star mystic ferret could not possibly possess such strength. At least, an ordinary one could not. It seemed that the ferret's royal bloodline was far more powerful and precious than he had imagined. Such talent was already sufficient to rival, or even surpass, that of dragons and phoenixes. Phew! It appeared that if he wished for it to grow even stronger in the future, he had some plans. Tang Ping let out a breath, intending to say something, when his voice abruptly ceased. His expression shifted, and he turned to gaze into the depths of the forest. Little ferret, come here. The ferret darted into Tang Ping's embrace, and he vanished from sight in an instant. Moments later, agile figures emerged at the spot where Tang Ping had just stood. How? A massive silver wolf stepped out from a pack, gazing at the dismembered wolf carcass on the ground, unleashing a heart-wrenching howl of grief and fury. How? Chapter 74. The Dangers of Sect Information. It was unexpected that the illusory moon wolf had a mate. That wolf's aura was likely at the mid-stage of the transcendence realm, sitting cross-legged on a large stone. Tang Ping felt a lingering sense of trepidation. In a one-on-one confrontation, he might have had a chance against the Wolf King. Unfortunately, it was a wolf pack, and even without the Wolf King's intervention, the dozens of body-refining rank demonic wolves were more than enough to overwhelm him. As the little ferret stood guard nearby, Tang Ping retrieved a spiritual elixir and consumed it, settling into a meditative posture to recuperate from his injuries and restore his spiritual energy. Half an hour later, when Tang Ping reopened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered within them. Fully restored, he leapt down from the massive rock. The little ferret emerged from the shadows, triumphantly clutching a nascent realm mouse in its jaws. We must depart. We need to reach the Ling Stone Pool before nightfall. Upon hearing this, the ferret promptly dropped the mouse aside, clearly having lost all interest in such a creature after indulging in a variety of exquisite delicacies. The pair, a man and his beast, once again vanished into the forest. 3 hours later, without further unexpected delays, Tang Ping finally arrived at a chaotic stony shore. There, amidst the stones, lay a seemingly bottomless pool of water. Tang Ping did not approach the water's edge, although the pool appeared unremarkable and the surroundings were eerily quiet. It was precisely this unsettling silence that heightened his vigilance. This was the Wuhua mountain range. The word quiet here always signified danger. Moreover, Tang Ping was already aware of the intelligence regarding this area. Suddenly, without warning, Tang Ping hurled a massive fireball toward the pool, empowered by pure fire element spiritual energy. The fireball's potency was significantly amplified. The fireball exploded. The formerly tranquil surface of the pool erupted violently. In the next moment, enormous black pythons, each as thick as a barrel, surged forth from the depths. They charged madly towards Tang Ping. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tang Ping's eyes, not due to the appearance of the pythons, but because they seemed to differ from the descriptions in the sect's intelligence. The Ling Stone Pool, deep and unfathomable, was said to harbor numerous serpent-like demons, most of which were between the 3rd and 9th levels of the nascent realm. Only a handful were said to be at the body refinement stage. Yet, what lay before Tang Ping was a scene altogether different, as he confronted a dozen black pythons, each at the body refinement stage. It seemed the sect's intelligence could not be wholly trusted. Tang Ping muta sopti. Simultaneously, the dozen black pythons lunged towards him, some attempting to bite, others seeking to constrict him. Unperturbed, Tang Ping calmly declared, "Black Dragon." Unleashed the Black Dragon Sword. In an instant, countless beams of sword light flashed by. Severed bodies of the pythons fell from the air, just when Tang Ping thought the battle had concluded. A powerful aura surged from the pool. His expression instantly shifted. A colossal python, several meters long, burst forth from the depths, its icy slitted eyes fixated on Tang Ping. A roar erupted from the creature's maw. An overwhelming presence, far beyond the body refinement stage, emanated from the python. A transcendent python. A solemn expression swept across Tang Ping's eyes. For even he had not anticipated that the previously recorded intelligence from the sect mentioned merely a handful of body-refining realm serpents lurking in the Langstone pool. At this moment, however, a transcendent serpent had emerged. Following this revelation, Tang Ping soon discovered even more disheartening news. A prominent bulge adorned the head of this colossal serpent. Was on the verge of transforming into a flood dragon. This sect's intelligence was indeed misleading. Nevertheless, he believed he could still contend with a second-layer transcendent serpent. Upon confirming the serpent's cultivation level, Tang Ping's mind swiftly rendered a judgment. He had previously battled a first-layer earth dragon. Thus, why should he fear a serpent yet to undergo its transformation? With a decisive call, he commanded the 9-sword array and the 5-element sword array to launch towards the serpent without favoring any singular action. Subsequently, he formed hand seals and unleashed the earth collapse technique. Just as the enormous serpent had fully extracted itself from the water, the ground beneath it suddenly caved in. Caught off guard, the serpent fell into the earth, prompting Tang Ping to swiftly alter his hand gestures. Fire Dragon Technique. Enormous fire dragons surged forth from Tang Ping, hurtling towards the serpent ensnared underground. Simultaneously, the 5-element sword array descended upon it. Roaring, the serpent defiantly withstood the onslaught of the sword array, lashing its tail fiercely to strike the approaching fire dragons. The dragons were instantly torn apart, dissipating into spiritual energy. Yet, Tang Ping was not naive enough to believe that a few spells would suffice to subdue the serpent. Both the Earth Collapse and Fire Dragon techniques merely served to buy him time. Earth Prison Cage. Having long since transformed the entirety of his 5 elements spiritual sea into an Earth Elemental spiritual sea, the Earth Prison Cage Tang Ping conjured was naturally far more formidable than that of an ordinary practitioner. A massive earthen prison rose from the ground, ensnaring the equally colossal serpent within. No matter how the serpent struggled, it found itself unable to escape the confines of the prison under Tang Ping's overwhelming spiritual power. With a nascent understanding of the 5-element sword intent, Tang Ping had similarly gained insights into the 5-elements path, coupled with the Jade-hung celestial technique, which transformed his internal organs into 5 spiritual seas. He delved deeper into the 5-elements path. Even though Tang Ping was not particularly well-versed in the 5-elements techniques, the power he wielded was still terrifying. Earth Burst Metal Element Sword Array. In but an instant, the 5 spiritual seas within Tang Ping transformed entirely into a metal elemental spiritual sea. Correspondingly, the power of the sword array surged dramatically. Deprived of the support of Earth elemental spiritual energy, the earthen prison became precariously unstable, yet 9 razor-sharp spiritual swords entered the prison. Roaring again, this time the serpent's cry was imbued with unmistakable pain. With a thunderous crash, the earthen prison shattered under the serpent's violent struggles. In an instant, debris flew through the air. Rather than panic, Tang Ping's eyes sparkled with a dazzling brilliance. Black Dragon. Now is the moment. The Black Dragon sword suddenly emitted a resonant hum, exuding a powerful and domineering aura. Just as it broke free from the earthly prison, the monstrous python that sought to devour Tang Ping was forced to the ground, trembling slightly as it let out a low growl. Indeed, a flicker of understanding flashed in Tang Ping's eyes. It is essential to note that the Black Dragon sword has absorbed the scales, bones, and, most importantly, the soul of a black dragon in the transformation stage. Although the sword could only emit less than 1% of the dragon's aura, it was sufficient to instill fear in the python, which was still in its transformation phase. The Black Dragon sword lunged at the python, but the creature, still engulfed in terror, had no time to react. With a swift thrust, The sword pierced the massive head of the python. The fear in its eyes morphed into unwillingness. But soon after, the light faded from its gaze, ignoring the lifeless, writhing corpse before him. Tang Ping turned to the small weasel that had cautiously approached from a distance and asked, "How do you plan to consume this behemoth?" Chapter 75, Skinning, Muscle Extraction, Heart Removal, and Gallbladder Harvesting. Tang Ping skillfully skinned the enormous python, extracted its muscles, and retrieved its heart and gallbladder, which were rich in vital energy. He stored the first two in his possession, while the latter two found their way into the weasel's belly. What a pity! If only he had waited for the python to metamorphose into a water dragon, the carcass would have been worth much more. Tang Ping shook his head in regret, for he had discovered several drops of dragon blood within the python's body. Clearly, this creature was on the brink of transformation. With a wave of his hand, he stored the massive python's remains in a storage ring. After extracting the hearts and gallbladders of the 10 or so black pythons, he contentedly made his way toward a nearby pond. Upon a brief search, he stumbled upon dragon tooth rice in a corner of the pond. Could it be that a true dragon lineage exists within the Wuhua mountain range? Observing the relatively young dragon tooth rice, Tang Ping couldn't help but express his astonishment. This rice is not a naturally occurring spiritual plant. It is a precious treasure that can only grow where the blood of a true dragon has fallen. The evident youth of this dragon tooth rice, only a few decades old, indicated that a true dragon had bled here over 10 years ago. No wonder those black pythons experienced such rapid cultivation. They must have greatly benefited from the dragon's blood. Tang Ping did not uproot the dragon tooth rice directly. Instead, after collecting over 20 grains from the top, he turned to leave. Upon returning to the stony beach, he found that the weasel had indeed achieved another breakthrough, elevating itself to the 9th level of the Yuan nourishing stage in just a day. Fortunately, due to the presence of the monstrous python, no other beasts had ventured here, making it an ideal place for this breakthrough. As he spoke, Tang Ping took out the precious dragon blood he had just collected and placed it before the weasel. The little ferret unceremoniously opened its mouth and consumed several drops of the essence blood of the dragon, causing a surge of vitality to swell within its body. Just as this vitality approached its zenith, it began to gradually diminish. Observing this, Tang Ping furrowed his brow and produced a thumb-sized grain resembling a red crystal, known as dragon tooth rice. He promptly placed it into the ferret's mouth, and once more, the vitality surged upward. Without a moment's hesitation, he fed the ferret a dozen more grains of dragon tooth rice. As the grains were ingested, the ferret's vitality skyrocketed. The bottleneck of the nascent realm was shattered by this immense surge of power. Within a single day, the ferret ascended from the 5th layer of the nascent realm to the body refinement realm. Even Tang Ping felt a twinge of envy at this astonishing speed. Indeed, coming to the Wuhua mountain range proved to be fortuitous had he remained in the sect. It would have taken at least a year and a half to achieve such a breakthrough for the Star Xian Ferret clan, before reaching the Transcendence realm and being able to absorb the power of the stars. The vitality was of utmost importance. It can be said that with sufficient vitality, the Star Xian Ferret clan could swiftly ascend to the Transcendence realm. However, post-Transcendence, the pace of cultivation would slow considerably. That night, the Wuhua mountain range fell into a profound silence. Yet beneath this quietude lay dangers far more formidable than those of daylight. Numerous powerful beasts emerged under the cover of darkness to hunt. In this place, even Tang Ping dared not light a fire recklessly at night. However, for him, even without any flames, he could sense the slightest disturbance within 100 meters. Yet, this awareness did not afford him the peace needed for cultivation. He retrieved several pale yellow array flags, deftly inserting them into the ground around him. With a single hand gesture, a layer of pale yellow barrier flickered into existence. To an observer from the outside, all that could be seen was a scattering of rocks surrounding Tang Ping's location. Fully aware of the dangers lurking in the Wuhua mountain range, he would not neglect to make preparations. Having spent ample time at the Qinghe Commerce Guild, he had certainly acquired various items. Once again, he produced several array flags, and after a brief moment, he established 3 formations around him: a concealment formation, a defensive formation, and an illusory formation that had cost him a considerable amount of spirit stones. The final illusory formation could even temporarily ensnare beasts of the Transcendence realm. With the protective formations in place, Tang Ping felt considerably more at ease. Instead of choosing to cultivate, he seized the opportunity to delve into the 36 sword formation, a progression beyond the 9 sword formation, although it only increased the number of spirit swords fourfold. The power of the 36 sword formation exceeded that of a 9 sword formation by more than tenfold. It was precisely from the 36 sword formation onwards that Tang Ping's prodigious spirit energy began to reveal its true potential. However, to truly master the 36 sword formation, he would first need to break through to the Transcendence realm. Thus, at present, Tang Ping has merely grasped the intricacies of the 36 sword formation, opting not to delve into cultivation immediately. He hopes that this endeavor will yield greater rewards, for once he ascends beyond the mundane realm, he must acquire no fewer than 9 profound-grade spiritual swords to unleash the full potential of the formation. As the sun rises, Tang Ping gestures to retract all the formation flags. He lifts the still, slumbering weasel, and gazing into the innocent eyes of the little creature, he lets out a resigned sigh, pondering who it was that vowed to keep watch last night. With a huff, he places the weasel upon his shoulder and chooses not to venture deeper into the Wuhuan mountain range, instead opting for a detour outward. Half a day later, at the entrance of a steep valley, Tang Ping stands atop a tree branch, surveying the nearby gorge, Qinghe Valley. This location lies a mere 120 miles from the Wuhuan mountain range. Logically, Tang Ping should have arrived here first before proceeding to the Lin Xi pool. However, after much contemplation, he decided to take the longer route to this place, for if he had come directly, he would inevitably traverse Fengling Valley. Though the current inhabitants of that valley remain unknown, the grim fate of the cultivators who ventured there speaks volumes. It is prudent to avoid any formidable beasts if possible. Suddenly, the sound of cranes calling resonates from the nearby gorge. A few Qinghe cranes take several steps before soaring gracefully towards the valley's edge. Tang Ping watches the flock depart, showing no inclination to intervene. Finally, they have left. The records of the Qinghe sect are indeed accurate, with 2 transcendental cranes and a dozen body-refining cranes in sight. Among the recently departed cranes, 2 are notably larger than their companions, their plumage glistening with a more resplendent sheen. With the departure of the 2 transcendental cranes, Tang Ping swiftly conceals himself and stealthily approaches the outer reaches of Qinghe Valley. His gaze darts over the massive boulders outside the valley, relieved that the treasure is not hidden within. Otherwise, he would have found himself in dire straits. The 4th-level transcendental crane is not to be trifled with. In but a moment, Tang Ping's attention is drawn to a peculiar boulder. Indeed, amidst the expanse of blue stones, a large yellowish boulder stands out prominently. This is the one. A flicker of delight crosses Tang Ping's eyes as he moves closer to the boulder. Chapter 76, Pursuit. Earth Escape. To avoid disturbing the other cranes within Qinghe Valley, Tang Ping refrains from disturbing the boulder before him and instead burrows underground. The surrounding soil shifts, and he finds himself beneath the boulder. There, he discovers a deep yellow crystal stone buried beneath the earth. Earth Spirit Essence. A wave of uncontainable joy washes over him as Tang Ping, without a moment's hesitation, reaches out towards the Earth Spirit Essence. However, to Tang Ping's astonishment, the essence seemingly possesses a will of its own, evading his grasp at the instant he lunges for it. The spirit of this Earth Spirit Essence is remarkably potent. Tang Ping was somewhat astonished, but this surprise quickly transformed into overwhelming joy. While ordinary Earth Spirit Essences may lack such vitality, it is hardly surprising for a top-tier essence that has been nurtured beneath the earth for countless years to possess such remarkable qualities. This also implies that the essence, which was originally only capable of enhancing his success rate in breaking through the Transcendence realm by a mere half, could now potentially improve it by nearly 10%. Coupled with the augmentation from the Primordial Spirit Pearl and his own intrinsic foundation, it can be asserted that should Tang Ping choose to take the risk, his chances of successfully transcending the realm would be decidedly favorable. A fleeting image of a cultivator who had perished in their attempt to transcend after acquiring an earth spirit essence crossed his mind, prompting Tang Ping to sigh inwardly. It is no wonder that individual chose this particular essence as their foundational treasure, for this essence before him could already be regarded as a fourth-grade foundational treasure. For common cultivators, such a treasure is exceedingly rare. Alas, for that unfortunate cultivator, this earth spirit essence was both a magnificent opportunity and a perilous downfall. Fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. With his thoughts collected, Tang Ping did not afford the earth spirit essence another moment to evade him. Vines of the vining art sprang forth, rapidly spreading through the surrounding soil and swiftly enveloping the essence. With the vine's constriction, the earth spirit essence was rendered powerless and was delivered before Tang Ping. He reached out to take the essence, retrieving a jade box crafted from warm jade, and carefully placed the essence within. After securing the earth spirit essence, Tang Ping, akin to a swimming fish, swiftly darted away towards the distant Qinghe Valley. After a while, beside an ancient tree, Tang Ping's figure quietly emerged from underground, followed closely by a hurried little weasel. Without needing to inquire, the weasel could easily discern from the ecstatic glimmer in Tang Ping's eyes that its master had acquired what he sought. Starving, in a buoyant mood, Tang Ping tossed a few chunks of essence-rich flesh from a demon python to the weasel. Once the weasel had feasted sufficiently, Tang Ping resumed his journey, heading directly into the depths of the Wuhua mountain range. Regardless of what awaited him later, the treasures he had already acquired made the journey worthwhile. Had it not been for the presence of the Li Huang fruit deep within the Wuhua Mountains, he might have already contemplated returning. However, he resolved to remain in the Wuhua Mountains for a few more days. Boom! 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 Enraged tree demons pursued a lithe figure, effortlessly evading the tremendous strikes of the tree demons. Tang Ping flickered and leaped over 100 meters away. In his hand, he clutched a vibrant green wooden block radiating with abundant vitality. Was it merely the heart of a tree I excavated? Surely, it cannot warrant such fury. Seeing the tree demons advancing with colossal strides, Tang Ping resignedly continued to flee into the distance. Gazing at the ancient heart of the eternal tree in his hand, Tang Ping's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness. How could he have known that taking this heart would incite the wrath of the tree demons? Even amidst the relentless pursuit and dire circumstances, Tang Ping felt no inclination to retaliate. The pursuing horde of tree demons, each possessing a cultivation level no lower than the third stage of the Transcendence realm, left him overwhelmed. While he might have stood a chance against a single foe, facing such a multitude was a different matter entirely. He would be reduced to mere pulp within seconds if he were to confront them head-on. With a resounding crash, he narrowly evaded the strike of one tree demon, swiftly retrieving several talismans and affixing them to himself. A gentle breeze enveloped him, and a faint azure glow radiated from Tang Ping's form. In an instant, his speed nearly doubled, creating a noticeable gap between him and his pursuers. Realizing they could not keep pace, a few of the tree demons rooted themselves in place, seizing massive boulders to hurl at him with great force. Bang! The boulder narrowly missed as Tang Ping deftly sidestepped, casting a glance at the devastated ground beneath him. He couldn't help but think that had he been struck by such a force, he would have been gravely injured, if not killed outright. Fortunately, despite the boulder's speed, he managed to evade it. Just as he felt a flicker of relief, he noticed that while a few of the leading tree demons continued their chase, the others had halted to grasp nearby boulders. In shock, Tang Ping's expression shifted dramatically. His internal energy surged, propelling his speed to new heights. In the next moment, the tree demons resembled artillery, relentlessly bombarding him with boulders. Without hesitation, he invoked the earth escape technique and burrowed underground. However, he was soon forced back to the surface by thick, gnarled roots. You have gone too far. If it weren't for the ancient heart of the tree in his possession, which he could not temporarily store in his spatial ring, Tang Ping would have long since made his escape. despite the formidable strength of these demons. Their intellect was inferior to that of ordinary Transcendence realm beasts. Had they not been able to sense the heart's presence, he would have easily outpaced them. As he observed the waning glow of the ancient heart in his grasp, determination surged within him. He could not abandon it now, especially after enduring such relentless pursuit and utilizing several high-level talismans. If he relinquished the heart now, the losses would be catastrophic. Fortunately, during his underground escape, he had avoided the most perilous onslaught of boulders. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to abandon the ancient heart in his flight. Roar, the leading tree demon, boasting a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the Transcendence realm, bore a grotesque visage adorned with human features from which the roar emanated. Human. Even with its diminished intellect, this late-stage tree demon was still capable of speech. Release the heart, and we shall spare you. Once again narrowly evading a massive rock hurtling towards him, Tang Ping's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Abandon the heart of the tree? In his grasp, the heart of the tree had already lost its luster, ready to be tucked away in his storage ring. To forsake it now would be unthinkable for Tang Ping. Drawing a deep breath, he commanded Black Dragon. The Black Dragon sword emerged, this time not to seek out an enemy, but to unleash a torrent of sword energy that surged into Tang Ping's body. In an instant, his speed skyrocketed once more, propelling him out of the range of the tree demon's rock assault. Simultaneously, the ancient heart of the tree, which had been held tightly in his palm, completely lost all its ethereal glow. Hastily stowing the heart into his storage ring, Tang Ping cast a glance back at the tree demon, his hands weaving through intricate gestures. Illusory steps, numerous identical reflections of Tang Ping materialized beside him, their forms shifting rapidly before darting off in various directions. Chapter 77. This thing isn't meant for consumption. Huff, huff, huff. The heavy sounds of Tang Ping's breath escaped his lips. After securing the heart of the tree, he conjured several illusions with his spiritual energy, leading the tree demons astray. Sensing the dwindling spiritual power within him, Tang Ping silently expressed his gratitude. Had he not possessed 5 spirit seas of the 5 elements, he likely would not have endured until the heart of the tree's radiance faded. It seems that in future endeavors to seize opportunities, one must first assess the strength of the opponent. Tang Ping recalled the original possessor of the heart of the tree, a formidable being at the late stage of transcendence. For such a powerful individual, the heart of the tree might be a blessing, but for me, it nearly became a calamity. With a flourish, he retrieved a spirit pill and swallowed it, subsequently settling down to meditate. Moments later, as distant roars of beasts echoed through the air, Tang Ping concluded his meditation and vanished into the forest with his little ferret companion. With the bright moon hanging high within a modest cave, Tang Ping rarely kindled a fire. He sat beside the flickering flames, continuously rotating a large roasted pig leg in his hands. The leg's original owner was a native of this cave, a fire-splitting wild boar at the 4th stage of body refinement. 3 formations concealed the cave entrance, so Tang Ping was unconcerned that such a small fire would attract any beasts. Casting a glance at the little ferret beside him, he remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Why don't you eat the meal I prepared for you? I want roasted meat too. Raw isn't tasty." Hearing this, Tang Ping shot the ferret a sidelong glance, regretting that he had fed it a morsel of the roasted boar leg earlier. Ever since that bite, the ferret had forsaken its own dinner, now vigilantly watching the roasted leg in his hand. "Bring me yours, and I shall roast it for you." "All right." After a moment, Tang Ping found himself with yet another wild boar leg. That night, he sat by the fire, meticulously examining the map and intelligence in his hands. It appears that profound changes have indeed occurred deep within the Wuhua mountain range. Otherwise, how could there be such an abundance of transcendent beasts appearing on the periphery? Over the past few days, he has encountered no fewer than 8 transcendent beasts. The frequency of such encounters makes it difficult for him to fathom how cultivators at the body refinement or even nascent origin realms previously survived in this area. Thus, he can conclude that these transcendent beasts have emerged from even deeper within the Wuhuan mountain range. During these days, he has encountered several human cultivators. However, each one bore a grave expression as they hastily retreated from the Wuhuan mountain range. Even Tang Ping, upon encountering a transcendent cultivator, shared the same demeanor. Should he continue venturing deeper? A flicker of conflict crossed Tang Ping's eyes. Although the individual had merely discovered 4 Lin Wang fruits without taking them, it was evident that upon returning to Wuhua town, he would report or sell this information. At that time, it is likely that many transcendent powerhouses would be stirred to action. Now that he is not far from the Lin Wang territory, he should take a look. If he cannot acquire it, he will leave directly. With this thought, Tang Ping ceased to ponder further and began to circulate the Yuheng immortal decision to restore his spiritual energy. As dawn broke, he departed the cave with his little weasel. The pair swiftly darted through the forest until the ancient trees around them abruptly transformed into a pale red hue, prompting Tang Ping to come to a gradual halt. Upon stepping into the realm of these peculiar ancient trees, he had already set foot in the Lin Huang territory. The Lin Huang territory is documented within the sect as the domain of a spirit realm Qilin horse. It is said that this Qilin horse possesses a trace of the bloodline of an ancient auspicious beast, the Qilin. The transformation of the ancient trees within its territory, continuously altered by its aura, attests to the veracity of this legend. Were it another beast, Tang Ping might not have dared to tread upon the domain of a spirit realm demon. However, this Qilin horse is different, perhaps due to its bloodline. It roams freely for extended periods and then returns to its territory to slumber for long durations. Moreover, because of the aura left by the Qilin horse, aside from a few Qi Feng horses possessing a hint of its bloodline, no other beasts dare to intrude. Thus, this area stands as one of the rare safe havens within the Wuhua mountain range. It has even been mentioned multiple times in sect intelligence that disciples who provoked formidable beasts found refuge only upon reaching the Lin Huang territory. It is precisely for this reason that Tang Ping dared to stealthily infiltrate here. With all his aura retracted, he cautiously advanced deeper into the Lin Huang ridge. What elicited a sense of envy in Tang Ping was the little weasel prancing boldly ahead. The little weasel strolled right past several Qi Feng horses, which appeared oblivious to its presence. Indeed, upon breaking through to the quenching body realm, the little weasel's innate ability to conceal itself has significantly enhanced. While Tang Ping often needs to suppress his entire aura, with no guarantee of remaining undetected, the little weasel can saunter boldly past. Fortunately, with the weasel scouting ahead, Tang Ping can promptly adjust his direction and evade one red wind horse after another, observing the red wind horses leisurely grazing in the distance. Tang Ping cannot help but marvel at the splendid protection provided by the Lin Ma to his junior. Throughout his journey, he has encountered none but robust and well-fed red wind horses, all of which leisurely stroll in the Lin Huang territory. It is evident that they have not faced any threats for quite some time. This is undoubtedly excellent news for Tang Ping. As a result, the vigilance of these red wind horses will greatly diminish. As long as he remains sufficiently cautious, even a few transcendent red wind horses will not detect his presence. After stealthily traversing for half a day, Tang Ping finally arrives at the stone mountain in the center of the Lin Huang territory. Choosing not to proceed further, he quietly instructs the little weasel in his mind. In an instant, the weasel darts up the stone mountain and vanishes from sight. After a while, Tang Ping receives a telepathic message from the weasel. Tang Ping, there's a big fellow inside. It looks quite delicious. A big fellow? Quite delicious. The Lima hasn't tea left. Little weasel, this creature is not meant to be eaten. Tang Ping's eyes widen in alarm, and he hastily sends a telepathic warning to the weasel. Do not startle that Lima. Otherwise, we both might end up in trouble. Oh, remember the image I showed you before? See if there are any similar spiritual fruits nearby. Not long after, the little weasel transmits an image directly into Tang Ping's mind. In the vision, a beast adorned with golden red scales stands motionless in a clearing, its breath echoing like thunder. Not far from the Lin Ma, in a corner, a small crimson tree is noticeably growing. the Lin fruit that Tang Ping has longed for is hanging from it. However, Tang Ping's thoughts are currently not on the Lin fruit, but rather on the little weasel. Chapter 78. Delving into the Wuhua Mountains. Is this the weasel's line of sight? It can share what it sees with me at the same time. Compared to this sudden display of ability from the weasel, the Lin fruit seems somewhat trivial. The life-bonding blood pact certainly does not have this effect. Could it be due to the nature of the star mystic weasel clan? Just as Tang Ping's thoughts whirl, the weasel's voice reaches him. Tang Ping, is it this thing? Indeed. Are you confident in retrieving the Lin fruit without alarming the Lima? Absolutely. This big fellow is sound asleep. Upon hearing the words, Tang Ping's lips twitched slightly. It was undoubtedly a testament to the innate stealth abilities of the creature before him. Had he been in its place, he would have likely been discovered by the Lin within mere steps of approaching the rocky summit. The scene began to shift slowly, causing Tang Ping to involuntarily break into a cold sweat for the small weasel. Yet, as the weasel had suggested, the Lin remained in a deep slumber. The weasel approached a small tree with crimson leaves, and the Lin remained unresponsive. One could only wonder if plucking the Lin fruit would draw the Linma's attention. With a sudden movement, as if possessed, the weasel swiftly seized a Lin fruit and placed it in its mouth before Tang Ping could issue further commands. Observing that the Lin showed no signs of alertness, the weasel cautiously bit off the stem and swallowed the fruit whole. Subsequently, to Tang Ping's astonishment, the weasel consumed the remaining 3 Lin fruits in quick succession. Tang Ping was left bewildered. Who had taught it such an audacious act? Was this innate knowledge a hereditary trait of the Xingxuan weasel clan? Such seamless execution of actions, surely, must be a skill passed down through generations. After swallowing the Lin fruits, the weasel gingerly made its way out in plain sight of the Linma. However, as the scene shifted again, Tang Ping's pupils dilated in shock. On the opposite side of the Linma's body lay several deep wounds, which, despite the creature's formidable regenerative abilities, showed no signs of healing. Before Tang Ping could examine further, the weasel stealthily slipped away from the rocky terrain. Had the Lima sustained injuries? This creature had long been renowned in the Wuhua mountain range. Otherwise, the sect would not have documented it so meticulously. Logically, such a powerful beast would seldom be harmed in its familiar territory, especially not with such grievous wounds. Yet, the fleeting glimpse of those injuries reminded Tang Ping of another apex beast that ruled the Wuhua mountain range. The deepest secrets of the range were not even known to him. However, records of the apex beasts of the condensation realm did exist within the sect. Those wounds appeared reminiscent of those inflicted by the Ruekong serpent, known for leaving behind injuries that were notoriously difficult to heal due to its unique racial ability to tear. The marks bore unmistakable signs of tearing. Why would these 2 apex beasts suddenly engage in battle? As Tang Ping pondered this conundrum, the scene abruptly dissipated. The weasel's figure reappeared before him. We must leave at once, without allowing the weasel a moment to regurgitate the Lin fruits. Tang Ping swiftly led it away from the Lin domain. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming sense of impending danger clung to his heart, prompting him to quicken his pace and escape the Lin territory far more rapidly than he had infiltrated it. As Tang Ping departed from the Lin territory, fully unleashing his speed and preparing to escape immediately, an unusual cry suddenly echoed from the depths of the Lin territory. As he swiftly traversed the forest, Tang Ping abruptly halted atop a tree branch, sensing a formidable aura emanating from the territory. It was at the 2nd level of the Gingshen Jing, the manifestation stage. A flicker of intrigue crossed Tang Ping's eyes. According to the sect's records, the Qilin horse had only broken through to the Mingshen Jing less than a century ago, yet had already advanced to the 2nd level. It is well known that the cultivation of beast kind is inherently slower than that of human practitioners, given that beasts possess significantly longer lifespans, with some top-tier species living for millennia. The fact that this Qilin horse had managed to break through to the 2nd level in such a short span, and seemingly not just recently, was indeed remarkable. The Qilin bloodline truly was extraordinary. If this horse continued its steady cultivation, transcending to the Huang realm would merely be a matter of time. Just as Tang Ping speculated that the Qilin horse had awakened due to the loss of the Lin Huang fruit, he realized that the horse showed no inclination to search for the thief. Instead, it galloped deeper into the Wuhuan mountain range. What could the Qilin horse be up to? A spark of curiosity ignited in Tang Ping's eyes. In recalling the horse's wounds and the recent disturbances in the Wuhuan mountains, he hesitated briefly before setting off in pursuit of the direction the Qilin horse had taken. He would observe, not interfere. Meanwhile, a mere 100 miles away from Tianyuan, a diminutive old man clad in a black robe also sensed the anomaly. After some contemplation, he too headed in the same direction as Tang Ping. However, unlike Tang Ping's cautious stealth, this elderly figure, though concealing his aura, soared through the air. In the perilous expanse of the Wuhuan mountain range, only the most foolhardy newcomers or those undaunted by danger would dare to do so. Judging by the faint aura he exuded, he had already surpassed the transcendent stage and reached the Bixinjing. Unbeknownst to Tang Ping, another practitioner of the Bixinjing was equally drawn to the anomaly and was currently grappling with the decision of whether to venture deeper into the perilous expanse. For once he crossed into the Lin Huang territory, he would have entered the depths of the Wuhuan mountain range. Unlike the periphery, he would encounter a plethora of transcendent stage beasts in this area. Fortunately, with the little Martin leading the way, he could evade various dangers. Otherwise, Tang Ping would not have dared to take such risks. Remarkably, as he journeyed, Tang Ping discovered that the transcendent stage beasts were all quietly nestled in their lairs, which contributed to his unimpeded passage. He even fortuitously gathered numerous rare spiritual herbs and treasures along the way. It must be said that, in comparison to the ever-explored periphery, the treasures within the Uawa mountain range are far superior in both quantity and quality. As Tang Ping meandered along, he was collecting with great delight. Just as he placed a piece of Xian jade grass into his jade box, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up towards the distance. He sensed an explosion of terrifying auras in that direction. Just an instant ago, roar, hiss. In midair, the source of this terrifying aura revealed itself. Among them was the Lin Ma, which Tang Ping had been following closely. Opposing it was a colossal serpent, entirely clad in pale silver, adorned with a pair of wings. Chapter 79. The Rift Sky Serpent, the Devouring Python. Indeed, it was the Rift Sky Serpent. The moment Tang Ping beheld the feathered serpent, his pupils constricted sharply. Unlike the relatively mild-mannered Lin Ma, the Rift Sky Serpent was infamously notorious in Wuhua Town. Virtually no cultivator who encountered it returned alive. It could be said that the number of human cultivators who perished at its jaws numbered not in the hundreds, but rather in the thousands. There was once a progeny of a formidable condensation realm expert who sought revenge after being devoured, only to be gravely injured by this creature and meet his demise shortly thereafter. It was this very death that propelled the Rift Sky Serpent to infamy. In the air, the Lin Ma broke the stalemate, its hooves striking the void as it transformed into a crimson blur, charging towards the Rift Sky Serpent. The serpent let out a long hiss, swirling its massive body to confront the Lin Ma. Boom! The two apex beasts collided once more. A powerful gust erupted from the point of impact. Ancient trees within 1,000 meters were uprooted entirely. The Lin Ma neighed, rearing its mighty form, and its earth-shattering hooves crashed down upon the Rift Sky Serpent. Swish! The Rift Sky Serpent was struck and transformed into a fleeting shadow, plummeting towards the ground. With a resounding thud, the serpent's entire body was buried beneath the earth. A few drops of crimson gold blood dripped from the air, and as Tang Ping looked up, he noticed that the Lin Ma, too, bore a new, gaping wound upon its scaly body. A strange, pale silver aura lingered at the wound, continuously tearing it open, inflicting excruciating pain upon the Lin Ma. In that moment, the Lin Ma could not suppress its anguished cries. Below, the Rift Sky Serpent struggled to emerge from the earth, and on its massive body, a visibly sunken crater marked the spot of its injury. Clearly, That kick had dealt it a significant blow. With a flap of its wings, the Rift Sky serpent shot towards the Lin Xi at a terrifying speed. Before Tang Ping could even react, the serpent was already before the Lin Xi, its enormous maw gaping wide, seemingly capable of swallowing the very heavens, aimed at the Lin Xi, the devouring python. How could this Rift Sky serpent possess the bloodline of a devouring python? Tang Ping instantly recognized the original master of this formidable power. In ancient times, there existed a terrifying beast, the devourer of heaven, which feasted upon dragons and phoenixes. However, this fearsome creature became extinct long ago. It seems that some remnants of its bloodline persist in the world. Since forging a life bond with the little weasel, Tang Ping has acquired fragments of the bloodline heritage that originally belonged to the weasel. Had it not been for this, he would not have recognized the faint trace of the devourer of heaven's bloodline within the body of the void-splitting serpent. This minuscule remnant posed a significant dilemma for the celestial steed hovering above. As the serpent's colossal jaws gaped wide, a powerful suction emanated from its maw, rendering the celestial steed unable to evade, forcing it to brace against the formidable pull. Just as the serpent's jaws were about to descend, a burst of golden light erupted from within the celestial steed. The moment the golden radiance appeared, it seemed as though the suction could no longer grasp the steed, allowing it to swiftly evade the serpent's grasp. Just as Tang Ping anticipated a counterattack from the celestial steed, a flash of silver darted beneath his gaze. The void-splitting serpent had mysteriously appeared behind the celestial steed, its enormous, razor-sharp wings slicing towards it like blades. Although Tang Ping could not react in time, the celestial steed had anticipated this move, launching its powerful hind legs backward with great force. The attack, a maneuver any ordinary horse could execute, was performed with unparalleled finesse by the celestial steed. Its clawed hooves struck the serpent's head, driving it back into the ground once more. As the celestial steed prepared to pursue its advantage, two distinct roars echoed from afar. Tang Ping turned abruptly towards the source of the sounds, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. In the next moment, a massive, fiery red lion descended from the sky, igniting the heavens in a blaze of crimson. From another direction, as if a colossal beast was galloping, countless towering ancient trees toppled in its wake. Finally, a creature enveloped in boundless thunder, resembling a majestic stag, charged forth. The Thunder Galloper? The Crimson Lion King? How did these two arrive as well? Unexpectedly, two apex beasts from the Wuhua mountain range had joined the fray. Upon the appearance of the Crimson Lion King and the Thunder Galloper, both the celestial steed and the recently emerged void-splitting serpent instinctively ceased their combat. Tang Ping glanced at the ground nearby, where the mere aftershocks of their collision had plowed the earth repeatedly within a 1,000-meter radius. Why had these apex beasts converged here? A trace of confusion flickered in Tang Ping's eyes. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a figure landing on an ancient tree not far from him. Cautiously lifting his gaze to behold the figure, Tang Ping's pupils constricted in shock. Name: Zhui, cultivation level, 9th layer of transcendence, fortune path, unique among thousands, green, talent, above average talent, green, outcome, achieve the 9th layer of transcendence. While exploring the Wuhua mountain range, he inadvertently acquired some spirit liquid, only to be discovered and ambushed by cultivator at the spirit gathering realm. Recent turn of events. During his exploration of the Wuhua mountain range, he was drawn into a battle with several ferocious beasts, leading him to a spiritual pool teeming with spirit liquid. After employing cunning methods to steal some, he began to flee, only to be intercepted and slain by a formidable cultivator at the spirit gathering realm. No wonder. In an instant, Tang Ping unraveled the sequence of events. He pondered what had attracted these four apex-level beasts to this location. It was revealed that a pool of spirit liquid had manifested here. A flicker of fervor ignited in Tang Ping's eyes. Spirit liquid could only randomly materialize in places of exceptionally concentrated and pure spiritual energy. Its myriad effects are well documented. However, the most significant aspect for the majority of cultivators and beasts lies in the potent and unique spiritual power it encompasses. With an ample supply of spirit liquid, it could even facilitate a cultivator's successive breakthroughs without any adverse effects. Historical records within sects provide multiple instances of such occurrences. There was even a case where a cultivator at the third layer of transcendence unexpectedly obtained a substantial amount of spirit liquid, and within just 6 months, ascended from the third layer of transcendence to the first layer of spirit gathering. More importantly, this liquid proves beneficial not only to lower-tier cultivators, but also to those at the spirit gathering realm. If any one of these 4 beasts were to consume the entire pool of spirit liquid, Tang Ping was certain that it would not be long before that beast could surpass its current cultivation level. The flicker of fervor in his eyes was quickly overshadowed by a weighty apprehension. Judging from the prowess of this 9th-layer transcendence cultivator, attempting to seize the spirit liquid would be exceedingly perilous. He would not delude himself into thinking he possessed more resources than a 9th-layer transcendence cultivator. Even if he exhausted all his means, unless he resorted to the 9 Heavens Thunder Talisman, he could at most contend with an ordinary 4th-layer transcendence cultivator. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, it could not alter one undeniable fact. His cultivation level was merely at the body refinement stage. Chapter 80, Chaos of Battle. A question lingered in Tang Ping's mind. Should he retreat? Although the allure of spirit liquid was immense, the accompanying danger was equally formidable. Just as Tang Ping wrestled with this dilemma, another fierce battle erupted in midair. This conflict was even more exaggerated in scope than the last. As the Crimson Lion King collided with the Thunderstrider Beast, flames and lightning erupted instantaneously. Even from a considerable distance, Tang Ping felt the intensity of the display. Soon after, another fierce clash ensued between the Qilin Horse and the Rift Serpent. Despite their intelligence being notably high, perhaps exceeding that of ordinary humans, they did not opt to negotiate the division of the spirit liquid below. They were all acutely aware that even a single pool of spirit liquid would suffice for only one of them to advance. Such an opportunity is one that none would willingly relinquish. Consequently, only one outcome remains. A victor must emerge from among the 4. Only the triumphant one shall possess the privilege to claim all the spirit essence for themselves. For reasons unknown, Tang Ping felt an inexplicable sense that despite the grandeur of the battle between the Crimson Lion King and the Thunder Beast, neither seemed to be exerting their full strength. Without holding back, with his thought in mind, Tang Ping turned his gaze towards the Lin Xi and the Rift Serpent. He soon discerned an intriguing phenomenon. Although these 2 creatures fought with fervor, it appeared that not only had their wounds not increased, but some of the minor injuries were beginning to heal. Remarkable. Despite their seemingly simplistic demeanor, these beasts exhibited a cunning intelligence that surpassed expectations once they attained a certain level of cultivation. A middle-aged cultivator perched upon a nearby treetop seemed to have sensed this as well, muttering a curse under his breath. In midair, several beasts recognized that they had not truly engaged in combat, and thus they all came to a halt. At this rate, a battle could drag on for 3 days and nights without a decisive victor. We can continue this fight indefinitely, but the spirit essence will not wait for us. Suddenly, the Crimson Lion King, whose body seemed enveloped in flames, spoke slowly. A realization struck Tang Ping regarding a peculiar attribute of the spirit essence. One reason for its rarity is that once it is generated, it exists for only a single day. After one day, the spiritual power within will begin to dissipate, and within 3 days, it will return to the heavens. Then why did you not fight with all your might just now? A slightly mocking female voice emanated from the Rift Serpent. Following this, the Rift Serpent continued. Although there is a considerable amount of spirit essence below, it is merely sufficient for one of us to advance. Before the words had fully left her lips, Lin Xi interjected, "No kidding. Otherwise, why would we have fought until now? You foolish donkey. You foolish serpent." It was evident that Lin Xi and the Rift Serpent had a pre-existing contention. Seeing their tempers flare, it appeared they were on the verge of clashing again. The Thunder Beast, who had remained silent until now, interjected with exasperation. "Enough. There is no need for you two to feign enmity any longer. Just a moment ago, I observed that neither of you was truly fighting to the death. Upon hearing this, an awkward expression vividly appeared on Lin Ma's equine face. I am willing to forfeit the spirit essence. The three beasts turned to the Thunder Beast in astonishment. In response, the Thunder Beast rolled its eyes and added, "However, I have my conditions. You must provide me with some compensation, such as the Rift Crystal from you, Rift Serpent, the Lin Emperor Fruit from you, Old Horse, and the Fiery Stone from the Lion King. You're asking for too much," Lin Ma exclaimed, only to find the gaze of the Crimson Lion King fixed upon him. Clearing his throat, he added, "Ah, I wasn't referring to you, Old Lion." Below, Tang Ping's opinion of the Thunder Beast rose significantly. Forfeiting the spirit essence was, in fact, a wise decision for the Thunder Beast, as it was the weakest among the four beasts in terms of cultivation and strength. Thus, the likelihood of seizing the spirit liquid is minimal, and there exists a tangible risk of suffering severe injury. Rather than taking such a gamble, it would be wiser to withdraw entirely, especially under these circumstances. The Qilin horse and its companions would surely prefer to eliminate a competitor. It would not be implausible for them to offer some treasures in exchange for this. The Crimson Lion King cast a sidelong glance at the Qilin horse before nodding in agreement. The sky-splitting serpent shared a similar sentiment. To them, those treasures, though precious, paled in comparison to the spirit liquid below. The gaze of the three beasts fell upon the Qilin horse, which had been silent for some time. The Qilin horse awkwardly confessed, "I no longer possess any Qilin fruits." "Do not tell me you have fed them to your offspring," one of them remarked. "I observed that your progeny did not emerge as transcendent beings." It was then that Tang Ping realized why some of the Red Wind horses exhibited extraordinary prowess. They had been nourished with Qilin fruits by the Qilin horse. Ahem, those few Qilin fruits were just stolen. The Qilin horse replied, somewhat embarrassed. For stating such a matter openly was indeed a blow to its pride. Stolen. The three beasts regarded the Qilin horse with astonishment. The sky-splitting serpent could not help but mock. Those Qilin fruits were right in your cave, and yet could be stolen before your very eyes. The Crimson Lion King and the Thunder Beast exchanged dubious glances, prompting the Qilin horse to respond. "It was merely a few Qilin fruits. They hold no value for me. Why would I deceive you? Fool!" After a moment's contemplation, the three beasts realized the truth. The Qilin fruits indeed held little significance for the Qilin horse. If it could secure the Thunder Beast's departure in return, the Qilin horse would not hesitate. Reflecting on this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the Thunder Beast's countenance. What it desired most was the Qilin fruits from the Qilin horse. After all, those were treasures infused with the essence of the Qilin, immensely precious to it. "When the next Qilin fruit matures, it shall be mine." After a long pause, the Thunder Beast spoke once more. The Qilin horse nodded repeatedly. It had no need for the Qilin fruits, particularly those yet to ripen. The Thunder Beast then turned to the other two beasts. The Crimson Lion King produced 3 fire stones the size of human heads, while the sky-splitting serpent produced a silver sky-splitting crystal, tossing it towards the Thunder Beast. Upon accepting the fire stones and the sky-splitting crystal, the Thunder Beast nodded at the trio before transforming into a streak of lightning, vanishing into the horizon. What followed was a chaotic melee. Tang Ping mused inwardly that in a one-on-one confrontation, without resorting to lethal force, it would be difficult to determine a victor. But a fray among 3 would yield a different outcome. Indeed, as the Thunder Beast departed, the Qilin horse and the sky-splitting serpent simultaneously struck. Their target was unmistakably the Crimson Lion King. The Crimson Lion King, undeterred, anticipated this attack, for it was the sole beast present with a cultivation level that reached the 3rd stage of the concentration realm. Were it not for the absence of a formidable bloodline within, the Qilin horse and the other beasts would not even qualify to contend for the spirit liquid. Roar! The thunderous roar of the lion erupted from the mouth of the Crimson Lion King. In that instant, even Tang Ping, who was several dozen miles away from the battlefield, felt his mind spin with disorientation. The Lin horse and the sky-splitting serpent, directly facing the lion's roar, suffered even greater injuries. Blood of a crimson-golden hue streamed from the ears and nostrils of the Lin horse, while the sky-splitting serpent, unable to withstand the force, plummeted to the ground. Chapter 81. Stirring the waters. Devouring you, and then the ascension liquid below. Surely it will be sufficient for my breakthrough. The Crimson Lion King paid no heed to the fallen sky-splitting serpent and lunged directly at the Lin horse, still reeling from the lion's roar. The Lin horse could only barely evade, tilting its body to dodge a fatal blow, yet was still caught by the lion's fangs. A heart-wrenching scream escaped the Lin horse's lips, and a glint of bloodlust flashed in its eyes as it retaliated, sinking its teeth into the Crimson Lion King's flesh, tearing away a substantial chunk. However, the Crimson Lion King inflicted even more terrifying wounds upon it, leaving two ghastly gashes, one of which, located on its abdomen, revealed glimpses of the Lin horse's innards. Though its bloodline was not particularly potent, one must remember that in the realm of mortals, the lion reigns supreme. Thus, even in the third level of the concentration realm, the Crimson Lion King's prowess was formidable. Its innate lion's roar had been cultivated to a terrifying level. This was evidenced perfectly by the writhing and struggling sky-splitting serpent on the ground. Regrettably, the lion's roar could only be unleashed once per day. Otherwise, neither the sky-splitting serpent nor the Lin horse would stand a chance against it. With a resounding roar, waves of flames erupted from the Crimson Lion King, painting the entire sky in hues of fiery red. Following this, a terrifying aura brewed within the crimson flames. The Lin horse's eyes gleamed with seriousness as it called out to the sky-splitting serpent below, "Foolish serpent, if you don't come up now, I shall flee." Hiss, "Foolish donkey, do you not understand the concept of ambush?" The sky-splitting serpent flapped its wings and slowly ascended from ground, its expression mirroring the Lin horse's seriousness. How has this old lion grown stronger? Is it truly attempting to break through to the transformation realm? The Lin horse's face contorted in pain. However, unlike the wound left by the sky-splitting serpent, its abdominal injury had already healed significantly in such a short time. Strike! We must not allow it to continue. With that, the sky-splitting serpent transformed into a silver streak, charging into the flames. Observing this, the Lin horse also dove into the inferno. At the same time, Tang Ping noticed a figure lurking nearby, a transcendent expert, beginning to stir. The individual affixed a pale, silver talisman to themselves, and in an instant, their figure seemed to vanish as if erased from existence. An invisibility talisman? The individual possessed such advanced talismans. No wonder he managed to pilfer the spirit liquid right beneath the noses of those three monstrous beasts. A sudden thought struck Tang Ping, and an audacious plan began to materialize in his mind. His gaze fell upon the little weasel nearby, who was eagerly watching the spectacle. The weasel suddenly shivered, sensing it was being targeted. "Little weasel, are you confident you won't be discovered by those beasts in a spirit condensation realm cultivator?" The weasel promptly shook its head, indicating its inability to do so. Alas, what a pity! The entire pool of spirit liquid is now out of our reach. We shall leave shortly. Spirit liquid. The weasel's ears perked up immediately. All right, but I demand half. 10%, 40%, 20%, 30%. Deal. The weasel looked at Tang Ping in confusion, feeling that it might have been tricked again. Go to the side of the spirit pool first. Only act when I give the signal. Remember, when I say leave, you must flee immediately. With a huff, the little weasel acknowledged its understanding and stealthily approached the spirit pool under Tang Ping's direction. In midair, the battle intensified. The once crimson sky now shimmered with golden and silver hues, competing fiercely with the flames. Although the Crimson Lion King was powerful, it struggled against the attacks of the void-splitting serpent and the Lin Xi, especially when these two long-standing adversaries coordinated so seamlessly. The Crimson Lion King found itself at a disadvantage, suffering numerous wounds inflicted by the void-splitting serpent. However, the Lin Xi also bore several horrifying injuries, having taken the brunt of the Crimson Lion King's assault while the void-splitting serpent launched surprise attacks. This was a point of confusion for the Crimson Lion King. Even if these two were to join forces, they should remain wary of each other. Why then did the Lin Xi willingly endure such losses? It was clear that if this continued, The one who ultimately claimed the pool of spirit liquid would most likely be the void-splitting serpent. For even if it couldn't defeat both the Lin Ma and the void-splitting serpent, it could still severely injure the Lin Ma, leaving it defenseless against the serpent's subsequent assault. Just as the Crimson Lion King pondered this, it noticed a small yet significant opening in the Lin Ma's defense, an opportunity ample enough for it to leap over the Lin Ma and deliver a crushing blow to the void-splitting serpent. Realizing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in the Crimson Lion King's eyes. It thought, so these two aren't truly united. With determination, it struck toward that opening, envisioning the void-splitting serpent grievously wounded and the Lin Ma, devoid of its allies' support, succumbing to its might. Suddenly, it caught a glimpse of mockery in the Lin Ma's eyes. That opening, in the Crimson Lion King's horrified gaze, transformed into a deadly trap. I knew that old lion was gullible. In the next instant, the void-splitting serpent appeared behind the Crimson Lion King, its wings slashing down with ferocity. In a moment of dire urgency, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in the eyes of the Crimson Lion King. Ignoring the void-splitting serpent behind him, the Crimson Lion King instantaneously ignited the essence within him, subsequently unleashing a remarkable burst of speed as he clamped his jaws around the neck of the scale horse. With his wings severed, the Crimson Lion King bore 2 deep wounds, exposing bone, yet he managed to tear away a substantial chunk of flesh from the scale horse's neck. Amidst the fierce battle, the other beasts remained oblivious as, beside the spirit ascension pool for which they fought, a jade vial materialized out of thin air. Once filled, the vial vanished, only to be replaced by another. The spirit ascension liquid could not be directly stored in a spatial ring. It had to be contained within jade. Just as the figure prepared to fill the 4th vial, the combatants in mid-air seemed to sense something amiss. In response, the jade vial instantaneously disappeared, and the concealed practitioner, having restrained his presence, wasted no time in turning to flee. At that very moment, Tang Ping silently thought, now is the time. The small weasel, long prepared, lunged beside the spirit ascension pool and gulped down a substantial mouthful. The water level of the pool noticeably receded. After this intake, the weasel chose not to continue, but instead concealed itself, suppressing its aura. In an instant, the 3 beasts discerned the anomaly below and lowered their heads to gaze at the spirit ascension pool. It appeared that the spirit ascension liquid had diminished. Clearly it had. Chapter 82. The Final Victor? As the gaze of the 3 beasts fell upon the pool, the practitioner in the transcendent realm cursed inwardly. Was it not said that the effect of the invisibility talisman was sufficient to deceive even an ordinary concentration realm cultivator? Without hesitation, the practitioner revealed himself, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he dashed into the distance. Maintaining the invisibility spell would significantly reduce his speed, so upon exposure, he employed a secret technique that consumed his lifespan to greatly enhance his velocity. Thief, we cannot let him escape. The scale horse swiftly spoke. I'll stay with the old lion to keep watch. You go and return quickly. These 3 were no fools. Those who had cultivated to the concentration realm were far from simpletons. Compared to the small amount of spirit ascension liquid that had been stolen, the liquid in the pool below was of paramount importance. As Tang Ping observed in a state of shock, the void-splitting serpent transformed into a silver streak, pursuing the fleeing practitioner. What the hell? Aren't you going to chase him? He has stolen your most vital spirit ascension liquid. Shouldn't you all be furious and hunt him down? Just as Tang Ping marveled at the beast's cunningness, the Crimson Lion King suddenly turned back, lunging toward the scale horse. You old lion, dare to ambush me? I shall retaliate. In response, the scale horse, seemingly anticipating the attack, deftly delivered a kick to the forehead of the Crimson Lion King. The Crimson Lion King, unfazed by a kick, charged once more at the unicorn horse. You, old lion, lack martial ethics, he scoffed. Before the rift returns, I shall devour you, consume the spirit liquid, and then swallow the rift itself, thus becoming the true sovereign of the Wu Hua Mountains. The unicorn horse, which could barely secure victory against 2 opponents, evidently stood no chance in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, Relying on its formidable physique and swiftness, the Crimson Lion King found himself at an impasse against the unicorn horse. As time ticked away, the Crimson Lion King grew increasingly anxious, disregarding his own injuries and opting for a strategy of exchanging wounds with the unicorn horse. Indeed, as this tactic unfolded, though the Crimson Lion King endured a few fierce kicks, the unicorn horse fared far worse. Drenched in crimson gold blood, its vitality noticeably waning. Suddenly, a roar, slightly weaker than before, erupted, causing the unicorn horse to freeze momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, the Crimson Lion King lunged at the unicorn horse's neck, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. This bite would surely leave the unicorn horse grievously wounded, if not dead. A sinister cackle echoed from the shadows. In the next instant, a serpent nearly 10 feet long surged from the ground, darting towards the Crimson Lion King's thigh, poised to strike. However, the Crimson Lion King did not evade. Instead, he continued his assault on the unicorn horse. Just as the unicorn horse regained its senses, it could not entirely evade the impending bite, but managed to retreat slightly. A chunk of flesh was torn from its neck by the Crimson Lion King's jaws, eliciting a pained scream from the unicorn horse. Simultaneously, the sudden serpent sank its fangs into the Crimson Lion King's thigh, though it was instantly incinerated by the surging flames. A thread of darkness swiftly spread from the wound across the Crimson Lion King's entire body. Realizing something was amiss, the Crimson Lion King hastily summoned his inner spiritual energy to dispel the strange black line, only to find that, even at full capacity, he could merely halt its spread, unable to eradicate it. It seems fortune has smiled upon me, he mused, for he was a third-tier spirit concentration realm beast, while the unicorn horse was merely at the second tier. Once I refine you both into puppets, none beneath the infant stage shall stand against me. Ha ha ha! A chilling voice resonated from below, amidst the furious gazes of the Crimson Lion King and the unicorn horse. A gaunt elder clad in a black robe emerged from the woods, excitement illuminating his face as he approached the spirit pool. What a surprise to encounter such a treasure as the spirit liquid. This pool alone is sufficient for me to ascend to the third tier of the spirit concentration realm. Hidden in the shadows, Tang Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. This cannot be, according to the trajectory of that transcendent cultivator. This spirit concentration powerhouse should have been pursuing me. Why is he here? Could it be because of me? Upon deeper reflection, Tang Ping couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself.